Billions of azure beings descended upon the wasteland, assuming the role of shelter administrators, recruiting personnel, scavenging for resources, and striving to reconstruct their homeland. Just as the scarcity of manpower became a pressing concern, Suleiman fortuitously discovered celestial broadcasting equipment, enabling him to summon characters from diverse realms to join the sanctuary. On the first day, the protagonist of Resident Evil, Alice, joined. The second day saw the addition of KDA's Ahri. By the third day, Wonder Woman Diana was on board. The fourth day welcomed the ninja Hinata Hyuga. On the fifth day, Marvel's Black Widow joined the ranks. While other administrators struggled with their meager inhabitants, tightening their belts to survive, Suleiman was already contemplating how to expand the shelter's capacity. Chapter 1. Shelter number 2333. Welcome to the world of global shelters. Here, you will manage a refuge in the wasteland, recruit residents, explore ruins, produce resources, and lead your sanctuary towards a brighter future, revitalizing human civilization. Shelter binding in progress. Congratulations, you are now the administrator of shelter number 2333. Suleiman abruptly opened his eyes. Under the dim light above, he discerned that he was situated within a box-like chamber the size of a shipping container. The visibly aged bulb flickered wildly, accompanied by occasional crackling sounds and sparks. The gray, sturdy walls instilled a sense of security. Before him stood a heavy metallic double door, emanating a cold glow. The door was substantial, yet not soundproof, allowing the clear sounds of mutated beasts' roars and the wails of ghouls from outside to penetrate. Through the gaps in the door, he could even glimpse countless collapsed buildings. Beyond the door lay the ruins of a city, a world of wasteland, a sanctuary. Suleiman was startled by the grim scene beyond the door, instinctively leaning back against the wall. His mouth fell open in astonishment, as his heart sank like it was filled with cold lead. I have actually traversed into the wasteland. From the memories he received, this world bore a striking resemblance to the popular mobile game Fallout, Shelter from a few years prior. He was to embody the role of a shelter administrator, tasked with recruiting personnel and constructing his sanctuary amidst the perils of the wasteland. The room he occupied was, in fact, the entrance hall of the shelter. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found the container's hall devoid of anything beyond a set of unfamiliar electronic devices. No weapons, no food, not even a dog. Starting out alone, how am I supposed to survive in this wasteland? Suleiman lamented, sliding down the wall in despair. The shelter's door rattled under the assault of mutated beasts, dust cascading to the ground. This sudden commotion left him momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, a prompt echoed once more. Administrator of shelter number 2333, you have been granted a 5-day novice protection period. During this period, your sanctuary will be invulnerable. After 5 days, a horde of mutated beasts will sweep across all shelters in the wasteland. Should the shelter's door be breached by these ferocious creatures, you shall meet your demise amidst the endless tide of beasts. Before Suleiman stood a faint blue protective shield enveloping the entrance of the sanctuary. Yet, he could not shake off the foreboding sense of unease. 5 days. 5 days until the first trial. A wave of urgency surged within him, fearing for his life amidst the impending beast tide. I cannot operate this entire sanctuary on my own. I must recruit some personnel first. Suleiman glanced around and discovered that the electronic equipment in the corner was, in fact, a broadcasting device. As he focused his attention on the apparatus, a virtual information panel manifested before him. FM transmitter description: a broadcasting device powered by electricity with a coverage radius of 1 kilometer. Upon activation, it has a certain probability of attracting survivors within a kilometer, but also poses the risk of attracting special creatures or hostile forces. To broadcast only within a 1 kilometer radius, and with the possibility of inviting danger. Suleiman hesitated, his hand poised to activate the FM transmitter. It was a challenging decision. However, merely waiting idly for 5 days would inevitably lead to his demise at the hands of mutated beasts. It was better to take a gamble. Gritting his teeth, Suleiman resolutely pressed the switch on the FM transmitter. Yet, the device remained unresponsive. No power? He circled the transmitter twice before noticing the plug was not connected. Suleiman swiftly plugged it into the sole socket in the foyer and tried again. At the moment the plug connected, the overhead lights dimmed significantly, evidently due to insufficient power. Nevertheless, the FM transmitter successfully powered on. Zzz. After a burst of static, the sanctuary's broadcast commenced. This is Sanctuary 2333. This is Sanctuary 2333. We are recruiting residents from the wasteland. We are recruiting residents from the wasteland. We offer unlimited food and hot water supply, along with ample bedding available for use. If you're willing to come, Sanctuary 2333 will provide all necessary safety guarantees. Coordinates: Heishan City, Qingshui District, Qingshui City Park. The broadcast looped continuously, again and again. Unfortunately, 10 minutes passed without a single survivor appearing at the sanctuary's entrance. Outside, in the ruins, the roars of mutated beasts grew increasingly louder. As if incited by the broadcast, they all converged around the sanctuary. The entrance trembled under the relentless pounding. Had it not been for the protective shield, it would have already been breached by the mutated creatures. Suleiman felt a chill of despair wash over him. With such ferocious beasts blocking the entrance, if he failed to gather reinforcements, 5 days from now would mark his demise. Ding! No survivors detected within a 1-kilometer radius. The FM broadcasting device will automatically upgrade to the Multiverse Broadcasting device. The Multiverse Broadcasting device can broadcast to various realms, offering a chance to recruit characters from different worlds to join the sanctuary. Cost: 10,000 Wasteland Coins. First-time activation enjoys a 90 discount. Current Wasteland Coins: 100 sufficient Wasteland Coins available. Would you like to activate the Multiverse Broadcasting device? Yes, no, absolutely. Suleiman's heart raced. What the multiverse lacked was certainly not inhabitants. Casually summon a dozen, and one could effortlessly unravel the quandary before him. Moreover, if one were to recruit extraordinary beings such as Superman, Ultraman, elite ninjas, or naval admirals, traversing the wasteland would become a mere stroll. Furthermore, the initial attempt requires merely 100 Wasteland Coins, a veritable bargain. Every overseer of a refuge is allocated a sum of startup capital by the system, neither too little nor too much, precisely 100 Wasteland Coins. Activate the Multiverse Broadcasting device. Suleiman resolved with unwavering determination. Without hesitation, he pressed the switch for the Multiverse Broadcast. Ding! You have consumed 100 Wasteland Coins to activate the Multiverse Broadcasting device. Following the notification, several gunshots suddenly rang out outside the refuge. Immediately, Suleiman sensed an eerie silence enveloping the world. The roars were silenced, the sounds of claws striking against the door faded away, and even the movements of the mutated beasts became inaudible. What is happening? With a surge of courage, he leaned closer to the refuge's entrance, peering through the crack in the door. Outside, 5 ferocious mutated beasts lay motionless on the ground, blood splattered everywhere, evidently lifeless. Amidst the corpses stood a striking figure draped in a slit red dress, with a sharp bob of hair. Her eyes sparkled like emeralds. Ding! A survivor from the multiverse requests to join the refuge. Chapter 2. Alice, the characters summoned by the Multiverse Broadcast have arrived. Suleiman hurriedly pressed the switch to open the refuge's door. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the incessantly flashing red warning lights, the refuge's door slowly swung open. The figure at the entrance became increasingly discernible. Upon closer inspection, he noted her graceful form and piercing gaze, her striking golden bob haircut exuding a distinct personality. Wait, why does she seem so familiar? Suleiman pondered momentarily, his brows arching in astonishment. Alice? To his utter surprise, it was none other than Alice, the protagonist of the Resident Evil film series. As Suleiman gazed upon Alice, her attribute panel immediately materialized in his vision. Alice E-Class Extraordinary Being Happiness. 100 A multiverse character. Happiness permanently at 100%. Loyalty. 100 A multiverse character, eternally loyal to the Overseer. From the Resident Evil series, Alice has lost much of her power due to traversing the world barrier, yet her prowess remains formidable. Traits: 1. T-Virus Enhancement, significant augmentation of strength, speed, and reflexes. 2. Rapid healing, capable of swift recovery after injury. I heard this place offers refuge. Alice leaned against the door's protective shield, casually inquiring. Her voice was soft, imbued with an alluring charm. As Alice's words faded, a crisp system notification chimed in response. Ding! Do you agree to Alice joining the refuge? Suleiman was filled with exhilaration. Was this even a question? Naturally, he consented. He nodded in agreement, and in an instant, the refuge welcomed Alice. She stepped over the protective shield and immediately stood beside Suleiman. Gurgle. Suleiman swallowed hard. He had indeed recruited a figure of great renown, none other than Alice, the protagonist of the Resident Evil series. It is crucial to note that the world of Resident Evil is rife with zombies. Alice is undoubtedly a master of survival in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. What a stroke of fortune. Suleiman, suppressing his exhilaration, composed himself and addressed Alice. Welcome to Shelter 2333. I am a shelter administrator, Suleiman. Alice did not respond, merely gazing intently at Suleiman. The air suddenly thickened with silence. Very well, Suleiman exhaled with relief. The absolute loyalty she exhibited meant that Alice harbored no feelings of repulsion or dissent towards someone of his limited prowess. This indicated that he could employ Alice as a long-term asset. In the initial stages of constructing the shelter, he need not consider the emotions of its inhabitants, a significant unseen advantage. Suleiman, brimming with excitement, continued, first and foremost, I must inform you that a century has elapsed since the apocalypse. Humanity has established countless shelters across the wasteland and formed an association to oversee their unified management. Since you have been summoned by me, it is imperative that you swiftly comprehend the current state of affairs, so we can endeavor together to transform Shelter 2333 into the pinnacle of all shelters. These details have been forcefully implanted in his mind upon entering the shelter. As Suleiman's words concluded, Alice received the same implanted background information. Radiation, shelters, Alice pondered, and although surprised, her experiences from the Resident Evil series allowed her to quickly acclimate to the situation. In fact, the absence of the Umbrella Corporation in the wasteland made her feel somewhat relieved. Is this our shelter? Alice inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she meticulously examined the square room, tapping along the walls as if testing their sturdiness. It is indeed built quite solidly, but why does it feel like a coffin? No, this is merely the foyer. Suleiman shook his head. The shelter surely encompassed more than this modest space. Similar to Fallout, Shelter, the facility could extend downwards to levels 1, 2, and 3 below ground. However, before he could delve further into exploration, he shifted topics, stating, this shelter has only just been established. Our resources are exceedingly scarce, and to thrive, we must venture into the urban ruins to collect provisions such as food, water, and generators. Moreover, in 5 days, we will face a ferocious tide of mutated beasts. We must prepare adequately for that eventuality. Beyond the confines of the shelter lay the urban ruins, once the Shimizu district of Heishan City before the apocalypse. Now, only shattered remnants remained. The ruins are fraught with peril. Yet, despite the dangers, one must venture forth from the shelter, otherwise they would be trapped within. Only during the 5-day grace period for newcomers can they amass sufficient resources and manpower to confront the impending beast onslaught. Suleiman gazed at Alice, who was attentively absorbing the information, and then inquired, how many weapons do you carry with you? Upon finishing his words, he noticed Alice momentarily pause her movements, then lift her skirt to retrieve a handgun from the holster strapped to her thigh. 1 handgun, 3 magazines. Oh, wait, I've already used one. Only 1 gun? Suleiman raised an eyebrow. This is problematic. In the wasteland, extraordinary beings and mutated creatures are classified into 6 tiers. A, B, C, D, E, and F, each with 3 sublevels. However, Suleiman currently barely qualifies as F tier. Compared to the formidable mutated beasts roaming the wasteland, he was but a fledgling, utterly defenseless. If only he had a firearm. Without one, he would hardly be able to gather resources, likely falling prey to a mutated beast before he ventured far. Yet, staying indoors was not an option. An idea flickered in Suleiman's mind. After all, Alice was an tier extraordinary being. She had effortlessly dispatched 5 mutated beasts at the entrance in a matter of moments. Wouldn't it be a breeze for her to venture out and collect supplies? A sly smile crept across Suleiman's face as he turned to Alice and declared, since there's only 1 gun, the task of gathering resources falls to you. He encouragingly patted her shoulder. All right, Alice nodded, securing the handgun back on her thigh. Suleiman felt no embarrassment as the overseer of the shelter. It was hardly his place to charge into the fray himself. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat, calling Alice, who had turned to leave, and added, while you search for supplies, remember to also explore the surrounding area and familiarize yourself with our vicinity. Understood, Alice replied, turning to activate the door mechanism of the shelter, stepping out with effortless grace. Had the survivors of the wasteland known they were deceived into a shelter devoid of basic amenities, they might have sought to take Suleiman's head. The residents recruited through the heavenly broadcast were indeed invaluable. Suleiman nodded in satisfaction, eagerly anticipating the useful resources that Alice would bring back. Chapter 3. A bountiful harvest. After seeing Alice off, Suleiman finally had time to examine his attribute panel. First was the shelter information. The current population was only 2 people. Next were resources such as water, food, electricity, and wasteland coins. Among them, the 100 wasteland coins issued by the system had already been spent. Among the remaining 3 resources, only electricity had a slight surplus. Suleiman carefully looked at the power generation records. It showed that all the electricity came from the large solar panel on the ceiling of the hall. This solar panel could supply 10 electricity per hour. After supplying the shelter's door, incandescent lights, and frequency modulation transmitter, there was still some left over. However, the shelter only had 1 battery with a capacity of 50. This meant that all the excess electricity was wasted. Suleiman felt a sharp pain in his heart, but was helpless. He could only force himself to look at the other resource panels. Fortunately, the other resources were all at 0, leaving him no room for heartache. Skimming past the shelter information, Suleiman saw personal attributes. Suleiman, identity, shelter manager no. 2333, level, none, experience points, 0, strength, 9, perception, 8, endurance, 10 charm, 9 intelligence, 8, agility, 6, luck, 1, note. If any single attribute breaks 10, you will enter the ranks of quasi-superhumans. The personal attributes looked decent, at least they were close to a breakthrough. Suleiman felt a moment of joy, which was quickly replaced by the attraction of the trading space. He quickly clicked in. However, the trading space was empty, with no resources at all. In the bottom right corner of the trading space, the remaining wasteland coins were displayed. Unsurprisingly, it was a big fat 0. So poor that even a mouse wouldn't bother to visit. Suleiman helplessly complained and turned his gaze to the hottest regional channel. Wasteland? What kind of place is this? Hurry up and let me go back to do my homework. Oh no, I heard wolves howling. There won't be wolves outside the door, right? Someone help me. Damn. I just pressed the broadcast button, and now there's a big muscle guy standing at the door of the shelter. Should I open the door or not? I sympathize with the people upstairs. I have attracted a pure lady. What does the lady have? I broadcasted an entire squad of troops. I have now unlocked the basement level of the shelter. Worship the big shot. Worship the big shot. Worship the big shot. The essence of humanity is a parrot. But to be fair, will the big shot really not be overshadowed? Suleiman casually sat down in the hall, flipping through the chat records. However, he was soon attracted by a special chat message. Fellow villagers, don't leave the shelter. I just summoned a quasi-superhuman to go outside and take a look. And as soon as I stepped outside, I almost got roasted by the sun, so I had to let my superhuman go out by himself. But the area outside the shelter is filled with danger. My superhuman hadn't even walked 100 meters before being bitten to death by a mutated beast. Me too. Went out in the blazing sun and almost had my little buddy bitten off by a mutated hyena. I've been out of the shelter for more than 10 minutes. And although I haven't encountered any danger, I've been coughing up blood since 5 minutes ago. I'm coughing up blood too. Coughing blood. Coughing blood. After I coughed up blood, I immediately checked my personal attributes, and it showed that I had entered a radiation state. I've also entered a radiation state. In the regional channel, managers from all over Blue Star were exceptionally active, sharing their wasteland experiences. Many of them focused on themes of high temperatures, coughing blood, and radiation states. Some even started speaking and then went silent, clearly having already perished in the wasteland. Suleiman watched, feeling a heightened sense of vigilance. It seemed that letting Alice act alone was the right decision. Let alone mutated beasts. Just the radiation issues faced by others could cost him his life. If 2 people left the shelter to explore together, they definitely wouldn't get far. However, no matter how dangerous the wasteland was, they had to leave the shelter. Otherwise, once the 5-day newbie protection period was over, they would inevitably be overwhelmed by the raging beast tide. Just as Suleiman's thoughts settled, he was inundated with kill notifications. Alice killed a quasi-level mutated cockroach. You gained 1 experience point. Alice killed a quasi-level mutated dirt dog. You gained 1 experience point. Alice killed a quasi-level mutated mantis. You gained 1 experience point. Outside the shelter, Alice had completely killed her way out. Standing in the sandy ruins, Alice held a steel bar she had picked up, stabbing a mutated cockroach that emerged from the ground. The mutated cockroaches were about the size of a calf. Although they were not strong individually, they often appeared in swarms, becoming a major threat to various shelters. For survivors wandering in the wasteland, They were creatures to be feared. However, in Alice's hands, these mutated cockroaches were just experience points waiting to be collected. Alice pierced another mutated cockroach and shook her head with a sigh. The area around the shelter was indeed filled with weak, mutated creatures, confirming the administrators thought that there was no need for two people to act. Just then, Alice suddenly saw something shiny emerging from the hole where the mutated cockroaches came out, catching her eye. What is this? Alice raised her eyebrows and unceremoniously crawled into the hole. Inside the hole, there were actually a large number of resources. There were neatly stacked canned goods, whole barrels of bottled water, and even a small stack of cash and a ready-to-use handcart. At this moment, the tin cans were reflecting sunlight, deeply capturing Alice's attention. Alice discovered a hidden resource point. Alice collected 10 cans of luncheon meat. Alice collected 10 barrels of mineral water. Alice collected 1,000 wasteland coins. In the shelter's hall, Suleiman was stunned into silence. What? Surviving in the wasteland doesn't seem that difficult after all. He stared at the rapidly increasing experience points and the resources Alice had collected, his eyes wide open. The protagonist of Resident Evil is really this strong? No wonder she is a virus carrier. In just half an hour, Suleiman had already gained 23 experience points, even though he hadn't lifted a finger. As the shelter manager, he could enjoy the benefits from the residents of the shelter. As long as the residents gained experience points, he could take a percentage as a cut. This is the power of a manager. Chapter 4. The use of bottled water an hour later. Suleiman's eyes hurt from peeking at the screen. Just when he was feeling bored, he suddenly heard a knocking at the door. Alice was back. Suleiman quickly opened the shelter door and indeed saw Alice pushing the handcart. Manager, we have food now. Alice's face was filled with joy as she proudly dragged the cart in front of Suleiman. Suleiman didn't focus on the resources on the cart, but immediately looked at Alice's personal attributes. Sure enough, Alice had also entered a radiation state. Radiation state. Description: the surface of the wasteland is filled with nuclear radiation, solar radiation, and various harmful radiations. Once the human body is exposed to harmful radiation, it will enter a radiation state. The longer the exposure time on the surface of the wasteland, the more radiation one will endure. The radiation state can cause coughing up blood, weakness, and other sequelae, permanently reducing maximum health. If the radiation level reaches 100, the character dies. Current radiation level: 1, character's maximum health reduced by 1. Fortunately, Alice's radiation level is only 1%. So far, there are no signs of any sequelae. Suleiman breathed a sigh of relief and quickly praised her. Well done. Alice smiled generously. Outside the shelter, within a 1-kilometer radius, there are only low-level mutated beasts, which are not a significant threat. Low-level mutated beasts? Suleiman frowned. As a quasi-level extraordinary, Alice naturally considers those quasi-level mutated beasts outside the shelter to be low-level creatures. But it should be noted that many shelter managers have already lost their lives to low-level creatures. One must not be careless just because the mutated beasts are low-level. After all, the newly arrived managers are at an even lower level. Suleiman then asked, "Have you noticed the geographical environment around here besides the mutated beasts?" "I have," Alice said, pushing the cart into the shelter and closing the door behind her. Before the apocalypse, the area outside the shelter was likely a large city park. Therefore, besides the vast expanse of yellow sand, there are also large areas of forest. Further away, there are the ruins of a city built from steel and concrete. Many of those ruins are submerged in yellow sand, and I didn't explore deeply. However, I did find signs of human activity in the city park. Signs of human activity? Suleiman's pupils contracted as he thought to himself that this was not good. During the broadcast, it was confirmed that there was no one within a 1-kilometer radius. But why did Alice say there were signs of human activity? He immediately asked, "How far did you go after leaving the shelter?" Alice pulled the cart near the broadcasting equipment while unloading and said, "After I went out, I walked in the direction of the gate for about 5 or 6 kilometers. On an island in the middle of a lake 5 kilometers away, I found signs of human activity and discovered a hidden supply point, which is how I collected the supplies. Fortunately, 5 kilometers. Suleiman sighed in relief. 5 kilometers is enough for a normal person to walk for an hour, especially in such a harsh wasteland environment. The probability of survivors from 5 kilometers away finding the shelter is very low. But no matter what, we must seize every moment to strengthen the shelter's capabilities." Suleiman said to Alice, "In the future, avoid that direction when going out. We must prepare more supplies before the beast tide arrives and not let things get complicated." As he spoke, he directed Alice to unload the supplies from the cart and place them in a corner near the broadcasting equipment. 10 cans of luncheon meat would be enough for the two of them to eat for 4 to 5 days. 10 barrels of mineral water, each containing 19 liters, could last for 40 to 50 days, based on a calculation of 2 liters per person per day. In reality, according to Suleiman's habit, consuming 500 milliliters of water a day is already considered a lot. As for the 1,000 wasteland currency that Alice obtained, it is not only the circulating currency in the wasteland world, but also essential for unlocking the broadcasting system, which cannot be taken lightly. Suleiman stepped back 2 paces, intending to put the wasteland currency into his pocket. However, for some reason, during his movement, he accidentally pressed a small switch on the wall. Ding! You have pressed the elevator switch to the underground level. Do you want to spend 10,000 wasteland currency to unlock the underground level of the shelter? Yes. No. The underground level? Suleiman quickly turned around and indeed found a tiny red dot on the wall. The wall with the red dot is exactly opposite the shelter's main entrance. This means that the shelter can indeed unlock an underground level. However, unlocking the underground level requires 10,000 wasteland currency, which is comparable to the cost of activating the broadcasting system. Is it really necessary to unlock the underground level? Suleiman weighed in his mind. Alice only found 1,000 wasteland currency on her outing, and that was due to luck in finding a supply point. It would take a long time to gather 10,000 wasteland currency. If spent on the broadcasting system, it could also add a population to the shelter. But if spent on unlocking the underground level, in the short term, it would slow down the shelter's development speed. He looked again at the container-sized entrance of the shelter and estimated that it could still accommodate 2 or 3 more people. However, the system seemed to sense Suleiman's concerns and prompted him again. Each level of the shelter has 9 rooms, and each room contains a treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest will yield random rewards. Treasure chests. Rewards. And there are 9 rooms available for activities. Suleiman was instantly captivated. In that case, it seems necessary to unlock the underground level of the shelter first. He looked at the trading space. The shelter currently has only 1,000 wasteland currency. Where would he find the remaining 9,000? Suddenly, Suleiman's attention was caught by a purchase request in the regional channel. I just crossed over without eating enough. Please. Great lords, spare some food. Same here. I was starving all day yesterday, and there is nothing to eat in the shelter. Buying. Please. I need a bottle of mineral water. I'm about to die of thirst. I want to drink water too, what? Suddenly, Suleiman woke up. The shelter has 10 barrels of bottled water, and 2 people can't consume that much in a short time. They could definitely trade the bottled water for money. Suleiman's eyes sparkled as he thought of other shelter managers. Each shelter manager, upon taking over a shelter, receives 100 wasteland currency from the system. He has already used that to recruit Alice. But he is the only one with an advantage, aside from a few daring brutes. Many managers are huddled in their shelters without going out. These managers have no food and no water. They won't last long. If he puts the bottled water up for sale in the trading space, it will definitely be in high demand. Chapter 5. The second utilization of mutated beast corpses, he decided to act. Suleiman put a barrel of bottled water up for sale in the trading space. Then, he set the price at 100 wasteland currency. A lonely barrel of bottled water stood out in the trading space. However, before Suleiman could react, the only barrel of water was immediately bought. At the same time, the fleeting information about the bottled water caused a stir in the regional channel. Did I just see that wrong? Someone is selling something in the trading space. I saw it too. I thought it was the system. How could there be someone selling things so soon after crossing over? You're not mistaken. I saw it too. It seems to be bottled water, but I'm definitely feeling thirsty. I don't know if everyone noticed, but there is no food or water in the shelter. We can't survive long hiding in the shelter. Oh no. Did I just miss out on a fortune? Instantly, the regional channel erupted. The managers who came back to their senses regretted it deeply. On the other side, Suleiman looked at the wasteland currency that suddenly appeared in his hand and was also startled. He was just trying it out with a price of 100 wasteland currency per barrel of water. He didn't expect that someone would actually be willing to buy it. Moreover, judging by the discussions in the regional channel, the market response was quite good. Suleiman began to think about raising the price. However, each shelter manager initially only has 100 wasteland currency. If the price exceeds 100, very few people will be able to afford it. But how will he know if he doesn't try? Suleiman lifted another barrel of water and placed it in the trading space. This time, he set the price at 150 wasteland coins. Immediately, Someone spoke in the regional channel. Sure enough, someone is selling water. And the price is so high. I just checked, it's a guy named Suleiman. A profiteer. He's simply a profiteer. Just a moment ago, a barrel of water was only 100 wasteland coins, and now it's 150. This is outright robbery. I suggest everyone not to buy. Let the profiteer suffer losses. Yes, everyone should not buy, and when more people sell water, the price will come down. Suleiman ignored those discordant voices, because the barrel of water hanging in the trading space was already bought again. Looking at the wasteland coins in his hand, Suleiman was overjoyed. 150 wasteland coins for a barrel of water has already exceeded most people's purchasing power. However, there are always some managers who have experienced fortuitous events and can afford this amount. You have to know that nowadays. Bottled water is something that is priceless in the market. As long as someone is willing to buy, there will never be a worry about sales. After all, for a large number of shelter managers, a few barrels of bottled water are scarce resources. Thinking of this, Suleiman decisively listed the third barrel of bottled water. This time, he set the price directly at 300 wasteland coins. For shelter managers with only 100 starting funds, 300 wasteland coins is already an astronomical price. Many people began to curse in the regional channel, demanding Suleiman to come out and explain. Some even shouted that they would give Suleiman a lesson. Suleiman didn't even glance at the group messages, because in less than a minute, the barrel of water priced at 300 wasteland coins was bought again. It seems that the market potential for bottled water is huge. Suleiman grinned. Manager, what are you laughing at? Alice was startled by Suleiman's silly grin and stopped moving. Wait. I clearly pushed back 10 barrels of water. Why are there only 7 left? Alice stared wide-eyed at Suleiman and the stack of wasteland coins that had suddenly appeared in his hand. Ahem. Suleiman felt very uncomfortable under her gaze, his old face turning red, and he coughed twice. He quickly explained, our shelter must have enough wasteland coins to unlock the underground level. I just exchanged 3 barrels of bottled water with other shelter managers for 550 wasteland coins. Exchanging bottled water for money. Alice frowned. Using the special contact method between shelter managers? Suleiman nodded. It seemed the system had already implanted relevant settings in Alice's mind. This saved him a lot of trouble. No need to think about how to explain to Alice why the bottled water suddenly disappeared while the wasteland coins suddenly appeared. Yes, I used the special contact method between shelter managers. These barrels of water are very popular among other managers. Suleiman was preparing to list the 4th barrel of water. At this moment, Alice stood up and reached out to stop him. Manager, selling 3 barrels of water is enough. Bottled water is the most precious resource in the wasteland, and selling it for money is not worth it. Alice looked at Suleiman as if she were looking at her foolish son, not understanding his intentions at all. Suleiman paused his movements and explained, Alice, this place is not like Resident Evil. Although this is the wasteland, there is civilization and order, and wasteland coins are also very important resources. We can completely exchange excess bottled water for wasteland coins. Then use the wasteland coins we obtain to buy other things or upgrade the shelter. Wasteland coins can also upgrade the shelter? Alice was surprised, not believing it at all. Yes. Suleiman nodded firmly and said, only by saving up 10,000 wasteland coins can we access the underground level of the shelter. Oh, Alice shook her head, but unfortunately, I found several bundles of wasteland coins in the supply point, thinking they were useless, so I only grabbed a handful. What? Several bundles of wasteland coins? Suleiman clutched his chest. Why didn't you say it earlier? He thought those managers in the regional channel who missed the bottled water and jumped out to shout were clowns. But unexpectedly, the clown was himself. In an instant, Suleiman felt like he had missed out on millions and almost couldn't catch his breath. I didn't know wasteland coins were so useful. Alice shrugged innocently. Changing the topic, but our drinking water is also running low. Suleiman looked at the 7 barrels of bottled water on the ground and fell into deep thought. Indeed, there isn't much food and drinking water in the shelter right now. If he continues to sell, it might not meet the shelter's own needs. However, if he doesn't sell the bottled water, there will be no wasteland coins. Without wasteland coins, there's no way to unlock the underground level of the shelter. And there's no way to start the broadcasting system to recruit personnel. This is a vicious cycle. In a moment of realization, Suleiman had a flash of inspiration. Got it, he suddenly thought. There are many mutated beast corpses outside the shelter. These corpses can also satisfy hunger and thirst. Chapter 6, Profiteer. Suleiman immediately jumped up and opened the shelter door. What are you doing? Alice looked at Suleiman with a puzzled expression. Sunlight poured in, illuminating Alice's face, showing her well-defined features. Her emerald-like eyes complemented her tall figure in a red dress. Anyone who looked would want to. Ahem. Suleiman was focused and explained, "There are many mutated beast corpses outside the shelter. We can't waste them." Mutated beast corpses? Alice raised her finely arched eyebrows, looking at Suleiman in confusion. "Manager, even if we are short on supplies, we can't think about the mutated beast corpses. These mutated beasts have been exposed to radiation for a long time. Their flesh has already mutated and is inedible. Of course, I know we can't eat them." Suleiman smiled. "We want to eat them, but we can give them to others." He kept moving, driven by money, and stepped out of the shelter. Ouch! It's so hot. Suddenly, Suleiman quickly withdrew. Just at that moment, he was exposed to the sunlight for just 1 second and immediately felt like boiling water was poured over his head, making him shiver. Suleiman retreated back into the shelter, looking at his hand. His palms, arms, and other exposed skin had already turned red. The accompanying stinging sensation almost made him scream. This sun is just too strong. Suleiman knew that the radiation outside the shelter was very severe, but he didn't expect it to be this serious. Just the high-temperature radiation from the sun made his skin flush. Moreover, he had only stayed under the sun for an instant. He wondered how those managers who went outside managed it. Suleiman privately marveled and admired them. However, he didn't agree at all. As a shelter manager, shouldn't he have someone under him? Why go out himself? Thinking of this, he took a step back and pointed to the mutated beast corpses not far away, commanding, "Alice, you first drag those corpses in. I need to quickly exchange them for wasteland coins." Alice stopped her movements and looked at Suleiman with a face full of resentment. "Manager, there are still 2 barrels of water on the cart that haven't been unloaded." Suleiman shook his head, never thinking of doing it himself. There's no rush to use the cart now. Dragging the corpses in and unloading them later is fine. All right. Alice shrugged, dropped the bottled water in her hands, and quickly dragged the corpses at the entrance of the shelter inside. In a moment, the strong smell of blood immediately filled the entire shelter hall. Suleiman frowned and glanced at Alice. "You have great strength. Tear off the decent parts from these corpses, and we'll sell them directly." "Okay." Alice complied and grabbed the body of a mutated beast and began to tear it apart. In Alice's hands, the corpse of the mutated beast was as easy to tear apart as paper. Suleiman couldn't help but imagine himself in that position. Just thinking about it was a bit painful. Alice instantly ripped off a fresh thigh from the corpse of the mutated dog. Blood splattered everywhere. Suleiman reached out to take the bloody thigh and directly put it into the trading space. This time, he whimsically shouted in the regional channel, "Freshly made mutated beast meat. Priced at 20 per pound, limited quantity, once sold out, it's gone." Immediately, the regional channel went crazy. "What? I haven't even stepped out. And the boss is already making money?" Cute girl seeking a partner, well-shaped, can be cute or noble. Always the first productive force. Everyone, don't buy from this shady merchant. The price is simply outrageous. Exactly, selling inferior goods at high prices. This is completely exploitation, trampling on our dignity. I have to say, I wonder if eating mutated beast meat will lead to poisoning? There's a high chance of becoming a radiation source. After setting the price per pound, the system automatically gave the price for the entire thigh. Instantly, the mutated beast leg in Suleiman's hand disappeared. At the same time, a product interface featuring the mutated beast leg appeared in the trading space. A beast leg weighed 30 pounds, valued at 600 wasteland coins. This was still the hind leg of a mutated dog, heavier than many hind legs of pigs on Blue Star. Not long after, the mutated beast leg listed in the trading space was snatched up. Suleiman's hands once again gained 600 wasteland coins. He nodded in satisfaction. He quickly took the mutated beast meat handed to him by Alice and listed it one by one in the trading space. For a moment, the regional channel erupted in curses. Good heavens, there are actually people without shame selling the corpses of mutated beasts for money? Damn, this isn't selling food, it's selling poison. What about the guy who just bought the mutated beast meat? Step up and give us a word. Exactly, come out quickly. Amidst the crowd's calls, Zhou Yu, the manager who bought the first portion of mutated beast meat, stepped forward. "I just ate a raw bite. The mutated beast meat is edible and tastes pretty good. As for the side effects, so far it's just a bit of discomfort in my stomach." Hearing Zhou Yu's words, many shelter managers' eyes lit up. "Damn it, I don't care. Boss, if you have more, I'll buy all of it for 1,000,000. It's not enough. This little joy bean won't last long. Does anyone have the floor plan of the boss's shelter? I want to see where I can tie myself up." Seeing the regional channel gradually going off topic at this moment, a guy named Lin Tian bluntly said, "Eating this stuff can kill people." Solomon remembered that this Lin Tian was the one who had broadcasted about a troop of soldiers and had already unlocked the underground layer of the shelter. Food safety cannot be taken lightly. We should strongly condemn shady merchants. Exactly, condemn them. Even if it's edible and non-toxic meat, it shouldn't be sold at such a high price. I suggest everyone unite and not buy anything from shady merchants. In the regional channel, aside from a few outliers, everyone was saying Solomon was a shady merchant, specifically selling mutated meat at high prices. Solomon just smiled. When people are extremely hungry, they will eat anything, even dirt, let alone mutated beast meat. Besides, where can you buy thigh meat for $20 a pound? This price is already quite reasonable. Cursing aside, the mutated beast meat Solomon listed was being sold out at an observable speed. Not only that, but the 5 corpses of mutated beasts outside the shelter were also dismembered and listed, yet they still couldn't meet market demand. From the 5 mutated beasts, the sold portions totaled over 1,200 pounds, allowing Solomon to directly earn 25,000 wasteland coins. Looking at the stacks of wasteland coins in his hands, a strange smile appeared on his face. He just loved seeing the way the chives hesitated yet were eager. So fragrant. Chapter 7. Underground layer. After selling the mutated beast meat, Solomon made a hefty profit. His current wasteland coins reached 26,550. Enough to unlock the underground layer of the shelter. Let me see what the underground layer is like. Solomon pressed the elevator button behind him, and a prompt popped up in his mind. Ding. You pressed the switch to the underground layer elevator. Do you want to spend 10,000 wasteland coins to unlock the underground layer of the shelter? Yes. No, yes. Solomon made his choice without hesitation. He hadn't forgotten that every room in the underground layer hid treasure chests. Lin Tian, who had recruited a troop, had already unlocked the underground layer, and he couldn't fall behind. Ding. Congratulations, you have unlocked the underground layer and obtained blueprints for the power distribution room, luxury presidential suite, modern-style 2-bedroom suite, and a simple 3-bedroom apartment. As Solomon made his choice, the elevator door opened with a swish, and several blueprints appeared in his panel. He quickly looked over. Power distribution room. Description: a room that produces electricity, generating 50 power per hour, with a capacity of 500 power. Construction price: 10,000 wasteland coins. Construction requirement: 1 empty room. Workforce: 12 people. Luxury presidential suite. Description: a luxurious presidential suite for shelter residents. Construction price: 100,000 wasteland coins. Construction requirement: 1 empty room. Accommodation capacity: 12 people. Modern 2-bedroom suite. Description: a modern-style 2-bedroom apartment. Construction price: 50,000 wasteland coins. Construction requirement: 1 empty room. Accommodation capacity: 14 people. Simple 3-bedroom apartment. Description: a simple 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartment. Construction price: 5,000 wasteland coins. Construction requirement: 1 empty room. Accommodation capacity: 16 people. Note: blueprints can be used in empty rooms. Seeing the prices of the blueprints, Solomon shivered. The presidential suite occupying 1 room actually costs 100,000 wasteland coins? That is too extravagant. He quickly shook his head and closed the panel. Now is not the time to indulge in luxury. Let's go. We should check out the underground layer. Solomon called Alice to enter the elevator and pressed the button for the underground layer. Underground layer? Alice raised an eyebrow. Solomon had mentioned from the beginning that the shelter city had an underground level, so Alice didn't find it strange. The elevator door closed, and when it opened again, they had already arrived at the underground layer. The underground layer was dimly lit. Solomon stepped out of the elevator with Alice, using the elevator's light to survey the environment of the underground layer. Connecting to the elevator was a long corridor. The right side of the corridor was filled with rooms. Solomon counted exactly 9. Each room had a door plate, numbered from 1 to 9. Of course, Solomon only saw the door plate for room 1. The others were based on his speculation. At this moment, the elevator door slowly closed, and the light grew dimmer. Only a poor-quality incandescent bulb illuminated the corridor. However, the corridor stretched for 100 meters, and the incandescent bulb was installed on the ceiling outside the 5th room, 50 meters away from the elevator entrance. The incandescent light from the bulb barely illuminated anything. Sule was getting anxious. Without light, how could they explore the lower level? He immediately gave Alice a signal. Alice quickly turned back and pressed the elevator button on the wall. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened, letting in light once again. However, Sule couldn't feel any joy. The corridor was still too dark. They needed to unlock a room first and secure their footing. He looked at Alice and said after a moment's thought, "You keep holding the elevator. I'll go check room 1. Okay." Alice nodded obediently, pressing her hand against the elevator and turning slightly to let as much light in as possible into the corridor. Using the faint light, Sule cautiously walked towards the door of room 1, which was about 5 meters away. As soon as he took the first step, he regretted it. This kind of risky exploration shouldn't be done alone. He should have handed it over to Alice. He turned around, intending to delegate the task of leaving the light source to Alice. But then he shook his head. Forget it. This time, let us show the excellent quality of a great manager who dares to lead the way. Next time, the task of detecting dangers must be left to subordinates. Sule quickly reached the doorway of room 1. Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, he suddenly heard a thud. Huh, what was that sound? Was it just his imagination? Sule furrowed his brows and stood still to listen closely. Thud. A faint sound came from inside room 1. This made him realize that things were not simple. The door to room 1 looked just like the bedroom door, with a lock and a key inserted in it. It seemed that the door was locked from the inside. So, Sule mustered his courage and pressed his ear against the door. Suddenly, the door shook violently. Sule quickly stepped back. He sensed that there was someone behind the door. No, it might not be a person. Sule pressed his ear against the door of room 1 again. This time, he heard hostile growls and roars coming from within. There was a mutated beast locked inside room 1. Alice, there's a mutated beast behind the door. Sule shouted frantically, grabbing Alice's attention. Alice, not bothering to press the elevator button anymore, ran over to Sule. I'm coming, manager. Alice's expression was tense, and her worry for Sule almost spilled over the screen. But just at that moment, the elevator doors began to close slowly. The surroundings became dim. Sule felt a sense of alertness and hurriedly shouted, "Don't panic. Hold the elevator." Without waiting for Alice to respond, he rushed forward and held the elevator door. The elevator door detected the obstruction and slowly opened again. The area brightened up once more. At that moment, Sule and Alice switched positions. He stood at the elevator entrance while Alice approached the door of room 1. Sule was at a loss for words. He wanted to say, this wasn't intentional. But since Alice was already at the door of room 1, let her handle the danger detection. Sule held the elevator and coughed, saying, Alice, I'll hold the elevator. You take care of the mutated beast in room 1. Okay, leave it to me, manager. Alice nodded obediently. Sule stared intently ahead, fearing he might miss something. Alice, holding her gun in her right hand, used her left hand to gently turn the key in the lock of room 1. Chapter 8. Room 1. Click, click, click. The long-neglected door lock began to turn, sounding particularly harsh in the confined underground level. Clunk. The lock turned all the way, and the bolt completely retracted. Under Sule's watch, Alice held the key and pushed open the door to room 1. Roar. A loud roar came from inside room 1. Along with it, other rooms began to make inexplicable noises. This indicated that there were mutated beasts in all the other 8 rooms as well. Sule couldn't help but gasp. Luckily, the doors were locked from the inside. If the mutated beasts all rushed out at once, it would be a huge problem. He shifted his gaze back to room 1. At this moment, the door to room 1 was wide open, but inside was extremely dim, making it impossible to see anything. Moreover, after the door opened, the roars of the mutated beasts suddenly vanished. It seemed that the mutated beast had hidden in the darkness, ready to launch a lethal attack at any moment. Sule didn't know what level of mutated beast was behind the door, so he kept holding the elevator tightly, fearing the loss of light. Although he appeared nervous, he wasn't actually panicking. Alice was a quasi-level extraordinary being. If she couldn't handle the mutated beasts in the underground level, how could they unlock the second and third underground levels? However, the dim lighting was indeed quite bothersome. Could they see what was inside room 1? Sule broke the silence and asked, "Can you see anything?" "I can't see, but I can feel it," Alice said confidently, aiming her gun at the shadowy corner where the 2 walls met the ceiling. There, a somewhat deep shadow lurked, seemingly waiting for Alice to enter before launching a deadly strike. However, Alice gave the shadow no chance at all and decisively fired her gun. Bang! A flash of fire erupted. Sule's eyelids twitched, fearing that Alice might miss and hit the wall. After all, repairing walls costs money. However, Sule's worries were unnecessary. A thud resounded as a large shadow fell from the corner. The mutated beast hiding in the corner didn't even have a chance to cry out before meeting its demise. You have gained 1 experience point for Alice killing a quasi-level mutated spider. Sule couldn't help but be taken aback. Was that it? After all that roaring in room 1, he thought they would encounter some formidable creature, but it turned out to be just a quasi-level mutated beast? He mentally typed several question marks. If he had known, he would have let Alice rush in and finish the battle in 3 seconds. Alice, turn on the lights. Sule released his grip on the elevator and walked towards room 1. Okay, manager. Alice felt around on the wall of room 1 and turned on the lights, finally brightening the area. Sule entered room 1 and saw the massive corpse of the mutated spider. The body of the mutated spider was the size of an old-fashioned CRT monitor, with its 6 legs stretching 2 to 3 meters long. A large bullet hole was marked on the spider's head. Sule knocked on the body of the mutated spider, producing a hard sound that felt very solid. Pretty tough, he exclaimed in surprise. Compared to an ordinary person's body, quasi-level mutated beasts were indeed very hard, but they couldn't withstand gunfire. Alice explained, then asked, "What should we do with this corpse? Should we throw it outside the shelter?" Sule smacked his lips. Unfortunately, there wasn't much meat on the mutated spider, and it wouldn't sell for much. However, throwing it outside would attract more mutated beasts, so it was better to put it in the trading space. Sule habitually placed the corpse of the mutated spider into the trading space, marking it down by 9. He didn't expect anyone to buy it. He just wanted to avoid it rotting inside the shelter. After dealing with the mutated spider's corpse, Sule shifted his gaze to the interior of room 1. Room 1 measured 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. The area is 100 square meters, and it is perfectly square. The door is located in the upper left corner, connecting to the corridor on the underground level. He took a careful look. Room 1 has a large chandelier embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the entire room. Although it is not as bright as the entrance of the shelter, it is much better than the corridor on the underground level. Besides the chandelier, there is also a small box placed in the center of room 1. It is the treasure chest mentioned in the system prompt. Suleiman quickly ran over and picked up the treasure chest. Ding detected a treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Yes. No, yes. Suleiman immediately responded. With a flash of light, the treasure chest in his hand disappeared. Immediately afterward, a prompt appeared in front of Suleiman again. Ding. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 5 healing needles and 3 radiation antidotes. Looking at the healing needles and radiation antidotes that had suddenly appeared in his hand, Suleiman was overjoyed. These 2 items are essential for survival in the wasteland. Healing needle. Description: an injection that can cure most ailments. After building the medical facility, a medical room can mass-produce healing needles. The healing needle looks like a syringe, but according to the system's description, Suleiman realized how precious healing needles are in the wasteland. Just imagine, an enemy who has been severely injured suddenly pulls out a healing needle and becomes vigorous the next second. What a chilling scene that would be. He didn't know how to obtain the blueprints for the medical room or how high the production rate of healing needles would be. Suleiman thought about this and looked at the radiation antidote. Radiation antidote. Description: an excellent injection against wasteland radiation, reduces radiation by 30 after use. After building the medical facility, a medical laboratory can mass-produce radiation antidotes. The radiation antidote looks similar to the healing needle. It is also a syringe, but the color of the liquid inside is different. Upon obtaining the radiation antidote, Suleiman immediately wanted to give Alice an injection. Alice had accumulated a radiation level of 1 after going out. This means that after suffering from radiation, Alice's maximum health has become 99 instead of 100. If the radiation level is left unchecked, Alice will always be in a state of discomfort. 1 radiation antidote can reduce the radiation level by 30. He wondered if it would be effective on characters from other worlds. Suleiman quickly handed Alice a radiation antidote. Injecting this will eliminate your radiation status. Radiation status? What is that? Alice raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and then said, I did feel a bit uncomfortable when I came back, but I'm fine now. What? Suleiman's eyes widened. He immediately checked Alice's panel. Sure enough, the radiation status had disappeared. What is going on? Suleiman was completely baffled. Chapter 9. Oh no. The shelter is going to lose power. In an instant, Suleiman thought of Alice's ability to heal quickly. Unexpectedly, rapid healing can even recover from radiation status. He was pleasantly surprised and fully realized Alice's strength. On Alice's panel, the words rapid healing were so prominent. Suleiman immediately asked, when did you start feeling better? Alice thought for a moment and said, I still felt a bit unwell before entering room 1, but after killing the mutated spider, I felt fine. It has been almost an hour. Suleiman thought carefully. From the time Alice entered the shelter until she killed the mutated spider, nearly an hour had passed. This means that within an hour, Alice's rapid healing had allowed her to recover from 1 radiation level. In the future, as long as he carefully arranges Alice's outing time, radiation status will not be a problem for Alice at all. Although he couldn't verify whether the radiation antidote was effective on characters from other worlds, Suleiman was still very happy. Because Alice saved him a significant expense, the radiation antidotes in his hand could be temporarily saved. However, just as Suleiman was secretly rejoicing, he noticed that the power reserves of the shelter were plummeting. This made him clench his little toe. After unlocking room 1, the shelter's power consumption had skyrocketed to 12 per hour. This means that relying solely on the solar panels in the entrance could not supply such a large consumption. Now the shelter would lose 2 power per hour. However, the shelter only had 1 battery with a capacity of 50. At most, it could only support for 25 hours. Just as Suleiman was feeling anxious, he watched helplessly as the solar panel, which originally provided 10 power per hour, was now only providing 5 power. What on earth is going on? Suleiman's heart tightened, suddenly realizing that it was about to get dark. Without sunlight at night, it meant that the solar panels could not provide power, and the shelter's power consumption was as high as 12 per hour. As it got darker, the solar panels would eventually stop supplying power. This meant that, based on the actual situation, the remaining power of the shelter would not last more than 5 hours. Indeed, reality is always harsh. The impending power crisis hit Suleiman like a bolt from the blue, directly shattering his joyful mood. No power means no light. At the same time, the shelter's elevator would also be unusable. The main door would not open. He and Alice would only be able to move around in the dark inside the shelter. He had to think of a way. Suleiman's eyes turned, considering other administrators. Every shelter starts with a battery with a capacity of 50. He wondered if anyone would be willing to sell theirs. But then he thought again. The shelter information showed that the batteries and solar panels were both on the rooftop of the shelter entrance. Administrators capable of going to the rooftop to get batteries would definitely not use them for selling. Now it seemed there was only one method left. Suleiman turned his attention to the blueprint he had obtained. Power supply facility, distribution room. The distribution room could produce 50 power per hour. As long as he painfully spent 10,000 wasteland coins to build the distribution room, he could solve the power crisis. Thinking of this, Suleiman gritted his teeth and instructed Alice. Alice, I plan to build room 1 into a distribution room. You wait in the corridor for a moment. Alice frowned, slightly confused. Build room 1 into a distribution room? Use the special abilities of the shelter administrator? Yes. Suleiman nodded. During the construction process, room 1 would undergo significant changes. If you stay inside room 1, it could pose some unnecessary dangers. As soon as Suleiman finished speaking, Alice obediently nodded, exited room 1, and kindly closed the door. Now, in room 1, only Suleiman remained. He immediately gave the order to build room 1 into a distribution room. Instantly, 10,000 wasteland coins were deducted from Suleiman's account, and the blueprint, power supply facility, distribution room disappeared. The room began to change. The originally gray floor was covered with a layer of light-colored tiles. On both sides of the room, cabinet-like distribution facilities appeared, looking like metal storage cabinets, but the cabinet doors were covered with various switches. Cables ran horizontally and vertically along the ceiling, with thick cables penetrating the roof, seemingly connected to the solar panels in the entrance. Ding! The distribution room has been completed and is ready for use. Instantly, the entire distribution room became bright. Suleiman looked up and saw that every meter on the ceiling was equipped with an electric bar, illuminating the whole room brightly and transparently. The sudden light made him feel great, and he couldn't help but turn around to call Alice in. But as soon as he turned around, Suleiman discovered that the door to room 1 had also undergone significant changes. The originally ordinary door to room 1 had been upgraded to a Class A fire door. The hard iron door even had 2 observation windows. People in the corridor could see the scene inside the distribution room through the observation windows. On the left side of the door, a bulletin board appeared on the wall, filled with the work guidelines for the distribution room. Next to the bulletin board, there was also an electronic screen. The screen displayed information about the current status of the distribution room, the number of workers, and so on. Power supply facility distribution room. Basic output, 50 power per hour. Current output, 0 power per hour. Power storage, 301050. This item refers to the overall power storage of the shelter. Power consumption, 22 power per hour. This item refers to the overall power consumption of the shelter. Staff, none. At least one staff member is required to start work. Wait a minute. The current output is 0? At least one staff member is required to start work? Several big question marks popped up in Suleiman's mind. There were only him and Alice in the shelter at the moment. The implication of the distribution room was that it required him to work. No way. It's impossible for the dignified shelter manager to work in the distribution room. Forget it. Let Alice handle it first. Suleiman pushed open the door to the distribution room and looked at Alice, who was eagerly waiting at the entrance. Ahem. He pretended to cough. Alice, the shelter is about to run out of power, so please follow the work guidelines to get the distribution room up and running. Alice raised her eyebrows, peered into the distribution room, and uncertainly pointed at herself. Me? Yes, it's you. But I've never operated this equipment before. No worries. Suleiman pointed at the bulletin board on the wall and comforted her. The tasks are already written in the work guidelines. You just need to follow them. Chapter 10. Healing Needle. All right. Alice agreed, diving into the distribution room to study the work guidelines. In no time, the distribution room began to operate. The information on the electronic screen in the room also changed. Suleiman quickly looked over. Power supply facility distribution room. Basic output, 50 power per hour. Current output, 75 power per hour. Power storage, 301,050. Power consumption, 22 power per hour. Staff, Alice, 100. The number in parentheses indicates the current work efficiency of the person. It seems Alice is quite happy. And the output of the distribution room has increased by half. He stood at the door feeling pleased, but then the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. This isn't a sustainable solution. He frowned, realizing he couldn't rely on Alice for everything. He must recruit another person. With that thought in mind, Suleiman immediately rushed to the shelter's hall. He needed to broadcast again to recruit another staff member. Although this would increase the burden on the shelter's food and water supply, more hands would make for greater productivity. Moreover, Suleiman believed that those recruited through the broadcast would certainly not be ordinary people. They might even lead the shelter to prosperity. Ding! The elevator door opened, and Suleiman returned to the hall, heading straight for the broadcasting equipment, pressing the switch without hesitation. However, the broadcasting equipment showed no response. Wait a minute. How many wasteland coins are needed to activate the broadcast? 100? No, that's the initial activation discount. The second activation costs 10,000 wasteland coins. Suleiman's heart began to bleed. After building the distribution room, he only had a little over 7,000 wasteland coins left. The mutated beast meat had already been sold out. The mutated spider corpses listed for sale had brought in 1,000 wasteland coins. Where could he find more than 2,000 wasteland coins? Was he really going to have to scavenge for garbage outside the shelter? Through the crack in the shelter's door, Suleiman clearly saw that it was already evening outside. The sky was gradually darkening, and the sun's radiation had decreased significantly. This reignited his desire to go outside. However, the howls of mutated beasts echoing outside made Suleiman instantly alert. No way. It's too dangerous to go out alone. Once it's late at night and the distribution room has stored more power, he would take Alice out together. Since he couldn't go out now, the only way left was to earn wasteland coins by selling items. With that in mind, Suleiman began to look for anything he could sell in the shelter. Food and water were out of the question. 7 barrels of water and 10 cans wouldn't sell for much. Better to keep them for personal use. It seemed he could only consider the healing needles and anti-radiation medication. Suleiman looked at the 5 healing needles and 3 anti-radiation medications he had obtained. As if having made a resolution, he pulled up the regional channel and began editing a message. Selling 1 healing needle, 1 injection can restore health. 1 injection can prolong life. As long as you're not dead, 1 injection can keep you lively. Selling price, 10,000 wasteland coins. Only 1 available. First come, first served. In his imagination, the scene of a rush from a crowd did not materialize. Instead, many people in the regional channel began to curse. Scammer! How dare you sell things here? Get lost, damn scammer, don't block my view. The mutated beast meat sold by the scammer is highly toxic, and it has already killed 2 of my residents. Damn healing needles that cure all diseases. Do you think it's a magic elixir? Everyone, don't buy anything from the scammer. Let all his goods rot in his hands. As far as I know, only longevity ointment can cure all diseases. Could the scammer have found a way? Meanwhile, in Shelter 4297, Manager Lin Tian also saw the message sent by Suleiman. He was the lucky manager who had recently received a broadcast with a group of 1,000 soldiers. The 1,000 soldiers had brought various supplies and a large amount of wasteland coins. Although the soldiers had low loyalty and ignored him, only a guy called the captain was polite. But Lin Tian didn't care. With these soldiers, he unlocked the first underground level and even built his own presidential suite. Healing needles? Is there really such a miraculous thing? Lin Tian didn't believe it and was about to curse the scammer, intending to awaken the ignorant masses with words. But then he heard a series of knocks at the door. It was almost dark. Who would come at this time? Lin Tian pressed a switch on the headboard, and the door opened with a click. A neatly dressed soldier walked in. Manager, the second underground level of the shelter has been fully unlocked and can now be constructed and the next level unlocked. Oh, so fast. Lin Tian quickly got up from the sofa and, following the soldier's guidance, entered the second underground level of the shelter, where he met Captain Li Mao. Manager, Captain Li. The two greeted each other, and Lin Tian took the sketch Li Mao handed over, which clearly indicated what facilities should be built in the 9 rooms of the second underground level. Manager, the wasteland coins are ready. You just need to follow the drawings we planned for construction. Sounds good. Lin Tian took the wasteland coins and began construction room by room while shouting in the regional channel, "Brothers, you must work hard. I have unlocked the entire second underground level. Goodness, our shelter is unlocking the underground levels, and this big shot is unlocking an underground city." Suddenly, Lin Tian recalled the healing needle that Su Laimeng mentioned and quickly asked, "Captain Li, do you know about the healing needle?" "Healing needle? Healing needle." Li Mao's breathing suddenly became heavy as he grabbed Lin Tian's hands tightly. "Manager, do you know where there is a healing needle?" Lin Tian felt pain and instinctively bared his teeth, wanting to retract his hands. However, Lin Tian's strength was no match for the extraordinary Li Mao, so he could only cry out loudly, "Captain Li, you're hurting me." Li Mao realized what he was doing and quickly let go of Lin Tian's hands, eagerly asking, "Sorry. Manager, where did you hear about the healing needle?" According to the rules, unlocking shelter rooms has a certain chance of obtaining healing needles and anti-radiation medicine. However, we have already unlocked 18 rooms and haven't seen a trace of either the healing needle or the anti-radiation medicine. Lin Tian didn't pursue why Li Mao knew so much. Instead, he directly shared what he knew. "I saw someone in the manager's dedicated channel release a message, planning to sell a healing needle. Which is why I thought to ask you, Captain Li, could it be that the healing needle really can cure all diseases? Is there really such a miraculous thing?" Chapter 11. The unfortunate Lin Tian. Lin Tian's words made Li Mao's breathing quicken, but he had to patiently explain. The healing needle is an extremely scarce medicinal resource in the wasteland. This kind of medicine can only be produced by the 3 major institutions and the Shelter Association. It can't cure all diseases, but the healing needle can indeed accelerate the healing of all wounds. Along with the healing needle, there is another medicine called anti-radiation medicine. Anti-radiation medicine is one of the few means for wasteland humans to resist radiation, and it can also only be produced by the 3 major institutions and the Shelter Association. These 2 types of medicine are harder currency than wasteland coins. Most managers can only obtain them through sponsorship from the Shelter Association. If we had healing needles and anti-radiation medicine, my people wouldn't have died so many, Li Mao said, tightly clenching his fists as he spoke. That being said, what that guy Su Laimeng said is true. Lin Tian suddenly realized, raising his opinion of Su Laimeng a bit. Lin Tian's words also sparked thoughts in Li Mao. "Manager, can you buy the healing needle? Price is not a problem." Of course, Lin Tian chuckled a couple of times. "You all worked so hard to help me unlock the shelter. This small matter I'll handle. Make sure to buy the healing needle." After Su Laimeng released a wave of pre-sale advertisements, he found that the regional channel was filled with voices belittling him. Some guys even shouted for him to report the shelter coordinates, wanting to come and cause trouble. He helplessly shook his head, not intending to explain too much. However, a piece of popular science information that suddenly appeared in the regional channel caught his attention. "Everyone pay attention. Everyone pay attention. The healing needle is a genuine good thing. And it's very scarce, with extremely low production. I just confirmed it with the captain of my subordinates. The healing needle and anti-radiation medicine are hard currency in the wasteland." According to the captain's explanation, the healing needle is the red medicine that can restore health points, while anti-radiation medicine is a potion against radiation status that can restore maximum health points. Therefore, The healing needle in Su Laimeng's hands is a scarce item that even the captain covets. If it goes on the shelf, I'll be the first to buy it. Su Laimeng took a closer look. The person speaking was Lin Tian, the one who had recruited a whole team. With a team of several thousand people. He surely had an in-depth understanding of the survival rules in the wasteland and would know that the healing needle and anti-radiation medicine were essential. He didn't envy Lin Tian at all. Managing a whole team involved taking care of everything, and relying solely on the newly crossed-over manager wouldn't work in the long run. So, Su Laimeng continued to read on. What? Did I hear that right? The healing needle is the red medicine? This person can't be a scammer, right? Don't talk nonsense. Brother Lin controls an underground city. How could he deceive us lowly people? There's actually red medicine in the wasteland? Isn't this something that should only appear in games? I played Fallout, Shelter, and healing needles can indeed restore health points. However, in Fallout, Shelter, healing needles are quite common. Why have they become scarce here? It must be scarce. If it weren't, there would be a beginner's gift pack as soon as you enter. Since it's a scarce red medicine, what are we waiting for? Let's rush to buy it. Wake up, comrades. Brother Su hasn't even put it on the shelf yet. Damn it. Who gave me the address of the profiteer? I'm going to empty his shelter. In an instant. It seemed everyone was eager to try and buy the healing needle. Su Laimeng secretly rejoiced. Lin Tian played his role well. After Lin Tian's popular science, more knowledgeable people emerged, and the selling price of the healing needle would be no less than 10,000. Meanwhile, he felt a bit worried about Lin Tian's intelligence. Why go through all this trouble? He could just buy it quietly. Why make it known to the whole world? Su Laimeng, holding the healing needle, unceremoniously raised the price to 20,000 and put it up for sale in the trading space. In an instant, the product information for the healing needle appeared in the trading space, priced at 20,000. This was the highest price ever in trading space history. To put it in perspective, unlocking the first underground layer only costs 10,000 wasteland coins. Su Laimeng built the power distribution room for just 10,000 wasteland coins. Yet, he actually set the price of a healing needle at 20,000. Currently, this was an astronomical figure that most managers couldn't even come close to. However, just as the healing needle was listed, in the next moment, it was snatched up at lightning speed. Su Laimeng now had an extra 20,000 wasteland coins. At the same time, the regional channel erupted again. What the hell? Who has such fast hands? I just saw a shadow, and the healing needle is gone. Damn it. I want a healing needle too. At this moment, a manager named Zhouyu spoke up. Brothers, don't be excited. I got the healing needle, huh? Zhouyu was one of the few managers who dared to step out of the shelter proactively. But not long ago, Zhouyu encountered a mutated beast and, at the cost of 2 residents' lives, escaped alone into a cave. However, Zhouyu was already on the verge of death. Seeing Lin Tian's explanation of the healing needle in the regional channel, Zhouyu seemed to have grasped a lifeline and didn't hesitate to take action. Unexpectedly, he really managed to buy it. Zhouyu injected himself with a needle. Miraculously, he discovered that the healing needle was slowly healing his injuries. His body, which had been torn to shreds by the mutated beast, was gradually recovering. Zhouyu was incredibly excited and shared his personal experience, validating the powerful effects of the healing needle. At the same time, Zhouyu didn't forget to add, I am grateful for Brother Lin's guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought to rush for the healing needle. In the regional channel, some people immediately began to cheer. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin wanted to buy it for himself. Truly selfless Brother Lin. A living bodhisattva. For a moment, the regional channel was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, behind the panel, was not doing well at all. He had just confidently said he would definitely buy the healing needle, but now he was being slapped in the face. Lin Tian didn't know how to explain it to Li Mao. Ellie Captain, the healing needle has been bought by someone else. Lin Tian was so ashamed and angry that he almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. What? Someone bought it. Li Mao gasped, almost dying on the spot. But then he thought of Lin Tian's identity as a manager. Li Mao could only suppress the anger in his heart and put on a smiling face. It's okay, manager. Next time you have treatment needles or deradiation medicine, remember to notify me right away. Chapter 12. Auction of deradiation medicine, 20,000 wasteland coins in hand. Su Laimeng was excited. He never expected that someone would actually be willing to spend 20,000 wasteland coins to buy a treatment needle. Are treatment needles really that rare? Looking at the remaining 4 treatment needles in his hand, a strange smile crept onto Su Laimeng's lips. He opened the regional channel, intending to express his gratitude to Lin Tian, but unexpectedly, the regional channel became lively again. This time, there were both people cursing him as a profiteer and others clamoring to buy. Profiteer. It was supposed to be 10,000 coins each. But you suddenly raised the price to 20,000. Is this something a human can do? Damn it. I only have 10,000 wasteland coins. I can't even buy a fart. Quickly put the second one on the shelf. Whether I can change my fate depends on whether there are treatment needles. Please, Su Laimeng. Grant me a treatment needle. I want one too. Mine is very slippery. You bunch of sycophants, flip-floppers. Just a moment ago, you were calling Su Laimeng a profiteer. And now you're all eagerly kissing up. Where am I? I just woke up. How did I end up in a strange place? I missed the beginner animation upstairs. Now I have to figure things out on my own. Sorry, my dog walked into the wrong scene. I'll take it back. Seeing the regional channel so lively, Su Laimeng had another idea. He wasn't planning to sell the treatment needles. The remaining 4, he intended to keep for himself. However, he could still sell the deradiation medicine. With the market response being so good, not taking the opportunity to launch a deradiation medicine would be a waste of the support he received. Su Laimeng had 3 deradiation medicines in total. Although the quantity was small, with Alice, who could quickly heal, taking on external tasks, there wouldn't be a need to use the deradiation medicine for the time being. He could completely sell one and harvest a wave of profits. He warmed up the regional channel as usual. The treatment needles are gone, but there is still 1 deradiation medicine for sale. It will be sold in 10 minutes. So keep your eyes on it. In Shelter 4297, Lin Tian, whose face was flushed, saw that Su Laimeng was about to sell treatment needles and immediately became excited. Captain Li, don't go yet. Lin Tian dropped the blueprint in his hand and grabbed Captain Li Miao. Captain Li, another manager, intends to sell a deradiation medicine. This time, I will definitely be able to buy it. Deradiation medicine? Captain Li Miao thought he had misheard and instinctively repeated it. Manager, is there really deradiation medicine for sale? Among the soldiers under Li Miao, many had traveled long distances, and their radiation levels had accumulated very high. Unfortunately, there was no deradiation medicine left in Li Miao's troops. If they could buy a deradiation medicine, it would save a soldier's life. After all, the value of a transcendent warrior is immeasurable. Li Miao immediately bowed to Lin Tian. Manager, please be sure to buy the deradiation medicine. Money is not an issue. After saying that, Li Miao waved his hand, and a soldier brought over 2 full briefcases of wasteland coins. Zhou Yu, hiding in a cave, used a treatment needle and felt much better. Upon seeing Su Laimeng's announcement about selling deradiation medicine, he immediately began to count the wasteland coins on him. Because Zhou Yu's radiation level had accumulated to 30, he could only rely on treatment needles to clear it. No good. I only have a little over 20,000 wasteland coins left. It seems I have to sell something. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth as if he had made a monumental decision and put all the guns and food in his backpack up for sale in the trading space. Guns and food for wasteland coins, preparing to rush to buy deradiation medicine. Those who want guns and food, hurry up. On the wasteland, a manager named Chen Yinxiu was counting the spoils with her 3 female residents. Chen Yinxiu was a well-proportioned woman, skilled in martial arts. Moreover, she directly recruited 3 female transcendent beings, broke out of the shelter, and collected a large amount of food. At the same time, Chen Yinxiu had been keeping an eye on the information in the regional channel and trading space. Missing out on the treatment needle earlier made her very regretful. Therefore, Chen Yinxiu decided that she must secure the deradiation medicine no matter what. Quick, hurry up and count today's harvested supplies. Keep half and sell all the rest. While many managers were going crazy over the deradiation medicine, Su Laimeng was lying in the hallway, timing himself, while watching the regional channel where countless people were messaging him. What's this? He suddenly noticed that after the words in the regional channel, there were 4 words, private channel, added. Moreover, there was a 99 symbol in the upper right corner of those 4 words. Su Laimeng hadn't noticed this before and didn't even know when the private channel appeared or what its use was. Could it be private messages from other managers? He curiously clicked in. Sure enough, the private channel was filled with messages. Lin Tian. Hello, I am Lin Tian, the manager of Shelter 4297. I have many soldiers with radiation levels over 60, and I urgently need deradiation medicine. I hope you can sell the deradiation medicine directly to me. The price is negotiable. Lin Tian originally didn't plan to message Su Laimeng. However, he couldn't resist Li Miao's earnest request and eventually sent a private message to Su Laimeng. After sending the message, Lin Tian felt very awkward. After all, he had never asked anyone for help in his life. Lin Tian, Su Laimeng thought carefully and realized he was the one who recruited an entire team. No wonder he was so confident. He was afraid of not being able to buy it, so he came looking for him. He didn't reply immediately, but continued to look down. Zhou, hello, Sulayadach. Thank you very much for your treatment needle that saved my life. If you could sell me the deradiation medicine as well, I would be extremely grateful. Bose, Chenyanxiu, Mr. Su Laimeng, I have a lot of survival supplies that I can trade for deradiation medicine. Please reply, thank you. Messages requesting deradiation medicine kept coming in, making Su Laimeng dizzy. Among them, many were the ones who had been attacking him in the regional channel. Do you really think I want to hold a grudge? Su Laimeng smiled coldly, and a plan formed in his mind. He could only sell one deradiation medicine. But since everyone wanted it, let us have a bidding war. The highest bidder wins. The auction function in the trading space had yet to be used. He patiently sent a reply to all via private message. This time, we will use an auction format, starting at 30,000 wasteland coins. The highest bidder wins. At the same time, to let more managers understand the situation, Su Laimeng also posted the information in the regional channel. The auction for the deradiation medicine starts in 5 minutes. There is only one, just one, so everyone hurry up and prepare your wasteland coins. Chapter 13, Unexpected Prices Auction. Upon seeing Su Laimeng change the trading format to an auction, Lin Tian felt relieved. The last time was a flash sale, based on luck. This time it was an auction, where financial strength mattered. Lin Tian believed that no manager could be richer than him. Because Captain Li Miao brought over the entire wealth of a team. Lin Tian shouted, money come. Immediately, soldiers brought over briefcases full of wasteland coins. The managers were all preparing for the upcoming auction. Only Su Laimeng was idle. Seeing so many people wanting deradiation medicine, he was calculating what would be a suitable starting price. 10,000 wasteland coins? No, that's too low. It doesn't reflect the value of the anti-radiation serum. 100,000 wasteland coins? No, that's too high. It might scare people away. After much consideration, Su Laimeng finally set the price at 30,000 wasteland coins. This price is higher than the selling price of the treatment needle, ensuring a reasonable minimum profit. It leaves a lot of room for price increases, allowing the managers to flex their financial abilities. With this price, I hope the anti-radiation serum can help me make a big profit. 5 minutes later, the promised auction time arrived. Su Laimeng immediately listed the anti-radiation serum in the trading space and changed the trading format to an auction. Instantly, the trading space displayed the product image of the anti-radiation serum, with large letters below stating, starting bid 30,000, minimum bid increment of 1,000 wasteland coins. Note, assets participating in the auction will be frozen in the trading space and returned to individuals after the auction ends. As soon as the anti-radiation serum was listed, the regional channel erupted. What? The starting bid for a bottle of anti-radiation serum is 30,000? Why not just rob it? Damn, the profiteers really are greedy. This is a price hike, and they're doing an auction. I see the starting price has already exceeded most people's ability to pay. Exactly. Be careful of it failing to sell. You won't get a single cent. Did anyone notice that the wasteland coins used for bidding will be frozen and only returned after the auction ends? This means the system directly prevents chaotic bidding. It seems that way. The starting bid of 30,000 wasteland coins indeed exceeds the psychological expectations of most managers. Many people cursed Su Laimeng, grinding their teeth in frustration. However, there are so many managers. There are bound to be some who have had lucky encounters and can easily take out tens of thousands of wasteland coins. Han Chong bids, 31,000 wasteland coins. Zhao Mo bids, 32,000 wasteland coins. Li Chunchun bids, 33,000 wasteland coins. As soon as Su Laimeng listed the anti-radiation serum, someone started bidding immediately. Moreover, the price shot up to 40,000 in no time. Scary. Where did these people get so many wasteland coins? Did they rob someone outside? Upstairs, they might not know, but every time a room is unlocked, a treasure chest appears, containing a large amount of wasteland coins. It's easy to say, but how many people have unlocked the first underground level, let alone unlocked a room? The price is too high. This auction for the anti-radiation serum is like gods fighting. Us mere mortals can just watch the excitement. Amidst the heated discussions in the regional channel, the price of the anti-radiation serum soared to 60,000 wasteland coins. A minute passed, and no one bid. Just when Su Laimeng thought it was about to be sold, Lin Tian suddenly jumped in. Lin Tian bids, 100,000 wasteland coins. 100,000. 100,000? It's only the first day of the server, and someone is putting out 100,000 wasteland coins? So the big shots are all playing simulation management, and I'm the only one struggling for survival in the wasteland. Instantly, the regional channel was filled with howls. Damn, Big Brother Lin is different. He directly raised the price by 40,000. If I had that 100,000 wasteland coins, I wouldn't spend it on buying the anti-radiation serum, even if it meant losing a few more residents. It's obvious upstairs that this guy has lost touch with the masses. Just wait to be eliminated by the people. Just as the managers were arguing fiercely, another new manager placed a bid. Chun Yinxiu bids 110,000 wasteland coins. At the same time, Chun Yinxiu shouted in the regional channel, "Big brother, please have mercy. My refuge is about to suffer radiation death, and I urgently need this anti-radiation serum." 110,000? Is the wasteland starting to get competitive? My goodness, where on earth are these people getting so much money from? I thought I was rich after finding 20,000 wasteland coins in a chest. But it turns out I was naive. Not only the managers in the regional channel, but even Su Laimeng was shocked when he saw this price. 110,000. That's equivalent to being able to repair 11 power distribution rooms. Is it really worth buying the anti-radiation serum for 110,000 wasteland coins? Su Laimeng couldn't say whether it was worth it or not. Anyway, if he had to take out 110,000 wasteland coins to buy the anti-radiation serum, he definitely couldn't do it. On the other side, Lin Tian saw Chun Yinxiu's message and fell into a dilemma. Others urgently need the anti-radiation serum. If I raise the bid again, I might end up harming Chun Yinxiu's residents. Lin Tian hesitated, unsure of what to do. Manager, what's wrong? Li Mao had been standing next to Lin Tian, handing him money. Seeing Lin Tian in a daze, Li Mao hurriedly urged him. Manager, bid quickly. Lin Tian stammered. It seems someone urgently needs the anti-radiation serum. If I bid again. Li Mao shouted loudly. Manager, I have thousands of people who urgently need the anti-radiation serum. They are all our own people. Li Mao's voice was so loud that it startled Lin Tian, who took 2 steps back and had to suppress his emotions to continue bidding. Lin Tian bids 120,000 wasteland coins. Lin Tian didn't realize that his hesitant demeanor made the soldiers look at him with increasingly cold eyes. The price had reached 120,000 wasteland coins. Su Laimeng was overjoyed. The more the anti-radiation serum sold, the more he earned. Hurry, keep raising the bid. He hoped someone would continue to bid. However, a minute passed, and no one else placed a bid. Chun Yinxiu even sent a series of crying emojis in the regional space, indicating that he seemed to have run out of money. 120,000 wasteland coins, going once. 120,000 wasteland coins, going twice. 120,000 wasteland coins, going 3 times. The system made 3 consecutive announcements, and no one else raised the bid. In the end, the anti-radiation serum was sold for 120,000 wasteland coins. With a swipe, a large stack of wasteland coins appeared in Su Laimeng's hands. He was so happy he almost flew up. However, upon counting, he found that there were only 100,000 and 80,000 coins. Why is it missing a tenth? Su Laimeng was puzzled and quickly looked at the trading space. In the upper right corner of the trading method selection bar, there was a small dot enclosing a question mark. He quickly clicked on it and saw the message. Note: when using the auction method for transactions, the system will charge a 10% handling fee. Damn, this is too shady. Chapter 14. The emergence of wasteland gear. Just as Su Laimeng was feeling indignant, he noticed a lot of messages appearing in his private channel. He tried to open it and found many people inquiring whether there was still anti-radiation serum for sale. Should I sell or not? Su Laimeng was conflicted. He still had 2 bottles of anti-radiation serum. Today is still the first day. The anti-radiation serum is extremely scarce. Once the managers can mass-produce the anti-radiation serum, the ones in his hands will lose their value. However, for now, Su Laimeng already had 135,550 wasteland coins. This amount was enough for him to use for a long time. There was no need to exchange the anti-radiation serum for wasteland coins. If there were any practical supplies, he could sell 1 more anti-radiation serum. As he was thinking, Su Laimeng saw a message from a manager named Du Zi, who had accumulated to 99. Boss Su, my radiation level has reached 80, and I'm feeling awful right now. I'm looking to buy 1 anti-radiation serum, and I can trade a wasteland suit for it. Boss Su, I only need 1 anti-radiation serum, just 1. Boss Su, please reply. A series of messages left him dumbfounded. Wasteland suit? What is that? Su Laimeng furrowed his brow, realizing he didn't know. However, It seemed Du Zi had accurately gauged Su Laimeng's mindset and sent information about the Wasteland suit as well. Wasteland suit. Level. Common. Description. A fully enclosed combat suit developed by Wasteland humans for survival in the Wasteland, which can slightly reduce radiation effects, but is exceptionally heavy. Stamina 3. After constructing a small equipment workshop for military facilities, Wasteland suits can be mass-produced. Good guy. Suleiman's eyes lit up. His stamina currently has 10 points. As long as it exceeds 10 points, he can become a quasi-level extraordinary being. Does this mean that as long as he equips the Wasteland suit, he will be an extraordinary being? Thinking of this, Suleiman became anxious. The Wasteland suit is so important. He must get his hands on it. With this in mind, Suleiman replied to Du Zi's message. Your Wasteland suit seems a bit useless, only adding 3 points of stamina. Do you have one with a higher bonus? On the other side, as a lucky manager, Du Zi started by recruiting 2 quasi-level extraordinary beings. Furthermore, after opening the treasure chest in room 1, Du Zi directly obtained 3 sets of Wasteland suits. As a result, Du Zi's confidence soared, and he left the shelter with the 2 residents, wearing the Wasteland suits. However, after walking only 200 meters, only Du Zi was left alive. Du Zi struggled back to the shelter with great difficulty, bringing all 3 sets of Wasteland suits back. However, Du Zi's radiation level had already accumulated to 80, and he began to cough up blood, feeling disoriented. Upon seeing Suleiman's message about auctioning off radiation relief, Du Zi seemed to grasp a lifeline and frantically sent a private message to Suleiman, hoping to get radiation relief from him for self-rescue. But seeing Suleiman's response, Du Zi felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Oh no, it seems he doesn't take the Wasteland suit seriously. What to do? For a moment, Du Zi was completely stunned. Suleiman noticed that Du Zi did not immediately respond to his message and could not guess what Du Zi was thinking. He was determined to acquire the Wasteland suit. The reason he said the Wasteland suit was useless was to drive the price down and try to get it for free. But it seemed Du Zi understood the value of the Wasteland suit and wasn't falling for his tricks. Caught. Suleiman began editing in the chat box. Wasteland suit for 50,000 Wasteland coins, and I'll sell you the radiation relief. Since he had decided to sell it, he directly quoted a high price and would negotiate slowly. As long as he acted a little anxious, Du Zi would definitely be led by the nose. At that point, the loss would be significant. But before Suleiman could send his message, Du Zi's message came through first. I beg you, Boss Su, I'm about to die. Just give me a radiation relief, and I'll give you whatever you want. Whatever you want to give. Suleiman instantly realized that he had actually caught the other person. In that case, it would be much easier. He adjusted the price and sent it to Du Zi. The price of radiation relief is 120,000 Wasteland coins. You give me 100,000 Wasteland coins for the Wasteland suit, and the radiation relief is yours. Before long, he received a long string of 55,555 from Du Zi. Boss Su, I don't have that many Wasteland coins, but I have 3 sets of Wasteland suits. Calculating at 2 sets of Wasteland suits for 20,000 Wasteland coins each. Can I give you 3 sets of Wasteland suits and 60,000 Wasteland coins? Good guy. Suleiman's eyelids twitched. Du Zi actually had 3 sets of Wasteland suits. This guy was simply hitting the jackpot, and he said it was worth what it was worth. Du Zi was really honest. He couldn't bear to cheat him. No, the Wasteland suit is of no use to me. If you give me 3 sets of Wasteland suits, you must add another 80,000 Wasteland coins. Du Zi sent another long string of 55,555. However, immediately after, seemingly afraid that Suleiman wouldn't agree, Du Zi sent another message. Boss Su, I don't have a single Wasteland coin. Can I give you 3 sets of Wasteland suits first, and owe you the remaining 80,000? Suleiman, after all this time, I've been waiting for this. He sent a frowning emoji, but he couldn't do without the Wasteland suits. So, Suleiman continued to ask, what else do you have? Let me see if there's anything I need. Du Zi, I only have 6 cans left. Only 6 cans. Suleiman smacked his lips and replied, in that case, I'll take 5 cans from you. Let you learn a lesson. Never go out if there's nothing going on. 555555, thank you so much. Suleiman originally wanted 6 cans. However, he was afraid that Du Zi would get desperate and refuse to sell anything. So he had to take a step back and leave Du Zi with a glimmer of hope. Since the price was agreed upon, Suleiman immediately initiated a private trade with Du Zi to avoid any long delays. With a swipe, a radiation relief disappeared from his hand. and 3 heavy wasteland suits along with 5 cans of luncheon meat appeared beside him. On the other hand, Duzi was crying his eyes out. He initially thought he was going to die, but unexpectedly, Suleiman agreed to such an unequal trade. Duzi understood that 5 cans could never make up for it. After obtaining the radiation relief, Duzi immediately injected himself. Instantly, his radiation level dropped to 50, and he felt much more energized. Although it wasn't as good as when he had no radiation at all, at least he wasn't coughing up blood or feeling disoriented anymore. After returning this time, Duzi decided to listen to Suleiman and would never leave the shelter again. He wanted to survive until the late game and then make an astonishing comeback. Chapter 15. Wasteland Night. Suleiman carefully examined the wasteland suit on the ground. Although it looked brand new, the design was very outdated. It didn't look sci-fi like a spacesuit. Instead, it resembled a large box. In short, it looked as shabby and earthy as could be. He picked up the wasteland suit and put it on, immediately feeling its heaviness. It felt solid, so its defense should be quite good. However, the imagined scene of becoming a quasi-level extraordinary being did not happen. His attributes showed no changes. What is going on? Suleiman was filled with questions and quickly flipped to the wasteland suit's attribute panel. The attributes were fine, but there was an additional line of red text at the end. Warning, stamina has reached the current level cap and cannot be increased. Damn! Suleiman cursed loudly. He had intended to use the wasteland suit to advance to extraordinary status. He never expected this path to be blocked. It seemed he needed to increase his stamina by 1 point first. He shook his head and temporarily set aside the idea of promotion. It had been less than a day since entering the wasteland world, and he still hadn't figured out how to use experience points. There was no need to rush. He should first study the wasteland suit. With this in mind, Suleiman, wearing the wasteland suit, tried jumping. The only feeling the wasteland suit gave him was one word: heavy. It felt as if he was carrying 10 kilograms of weight, making running and jumping extremely difficult. After all, a bucket of water weighs about 10 kilograms. How many people could jump around with a bucket of water? He wondered how effective its radiation resistance was. Suleiman looked at the shelter's door. Through the gap, he could clearly see that it was already dark outside. Not long ago, he had tried to go out, but almost got burned by the scorching sun. But now it was dark. There was no sun. The temperature in the wasteland should have dropped, right? Suleiman mustered his courage, walked to the shelter's door, and pressed the switch. Beep, beep, beep. The door slowly opened to the sides. A faint blue light shield appeared. Through the light shield, he could clearly see the outside conditions. It was pitch black, with no light at all. In such a dark environment, if a mutated beast suddenly sprang out, it would truly be undetectable. Laimeng, relying on the protection of the light shield, bravely took a step outside. In an instant, a chill swept over him, causing Laimeng to shiver violently and hurriedly jump back. So cold, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, with the coldness from his legs penetrating through his entire body. The temperature difference between day and night in the wasteland is really too extreme. Laimeng quickly started to jump around. After all, he was wearing wasteland gear. It's hard to imagine how those managers who go outside and the survivors in the wasteland manage to get through such a difficult night. In any case, Laimeng had already decided, whether it's day or night, he wouldn't leave the shelter even if it killed him. After retreating into the hallway, he quickly closed the shelter's main door, wary of mutated beasts being attracted by the light. Then, Laimeng turned his gaze to the regional channel, wanting to see how the other managers were reacting. Oh no, my shelter has lost power. Everything is pitch black. It's terrifying. I'm stuck in the ruins, freezing like an idiot. Is it cold in the wasteland? Take the very away. It's simply freezing to death. Yes, yes, yes. Night and day are like 2 different worlds. Not only is it very cold, but it's also very dark. Everyone, please don't light a fire. The light will attract mutated beasts. And the mutated beasts at night are even more ferocious. Cold. Why do I feel so hot right now? Is someone upstairs already suffering from hypothermia? Probably not far from death. Shelter Manager 1. The time until I, Wang Erwa, dominate is getting closer. Everyone, I, Li DePeo, have already declared myself emperor. It seems that it's not just cold here. The entire wasteland world has entered a low temperature state. While peeking at the screen, Laimeng kept jumping around, finally feeling a bit better. His body fat rate was low, and his muscle content was high, lacking insulation. After such a freeze, he indeed felt a sense of extreme contrast. After hanging around the regional channel for a while, Su Laimeng finally remembered the purpose of coming to the hallway, to recruit people. He quickly took off his wasteland gear, walked up to the broadcasting equipment, and pressed the broadcast switch. However, the scene he imagined of deducting money and bringing in recruits did not appear. A warm reminder popped up in front of Su Laimeng. Reminder: the broadcasting equipment can only be activated once a day, and the number of recruits per activation is 1 person, except in the case of doubling. After a long time, it turned out that he could only recruit once a day. Su Laimeng pouted but had no way to change the situation with the broadcasting equipment, so he had to read the reminder again carefully. What is a doubling situation? He noticed a question mark after doubling situation, so he hurriedly clicked on it. Double situation: each time the broadcasting equipment is activated, there is a chance to trigger a doubling situation, allowing you to spend multiple wasteland coins to increase the number and quality of recruits, etc. In other words, there is a possibility to spend more money occasionally to recruit more people or stronger ones. Su Laimeng was eager to give it a try. Unfortunately, he had no recruitment opportunity today and could only wait until tomorrow. Unable to go out or recruit, Su Laimeng had no choice but to grab 2 cans and head down to the first underground level, arriving at the distribution room. At least there was an Alice there to talk to. He pushed open the fire door of the distribution room and saw Alice busily working. So dedicated. It had been 2 hours since he assigned Alice her task. Looking at the electronic display screen, the shelter had accumulated 180 electricity, enough for 8 hours of use. After 8 hours, it would almost be dawn. By then, not only could the solar panels generate power, but the newly recruited population would also be in place. And Alice wouldn't have to continue working in the distribution room. Since that was the case, let us stop the work. Su Laimeng looked at Alice and asked, "Are you tired? You've been working hard for 2 hours. I'm not tired," Alice replied while working, "but compared to working here, I'd rather continue exploring the wasteland." "Really? You have to stay alert out there in the wasteland. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Su Laimeng was surprised and then said, "Since you don't want to work anymore, let us call it a day and have a can of food. Someone will come to take over the distribution room tomorrow." "Okay." Alice promptly stopped working and took the can from Su Laimeng's hand. Su Laimeng pulled the tab open and, with no tools available, simply used his hand to scoop out the luncheon meat. Having not eaten all day, he felt extremely satisfied after taking a bite. While eating, Su Laimeng said, "Alice, let's chat about 5 Mao." Chapter 16, The Arrival of Ahri. Su Laimeng and Alice sat in the distribution room chatting and eventually fell asleep. The next day, in the morning, Su Laimeng, remembering the recruitment issue, got up early. Alice was also awakened by him. The two hurriedly ate 2 cans and headed towards the hallway together. Finally, they could recruit personnel. Su Laimeng did not hesitate and went straight to the broadcasting equipment. "Ding. Would you like to spend 10,000 wasteland coins to activate the broadcasting equipment?" "Yes. No, yes." Without saying another word, Su Laimeng chose yes. He currently had over 130,000 wasteland coins. Even if he spent 10,000 to activate the broadcasting equipment, he would still have 120,000 left. Given the current situation, 120,000 wasteland coins were more than enough. Once the broadcasting equipment was activated, Su Laimeng immediately heard a sound. What was that sound? He looked around and found Alice staring warily at the door, holding a gun and ready to defend herself. It seemed that the recruited personnel had arrived. Su Laimeng quickly stopped Alice. "Don't be agitated. They are our reinforcements." He shouted not to be agitated, but in reality, Su Laimeng was more excited than anyone else. He was constantly guessing who would come. Who could it be? Superman? Batman? Or maybe a One-Punch Man would be nice. He eagerly pressed the door opening switch. The shelter's main door slowly opened amidst the alarm sound. This time, Su Laimeng felt that the speed of the door opening was particularly slow. When the door opened, he saw a woman with fox ears lying on the ground. The woman had her eyes tightly closed, and her skin was slightly flushed. It seemed that the sun was too strong, and she had fainted. Upon closer inspection, the woman was wearing a soft white knitted body-hugging short sweater. It not only revealed her shoulders, but also her back. It couldn't be called sexy, it was just eye-catching. Moreover, the woman had a fluffy tail that was as transparent as crystal behind her. Su Laimeng took a moment to recognize her. The woman lying on the ground was Ahri, from the comics. Damn, how did such a thing come here? Su Laimeng's heart sank. As far as he knew, there was no such thing as superpowers in the world. This meant that Ahri was an ordinary person. He quickly looked at Ahri's attribute panel. Ahri, unconscious. ordinary person, radiation value, 29, happiness level, 100, heavenly character, happiness level permanently 100. Loyalty, 100, heavenly character, permanently loyal to the manager. From the comic Harmonics. A heavenly character, founder and soul of a band, possesses excellent singing and dancing skills, but crossing the world barrier caused Ali to suddenly endure a lot of radiation, leading to her fainting. Traits. 1. Star singer. As the founder and face of the girl group, Ali is a popular star singer. 2. Dancer. Ali has been practicing dance since childhood, with a graceful figure. The young lady. Ali is the child of a wealthy family, enjoying a luxurious life. She never does heavy work and has received very comprehensive and thorough education. Wow. Alice only has 2 traits, but Ali has 3. However, none of the 3 traits are related to survival in the wasteland. With such a person in the shelter, even King Zhou would say it's paradise. But the shelter has just started, and the issue of basic needs hasn't been resolved yet. How could they focus on cultural construction? However, since she is here, Suleiman naturally would not refuse. He planned to go out the door and carry the unconscious Ali. However, just as Suleiman raised his foot, he immediately remembered yesterday's lesson. Cough, cough, cough. He quickly covered his mouth, bent down, and pretended to cough as if he was out of breath. Alice, men and women should not be close. Go pick up the woman on the ground and bring her into the shelter. Okay. Alice nodded, put away her pistol, and quickly walked out of the hall, carrying the unconscious Ali inside. The physical quality of an extraordinary person is indeed powerful. Suleiman watched with envy. While he struggled with high temperatures, Alice could move freely in it. But then, Suleiman thought about how he could survive for a moment in high temperatures, yet Ali fainted immediately. Suddenly, Suleiman felt uncomfortable. Why does it feel like he recruited a big shot? He closed the door and looked at Ali, who was placed on the ground by Alice. Her features were exquisite, perfectly aligned with Suleiman's aesthetic. Her skin, dazzlingly white, glowed with a large area of enticing redness after being scorched by the sun. So beautiful it was beyond description. This immediately made Suleiman think of a word: fairy. If Daji looked like this, King Zhou would not have died unjustly. Suleiman was still observing when he was suddenly awakened by Alice's words. Administrator, she seems to have been exposed to too much radiation and fainted. Too much radiation? Suleiman frowned and immediately looked at Ali's attribute panel. A radiation value of 29 is considered excessive? This is too weak. He leaned closer to Ali and looked at her, then gave her a hard slap. Slap. Wake up, Suleiman shouted, hoping to wake Ali up in the most primitive way. A palm print quickly appeared on Ali's delicate face. But even so, Ali showed no signs of waking up. Alice didn't find anything wrong with Suleiman's method. Instead, she nervously said, "It seems like the force was too small to reach the threshold to wake her up. Should I give it a try?" No. Suleiman was scared and quickly hugged Ali. He still needed this person. If Alice slapped her, she would probably be finished. After hugging Ali, a unique fragrance immediately wafted over. Suleiman gritted his teeth and said, "At this point, the only way to wake her up is to use radiation relief." Radiation relief? What is that? Alice asked. Suleiman explained, "Radiation relief is a drug to counteract radiation, the treasure I showed you before." Alice suddenly understood, nodding deeply. It really is a treasure. But the more Suleiman thought about it, the more heartbroken and angry he became. A dose of radiation relief costs 120,000 wasteland coins. 120,000. A full 120,000. Just wasted on Ali. This is a huge loss. He closed his eyes and took out the radiation relief, not even looking, and stabbed it hard into Ali. The drug was injected into Ali's body and immediately took effect. Ali's long eyelashes trembled gently, as if enduring great pain. Her fingers moved, showing signs of waking up. She woke up. Suleiman was overjoyed, seeing Ali's pitiful appearance. He forgot the pain of using the radiation relief. Ali had clearly also received the memory implanted by the system. After suddenly waking up, she was not surprised but weakly murmured, "Thank you, Administrator." Her voice was soft and sweet, making one feel tingly. Chapter 17. Ali, do you want me to work in the power distribution room? Cough. Suleiman coughed seriously and helped Ali stand up. Upon contact, he felt as if Ali had no bones. Her whole body was soft. How could such a weak body survive in the wasteland? The more he looked, the more dissatisfied he became, feeling that Ali was a burden. What good are her features if they are aligned with aesthetics? They can't hide Ali's weak essence. Suleiman asked coldly to start. Ali, first of all, welcome to Shelter 2333. I am the shelter administrator, Mr. Su. Hello. Before Suleiman could finish, Ali bowed to him, and as she bent down and lowered her head, Suleiman frowned. I haven't finished speaking. He coughed twice to regain Ali's attention. Now, I must clearly tell you that you have entered a resource-scarce, crisis-ridden wasteland world. Here, all humans live in shelters and engage in various types of work according to unified requirements. Since you were recruited by me, you must recognize the current situation, obey my arrangements, and contribute to the construction of Shelter 2333. Shelter? Ali showed a confused expression. Is it the kind of world facing an apocalypse crisis? I've seen quite a few zombie movies. Suleiman perfunctorily nodded. That can be understood. The shelter does not support idlers, so you must engage in wasteland exploration, power production, and other work like everyone else. Wasteland exploration, power production? Ali's face gradually turned pale. But I have never done these things. Suleiman hummed in agreement, saying it made sense. So, the administrator will arrange a suitable job for me, right? Ali's eyes sparkled. Suleiman smiled helplessly. What can you do? Sing. Anything else? Dance. Is that all? That's it. Suleiman pouted. It's confirmed. Ali is a waste who can only sing. He thought for a moment and said, since that's the case, I'll arrange for you to work in the power distribution room. What? The power distribution room? Ali gritted her teeth, her mouth pouting up to the sky. I don't want to work in the power distribution room. Ali then stomped her foot heavily, as if making a huge decision. At worst, I can be your secretary. In fact, Ali was very willing to take on the role of Suleiman's secretary. Who wouldn't he be smitten by a young, handsome, suave, and dashing administrator who saved their life? However, Suleiman felt something was off. Secretary? He frowned. When the shelter is highly developed in the later stages, having a secretary would indeed be possible. But for now, it is unnecessary. He solemnly patted Ali's shoulder, giving an encouraging look. Being a secretary is too much of a waste. You can sing and dance, and the power distribution room needs someone like you. Administrator, please no? Ali cried in panic, looking at Suleiman with teary eyes. However, the 100 happiness and loyalty had a subtle influence on Ali, making her only able to verbally oppose Suleiman's orders without any physical resistance. No, Suleiman snorted coldly. If you don't want to work, who will work in the power distribution room? Who will handle the production and construction of the shelter? As he spoke, he gradually raised his voice. Currently, our shelter only has 3 people. Alice is responsible for exploration. I am responsible for managing everything. And the work in the power distribution room can only be done by you. All right then. Ali nodded, looking aggrieved, and was scolded by Suleiman back to the corner of the wall. Her colorful, crystal-like tail drooped down. With her hands crossed in front of her abdomen and her knees turned inward, she looked as pitiful as possible. Seeing Ali compromise, Suleiman's expression softened. He nodded in satisfaction and said, how about this? I will personally take you to the power distribution room and introduce the situation to you. Alice, let's go together. And you can also introduce Ali to the work in the power distribution room. Okay. Alice responded crisply, completely the opposite of Ali's personality. The 3 of them took the elevator down to the basement level and arrived at the door of the power distribution room. Suleiman immediately looked at the electronic screen. It had been over 7 hours since Alice stopped working, and the remaining power in the shelter had dropped to single digits. However, the solar panels had started generating electricity, slowing the drop in power reserves. Suleiman pointed at the power distribution room and said to Alice, Alice, take Ali and help her get familiar with the work in the power distribution room as soon as possible. Let's go. Alice nodded. Ali reluctantly followed her to the workstation in the power distribution room. Suleiman stood at the door, watching the 2 of them walk away. One was wearing a deep red dress, quite eye-catching. The other had a hollow back, quite dazzling. Fortunately, Suleiman had strong self-control, otherwise, other men wouldn't be able to handle it. After Ali got started, he immediately looked at the electronic screen. Ali's work efficiency was only 10. Converted. The power output of the distribution room was only 52 power per hour. Compared to Alice, it was a difference of more than 20 points. Suleiman's eyelid twitched, and he instinctively thought that Ali was feeling resentful, which led to her low work efficiency. However, the system seemed to see through his guess, and a circled question mark appeared in the upper right corner of Ali's work efficiency. Suleiman clicked on it and saw the system's introduction. Warm reminder. Work efficiency depends on character level and is unrelated to character emotions or health status. Oh, I see. He suddenly realized. In Fallout Shelter, the efficiency of the power generation room depends on the resident strength value. The higher the strength value, the faster the power generation. It seems that the same applies in this wasteland. Alice's level was higher than Ali's. So Alice's work efficiency in the power distribution room was also higher than Ali's. Seeing that Alice and Ali were communicating amicably and studying the work in the power distribution room together, Suleiman didn't want to interrupt. He could only squat at the door of the power distribution room and pull out the regional channel to see the lively discussions of the silly netizens. Selling edible mutated beast meat, not 21 pounds, not 19 pounds, just 10 wasteland coins per pound. Selling it so cheaply is not for anything else, but to help everyone get through this tough time and face the upcoming beast tide together. Thank you. This is much more conscientious than the profiteers. Selling the profiteers' meat. Leaving the profiteers with no money to make. Chapter 18 Unlocking Room 221 pounds. Isn't that referring to me? Suleiman's eyelid twitched. He sold 21 pounds of mutated beast meat yesterday. Today, someone is selling it for 10 wasteland coins a pound, and it's verified edible mutated beast meat. This is targeted. Upon thinking of this, Suleiman quickly checked. The seller of edible mutated beast meat was a manager named Chen Yinxiu, and from the name, it sounded like a woman. Why does Chen Yinxiu sound so familiar? Suleiman frowned, and immediately thought that he seemed to have seen a private message from Chen Yinxiu. It seemed to be when she was selling anti-radiation medicine. So, he looked at his private channel again. It turned out that Chen Yinxiu had already sent him a private message 99 times. Mr. Suleiman, I have a large amount of survival supplies on hand and can exchange them for anti-radiation medicine. Please reply, thank you. Wrong. This is yesterday's information. Suleiman continued to scroll down. Hello, Suleiman. I am the manager of Shelter 5649, Chen Yinxiu. We are all newly arrived managers, and we should work together to face the upcoming beast tide. I am formally requesting that you stop all your profiteering behavior and lower the selling price of mutated beast meat. Moreover, you have mixed toxic mutated beast meat with edible mutated beast meat for sale, which has caused a significant food safety incident, and you should compensate and apologize. Profiteering behavior? Suleiman shook his head and sighed. When he sold mutated beast meat, countless people on the regional channel asked, "Is there any left? Can you bring a little more? I want it, I want more." Now that the meat is sold out, they understand the concept of crossing the river and tearing down the bridge. He sighed deeply. They are truly a bunch of people who kill the donkey once the grinding is done. It should be noted that countless managers survived by relying on the mutated beast meat he sold. Now they even want him to apologize and pay. Dream on. Suleiman ignored Chen Yinxiu's comments and directly added her to his blacklist. Immediately, the world became quiet. Moreover, Suleiman decided that the price of mutated beast meat could not drop. One person, Chen Yinxiu, could not satisfy the needs of all managers in the wasteland. His mutated beast meat would always have a market. While Suleiman was contemplating, Alice walked over. Manager, Ali has initially mastered the work in the power distribution room. Can I let her go now? Huh. Suleiman was startled and momentarily didn't react. After a while, he said, since Ali is already familiar with the work, let's go unlock other rooms on the basement level. There are 9 rooms on the basement level, and currently only room 1 is unlocked. The remaining 8 rooms are still in a state waiting to be developed. It should be noted that all 8 rooms contain treasure chests. These are what Suleiman is coveting. He stood up and walked toward room 2 first. However, Alice behind him did not act immediately. Manager, my gun is out of bullets. Out of bullets? Suleiman turned around. This could be a problem. A gun without bullets is like a fire stick. To deal with the mutated beasts in room 2, they would have to rely on hand-to-hand combat. But could Alice fight against the mutated beasts in the dark? Suleiman raised this question. However, to his surprise, Alice smiled disdainfully. Manager, you underestimate me too much. What I mean is for you to step back a bit. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Suleiman, why does he feel like Alice is looking down on him? At this moment, Suleiman felt an even stronger impulse to become an extraordinary person. It seems that after getting through the beast tide crisis, it is necessary to find a way to become extraordinary. After making up his mind, he and Alice arrived at the door of room 2. The door of room 2 was 10 meters away from the door of the power distribution room. The light from the glass window on the door of the power distribution room was not enough to provide illumination. As for the corridor lights on the basement level, they were far outside room 5. They were practically non-existent. Manager, it's a bit dark here, so be careful. Alice kindly reminded him. An idea suddenly flashed in Suleiman's mind. Wait, He grabbed Alice and stopped her from turning the key to room 2. Don't rush. I'll go open the door to room 1 first. Okay. Alice nodded and withdrew her hand. Suleiman jogged back to the power distribution room, pushed open the door of the power distribution room. Manager, what's wrong? Ali was startled, jumping a bit, and then asked in confusion, fearing that Suleiman would see her slacking off. Suleiman didn't have time to pay attention to Ali, didn't even look at her, and said, "It's nothing. You keep busy. I'm just borrowing some light." Okay. Ali quickly pretended to be busy at her workstation. Suleiman pushed open the door of the power distribution room, and the light immediately burst out, illuminating the corridor. In an instant, the area around the door became bright. However, the distribution room door is equipped with a door closer, so as soon as Suleiman lets go, the door will automatically bounce back. This is really not what I want to avoid. Suleiman gritted his teeth, unable to find anything to prop the door, and had to shout to Alice 10 meters away. "Alice, I'm holding the door here. You take care of the mutant beast in room 2. Okay." Alice nodded, her lips curling up in a confident smile. Before Suleiman could count to 3, Alice had already unlocked the door and pushed it open. Immediately, a series of ping-pong sounds followed. Then, a notification rang in Suleiman's ear. "Alice killed a quasi-level mutant cockroach. You gained 1 experience point. Is that it?" Suleiman raised an eyebrow, looking at the seemingly busy Ahri in the distribution room. Sigh, when will Ahri be as useful as Alice? He shook his head and headed to room 2. Inside room 2, Alice had already turned on the lights. Suleiman observed carefully. Room 2 was also a 100 square meter space. Just like the distribution room, the height of room 2 was also 10 meters. In other words, it was a cubic space of 10 by 10 by 10. Inside the room, there lay a corpse of a mutant cockroach and a treasure chest. As usual, Suleiman uploaded the corpse to the trading space, marking it at a price of 20 wasteland coins per pound. Then, he looked at the treasure chest on the floor. The exciting moment has arrived. Ding, detected a treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Yes. No, yes. Swish, the treasure chest in Suleiman's hand disappeared. Immediately, another notification appeared before him. Ding, you opened the treasure chest and obtained 5,000 wasteland coins. This isn't even worth as much as a larger mutant beast corpse. Chapter 19 report. I need to use the bathroom. Suleiman smacked his lips, reluctantly putting away the wasteland coins. He also collected the wasteland coins he got from selling the mutant cockroach corpse. Despite Qin Yinxiu and the others jumping around, Suleiman's mutant beast meat business was not affected at all. The food shortage was too great. Even though the managers knew Suleiman's selling price was high, they still rushed to grab it. This left Qin Yinxiu furious, but after being blacklisted, he couldn't send Suleiman a private message and could only curse at him in the regional channel. Suleiman, you merchant, I will unite all the managers to boycott you. Suleiman, you've made too much money unconscionably. Be careful of dying miserably in the wasteland one day. Suleiman, come out. I need an explanation. Those who didn't know would think Suleiman had abandoned decent women. However, Suleiman didn't see any of these messages. He was focused on Ahri, who was sneaking out of the distribution room, so he had no time to care about anything else. Stop, what are you doing? He shouted, startling Ahri. Report, report. Ahri's face turned red, slightly bending her knees and placing her hand on her lower abdomen, as if enduring immense pain. What's wrong? Suleiman frowned. Why is Ahri so troublesome? He was becoming a bit impatient. Ahri shyly approached, speaking in a voice as quiet as a mosquito. I want to go to the bathroom. What? Speak up. Suleiman didn't hear clearly and said impatiently. Ahri shivered, paused, and then raised her voice. I want to go to the bathroom. The bathroom? Suleiman suddenly realized this meant she needed to relieve herself. But the shelter only had a hallway and a distribution room. Where was there a bathroom? So, he cleared his throat and said, the conditions in the shelter are harsh. There is no bathroom for now. Ahri looked as if she had heard something terrifying. Her face paling. No bathroom. Then how do you deal with urgent needs? How do you deal with it? Suleiman was taken aback. He had been handling it in the hallway, and as for Alice. Alice, where did you go when you got up last night? He clearly remembered that Alice had left the distribution room last night. Outside the shelter, not far from a big rock, Alice said seriously, without feeling any embarrassment. You want me to go outside the shelter? Ahri shrank her head, recalling the fear of radiation. There's radiation outside. Besides, it's so dangerous. As she spoke, Ahri gradually became silent, her face turning as red as if it would bleed. Why are you so troublesome? Suleiman glared at Ahri. He thought carefully. It was indeed unrealistic to let Ahri go outside the shelter. Ahri couldn't withstand radiation. She would likely die just trying to use the bathroom. But if he let Ahri relieve herself in the hallway or room 2, Suleiman suspected Ahri would kill him. It seemed that the only solution was to build a living facility to solve the living problem. He looked at the blueprints he still had in hand. One was for a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, one was for a deluxe suite, and one was for a presidential suite. The presidential suite costs 100,000 wasteland coins, accommodating at most 2 people. The deluxe suite costs 50,000 wasteland coins, accommodating at most 4 people. The 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout only costs 5,000 wasteland coins and can accommodate 6 people. It was clear which one should be built, right? Just right. Room 2 was cleared out. So Suleiman directly had Ahri and Alice exit room 2, took out the blueprints, and began construction. Swish, the 5,000 wasteland coins disappeared into thin air. Along with it, the blueprint, living facility, 3 bedrooms, and 2 living rooms also vanished. Then, changes began to occur in room 2 where he was located. First, brick walls were quickly built. Then plumbing and electrical work, carpentry, and tiling. Once the basic construction was completed, the entire room presented a simple modern style. Soon after, furniture and appliances appeared in the room. The entire renovation process was completed in just 1 minute. Ding! Construction of the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room facility is complete and ready for use. At this time, Suleiman was in the living room, carefully examining the room before him. Except for the lack of windows, it was no different from residential homes on Blue Star. There was a living room, dining room, kitchen, 3 bedrooms, a master bathroom, and a secondary bathroom. There was even a television and a refrigerator. With so many electrical appliances, they must consume a lot of power, right? Suleiman thought of this and quickly unplugged the television. He mustn't let Ahri find out. Just as he was about to unplug the other appliances, he heard a knocking sound from outside the door. "Manager, is it done yet?" Ahri's voice came from outside room 2, or rather, now it should be called the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room facility. It seemed she couldn't wait any longer. Suleiman had no choice but to open the door. "Can't you wait? It's not like you're rushing for food," he complained, grabbing Ahri, who was about to dash to the bathroom. "Wait, why the rush? I haven't finished talking." Ahri's back was exposed. Suleiman grabbed her sweater at the waist, then pretended he hadn't seen anything and said seriously, "Let me assign the rooms first. Can I go to the bathroom first?" Ahri looked aggrieved, not daring to resist. Suleiman snorted coldly, "You're so troublesome." Ahri had no choice but to endure the discomfort and squatted beside Suleiman, her crystal-like tail swaying from side to side. Seeing Ahri in such distress, Suleiman had to say briefly, "There are 3 rooms here. We each get 1. I'll take the master bedroom. Alice will take the secondary bedroom. And as for Ahri..." He looked at Ahri squatting on the ground, having seen everything he needed to see. After looking, Suleiman decisively said, "Ahri, you can sleep in the children's room." "No, I want to sleep in the master bedroom too." Ahri wasn't stupid. She naturally knew the master bedroom had a bathroom and was definitely the largest room. Suleiman was not happy. "Whose master bedroom is this? Where am I supposed to sleep? Are we supposed to sleep next to each other?" He firmly refused. In the early stages of shelter construction, how can we deal with these trivial matters? "Ahri, you need to understand your position. You are the resident with the shortest tenure in the shelter, so you should be in the smallest room." In fact, it was 100 square meters with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Even the smallest room would be enough for an ordinary family. Moreover, Ahri was sleeping alone. But how could Ahri come from an ordinary family? After Ahri finished using the bathroom and saw his room, he started crying sadly. "Wah wah wah. I don't want to sleep here." Chapter 20. Promoted to near-level extraordinary. Suleiman didn't care whether Ahri wanted to sleep or not. He pulled Alice and turned to leave, continuing to unlock room number 3. A new day had just begun, and he needed to unlock several more rooms. In fact, in the afternoon, it would be necessary to send Alice out to gather supplies. Suleiman had not forgotten the beast tide that would arrive in 3 days. Nobody knew how long the beast tide would last, so they had to gather enough supplies before it arrived. Of course, the supplies here did not include mutated beast meat, as there were no tools in the shelter to process it. Suleiman took Alice out of the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room unit. "Alice, it's the usual routine. I'll hold the door to the 3-bedroom unit, and you quickly deal with the mutated beasts in room number 3. "Okay." Alice nodded in response and headed toward room no. 3 first. Suleiman lagged a step behind, pushing the door of the 3-bedroom unit to the end and bracing it firmly. He was slightly stunned because the rebounding force he had imagined did not occur. At that moment, Suleiman realized that the door to the three-bedroom unit was just an ordinary residential entrance door. Ordinary entrance doors do not have closing devices, so they naturally don't rebound. This was awkward. For a moment, he felt a bit at a loss, just as he was about to enter room number 3 with Alice when he received a prompt. Ping. Alice killed a near-level mutated rat. You gained 1 experience point. Once the shelter develops, Alice must be awarded a great prize. Suleiman thought while walking toward room number 3. Inside room number 3, Alice had already turned on the lights as usual. Suleiman walked in and uploaded the basketball-sized corpse of the mutated rat to the trading space. It was too small and wasn't worth much. He grimaced in dissatisfaction and then looked at the treasure chest in the center of room number 3. What would it be this time? Suleiman couldn't wait to pick up the chest and open it. Suddenly, 2 syringes appeared in his hand. It's radiant neutralizer. He instinctively thought the syringes that appeared were radiant neutralizer. So excited, he almost jumped up. After all, 1 radiant neutralizer had earned Suleiman 120,000 wasteland coins. If he got 2 more, that would be amazing. However, although the syringes in his hand looked like radiant neutralizer, their color was different. Suleiman realized the difference and quickly looked at the attributes of the syringes. Stamina enhancer. Description: a syringe that can enhance stamina, permanently increases the user's stamina by 1. Note: the interval between 2 uses must not be less than 1 month, otherwise there is a risk of loss of control. After constructing a research facility for enhancing agents, stamina enhancers can be produced in bulk. It was actually an attribute-enhancing potion. Suleiman was even more excited. His stamina was 10 points, and just by adding 1 point, he could become a near-level extraordinary being. So, Suleiman immediately instructed Alice. Alice, guard the door for me. I'm going to prepare for my breakthrough. Okay, Alice replied, obediently exiting the room and kindly closing the door. Without saying a word, Suleiman decisively administered a syringe to himself. Ping. You used the stamina enhancer. Stamina increased by 1. Ping. Congratulations, you've been promoted to near level. On his attribute panel, the stamina value changed to 11. Immediately afterward, Suleiman felt a change within him. A surge of power rushed from his brain, washing over his limbs. It wasn't painful, just a little tingly. After a wave of heat, Suleiman felt that his breathing had become much easier. He had become a near-level extraordinary being. But was that all? Suleiman quickly jumped twice. No change in height. He immediately threw punches into the air. No change in strength. He began to run quickly around the room. Besides not getting out of breath, there was no change in speed. This was impossible. Suleiman was shocked. Strength, speed, and vision had not changed. This was different from what was written in novels. He quickly looked at his attribute panel. Sure enough, apart from the stamina value increasing to 11 points, all other attributes remained unchanged. And luck was still at the smallest positive integer, with no changes at all. There was also a note at the end of the attributes. Note: if a single attribute breaks 30, then you enter the ranks of level extraordinary beings. This was a bit unbalanced. Suleiman suddenly realized. Promotion to extraordinary beings does not look at overall attributes, but rather at single attributes. This way, there would definitely be many people who are unbalanced. With strength at 999 and intelligence only 1. In other words, whether an extraordinary being is powerful cannot solely depend on the level. Specific attributes must also be considered. Like him, who became a near-level extraordinary being relying on stamina, he had really only enhanced his stamina. All other attributes remained unchanged. If he wanted to become stronger, he still needed to improve the other attributes. He really wanted to see Alice's and Ali's specific attributes. However, even after flipping through their panels, Suleiman could not find where the specific attributes were, so he had to give up. He turned his attention back to his own panel and noticed a new section for traits. There was only 1 trait, and it was gray, indicating insufficient experience points. Locked status. Traits. 1 ability replication. You are an extraordinary being favored by the heavens and can consume experience points to replicate the traits of heavenly characters. I can replicate the traits of heavenly characters? A strange smile crept across Suleiman's face. In other words, I can replicate the skills of the residents of the shelter. This is simply amazing. He was ecstatic. He had long coveted Alice's virus enhancement. If he could replicate the virus enhancement, then he could enter and exit the wasteland just like Alice, without any harm. Thinking of this, Suleiman couldn't wait to do it immediately. However, his experience points were insufficient, and the ability replication was currently in a locked state. He could only wait until he accumulated enough experience points to unlock ability replication as soon as he reached 100. Regardless, although it wasn't as powerful as he had imagined, Suleiman had at least become an extraordinary being. He held his head high, carefully took the stamina enhancer, and pushed open the door to room number 3. Outside the door, Suleiman saw Alice, who had been guarding. "Manager, you've been promoted?" Alice asked, puzzled. "Yes, from today on, I am a near-level extraordinary being. So, do you feel anything different?" Alice raised her eyebrows. "Indeed, there is a bit of a difference, but I can't pinpoint exactly what it is." Without a system, Alice naturally couldn't see Suleiman's changes. She could only rely on her experience and knowledge to sense that Suleiman had changed. Suleiman smacked his lips. He was not satisfied with this answer. At such a time, there should be cheers. "Where's Ollie? With such a big commotion, why hasn't Ollie come out?" Chapter 21, Bathing Ollie? Suleiman shouted towards the distribution room, but received no response. "Where's Ollie?" He furrowed his brows, knowing that Ollie must be slacking off again. He then asked Alice, "Have you seen Ollie?" Alice cautiously replied, "I just saw her come out of the distribution room. She rolled 2 barrels of water into the residence." Alice habitually referred to the 3-bedroom, 2-living room space as the residence. In reality, constantly calling it a 3-bedroom, 2-living room was indeed inconvenient. Water? Suleiman didn't pay attention to these details, but was more concerned about Ollie's movements. What did Ollie need the water for? His heart sank suddenly, and a bad premonition hit him. Ollie wouldn't have taken the water to take a shower, would she? This was bad. Bottled water was a precious resource for their survival. There were only 7 barrels in total, one of which Suleiman had already opened. He and Alice were usually very frugal, only drinking water when they were thirsty. But Ollie had taken away 2 barrels at once. The water resources of the shelter couldn't withstand such waste. Suleiman and Alice exchanged glances and hurried towards the residence. The front door was closed, but at least it had a fingerprint lock. As the manager of the shelter, Suleiman had naturally been registered with the system during construction and had the right to enter all rooms in the shelter. He clicked open the door lock. The living room was empty, but unique singing came from the bathroom. Suleiman quickly approached the bathroom door, knocking and shouting loudly, "Ollie, open the door for me. Hurry up." "Who?" Ollie's voice became noticeably tense. "It's me, Suleiman." "The manager?" Ollie shivered and stopped her actions. "What are you doing in there?" Suleiman asked loudly. "I am taking a shower," Ollie replied, fidgeting. "What?" Suleiman's head buzzed. "Do you know how precious bottled water is? How dare you use the only bottled water in the shelter to take a shower?" As he spoke, he twisted the doorknob. Ollie panicked, and soon a high-pitched scream came from the bathroom. Suleiman covered his ears and said sternly, "Get out quickly. I haven't even settled the score with you yet." Behind Suleiman, Alice watched everything quietly, then silently returned to her room and locked the door. The door seemed to be locked, but in reality, Alice was pressed against it, eavesdropping. The bedroom door didn't have good sound insulation. Before long, Alice heard Suleiman teaching Ollie a lesson. After Suleiman lectured Ollie, he sent her back to work in the distribution room. Then, he directly opened Alice's bedroom door. Bang! The door opened, and Alice tumbled out from where she was leaning against it. "Manager, how did you get in?" Alice was taken aback, displaying a rare look of fluster. "I'm the manager. Of course, I can freely enter all rooms in the shelter." Suleiman snorted coldly and continued, "What did you hear just now?" "I didn't hear anything." "All right. Since that's the case, let's unlock room 4 together. Don't you need to rest?" Alice asked politely. "No, my stamina has already increased." Suleiman straightened his back. They secured the front door of the residence and went down to the basement level. "I'll hold the door." "Forget it. I'll go with you." Suleiman instinctively wanted to brace the door of room 3. However, room 3 had not been constructed. There was only a chandelier hanging from the central ceiling, and the light was not as bright as in the previous rooms. It was unrealistic to rely on the light from room 3 to illuminate room 4. Moreover, room 3 didn't even have a door closer, so there was no need to brace the door. Using the faint light from the corridor, Suleiman led Alice to the door of room 4. He said, "Alice, you take the lead. Make sure to strike decisively, and I'll cover you from behind." Even though Suleiman had become an extraordinary being, he had no intention of facing the mutated beasts directly. What a joke. The manager of a shelter needed to do it himself? Okay. Alice nodded, swinging her handgun and quickly opening the door to room 4. Before Suleiman could see what the mutated beast looked like, he already received a system prompt. Ding. Alice killed a mutated earth dog, You gained 1 experience point. So fast. Laimeng was surprised. He had never watched when Alice completed a kill before. Unexpectedly, it was just a quick encounter. And a qualified mutated beast had already been slaughtered by Alice. Thinking of this, Laimeng couldn't help but put himself in the role of the mutated beast and shivered suddenly. It seemed that Alice's strength was indeed formidable. A strange smile crept onto Laimeng's lips. With such a powerful resident, how could the shelter not thrive? As for that lazy Ahri, he had subconsciously overlooked her. After skillfully placing the mutated earth dog into the trading space, Laimeng quickly approached the treasure chest. Manager, hurry and see what's in the treasure chest. Alice was also getting excited. After all, Alice had seen Laimeng open bad things from treasure chests before. Ding. 1 treasure chest detected. Would you like to open it? Yes. No. No need to say more. Laimeng directly opened the treasure chest. Ding. You opened the treasure chest and received 100 rounds of 762 bullets. With a flash of white light, the treasure chest disappeared. On the floor of room 4, a wooden ammunition box appeared. Is this an ammunition box? Laimeng quickly opened the ammunition box and saw neatly stacked, bright yellow-orange 762 bullets. Great. He was overjoyed, not expecting to get a full 100 rounds of bullets. Laimeng immediately asked, Alice, what kind of bullets does your handgun use? If Alice's handgun could use these 762 bullets, that would be fantastic. Alice didn't answer immediately. Instead, she squatted down and picked up a bullet to examine it for a moment. 762, just right for my handgun. As someone with years of survival experience in the wasteland, Alice could naturally identify the bullet type. In that case, these bullets are all yours. Laimeng waved his hand generously, signaling Alice to take all the bullets. For me? Alice was somewhat taken aback. Really all for me? Yes, all for you. Laimeng nodded. He wasn't just excited. He had thought it through. Right now, in the shelter, Alice was the only one with a gun. If he didn't give it to her, who should he give it to? Chapter 22. Oh no, Ahri has a fever. Thank you. Alice looked at Laimeng with deep appreciation and then directly carried the ammunition box away. Before Laimeng could finish his sentence, he quickly chased after her, shouting, Wait. With the bullets, we can continue exploring the wasteland. Wait a moment. You push the cart up and keep searching for supplies in the wasteland. If you see anything useful, bring back a bit more, even if it's just scrap metal. Okay. Alice nodded. Compared to unlocking rooms, the wasteland suits me better. I'll put the extra bullets back in the residence and set off with 2 magazines. Laimeng nodded as well and quickly walked towards the shelter's entrance hall. The entrance hall had already become a warehouse for storing items. Whether it was bottled water, canned food, broadcasting equipment, or wasteland suits. Everything was piled up in the entrance hall and stacked on the cart. It didn't look good at all. Laimeng decided to clear the entrance hall and move the supplies to room 3, letting Alice take the cart away. He chuckled as he pushed all the supplies from the hall into room number 3 with the handcart, and then returned the handcart to the hall. By the time Alice arrived at the hall, Laimeng had already tidied up the handcart. Go ahead. Even if you don't find any supplies, it's okay. Just come back before dark, he said, handing the handcart to Alice and giving her an encouraging look. Okay. Alice nodded, opened the shelter's main door, and happily set off with her handcart. The wasteland was still a scene of ruins. Laimeng nodded in satisfaction and pressed the switch to close the shelter's door once Alice was out of sight. He then went back to room number 3 to continue organizing. Currently, there were 5 barrels of water in the shelter, one of which had been opened and contained only half of its water. There were 6 cans for healing needles, and a total of 3 sets of wasteland suits. As for the deradiation medicine, it had been completely consumed. In addition, there were more than 150,000 wasteland coins and 2 blueprints for the presidential suite and the truth set. Laimeng arranged the barrels of water in a circle along the corner of the wall and placed all the cans and healing needles inside the circle. Then, he put the wasteland suits on top of the barrels of water for simple cover. As for the 2 blueprints, he kept them on him. Not enough living supplies. Laimeng frowned. He had to think of a way to stockpile more cans. Otherwise, as the population of the shelter grew, food would become increasingly scarce. Cough, cough. He was deep in thought when he suddenly heard 2 weak coughs from outside the door. Who? Ahri. Laimeng turned and saw Ahri leaning against the door frame. Ugh. He suddenly felt a toothache. What is going on now? If you want to rest, just rest, as long as the shelter doesn't lose power. After unlocking 2 rooms, the shelter's power consumption increased by 2, but it was still lower than Ahri's power generation. So, Suleiman relaxed and was not so strict with Ali. After all, who doesn't slack off at work? However, Ali didn't seem happy at all. Instead, she looked at Suleiman with dazed eyes. Asu, I think I have a cold. Ugh, it's just a lesson once, right? We're still superior and subordinate. Suleiman felt goosebumps all over. He coughed twice to compose himself. What happened? He asked with concern. Ali looked exhausted and weakly replied, Perhaps it's because I took a cold shower. You took a cold shower? Suleiman's eyelid twitched. He didn't know Ali was so tough on herself. Although there was no running water in the accommodation, there was an induction cooker in the kitchen. Couldn't she boil water to wash? Yes, I took a cold shower, Ali said as she started to crouch down. Suleiman quickly rushed to the door and supported Ali. Why are you so hot? His heart dropped. He knew something was wrong. I don't know. I feel very dizzy and I want to vomit, Ali replied weakly. Suleiman placed his hand on Ali's forehead and immediately cursed under his breath. Damn it, Ali has a fever. What to do? For a moment, he couldn't think of a solution. There were no fever medicines in the shelter. Was he really going to use the healing needles? Suleiman helped Ali back to the accommodation and ran back to room number 3 to fetch the healing needles, carefully reading the attribute panel. However, the more he read, the colder his heart became, because the healing needles could only treat injuries. Not good. Suleiman rummaged through room No. 3 and suddenly spotted the only stamina booster in the room. He injected himself with a stamina booster and became a quasi-level extraordinary. What if he injected Ali with the stamina booster? Suleiman instantly thought that the stamina booster could increase stamina by 1 point, which could enhance a person's physical condition. It should be useful for Ali, who had a cold. That's it. Suleiman took the stamina booster and went to Ali's room. At that moment, Ali was lying neatly on the bed with her eyes tightly closed. Suleiman carefully pulled out Ali's arm and said, Ali, I'm going to inject you with a stamina booster to enhance your physical condition. It might help you feel better. Ali groggily opened her eyes but didn't hear what Suleiman said. Suleiman didn't hold back. Regardless of whether Ali agreed or not, he directly inserted the syringe into Ali's body. The medicine was injected, and Ali's stamina increased by 1 point. In an instant, Ali's complexion began to regain its rosy color. Suleiman felt her forehead. Ali's temperature returned to normal, and she was no longer feverish. Moreover, Ali also woke up. Not only that, Suleiman received a system notification. Ding! Shelter resident Ali has been promoted to quasi-level. Ali was promoted? The symptoms of her fever disappeared? He looked puzzled, then suddenly understood. It seemed that after the promotion, the negative status was automatically eliminated. He initially thought it was to treat the fever, but unexpectedly, not only was the fever cured, but Ali also got promoted. In one day, 2 people in the shelter were promoted to quasi-level. Even novels wouldn't dare to write that. Suleiman was overjoyed and looked at Ali, who was gradually waking up. How do you feel? Better? Ali blushed as she saw Suleiman still holding her arm. I feel better, even more energetic than before. Thank you, Asu. Better? Suleiman's expression turned cold as he let go of Ali's arm. If you're better, then get up and get to work. The shelter is almost out of power because of you. Chapter 23. The Skinner's Body after getting Ali back on track. Suleiman soaked in the regional channel and watched the performances of the silly online users. He didn't know how long he had been peeking, but once he looked, the regional channel was full of discussions about his listing of mutated beast meat. Scammer. Every time he only lists a tiny bit of meat, it's impossible to grab. This is hunger marketing, just to raise the selling price. Other mutated beast meat is 10 wasteland coins per pound, but the scammer wants 20 wasteland coins. Treating us like fools. Scammers are scammers, selling all kinds of mutated beast meat regardless of whether it's edible. I call on everyone to resist scammers and create a good business environment in the wasteland. Goodness. The administrators in the regional channel seemed to be very dissatisfied with Suleiman. Some were unhappy with his high prices, some were unhappy that he only sold a little each time, and others were unhappy that he brought all kinds of meat to the trading space. However, Suleiman didn't care about any of this, because the mutated beast meat he listed always sold out immediately. Nowadays, there were very few administrators selling mutated beast meat. The market was generally in favor of sellers. Whatever price he set and whatever he sold, wasn't it his decision? Suleiman sat in the hall, not knowing how long he had been watching, when he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. The shelter had no doorbell and no surveillance. He had to wait in the hall to hear the knocking sound, which was really troublesome. He complained unhappily, but quickly got up to open the door. Outside was Alice, returning with her handcart. Suleiman opened the door and eagerly took the handcart from Alice. Upon closer inspection, he found that there was only a corpse and a battery on the handcart. Is this the Skinner you killed? During his peeking, Suleiman indeed received information about Alice killing a quasi-level Skinner and that she obtained a battery. But at that time, he was immersed in the joy of the sand sculpture netizens and didn't pay much attention. Now seeing the peeler's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a bit nauseous. The peeler was very similar to humans. Overall, it looked like a human who had been skinned, with all its muscles exposed. However, unlike humans, the peeler had 2 pairs of 4 slender fangs. Moreover, the tips of the fangs had small pores, clearly used for injecting venom when biting prey. Besides the peeler, there was nothing else on the cart. Suleiman poked the peeler's elastic muscles, then picked up the battery and looked at it, feeling very disappointed. He looked at Alice and asked, "Is this all you found?" Alice nodded. "After I left the shelter, I avoided the direction of Hard Island and walked north. There is a forest to the north, but I didn't go too deep. I only encountered this guy at the edge of the forest. However," Alice changed the subject and said, "I found a water point at the forest's edge, which is about 10 square meters of a pond." A water point? Suleiman raised his eyebrows. The bottled water in the shelter was running low, and the discovery of a water point was just in time. However, Alice's words hit him like a blow. "Manager, I only have a cart. I can't get water. What to do?" Suleiman frowned. At that moment, the elevator suddenly opened, and Ali walked out. "Ali, you're slacking off again," Suleiman shouted. He noticed that as long as no one was watching, Ali would definitely not work seriously. "Asu, I'm scared staying alone on the B1 floor," Ali said, crying. "Asu." Alice raised her eyebrows. "What happened after I went out? Are you two a couple now?" "No." Suleiman's eyelids twitched, quickly stopping her. "Ali, please call me manager." "Manager." Ali blinked flirtatiously and then said, "I have 2 empty buckets that can be used to fetch water. This is a good idea." Suleiman nodded, feeling that Ali finally contributed something to the shelter. He said to Ali, "Go get the empty buckets for Alice." "Okay." Ali stood on tiptoe and gave a crooked military salute, her tail swishing as she returned to the elevator. Suleiman looked at Alice again and said in a softer tone, "Then it's hard work for you to run a trip." "No problem, manager." Alice joked, mimicking Ali, and then unloaded the peeler's body and the battery from the cart. Naturally, Suleiman would not let go of something like a corpse. He directly priced it and listed the peeler's body in the trading space. Immediately, the regional channel began to discuss. "What the hell? Why do I see a shady merchant selling human specimens? Damn, this is disgusting. The shady merchant wouldn't have skinned his own residents to sell, would he?" Everyone looked closely. "That's a peeler's body, not a human." "Peeler? What is that? A skinned human?" Suleiman's lips curled into a strange arc. The regional channel was very active, but the peeler's body had been listed for a minute and still hadn't sold. It seemed that everyone was afraid to take action. So, he edited a message and sent it to the regional channel. "Peeler, a level mutated beast. Rumored to contain extraordinary power that can have the same effect as a healing needle when consumed. Level? It's actually level, terrifying. According to the shady merchant, it's Tang Sung meat. Eating it could grant immortality? I don't believe it. Why not let someone upstairs try?" However, at that moment, a discordant voice appeared. "Fraud. Everyone. Don't believe what the shady merchant says. The peeler's body contains deadly poison, and eating it won't last half an hour. This is what my experienced residents have told me." Suleiman looked and saw that the speaker was Chun Yinxiu, the woman he had blacklisted. Goodness. He cursed inwardly. It seemed Chun Yinxiu was specifically opposing him. Chun Yinxiu had long been selling affordable edible mutated beasts in the trading space and had built a good reputation among many managers. As soon as Chun Yinxiu spoke, several managers immediately followed suit and began to list cases of death after consuming the peeler. Now, the managers who originally wanted to try it also dismissed the idea. The peeler's body hung there in the trading space, lonely and unsold. Chapter 24. The shady merchant has new goods. Exposed. Suleiman's eyes shifted wildly. He had seen the peeler's poisonous fangs with his own eyes, confirming that the peeler's body was toxic. Originally, he thought to deceive the newbies with information gaps and earn some wasteland coins. Unexpectedly, he was exposed on the spot. However, what does it matter if he was exposed? Suleiman would never take down the peeler's body. His decision was correct. The discussions about the peeler were still lively in the regional channel. In the next second, the peeler's body was bought. Along with it, Suleiman received 3,000 wasteland coins. They still bought it knowing it was poisonous? He was stunned. There really were brave souls in this world. In the regional channel, Chen Yinxiu immediately started flooding the chat. Who is it? Who bought it? I said it was poisonous. Why buy it? Don't you know to check the regional channel first? Solomon grinned. He liked seeing Chen Yinxiu flustered. Manager, the empty buckets are here. Just as Solomon was grinning foolishly, Ali brought the empty buckets to the entrance hall. He immediately took the buckets and personally handed them to Alice, showing his support for her. After watching Alice leave the shelter, Solomon glared at Ali fiercely. Don't just stand there. Hurry back to the power distribution room to work. Also, watch your wording and tone in front of the other residents. Ali was startled and her tail shot up. Then she gave Solomon a flirtatious wink. Don't worry, Asu, I'll go right away. After sending Ali away, Solomon began to think about the battery on the floor. How should this thing be handled? He frowned and thought. The shelter already had a power distribution room, so the battery wasn't very useful. It seemed selling it was the only option. However, this time, Solomon decided to stick to the auction routine. So, he immediately shouted in the regional channel. The peeler's body has been sold. An auction for a battery with a capacity of 100 power will start in 5 minutes. Those in need, please prepare. As soon as Solomon's message was out, people immediately began to discuss. A battery? Is it the kind from solar panels? It should be. The batteries on solar panels only have a capacity of 50 power. The Shady Merchants has 100 power. What does this mean? It means there won't be a blackout at night. I have to say, although the Shady Merchant is shady, he really has a lot of good things. Just pulling one out is worth a frenzy. I'm tempted. Brothers, what about you? I've got wasteland coins ready, waiting for 5 minutes. But at that moment, someone immediately jumped out to criticize the battery. Everyone, you need to think carefully. How long will it take to fill a 100 capacity battery just with the surplus power from the solar panels? Don't be impulsive just because the parameters look good. Practicality matters. Solomon looked at the speaker, who was someone he had never seen before named He Ying. It seemed like he was an experienced guy. He Ying pointed out the inside story with a single sentence. As long as the distribution room is built, there will be no need for batteries. It's more important to quickly check if there are any distribution room blueprints in the shelter's treasure chest. Immediately, someone in the regional channel began to agree. It sounds reasonable. Sure, you guys can fight for the batteries, I'll just watch. Wow. Suleiman added He Yang to his blacklist. Isn't this just blocking others from making money? He was planning to confront He Yang next. Who would have thought that before he even spoke, someone was already speaking for him? The regional channel's prominent player, Lin Tian, spoke up. You only considered the managers with distribution rooms, but with so many managers in the wasteland, how could everyone have a distribution room? Moreover, blueprints are one-time consumables. One blueprint can only build one distribution room. Are we supposed to wait until the later stages of the shelter when power is insufficient to look for batteries? That's why I say batteries are essential for shelter construction. Even if it's just to serve as a backup power reserve, it won't be a loss. Suleiman deeply agreed with Lin Tian's words. After reading them, he didn't even want to sell anymore. But without trust, one cannot know its worth. So he raised the starting price of the batteries from the originally planned 3,000 to 10,000. Pricing it too low would be disrespectful to the value of the batteries. 10,000 wasteland coins is just the right price for building a distribution room. On the second day of arrival, many managers could take out 10,000 wasteland coins. Moreover, with Lin Tian's words as a foundation, many managers who had built distribution rooms would also participate in the auction. Now, there was no worry about not being able to sell the batteries for a good price. Suleiman expected to sell for at least 20,000 wasteland coins. 5 minutes later, the auction began. Chen Yinxiu bids 11,000 wasteland coins. Uffed. Suleiman immediately burst out laughing. Who would have thought that Chen Yinxiu, who had always mocked him as a profiteer, would be the first to call out a price? He quickly typed 3 question marks in the regional channel. Now it was Chen Yinxiu's turn to be silent. Following that, other managers quickly followed suit, driving the price of the batteries up to 20,000 wasteland coins. Just as Suleiman thought it was about to be finalized, Chen Yinxiu jumped in again, raising the price to 30,000 wasteland coins. At this point, finally, no other managers raised the price. The batteries that Suleiman originally planned to sell for 3,000 wasteland coins unexpectedly soared to 30,000. He was overjoyed, unable to close his mouth in delight. With Suleiman happy, naturally, there were others who were not. Shelter 5649. Chen Yinxiu gritted his teeth, filled with rage, and slammed his fist against the door. Damn it! Why is the profiteer auctioning off something that I need? While exploring the wasteland, Chen Yinxiu inadvertently discovered a blueprint for a special facility, a broadcasting signal amplifier. Building the broadcasting signal amplifier requires batteries. However, Chen Yinxiu searched the area around the shelter but found no information about batteries. Just when he was about to give up, he saw Suleiman's advertisement for the auction of batteries, hesitated for a full 5 minutes, and then decided to participate in the bidding. Damn it. One moment I was confronting the profiteer, and the next I bought his batteries. But I clearly said I wouldn't buy anything from a profiteer. Holding the batteries in his hand, Chen Yinxiu couldn't vent his anger in front of the residents of the shelter and could only unleash his frustration on the shelter's door. How ironic. Chen Yinxiu felt a burning sensation on his face and decided to temporarily avoid speaking in the regional channel. Chapter 25. Unlock Room 5. Shelter 4297. Located in the presidential suite on the underground first floor. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. Lin Tian, lounging on the sofa, was immersed in the regional channel and casually said. The door opened, and 2 soldiers in uniform, armed to the teeth, walked in. Manager, it's time to eat. Soldier A held a plate with a large, bright red tomato and some instant side dishes. Lin Tian sat up straight, took the plate from the soldier's hand, and bit into the tomato without hesitation. With one bite, juice burst out, making the eyes of the 2 soldiers widen, and they couldn't help but swallow. After all, this was a fresh tomato. Only the leaders of the shelter were qualified to eat tomatoes. Is it summer? How can there be tomatoes to eat? Lin Tian looked at the tomato in his hand and asked casually. No, Soldier A was also staring at the tomato in Lin Tian's hand, not blinking. If it's not summer, how could there be tomatoes? Lin Tian was surprised, feeling it was unbelievable. It's just greenhouse vegetables. Soldier B shook his head, feeling that this cheap manager was somewhat inexperienced, not even knowing about greenhouse vegetables. However, even if they were greenhouse vegetables, they were still very precious. What? Greenhouse vegetables? Lin Tian was shocked and immediately spat out the tomato he had in his mouth. I never eat greenhouse vegetables. They have hormones and are carcinogenic. You. Soldier A saw Lin Tian so unappreciative of the precious tomato, veins bulging on his forehead, and was about to rush up to educate Lin Tian. At this moment, Soldier B pulled Soldier A back, taking 2 steps back and whispering. After the beast tied, the Shelter Association will assess the new managers. Before the assessment, hold back your temper a bit. Once he fails the assessment and the captain officially takes over the shelter, you can deal with him however you like. Soldier A gritted his teeth and whispered, Why? The shelter's unlocking speed is so slow. How many of our brothers are still sleeping on the underground 2nd floor while he enjoys life in the presidential suite? I want to deal with him now. He's a manager. How can we, 1,000 brothers, be afraid of a sickly guy? The more Soldier A spoke, the more agitated he became, and his voice gradually grew louder. Soldier B's expression turned cold, and he said quietly, The captain values you, which is why you were sent to deliver food. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Tian didn't hear the 2 soldiers muttering at all. After finishing his meal, Lin Tian once again immersed himself in the regional channel. Brothers, what level has your shelter unlocked? Not long ago, I just unlocked the underground 4th floor. As soon as Lin Tian said this, the regional channel was filled with voices repeating, Welcome, Lin Tian, to become a god. Welcome, Lin Tian, to become a god. Welcome, Lin Tian, to become a god. They've already unlocked the 4th underground floor. Suleiman nearly had his eyes pop out looking at Lin Tian's message. He had only unlocked 4 rooms. But Lin Tian had already unlocked the 4th underground floor. The speed was simply too fast. No, I must speed up the unlocking process. Just in time. Ali has been promoted to a quasi-superior extraordinary being, so let Ali go unlock room 5. Suleiman felt he had come up with a good idea. He suddenly remembered that there was still a steel bar in room 3. It was a steel bar that Alice picked up from the wasteland during her first outing. He could definitely give it to Ali and let Ali fight with the steel bar. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he acted on it. After all, Ali had been slacking off in the distribution room. Why not make reasonable use of him and train Ali to become the 2nd combat power of the shelter? Suleiman immediately returned to the 1st underground floor. First went to room 3 to find the steel bar, and then quietly arrived at the door of the distribution room. He peeked through the observation window to secretly glance inside the distribution room. Sure enough, Ali was seriously slacking off. If there were a return function, I would definitely be the first to return Ali, Suleiman thought silently. He suddenly pushed open the door to the distribution room, startling Ali so much that he jumped. Ah, Su. Ali quickly stood at attention, hurriedly fiddling with the machine a couple of times, trying to cover up the fact that he was slacking off. Suleiman frowned and said, "Why are you slacking off again?" As he spoke, he walked towards Ahri while glancing at the electronic display screen of the power distribution room. Since Ahri took the position, the power reserves of the shelter had hardly increased. "I was just studying the equipment, he said. Suleiman pursed his lips. He hadn't used such tricks since elementary school. He stared discontentedly at Ahri and said, "Since you want to rest so badly, then I'll let you rest. Come with me." "Huh?" Ahri's face turned red instantly. "Right now?" Suleiman glared. "Come with me to unlock room 5. I'm scared." Hearing about unlocking room 5 made Ahri even more frightened. It was better than being eaten by her. Suleiman patted Ahri's shoulder. "Don't be afraid. You're already a mature, extraordinary being. You should learn to face danger. Besides, I'm here with you." Okay. Ahri's face fell. But she had no choice but to obey Suleiman's arrangements, slowly following behind with the steel bar in hand. The distance from the power distribution room to room 5 was only about 40 meters, which could be covered in 30 to 40 seconds. But Ahri took a full 2 minutes to walk there. "Hurry up, what are you dawdling for?" Ahri mournfully replied, "I want to dawdle, but you won't let me. You have a sharp tongue." Suleiman grabbed Ahri's shoulder and dragged her to the door of room 5, handing the steel bar to her. "Now, open the door to room 5. "Woo," Ahri said with a sobbing tone, her trembling right hand gradually moving towards the doorknob of room 5. At the same time, Ahri's left hand was shaking uncontrollably, finally reaching the key and starting to turn it slowly. Click. The door lock was unlocked, but Ahri was reluctant to push open the door to room 5. "Don't dawdle, be bold." Seeing that Ahri was quite frightened, Suleiman had to help her. He kicked the door open with a bang. Behind the door, a massive head appeared, glaring with fierce eyes at Suleiman and Ahri at the doorway. It was a mutated rat half the height of a person. Then, the mutated rat moved, springing towards Ahri right under Suleiman's nose. "Ah!" Ahri let out a piercing scream. The powerful sound waves hit Suleiman's ears, making him feel like drums were pounding in his head. He suppressed the intense discomfort and looked forward. Ahri tightly gripped the steel bar, already scared enough to close her eyes. "This is bad." Suleiman's heart sank. He steeled himself and forcefully pushed Ahri to the left. Chapter 26. "Ahri, why don't you turn on the lights?" Creak. The mutated rat was extremely fast. As Suleiman pushed Ahri away, it lunged at them. However, how could Suleiman let the mutated rat succeed? He snatched the steel bar from Ahri's hands, sidestepped, and pushed Ahri back 2 steps. At this point, both of them had retreated to the left side of the door, clearing the mutated rat's attack path. Then, Suleiman twisted his waist and faced the flying mutated rat, fiercely stabbing out with the steel bar. Although the steel bar was blunt, under Suleiman's strength, it penetrated directly through the rat's ear hole and then exited through the other side's eyeball. Squeak. The formerly lunging mutated rat was abruptly stopped, hanging on the steel bar. Immediately, blood flowed from the rat's ear hole, staining its fur and dripping to the ground. Ding. You have killed a quasi-level mutated rat, gaining 30 experience points. It just died? Suleiman couldn't believe it. He swung the steel bar, tossing the mutated rat's corpse to the corner, and then realized he had just killed a quasi-level mutated beast. At that moment, his adrenaline surged, and as he relaxed, he felt a vague emptiness. It was as if he had participated in a 100-meter sprint, and his muscles began to feel sore. This is the normal difficulty of survival in the wasteland. Suleiman wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, wanting to take a closer look at the mutated rat's corpse. But unexpectedly, he was suddenly embraced by Ahri, behind Suleiman. The frightened Ahri finally came to her senses after he killed the mutated rat and tightly hugged him. Whoa, ASU, I'm scared. Hearing Ahri's cries, Suleiman realized that she was not the Ahri from the League of Legends universe, but a singer from a parallel world. It was indeed a bit abrupt to have a newly arrived female singer face mutated beasts. Sure enough, each profession has its specialties. From now on, it's better to let Ahri handle some clerical work. He patted Ahri's hand and said, "Stop crying. Go check what's in the treasure chest in the room." Okay. Ahri sniffled and took small steps towards room 5, trembling as she opened the treasure chest. Ding. Ahri opened the treasure chest and obtained 1,000 wasteland coins. With a swish, the treasure chest on the ground disappeared, and Ahri suddenly had 1,000 wasteland coins in her hands. ASU, this is amazing. Ahri's face was filled with disbelief. Despite the information from the system, she was still curious about the sudden disappearance and reappearance of items. But Suleiman was not very satisfied. After putting in so much effort to unlock room 5, it turned out to be just 1,000 wasteland coins. He took the wasteland coins from Ollie's hands, pouting in dissatisfaction, and had no choice but to put the mutated rat's corpse into the trading space to make up for his disappointment. Ollie giggled, looking at Suleiman with eyes full of hearts. "ASU, you're really amazing." Suleiman shrugged noncommittally. "Is this really amazing? You haven't seen my best side yet." Ollie blushed. "Then let me see it." Just as Suleiman was about to show Ollie, he suddenly heard a faint knocking sound. "Where's that sound coming from?" Ollie pouted, feeling displeased at being interrupted. "It sounds like someone is knocking on the door." "Knocking on the door?" Suleiman suddenly reacted. Alice was back. He quickly rushed out of room 5, took the elevator, and headed to the shelter's lobby. Outside the lobby, Alice was pushing a cart, vigorously banging on the shelter's door. "Manager, open the door." "Ollie, open the door." After knocking for a long time until her arms were sore, the door finally opened, revealing Suleiman's smiling face. "Back already?" Alice nodded. The 2 buckets were filled with water, but the water from the collection point was not very clean. After Alice entered the door, Suleiman quickly took over the cart. He took a careful look. The 2 buckets on the cart were full, but the water was a bit murky, so it would have to sit for a couple of days. "It's fine. After a couple of days, the sediment will settle, and the water will clear up. Then it can be used," Suleiman said as he handed the cart to Ollie. "Quick, push it to room 3. "Oh." Ollie stepped forward, obediently taking the cart. But Alice noticed something was off. "Huh. Ollie, why are you crying?" Alice looked at her with suspicion. "Didn't you think it was like that after I left?" Suleiman vehemently denied it. He coughed repeatedly and said, "After you left, I took Ollie to unlock room 5. She was overwhelmed with joy and cried." "Oh." Alice raised an eyebrow, suddenly looking at Ollie with newfound respect. Suleiman beckoned both of them to head down to the lower level. It was now evening. The sky had darkened. Suleiman simply stopped exploring the wasteland, took out some canned food from room 3, and distributed it to Alice and Ollie. After a day of hustle, everyone was already hungry. At this point, they dug in, devouring the food as if they could eat the tin cans too. "Is that all?" Ollie licked the tin can, still not satisfied. "That's it, just 1 can per meal." Suleiman firmly refused and quickly shifted the topic, saying, "Since we've finished eating, let's play a game." "What game?" Ahri asked curiously, and even Alice looked over. Suleiman's lips curled into a strange arc as he said, "The loser takes off their clothes." Suleiman received a slap mark on his left cheek. Ahri blushed and exclaimed, "You pervert. Who would play that with you?" Suleiman got another slap mark on his right cheek. "You pervert. Who would play that with both of you?" After urging Ahri to gather enough energy for the night, Suleiman waved his hand decisively. Time for bed. He was the first to head towards their residence. The previous night, he had slept on the floor of the distribution room with Alice. Suleiman was still feeling sore in his back and waist. He needed a good rest today to recover. He rushed into the master bedroom, threw himself onto the bed, and fell asleep immediately. In the middle of the night, Suleiman suddenly felt a pain in his stomach. He quickly got up and headed to the master bathroom. But when he opened the door, he was stunned. "What the hell, it's a toilet. What kind of man squats on a toilet?" The little needles will never know the grudge between the golden rod and the toilet. He grumbled in dissatisfaction, closed the door, and went to the secondary bathroom. However, as soon as he opened the door, he was stunned again. Why was there someone in the secondary bathroom? "Ah!" A terrified scream came from the secondary bathroom, followed by Suleiman's furious shouting. "Why didn't you turn on the light when you were using the bathroom?" Chapter 27, Double Bets, Recruit 2 Residents. On the 3rd day, Suleiman woke up early. He didn't wait for Alice and Ahri, hastily ate a can of food, and rushed to the hall. Today was the 3rd day, and he could recruit more personnel. He initially planned to store the broadcasting equipment in room 3 on the underground floor. However, room 3 was not constructed yet and had no power outlets. Therefore, he could only keep the broadcasting equipment in the hall. Suleiman rushed to the hall and pressed the switch for the broadcasting equipment. Ding. "Would you like to make a 5-fold bet?" "Yes." "No, 5-fold bet? What is that?" Suleiman had no idea what a 5-fold bet was, but he felt like he had seen it somewhere before. So he clicked on the question mark behind the 5-fold bet. 5-fold bet consumes 50,000 wasteland coins to broadcast to the multiverse, with a chance to recruit more and higher level characters from the multiverse. It costs 50,000 wasteland coins. Suleiman's eyes darted around. Currently, the shelter had 159,550 wasteland coins. Spending 50,000 to try the 5-fold bet was not beyond his means. However, the shelter's supplies, such as canned food and drinking water, were definitely insufficient. What to do? Should he double the bet or not? Solomon thought carefully, excluding today. There were only 2 days left until the beast tide arrived, and given the current situation, the more people, the better. Moreover, doubling the bet might not necessarily recruit many people. It could also bring in higher-level characters from the multiverse. He gritted his teeth and chose yes. Ding. You have consumed 50,000 wasteland coins to activate the Multiverse Broadcasting equipment. A prompt sounded. Solomon immediately heard the voices of a man and a woman talking at the entrance. Where's this? Why are you here? Who are you? The two were on the brink of a fight, but after receiving the memories implanted by the system, they immediately smiled at each other. Ding, ding, ding. Solomon timely opened the shelter door and saw the newcomers. A man and a woman. He was very familiar with the woman, who wore a starry crown, had a protective silver bracelet on her arm, wore a truth lock on her waist, carried the sword of Mars on her back, and was dressed in a breastplate and skirt. Wonder Woman Diana. Gulp. Solomon swallowed hard. Wow. Diana was the daughter of Zeus, extraordinarily powerful, and had numerous high-level equipment. This was a huge profit. As for the man, he had a steel hoop on his head, a bald forehead, a thick goatee, and a large mark on his forehead that screamed trouble. But Solomon couldn't figure out who he was after thinking for a long time, so he politely asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" "Yuri." "Yuri?" Solomon was shocked. It was Yuri from Command Conquer. Red Alert 2. Yuri's Revenge. This was not just a profit. It was an absolute windfall. For a moment, Solomon stood frozen. Just then, Diana and Yuri spoke in unison. "I apply to join Shelter 2333. Ding. Survivors from the multiverse request to join the shelter. Do you agree?" "Yes." "No." Did this even need to be said? Solomon nodded. "Welcome to join us." As soon as he said this, the attribute panels for Diana and Yuri immediately popped up. Diana. Level, Superhuman, Happiness, 100, Multiverse Character, Permanent Happiness at 100. Loyalty, 100, Multiverse Character, Permanently Loyal to the Manager. From the film Wonder Woman, she is the daughter of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Hippolyta, the Amazon queen. She is a famous superhero. Traits, 1 demigod bloodline, as the daughter of a god. Diana is as beautiful as Aphrodite, as wise as Athena, swifter than Hermes, and stronger than Heracles, a demigod. The level has even reached level. Solomon's eyes nearly popped out. This was the first time he encountered a level superhuman. To put it in perspective, even Alice was only a level superhuman, and Diana was actually at level, a full 10 levels higher than Alice. With this, the overall strength of the shelter would rise sharply. Solomon was overjoyed and continued to look at Yuri's attributes. But Yuri's attributes were much weaker compared to Diana's. Yuri Clone. Level, Near Superhuman. Happiness, 100, Multiverse Character, Permanent Happiness at 100. Loyalty, 100, Multiverse Character, Permanently Loyal to the Manager. From Command Conquer, Red Alert 2, Yuri's Revenge. As a clone of Yuri, he lacks independent thought and only knows loyalty to Yuri's country, but after system adjustments, he is now loyal to the Manager. Traits, 1 Mind Control. Yuri's clone can control the minds of others, able to control all living beings, but can only control 1 unit at a time. 2 Mind Wave detonates a mind wave at the target location, shattering the consciousness of all living beings within range. 3 Mind Immunity, immune to all mind attacks. Just a clone? Solomon frowned. He roughly understood what a clone meant. In other words, Yuri, who was recruited, did not have a sound mind and was just a humanoid robot that knew only obedience. Solomon's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a tool that would follow orders? That was simply perfect. He was overjoyed, feeling that the 50,000 wasteland coins were well spent. With Diana and Yuri, the population of the shelter shot up to 5, and their confidence against the approaching beast tide was bolstered even more. Solomon welcomed Diana and Yuri into the hall and, following the usual protocol, began the introduction. First of all, welcome to join Shelter 2333. I am the manager of the shelter, Solomon. The world we are in is a wasteland world, filled with radiation, high temperatures, famine, and monsters. Here, human civilization exists in the form of shelters. We will face a terrifying beast tide in 2 days. So we need to prepare everything within these 2 days to welcome it. Yes, my lord. Yuri obediently bowed. With the memories transmitted by the system, Yuri and Diana quickly understood what Suleiman meant. Diana frowned and asked, "Are there only the 3 of us in the shelter?" No. Suleiman shook his head and said, there are 2 more people in the shelter, each engaged in different tasks. I will take you to the underground level now, and let everyone introduce themselves. Chapter 28. Sudden announcement in the underground level. Suleiman brought Diana and Yuri to meet Alice and Ali, who had just finished breakfast. After a brief introduction, Ali curiously asked, Diana, what was your world like? Diana pressed her lips together and smiled in confusion. My world has 7 continents and 4 oceans, but I've lived on Paradise Island since I was born and have never left. What? Suleiman was surprised. You've never left Paradise Island? Diana shyly lowered her head. Yes. Diana's lack of experience outside Paradise Island meant she had never encountered her first love or experienced marriage, widowhood, and other life events. Moreover, although Diana appeared mature, she still had the personality of a 17 or 18-year-old girl who was naive about the world. In other words, Diana was still a blank slate, waiting for Suleiman to paint on it. This made her much easier to shape compared to Ali. Suleiman secretly rejoiced and decided to shift his focus from training Ali to training Diana. As for Ali, she could fend for herself. He watched as Diana quickly bonded with Alice and Ali, a strange smile forming on his lips. Just then, Alice approached him and whispered, Manager, we only have 5 cans of food left, but today we have 2 more people. I'm afraid we won't have enough food. Suleiman frowned, realizing that the inevitable had arrived. The shelter's development speed couldn't keep up with the population growth. Not only was food scarce, but drinking water resources were also in short supply. If these 2 problems couldn't be resolved quickly, the shelter would collapse even before the beast tide arrived. It seemed necessary to send more people out to search. Ahem. He cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention and said, since everyone has introduced themselves, let's assign today's tasks. Before he could finish, Ali eagerly raised her hand. Oh, my lord, can I skip my shift at the power distribution room for a few days? Ali's face lit up with excitement, as if she thought she could be free. However, Suleiman's expression turned serious. No. You must continue working in the power distribution room today to ensure the shelter has enough power reserves. If the shelter suddenly loses power, I will hold you responsible. Ali's face immediately fell. Suleiman ignored her and turned to Alice and the others. Alice, transfer all the water from the barrels to the kitchen pots and pans. Then take the water buckets to the water source to fetch water. Okay, Alice nodded, already planning to do so. Diana and Yuri, since you're new here, put on wasteland gear and head out to collect supplies, preferably food. Remember to avoid the area near the lake island in front of the shelter. There are human activities there. Understood, Manager. Diana was eager to explore the wasteland. As for Yuri, he was a qualified helper and had no objections to Suleiman's arrangements. Suleiman nodded in satisfaction. Since everyone has tasks, let's get moving quickly and aim to gather enough supplies before dark. With that, everyone began to busy themselves. Suleiman assigned himself a task as well, to purchase food in the trading space. Of course, mutated beast meat was excluded. Although some mutated beast meat had been confirmed edible by managers, it was only safe for a short time. No one knew if long-term consumption would pose risks. Suleiman was unwilling to experiment on himself. He comfortably lay on the sofa and entered the trading space. In the trading space, there were scattered items for sale. Most of them were odd and unsellable things. Food, weapons, and other sought-after supplies were snatched up as soon as they appeared. Damn! Suleiman let out an angry roar. He had spent half an hour in the trading space and had only managed to grab a can of food, priced at a staggering 1,000 wasteland coins. It would take an eternity to gather enough food for 5 people. No, I must come up with a solution. Just as Suleiman was lost in thought, he suddenly received a system notification. Announcement: Dear managers, the beginner protection period is about to end. After the protection period, the wasteland will face a beast tide. Please prepare to respond. After the beast tide, the Shelter Association will send evaluation teams to assess all shelter managers in the wasteland. Evaluation results will be classified into 4 levels: excellent, good, qualified, and unqualified. Managers rated as excellent will receive substantial sponsorship from the Shelter Association. Managers rated as good will receive a small amount of sponsorship from the Shelter Association. Managers rated as qualified will not receive any sponsorship from the Shelter Association. Managers rated as unqualified will have their management qualifications revoked by the Shelter Association. Please prepare accordingly. The Shelter Association is evaluating managers? Suleiman was stunned by the sudden announcement from the system. He knew about the Shelter Association, The memories injected by the system mentioned that humanity had established the Shelter Association to manage shelters uniformly. Furthermore, Lin Tian had previously provided information on the area channel. Only the Shelter Association and the 3 major shelters could produce anti-radiation medicine and healing needles. Now, the Shelter Association was going to evaluate all managers and categorize them. Unqualified managers would lose their qualifications. This indicated that the Shelter Association was undoubtedly a colossal entity that superseded the shelters. Suleiman wondered what the relationship between the Shelter Association and the 3 major shelters was. He guessed that the area channel would be very lively, so he quickly clicked in. Sure enough, the area channel was filled with discussions about this announcement. Oh my god, the beast tide is coming before we know it. I'm so scared. What should I do? My shelter still only has me. Maybe I should dig my grave early. At least I can have a complete corpse. What is the Shelter Association? Can someone enlighten me? Lin, are you there? Many were worried about the beast tide in 2 days. Many were curious about the Shelter Association's evaluation. Some even called out for Lin Tian, hoping to hear some information from him. However, Lin Tian did not appear this time. Seeing the discussions, Suleiman suddenly had a bright idea. Lin Tian has a large military force, and his food reserves should be ample. I can definitely trade my supplies with Lin Tian. Chapter 29. Ability Replication. Suleiman thought carefully. It seemed that Lin Tian didn't need to work, always hanging out in the area channel. He occasionally shared various wasteland information, explaining it thoroughly, making it hard not to believe him. It must be right to find Lin Tian. With this in mind, he immediately sent a message to Lin Tian. Hello, I am Laimeng, the manager of Shelter 2333, and I would like to discuss a business deal with you. As soon as the message was sent, Lin Tian immediately replied, Boss Su, I can't believe Boss Su is talking to me. Lin Tian's words showed great excitement. As if being able to speak with Laimeng was a very happy thing. Laimeng felt there was potential, and immediately said, Can I exchange 100 cans of luncheon meat for wasteland coins? Lin Tian quickly replied, Boss Su, I already have a lot of wasteland coins, but I'm always short on healing needles and radiation relief medicine. If you want to exchange for luncheon meat cans, I need healing needles and radiation relief medicine. Laimeng fell silent. He had long run out of radiation relief medicine and only had 3 healing needles, but could sell at most 1. However, how many cans could 1 healing needle be exchanged for? He immediately asked, I only have 1 healing needle. Can I exchange it for 100 cans? Lin Tian, Laimeng realized he had set the price too high. He quickly said, I also have a set of wasteland suits. 1 set of wasteland suits plus 1 healing needle. Can I exchange it for 100 cans? That should work, right? Wasteland suit. What is that? Lin Tian replied with a question mark, and then said, Wait a minute, let me ask my subordinate captain. I will be back soon. Laimeng had previously exchanged 1 radiation relief medicine for 3 sets of wasteland suits. Diana and Yuri took away 2 sets, and the remaining 1 in room 3 was not needed for now, so it could be used to exchange for cans. On Lin Tian's side, after receiving Laimeng's trade request, he immediately summoned Captain Li Mao. Captain Li, do you know about wasteland suits? Li Mao was unhappy that Lin Tian interrupted him, but still patiently explained. Wasteland suits are worn during activities in the wasteland, and they can resist radiation to some extent. However, wasteland suits are generally very heavy and not suitable for combat troops, only for wasteland exploration teams. After introducing, Li Mao added, What's wrong? Did the manager see someone selling wasteland suits? Lin Tian nodded. What? Li Mao was surprised. There really is someone selling wasteland suits? Lin Tian nodded again. Li Mao immediately said, Manager, quickly ask him what he needs. I also need wasteland suits. Lin Tian replied, The person selling wasteland suits is called Laimeng. He said he needs 100 cans and wants to exchange for 1 set of wasteland suits and 1 healing needle. Li Mao pondered for a moment. A set of wasteland suits is worth about 70,000 wasteland coins, and a healing needle is worth about 20,000 wasteland coins, which just happens to be enough to exchange for 100 cans. Manager, let's do the exchange. Not long after, Lin Tian came back. Boss Su, I just asked the captain. We need wasteland suits. The wasteland suit is counted as 70,000 for 1 set, and the healing needle is counted as 20,000 for 1, totaling 80,000 wasteland coins. The price of the cans is 800 wasteland coins each, just enough to exchange for 100 cans. What? The price of the cans is 800 wasteland coins? Laimeng looked at the cans he bought for 1,000 wasteland coins, nearly cursing. In the trading space, it was indeed full of shady merchants. Fearing that Lin Tian would go back on his word, he immediately nodded and said, "Okay, it's settled then. Let's trade right away." "Okay." So Laimeng quickly went to room 3, and after getting the wasteland suit, he initiated a private trade with Lin Tian. Not long after, 100 neatly stacked cans appeared out of nowhere in room 3. So Laimeng picked up a can of luncheon meat and looked at it. They were all brand new, freshly produced cans. In fact, the can's label even indicated the origin, Shelter 4297. Shelter 4297? Isn't that Lin Tian's shelter? So Laimeng was stunned. Goodness, Lin Tian's shelter has actually started producing cans. He felt an inexplicable tension in his heart and immediately asked tentatively, "Thank you, Brother Lin. Are these cans produced by your shelter?" Lin Tian sent a string of question marks and said, "These cans were all brought out by my subordinate captain. I don't know if they are self-produced." "You don't know if the cans produced by your own shelter?" So Laimeng sneered, then suddenly realized. Lin Tian must have been completely overshadowed by his subordinate captain. He shook his head, initially wanting to remind Lin Tian. But after thinking about it carefully, why should he care about someone else's shelter? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Setting aside Lin Tian's matters, so Laimeng began to count the cans on the ground. Not too many, not too few, exactly 105. If he hadn't traded cans with Lin Tian, the shelter would have run out of food tomorrow. But now with 105 cans, it would be enough for a while. So Laimeng was very satisfied. The food crisis was resolved. And facing the impending beast tide, the shelter had a few more cards to play. Next, he planned to unlock the remaining rooms on the underground floor. But just then, so Laimeng suddenly received a series of system prompts. Alice killed a quasi-level mutated lizard. You gained 1 experience point. Diana killed a super mutated sparrow. You gained 1 experience point. Yuri killed a quasi-level mutated groundhog. You gained 1 experience point. A series of kill messages completely stunned so Laimeng. He watched his experience points rise from 80 to 100. And after accumulating 100 experience points, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Experience points accumulated to 100. The ability replication unlocked. Ability replication. You are an extraordinary being favored by the heavens, and you can consume experience points to replicate the traits of various characters. Consumption. Depending on the trait, the consumption of experience points varies. First replication enjoys a 50 discount. The traits have been unlocked. So Laimeng was excited. The residents under him all had their own unique traits. But until now, he was still a blank slate. Now that the ability replication was unlocked, so Laimeng decided to try it immediately. What trait should he replicate? Alice's rapid healing, virus enhancement, Diana's demigod bloodline, Yuri's mind control. All of them were extremely rare and valuable traits. As for Ali, so Laimeng instinctively overlooked Ali's traits like star singer, dancer, etc. Singing and dancing. What good would that do in the wasteland? Chapter 30. Outsiders appear in the shelter. So Laimeng decided to try replicating Diana's demigod bloodline. If he could replicate Diana's demigod bloodline, his attributes would definitely improve a lot, and his level would rise like a rocket. However, Diana was sent out to gather supplies, and it would likely take several hours for her to return. So Laimeng could only anxiously wait in the shelter. He then began to count the existing supplies in the shelter to keep himself informed. Currently, the shelter had a total of 950 wasteland coins. After selling 1 healing needle to Lin Tian, he still had 2 left. This was his reserve, and unless faced with special circumstances, it could not be used. There were 4 barrels of bottled water, all of which were fetched by Alice from the water point. Once Alice returned with more water, they would have enough for 10 barrels. This water needed to settle for a few days and be boiled before it could be used. As for the original drinking water, it had all been transferred to the kitchen's pots and pans, probably about 3 barrels. In addition, there were a total of 105 cans, which would not be short for now. The shelter's electricity could even sustain itself, but the power distribution room would always occupy 1 resident. In room 3, besides the cans, there were 2 sets of wasteland suits and a pile of scrap metal brought back by Alice. The rest were the 2 blueprints that so Laimeng had yet to use. Facing the beast tide, he finally had a minimum level of confidence. But if the water and food crisis could be completely resolved before the beast tide arrives, that would be even more perfect. So Laimeng thought to himself, eagerly hoping to obtain blueprints related to food and water, but he knew that haste makes waste. All the capable residents he could send out had already been dispatched. Now, he just needed to wait patiently. About an hour later, while waiting in the hall, so Laimeng heard a knock at the door. Someone must have returned. He hurriedly opened the door. Indeed, not only 1 person had returned. All three who had gone out from the shelter were back. As usual, Alice was pushing a cart filled with barrels of water. Suleiman took the cart and instinctively looked behind Alice. Behind Alice were Diana and Yuri, each holding a can. Wait, why was there another person following Yuri? Suleiman quickly asked. Yuri, what is going on? How did someone come back with you? During the early stages of the shelter's construction, the geographical location couldn't be easily disclosed to outsiders. Otherwise, attracting local forces would lead to trouble. Suleiman did not want a whole squad of soldiers settling in his shelter. He quickly blocked the scruffy-looking young man behind Yuri. Yuri hurriedly explained, Administrator, this is a puppet I controlled with mind control. His body is now under my control. Suleiman raised an eyebrow, having overlooked Yuri's ability in mind control, and asked, what happened? Tell me in detail. Yuri opened up and spoke continuously. Diana and I found some special signs while searching for food and were followed by 3 wanderers. What did they covet? Suleiman inquired. They coveted Diana's beauty and wanted to capture her to present to their boss. And then, Suleiman's mouth curled into a strange arc. Those wanderers dared to have designs on Diana. They probably did not want to live anymore. Then Diana executed 2 of them directly. When preparing to execute the 3rd one, I had a flash of inspiration and used mind control to subdue him. Hearing Yuri's explanation, Suleiman carefully scrutinized the scruffy man before him. The man was dressed in tattered clothes and held a homemade long knife. He looked like a malnourished beggar. Suleiman silently mocked the wanderer of the wasteland. But suddenly, he realized that this wanderer had a boss, indicating that there was an organization. This meant there was definitely a camp of wanderers near the shelter. Thinking of this, Suleiman quickly said, Yuri, after you cancel the mind control, will this guy regain his senses? Yuri nodded. After the control is lifted, he will return to normal. Suleiman ordered. In a moment, release his control and throw him into room 5 to lock him up. As for food, Suleiman suddenly remembered and asked, what did you 2 find while searching for food? Diana lowered her head awkwardly, while Yuri emotionlessly replied, we only found 2 cans along the way, and they were thrown out by the wanderers to attract us. Suleiman's face immediately fell. Alice went out, bringing back cartloads of drinking water, canned food, and various supplies. Yet Diana and Yuri, who went out together, only found 2 cans. Was the gap between people really this big? The hall of the shelter fell silent. The 2 of them had fewer gains than one person. Yuri, being emotionless, naturally did not feel anything. However, Diana felt her face burning. This was really frustrating. Diana, who had always been strong-willed, suddenly felt a sense of pressure from being overshadowed. So, Diana lowered her voice and said, the 2 of us will head back right now and continue searching for supplies. No need. Suleiman waved his hand. No, Administrator, please trust us. Diana argued, like a woman who had disappointed her boyfriend and was feeling anxious inside. Suleiman quickly explained, I don't mean to criticize you. You don't have survival experience in the wasteland, so learn more from Alice in the future. As for the food in the shelter, you don't need to worry for now. I have already acquired 100 cans through other means. What? Diana exclaimed, her mouth agape, quickly asking, Administrator, did you raid another shelter? After half a day's experience, Diana had gained a direct understanding of the difficulties in gathering supplies. But for Suleiman to suddenly produce 100 cans was astonishing, making Diana even more compliant to him. Even Alice turned her gaze towards him. 100 cans? Do we really have 100 cans? Suleiman nodded, pointing at the cans in Diana's hands, and said, to be precise, it's 107. There are 105 in room 3 and 2 here. Both Alice and Diana were beaming with joy. Diana even felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. All along, she had been worried about not finding food and causing the shelter's companions to go hungry. Now that they had 107 cans, Diana let out a huge sigh of relief. The 2 of them said in unison, Administrator, you are amazing. Chapter 31, Mind Control. Shelter number 2333. Basement level 1. Room 5. Suleiman stood in front of the captive bound with belts, accompanied by Yuri. Yuri, release the mind control. Okay, Administrator. Yuri closed his eyes. Subsequently, Suleiman saw a connecting arc appear above Yuri and the captives' heads. The arc snapped, and the captive suddenly woke up. Where's this? Let me out. The captive began to struggle violently, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the restraints. Suleiman asked with a stern face, what is your name? I slap. Before the captive could finish his tough talk, Suleiman slapped him across the face. Instantly, 5 finger marks appeared on the captive's left cheek, swelling up. Watch your words. The captive was momentarily stunned, his ears ringing. Who hits without asking questions first? We are all humans trying to survive in the wasteland. At least give me some face, slap. Suleiman slapped the captive's face again. This time, he hit harder, knocking out one of the captive's teeth and sending him crumpling to the ground. Answer my questions. What is your name? The captive screamed in pain, his face burning, and immediately became obedient. I'm the exploration team leader under Ding Laoda of the Qingtan camp. My name is Feng Dahu, a quasi-class extraordinary. An extraordinary? Suleiman's eyes sparkled. Then he asked, tell me, why did you track and set a trap for me? The captive glanced at Suleiman and stammered, in 2 days. It will be Ding Laoda's 45th birthday. I and 2 team members were planning to go out to find a birthday gift, but unexpectedly encountered my Diana, right? Seeing her beauty, you wanted to capture her as a gift, correct? Suleiman's face turned cold. I will never do it again. Remembering how Diana had taken out his 2 extraordinary team members, fear was written all over Feng Dahu's face. How could I think of sending an extraordinary of unknown level to Ding Laoda as a gift? I must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Having learned the whole story, Suleiman asked again. The cans used to lure Diana were thrown by you, right? This time, Feng Dahu hesitated for half a minute before nodding. Suleiman took the can and began to examine it. The can labels did not specify the production address and date, so they should not be considered products from the shelter. He then asked, where did you get these 2 cans? Feng Dahu knelt on the ground, sneaked a glance at Suleiman as if he had made a monumental decision, gritted his teeth, and said, we have a canning production line at the Qingtan camp, which can achieve self-sufficiency in canned goods. A canning production line? Suleiman's eyes lit up. If they could move the canning production line from the Qingtan camp to the shelter, wouldn't that completely solve the food crisis in the shelter? However, Suleiman then thought about the fact that constructing rooms in the shelter required blueprints. Even if they moved the canning production line in, they probably wouldn't be able to start working. For now, he should focus on figuring out what skills to learn. Diana and Alice had returned to their rooms to rest. To learn about Diana's demigod lineage, he still needed to visit the residence. Suleiman said to Yuri, you keep an eye on this guy. I'll be right back. He quickly walked towards the residence and pushed open the door to find 3 heads huddled together. One of the heads had 2 furry ears. Ollie, what are you doing here? Suleiman scolded. Are you slacking off again? I'm not slacking off. I just wanted to ask my 2 sisters what fun things there are in the wasteland, Ollie replied with a grin. Suleiman snorted coldly. Is there anything fun in the wasteland compared to mine? Upon hearing this, Ollie blushed, stuck out her tongue, and ran away laughing. Suleiman glared at Ollie's swaying tail as she left, then took the opportunity to approach Diana. Diana, your button is undone. Let me help you fasten it. Diana instinctively stepped back, but then remembered something and quickly responded. Okay, thank you, Administrator. The moment he touched Diana, a prompt appeared in Suleiman's mind. Ding. Detected trait. Demigod lineage. Insufficient experience points. Unable to replicate. Unable to replicate? Suleiman's excitement instantly turned cold. He couldn't even replicate Diana's demigod lineage with a 0-1 discount for the first replication. It seems Diana's demigod lineage was even more powerful than he imagined. Suleiman had no choice but to turn his attention to Alice. He looked at Alice, who was lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed, and had a sudden idea. Alice, your slit is too high. Let me cover it for you. With that, he reached out to cover Alice's slit. The moment he touched Alice, another prompt popped up. Unfortunately, it also indicated insufficient experience points, unable to replicate. Now, Suleiman could only try with Yuri. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he was grabbed by Alice and Diana. Administrator, did you come over for something? Suleiman chuckled. Nothing, just checking in. Alice sneered. Then how about we check in on you too, Administrator? After leaving the residence, Suleiman immediately returned to room 5. Yuri asked blankly, Administrator, why do you smell like a woman? Upon hearing this, Feng Dahu, who was kneeling nearby, clearly wanted to laugh but held it back. Suleiman shot a glance at Feng Dahu and reached out, slapping him on the head. What are you laughing at? When did it become your turn to laugh? He reprimanded coldly. Feng Dahu quickly begged for mercy, repeatedly saying, Sorry, Administrator, sorry. Ignoring Feng Dahu, Suleiman turned to Yuri. All right, Yuri is an emotionless machine. There's no point in teaching him a lesson. He glanced at Yuri and took the opportunity to say, Yuri, your zipper is down. Just as he was halfway through, he abruptly stopped his hand and discreetly patted Yuri's shoulder. Well done. Ding. Detected trait. Mind control. Do you want to spend 100 experience points to replicate? Yes. No, yes. After spending 100 experience points, Suleiman felt something suddenly added to his mind. It was as if he could control others as soon as he thought about it. He immediately targeted Feng Dahu in front of him and activated mind control. In the first second, Feng Dahu was still begging for mercy. In the second, third, and fourth seconds, there was no change. Until the fifth second, the kneeling Feng Dahu suddenly became motionless. Chapter 32. Underground Level 1 Unlocked. When activating mind control, Suleiman felt like he had entered a peculiar space. He could not control his own body and had no perception of the outside world, as if he had fallen into endless darkness. But after 5 seconds, Suleiman immediately felt different. He had two bodies. One was his own, and the other was Feng Dahu, whom he controlled through mind control. Both bodies could be easily manipulated, like using his fingers. The moment he entered Feng Dahu's body, he felt intense pain on his face and instinctively wanted to cover it with his hands. However, he found his hands tied tightly with a belt, unable to move. So, Suleiman could only use his own body to slap Feng Dahu. It turned out that the slaps intended for Feng Dahu ended up on himself. Administrator, what are you doing? Yuri looked at Suleiman's actions with confusion. Suleiman controlled his own body and turned to Yuri, saying, "No need to rush. I just learned your mind control, and I have already controlled Feng Dahu." Learn my mind control? Yuri was taken aback. Even without emotions, he knew that easily learning someone else's ability was impossible. However, Suleiman managed to do it and demonstrated it in front of Yuri, which shocked him. Seeing Yuri in a daze, Suleiman turned his attention to the controlled Feng Dahu. Now, he felt like he was dual logging in a cyber cafe, seamlessly controlling two different accounts. He could even accurately distinguish which was the main account and which was the secondary one. From Feng Dahu's perspective of his own body, Suleiman saw a sharp-featured, tall, and sturdy masculine man. From his own perspective of Feng Dahu, he saw a disheveled drifter with a swollen face. The constant switching between the two identities opened a new world for Suleiman. He controlled Feng Dahu to take a few steps, feeling no sense of unfamiliarity, and then started running, even faster than his own body. Unexpectedly, Feng Dahu turned out to be an agile, extraordinary being. Suleiman saw Feng Dahu's specific attributes clearly and realized that Feng Dahu's running speed was significantly faster than his own. Great! Suleiman was overjoyed. From now on, he could send his clone into the wasteland while his main body could stay in the shelter forever. With this in mind, he quickly took action. Yuri, go notify Diana and Alice. We need to unlock the other rooms on the underground level within half an hour. Okay. Yuri nodded and was about to head towards the residence. Wait. Suleiman thought carefully. There were only Diana and Alice in the residence, and if he sent Yuri in, the two might suffer. That wouldn't he do? So, he quickly said, "You wait at the door of room 6. I'll go call them myself." Yuri didn't question why Suleiman changed the plan, instinctively obeying the command and walking toward room 6. Suleiman then controlled both his main body and the Feng Dahu clone to head toward the residence. Upon reaching the residence, he left the Feng Dahu clone at the door and walked inside, where he found Alice and Diana resting. Get ready. We are going to unlock the remaining 4 rooms on the underground level all at once. Alice immediately stood up, saying, "I'm going to room 6. Diana, not to be outdone, raised her hand and said, "I'll go to room 7. Suleiman nodded and said, "Yuri has already gone to room 6. Alice, you go to room 8. As for room 9, I'll leave that to my avatar." With that, he skillfully controlled Feng Dahu to enter the residence. Avatar? Alice looked confused and curiously at the suddenly appearing Feng Dahu. Is this the avatar? Diana paused for a second, tilted her mouth and said, "I understand." Just like Yuri's method, right, manager? Suleiman nodded. I've learned Yuri's mind control, so I can control the avatar and explore with you all. Yay. Diana was so happy, she almost jumped up, and even Alice smiled joyfully. After briefly introducing his avatar, Suleiman issued the exploration order, and together with Alice and Diana, they headed towards their respective rooms. Once all 4 were in position, Suleiman gave the command to start unlocking the remaining rooms on the underground level. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of violently opening doors rang out, and all the remaining rooms on the underground level opened, revealing the mutated beasts behind them. At this moment, room 6 was still a bit bright. Room 7 became blurry, while room 9, where Suleiman was completely dark. However, Suleiman didn't care. He was controlling the avatar Feng Dahu, and even if it died, there would be no loss. As soon as the door opened, Suleiman felt something pounce towards him. Without saying a word, He grabbed a steel bar and stabbed in the predicted direction. Immediately, there was a squeak, and the room fell silent. Ding! You killed a quasi-level mutated rat, gaining 30 experience points. Diana killed a quasi-level mutated hyena. You gained 1 experience point. Alice killed a quasi-level mutated mantis. You gained 1 experience point. Yuri killed a quasi-level mutated spider. You gained 1 experience point. In less than a minute, the remaining 4 rooms on the underground level were all unlocked. Suleiman turned on the lights in room 9 and eagerly opened the treasure chest. Ding! You opened the treasure chest and obtained the blueprint for food processing point and catering facilities. Diana opened the treasure chest and obtained the blueprint for storage facilities, storage room. Alice opened the treasure chest and obtained 1,000 wasteland coins. Yuri opened the treasure chest and obtained a Desert Eagle pistol. 2 blueprints and even a pistol came out in succession. Suleiman was overjoyed, eagerly going from room to room to collect the items obtained by Alice and the others, and brought everyone back to room 3. He looked at the items in his hands with great excitement. The Desert Eagle could be given to Yuri, who was in need of a weapon. The storage room blueprint could be used to build a storage room, but there was currently no need for that. The food processing point blueprint was what Suleiman had been longing for, as it could completely solve the food crisis in the shelter. Catering facilities, food processing point, construction cost, 30,000 wasteland coins. Construction requirements, 1 empty room. 1 level 1 industrial smart chip. Working population, 12 people. Chapter 33 Level 1 Industrial Smart Chip. Level 1 Industrial Smart Chip? What is that? Suleiman looked at the Level 1 Industrial Smart Chip written on the blueprint panel and fell into confusion, clicking on the question mark after the word chip. Level 1 Industrial Smart Chip. Description: Smart chip used for industrial production, can be obtained through mass production in the shelter or industrial facilities. After constructing the research facility, Artificial Intelligence Research Institute, Level 1 Industrial Smart Chips can be produced in bulk. They can be obtained in industrial facilities. Suleiman's eyes sparkled. The Qingtan camp has a canned food production line, which counts as industrial facilities, and it just happens to be producing canned food. In that case, to build the food processing point, we must take a trip to the Qingtan camp. Just right, those guys want to target Diana. So let's give them a taste of their own medicine. With that thought, Suleiman turned to Alice, Diana, and Yuri and said, from my earlier interrogation, I learned that Feng Dahua came from the Qingtan camp, which has a canned food production line containing Level 1 industrial smart chips. As long as we can obtain that chip, we can turn the food processing point blueprint we have into reality. Doesn't that mean we can produce our own food? Diana asked excitedly. Suleiman nodded, and although it could only produce canned food, it would still allow the shelter to achieve food self-sufficiency. That would be fantastic. Diana was extremely happy. The guilt of not finding food had been planted in Diana's heart since returning to the shelter. Now hearing that the shelter was about to achieve food self-sufficiency, she was naturally very happy. Moreover, she secretly vowed to do her utmost to help the shelter obtain the chip. Alice was even more decisive and directly asked, when do we set off? Suleiman said, it's probably already noon, so we'll have lunch and set off. Alice and Diana would move out, while I control Feng Dahua to go with you. Yuri, you Ollie, and I will stay at the shelter. Yuri's strength is lower than that of Diana and Alice. He had already gone out this morning, and even though he was wearing wasteland clothing, the radiation value had accumulated to 5. Therefore, Suleiman did not plan to let Yuri participate in such a long trip. Alice has rapid healing, so the accumulated radiation value will be automatically eliminated. Although Diana doesn't have automatic healing, her demigod bloodline is no joke. And with the boost from wasteland clothing, it's estimated that she wouldn't accumulate radiation value unless exposed on the wasteland for 10 days or half a month. The 3 nodded in response, and Suleiman took out the canned food to distribute, while also calling Ollie from the power distribution room. When Ollie heard that they were going to find materials to build the food processing point, she was even more overjoyed. What? We're going to achieve canned food freedom. Can I eat one more now? One more? Suleiman became highly vigilant, stating that the current canned food was the shelter's reserve supplies, and it would be better to wait until the production line was established to eat. Ollie's mouth immediately pouted. Without looking, Suleiman saw that everyone had finished eating and waved his hand. Diana, put on your wasteland clothing, we're setting off soon. Diana shook her head, saying that the wasteland clothing affected her movements too much, so she could go without wearing it. All right then, I'll wear it. Suleiman controlled Feng Dahua to put on the wasteland clothing. Feng Dahua couldn't be compared to Alice and Diana. His radiation value had already accumulated to 72. If proper protection wasn't taken, it was estimated that he wouldn't make it to the Qingtian camp. After some preparations, Suleiman brought Diana and Alice to the shelter's entrance hall. During the interrogation of Feng Dahua, he had clearly learned that the Qingtian camp was near the water collection point that Alice found. And the Qingtian was exactly the water collection point Alice had discovered. As long as they walked in the direction of the water collection point, they would be able to find the Qingtian camp. Are you ready? Suleiman controlled Feng Dahua, pressing his hand on the shelter's door, and after Diana and Alice were ready, he pressed the switch. Beep, beep, beep. The red light kept flashing, and the shelter's door slowly opened with 3 alarms. The blazing sunlight shone in, making it hard for Suleiman to open his eyes. He felt the swollen areas on his face hurting even more under the direct sunlight. Fortunately, he was wearing wasteland clothing. Otherwise, with Feng Dahua's body, he definitely wouldn't make it to the Qingtian camp. Suleiman walked out of the main door of the shelter for the first time in a true sense. As he stepped out, he felt his feet sinking into the soft sand, with the scorching sun beating down on the ground above him. Along with that, a slight dizziness began to set in. He looked around and saw barren mountains and cities, but they were all shrouded in yellow sand, showing no signs of human activity. Alice had managed to spot signs of human activity during her first outing, indicating her experience was quite rich. Suleiman thought to himself and then asked Alice, "Which direction should we go?" Alice squinted to identify the direction, her golden shoulder-length hair dancing in the strong wind. Diana was in a worse state, her black curly hair flailing wildly, covering her entire face. If we head north, there are large forests and high mountains, and a water source in that direction. North? Suleiman looked in the direction Alice pointed. Indeed, there were large forests there. However, at the boundary between the forest and the yellow sand, the trees were already covered in sand. If one did not look closely, it would be impossible to tell it was a forest. Suleiman glanced back. The shelter's entrance faced south, with the door opening to the south. The north, then, was the direction behind him. Having identified the direction, he began to arrange their formation. Alice is familiar with the route. She'll go first, I'll follow second, and Diana, with her strength, will bring up the rear. Let's set off. The 3 lined up and gradually walked towards the forest under Alice's lead. Suleiman realized that although the shelter was built in a city forest park, it wasn't covered by the forest. They had to walk 400 or 500 meters to enter the forest from the edge of the forest and yellow desert. He wondered what this yellow desert had been before the apocalypse. They had walked over 200 meters, and not to mention humans. Even a mutated beast was nowhere to be seen. Why was it so quiet? Controlling Feng Dahu, Suleiman instinctively felt something was wrong. Perhaps there was something nearby? Diana looked around warily. Just then, Alice in front suddenly stopped, clenched her right fist, and raised it high. Administrator, we might be in trouble. Chapter 34, Sandworm. Am I not concerned about my face? What's going on? Suleiman hurriedly asked. But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt the yellow sand beneath his feet shift. It trembled violently as if an earthquake had struck, and he began to sink, about to be swallowed by the sand. Suleiman had never experienced anything like this before, but years of education channel experience made him quickly crawl down, increasing his contact area with the ground to slow his sinking speed. What was happening? Was it quicksand? He lay on the ground and looked ahead. Alice was also in trouble, quickly lying down as well, using her rich experience to make a judgment. It's not quicksand, it's a sandworm. Sandworm. Suleiman was stunned. What kind of mutated beast was that? In his impression, mutated beasts were typically all about mutations, but he had never heard of a sandworm. He looked back. Diana was still standing in place, unaffected. Suleiman had a sudden idea. Diana, quickly use the truth lasso to pull us out. Hearing this, Diana swiftly took the truth lasso from her waist, swung it a couple of times, and pop. It wrapped around Suleiman's waist. Immediately, Suleiman felt a tremendous force at his waist, and in an instant, he flew up, appearing next to Diana. That was close. I almost lost my life. Suleiman gasped for air and suddenly remembered that this body belonged to Feng Dao. Even if he had lost his life, it wouldn't matter at all. Instantly, Suleiman's heart relaxed. Diana repeated the same action, lassoing Alice, and with a strong tug, Alice flew up as well. Just as Alice was lifted into the air, a massive mouth suddenly opened in the yellow sand beneath her feet, snapping shut towards her. The large mouth was connected to a body as thick as a train, resembling an enormous worm, wrapped in thick flesh, giving an overall impression of being explosively strong. Suleiman looked closely. The sandworm's mouth was lined with rows of sharp teeth. densely packed. If swallowed, one would definitely be shredded into pieces. Fortunately, Diana was quick. If she had been a moment slower, Alice might have perished in the sandworm's mouth. Suleiman took out the Desert Eagle he had borrowed temporarily from Yuri, aimed at the sandworm, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames erupted from the gun, and the bullet, carrying immense momentum, struck the sandworm. However, the bullet only left a white mark on the sandworm's body, not even breaking through its skin. What a hard worm. Suleiman's eyes widened. He guessed the sandworm's level was definitely above level 10. Sure enough, his attribute panel displayed that he had been attacked by a super mutated beast. The sandworm. Alice was only level 9, and the sandworm was even one level higher than her. Suleiman was secretly astonished. At this moment, over half of the sandworm's body had emerged from the sand, turning towards the direction of Suleiman and the others. He glanced at the vigilant Diana next to him. Diana was level 10. Dealing with a level 9 sandworm was a piece of cake, right? Suleiman immediately shouted, "Diana, since you're new here, let us see your strength." After saying that, he quickly pulled Alice back a step, leaving the stage for Diana. Diana, born on Paradise Island, had already learned a lot of skills. Coupled with her excellent lineage and several top-notch pieces of equipment, her level was far above several realms. Facing a level 9 sandworm, she showed no fear. Diana lightly waved her hand, throwing the truth lasso to ensnare the sandworm. Then she yanked hard. Roar! The sandworm cried out in pain, being forcefully severed in two by the truth lasso. Blood splattered everywhere. Ding! Diana killed the super sandworm. You gained 1 experience point. The once arrogant sandworm was dead just like that. Suleiman swallowed hard, eyeing the truth lasso in Diana's hand. Diana, well done. Alice also patted Diana on the shoulder. Thank you for saving my life. Diana smiled sweetly, showing 2 rows of white teeth, proudly lifting her head. It's all part of my duty. Seeing Diana's proud demeanor, Suleiman suddenly blurted out, Diana, is this lasso bulletproof? Hearing this, Diana handed the truth lasso to Suleiman. Administrator, you can try it and find out. Suleiman took the truth lasso in his hand, feeling nothing special about it. According to the lore of the universe, the truth lasso was made from the golden belt of the earth goddess Gaia by the fire god Hephaestus. It was unbreakable, and those bound by it could only speak the truth. However, the truth lasso was also Diana's weakness. Once bound, she would lose her divine power. Suleiman suddenly thought, what if he used the truth lasso to bind Diana? Wouldn't that be? Cough cough. He quickly dismissed that thought and returned the truth lasso to Diana. At the same time, he was determined to obtain Diana's demigod lineage no matter what. After dealing with the sandworm, signs of mutated beasts began to appear in the yellow desert. Various mutated cockroaches, spiders, lizards, rabbits, and so on all poked their heads out. Suleiman suddenly realized that the reason it had been so quiet earlier was because of the sandworms. As soon as he spoke, Alice, who rarely showed embarrassment, looked a bit shy. Manager, I was careless just now. I'm sorry. She continued, I encountered a sandworm here during my first outing, and I didn't expect it to come back. Suleiman interrupted her, saying, Alice, you are the first resident of the shelter. I will always believe in you. Hearing this, Alice smiled with relief. Suleiman controlled the big tiger to approach the sandworm's corpse, trying to see if he could upload it to the trading space. Unfortunately, while controlling the big tiger, he couldn't even see the system interface. So, he attempted to remotely upload the sandworm's corpse from his own body. However, this loophole behavior was not recognized by the system. No way, Suleiman shook his head. The sandworm's corpse was as big as a train. Moving it back to the shelter was unrealistic. Moreover, sending his own body out to take the risk of uploading the sandworm's corpse to the trading space was even more unrealistic. Suleiman had no choice but to force himself to look elsewhere and gritted his teeth, saying fiercely, let's go quickly. First to the Clearpool camp to find a level 1 industrial intelligence chip. Chapter 35. Entering the camp inside the shelter, Suleiman was lounging on the sofa, enjoying himself with his legs crossed when he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the neighboring power distribution room. What's going on? Suleiman quietly crept to the door of the power distribution room for a closer look. Goodness. It turned out that Ali was slacking off again. Not only was he slacking, but he was also supervising Yuri's work while leaning on his waist. Wait, how did Yuri end up working in the power distribution room? Suleiman remembered he had assigned Yuri to the shelter's lobby. How did he end up on duty in the power distribution room? He pressed his ear against the door, listening patiently and carefully. Ali was bossing Yuri around, making him take on all the work in the power distribution room, and even supervising him, leaving Yuri no time to catch his breath. His attitude was so bad that compared to how he acted around Solman, he seemed like a completely different person. The more Solman thought about it, the angrier he became, but then he reconsidered. Yuri's mental state wasn't stable, so taking some losses could promote his growth. If Ahri developed in the direction of a secretary or a sycophant, it would definitely allow him to enjoy himself while contributing to the shelter. With this in mind, he quietly returned to his residence and shifted his focus to the big tiger. After more than an hour of trekking, Solman, Diana, and Alice finally arrived at the Clear Pool camp near the water extraction point. Along the way, they encountered quite a few mutated beasts. Solman controlled the big tiger, showcasing his qualities as a manager who dared to take the lead and fought against the mutated beasts. Now, his experience points had accumulated to 120. However, without the discount from the first copy, to copy the second characteristic would require at least 10,000 experience points. The three of them observed the camp from the outside for quite a while, gaining a detailed understanding of the overall situation in the Clear Pool camp. From the outside, the Clear Pool camp was a huge valley. It was called a camp because the valley was completely shielded by a huge, protruding mountain, and the radiation level inside the valley was much lower than outside. However, it was impossible to expect the camp to completely shield radiation like the shelter. Therefore, Solman observed the people coming in and out of the camp, all of whom looked sickly. However, the two guards standing at the camp's entrance were different. They were wearing simple protective suits, in good spirits, and were both quasi-level extraordinary beings. Moreover, the entire camp was surrounded by high walls, making it somewhat challenging to sneak in without alerting the two. Diana saw that Solman had not moved for a long time and directly asked, "Manager, can't we just storm in?" Solman shook his head. "No, we cannot act rashly before we have sufficient understanding of the enemy." Alice also suggested, "If we can't rush in, why not wait until nightfall to sneak in?" Solman shook his head again. "That's not possible either. The wasteland is too dangerous at night, and besides, a beast tide is coming tomorrow. We don't have time to wait until night." With consecutive invasion methods being rejected by Solman, the atmosphere suddenly turned chilly. Suddenly, Solman seemed to realize something and slapped his thigh. "I am in the form of the big tiger. I can walk in boldly. You two just follow me and say I picked you up from the wasteland." "Good idea." Diana nodded in agreement, and Alice also expressed her approval. So, Solman took off his wasteland suit, leading the two out of the dense forest towards the camp's entrance. "What are you doing?" As soon as they appeared, the two guards raised their guns at them. Solman quickly raised his hands and shouted, "It's me, the big tiger." "Big tiger?" The guard on the right repeated with confusion, squinting to take a closer look before saying, "Big tiger, why is your face swollen like a bun? And where are your two subordinates? Why have they turned into women?" Solman controlled the big tiger and sighed, saying, "Don't mention it. I ran into trouble in the wasteland. My subordinates all died, but I picked up two women. Just let us in." "Women?" The guard on the left opened the door while looking back and forth between Alice and Diana, his gaze filled with malice. Even the guard showed an unspeakable smile. "Are you planning to offer these two ladies to Bosting? When will you let the brothers have some fun?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch Diana. But was Diana someone easy to mess with? Obviously not. Diana extended her hand, ready to teach the guard a lesson. However, Solman controlled the big tiger to act first. He grabbed the guard's hand and twisted it hard. "Ah!" The guard immediately screamed in agony. "Big tiger, what are you doing?" The guard raised the gun he had just put down again. Solman controlled the big tiger, along with Alice and Diana, to pass through the guards and enter the camp. And only then did he release the guard's hand. He sneered and said, "Remember next time, don't mess with people you shouldn't." The two guards' faces turned purple, and they only dared to whisper to each other after Solman and the others had walked far away. What's the big deal? Isn't it just relying on having the boss's protection? As Solman entered the Clear Pool camp, he felt a cool breeze. The temperature inside the camp was considerably lower than outside. If it weren't for the wasteland world, the Clear Pool camp would definitely be considered a paradise. It's just a pity that in a day, the beast tide will arrive, and it seems that not many people in the camp will survive. Solman shook his head, collected his thoughts, and began searching for the canned food production line. However, all the buildings in the camp were made of wood, making it impossible to tell which building served what purpose. He wanted to ask someone for directions, but unfortunately, the people in the camp saw him as if they were mice seeing a cat. They ran away before he could even approach. Why is that? Could it be that the big tiger's reputation isn't good? He was curious and could only wander around the camp with Diana and Alice. The people in the camp were clearly divided into two groups. One group held guns and overall looked decent in both clothing and demeanor, similar to the big tiger. The other group looked sickly, walked with their heads down, and ran away as soon as they saw him. Just as Solomon was wondering about this, he suddenly heard someone calling from behind. He turned around and saw a rough-looking man with a metal pipe rifle, bare-chested. The rough man shouted, "Big Tiger, I heard you're back. Bosting sent me to find you right away. Who would have thought you'd be out here with a woman instead of handling business at home? It took me quite a while to find you." Laimeng was about to retort, but the rough man casually patted him on the shoulder. "Come on, let's go. Bosting is waiting for you." Chapter 36. Extraordinary Ones and Laborers. Laimeng followed the rough man with Diana and Alice, heading deeper into the camp. As they walked, the rough man curiously asked, "Big Tiger, where have you been? You came back like a different person, hardly saying a word." Laimeng's heart tightened, and he replied, "I went through a life and death situation, and I'm still recovering from it." The rough man patted Laimeng on the shoulder and then his own chest, saying, "Don't worry. Later Zhang will take care of you. I guarantee you'll be revitalized." Zhang, what a rustic name, Laimeng thought, unable to comment. He changed the topic and asked, "Why is Boss Ding in such a hurry to see me? What is going on?" Zhang looked around and leaned in to whisper. Several shelters have appeared within the city park, and one of them is all alone in a little desert. If we can take that shelter, life will be easier for us. What? Laimeng was taken aback. He didn't expect the people from the Qingtian camp to have found the exact location of the shelter. He was even more surprised that they had their eyes on it. Both Alice and Diana couldn't help but show expressions of shock upon hearing this. Laimeng quickly asked, "Is this Boss Ding's idea?" Zhang chuckled, seeing Laimeng's ecstatic expression. "I know you've always wanted to live in a shelter, but don't be so impatient." Zhang's joke didn't get a response from Laimeng, so he awkwardly laughed and continued. "Boss Ding is gathering everyone to discuss this, and has even assembled dozens of laborers, planning to set off in 2 days. Laborers? Laimeng wanted to extract more information and immediately asked, "What can they do?" Zhang shook his head. "Don't underestimate the laborers just because they're not extraordinary beings. They've been working on the canned food production line for a long time and are quite strong." On their way, Laimeng and Zhang chatted casually, gathering intelligence about the Qingtian camp. It turned out that Boss Ding was the leader of the Qingtian camp, controlling a canned food production line and keeping a group of extraordinary ones as enforcers. These people were part of the upper echelon of the Qingtian camp. The lower tier consisted of laborers who would hide when they saw Feng Dahu. Most of them were refugees taken in by the camp, living in makeshift shelters built from discarded plastic and nearby trees. They worked on the canned food production line for Boss Ding to earn food for their families. But their lives were not easy. In this camp surrounded by wooden fences and barbed wire, only Boss Ding and the extraordinary ones were entitled to enjoy other food aside from canned goods. Although the camp seemed to be operating well, it couldn't fully shield its inhabitants from radiation. Most people living in the camp had accumulated over 50% of radiation value, meaning their lifespans were limited. Just 2 days ago, the camp's exploration team discovered several shelters nearby, which delighted Boss Ding. He decided to gather manpower and take down the shelter in the Little Desert in 2 days. The so-called shelter in the Little Desert was actually Laimeng's shelter no. 2333. Laimeng sneered inwardly. If he hadn't manipulated Feng Dahu to enter the Qingtian camp, they would have been caught off guard when the enemy came. Moreover, 2 days later was precisely when the shelter would be dealing with the beast tide. If the people from the Qingtian camp took advantage of this, they might truly succeed. "Manager, what should we do?" Alice leaned closer to Laimeng and asked quietly. Laimeng thought for a moment and said, "Given the current situation, the extraordinary ones from the Qingtian camp are all at the quasi level, with only 15 of them. With our current strength, we can take down the Qingtian camp first. Should we act now?" Diana raised the truth lock in her hand. "Wait." Laimeng quickly stopped her. "Boss Ding is gathering all the extraordinary ones for a meeting. We'll enter the venue and catch them all at once." "All right," Alice and Diana responded, preparing for the fight. Just as they were discussing strategies, Zhang got into an argument with a passing laborer. "Get out of the way, you worthless laborer. I, Zhang, am not someone to mess with." Laimeng turned to look. Zhang had already pinned a thin laborer to the ground, spitting out words angrily. The laborer didn't resist and kept begging for mercy. "Please, don't hit me. I beg you." Laimeng quickly asked, "What is going on, Air?" Zhang, looking fierce, said, "This guy wasn't watching where he was going and bumped into me. I'm not just going to hit him. I'm going to use him for canned meat. The production of canned food requires raw materials. Since the land in the camp is unsuitable for farming and there is no surplus grain to raise livestock, the main raw materials for the cans are the bodies of mutated beasts hunted by the exploration team. When there aren't enough bodies, the laborers in the camp can be used as well. When Zhang said this, the laborer on the ground trembled in fear, and yellow liquid began to flow down his pants. Laimeng smelled a strange odor and instinctively frowned. This is what a wasteland where humans are worse off than dogs looks like. He shook his head and said, "Stop dawdling. Boss Ding is still waiting for us. Let us hurry." Without waiting for Zhang Er's agreement, Laimeng forcibly pulled him away. "Damn it, don't let me see you again." Zhang Er cursed as he was dragged away by Laimeng. The laborer whom Laimeng saved seemed to have just come off a roller coaster, crying tears of joy as he prostrated himself on the roadside. It seemed that life for the laborers was not easy. As Laimeng walked, he observed the surroundings. The streets were lined with dilapidated wooden houses, with many laborers coming in and out. The laborers all looked emaciated, with dull eyes, and many were even scantily clad. It was only after turning a large rock that Laimeng finally saw a building made of red bricks. The building was quite large, covering 400 to 500 square meters and only 1 story high. Occasionally, the sound of clanging machinery could be heard from inside. Laimeng understood that they had reached the canned food production line. But why was Boss Ding gathering people in the canned food production line? Did he live here? Or did he discover the abnormalities of the 3 of them and want to throw them directly into the production line to make human canned meat? Laimeng and Alice exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Chapter 37. Leave no one behind. Following Zhang Er into the brick building, Laimeng saw the entire canned food production line. It was a nearly fully automated production line, with countless mechanical arms busy working. From the selection of raw materials to the manufacturing of canned human meat, no laborers were utilized. Only about 30 laborers were responsible for filling cans in the assembly area. Zhang Er had mentioned that there were about 50 laborers in the entire Qingtan camp, all rotating in the assembly area. If it weren't for the insufficient power supply in the camp that prevented the assembly machines from operating, the entire production line could function without any laborers. Next to the assembly hall, there was a transparent glass room with an advanced computer on display, serving as the control center for the entire production line. The first-level industrial smart chip should be in the control room, and Laimeng quietly noted the location. After following Zhang Lauer around the production line, they arrived in a spacious room. When the door was pushed open, everyone inside turned to look, and Laimeng and the others instantly became the focal point of the scene. The show was finally about to begin. Everyone was present, which made things easier. Laimeng glanced around. Inside the room, 2 beautiful women, tears streaming down their faces and barely clothed, were tightly covering themselves with their hands on a large dining table. Surrounding the table were 9 people, each looking greedier than the last. There were a total of 15 extraordinary beings in the Qingtan camp. Excluding 2 guards and 2 teammates killed by Diana and Yuri, there were 11 left. Now they had all gathered. It was time to act. Just as Laimeng was about to speak, he noticed the fat man in the upper seat had a gleam in his eye. "Hey, big tiger. Let those 2 women behind you lie down too." Laimeng paused, not immediately understanding. Instantly, the people seated around the dining table became displeased. "Haha. Boss Ding is talking to you. Are you unwilling? Didn't you offer them to Boss Ding? Hurry up. Come on, brothers, we still have serious business to discuss." Laimeng sneered, having already sentenced these guys to death in his mind. How dare they provoke Alice and Diana? Had they taken the wrong medicine? He looked at the furious Alice and Diana and waved his hand. "Go, leave none alive." In the next moment, Diana drew the truth binding from her waist and directly aimed it at Boss Ding in the upper seat. Alice was even more explosive, raising her gun and shooting without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Zhang Lauer, who was closest, had his head blown off, and blood splattered all over the room. Immediately, Boss Ding in the upper seat was also strangled by Diana with the truth binding. Diana yanked hard, and before Boss Ding could even utter a harsh word, his head fell to the ground. In the room, 2 people died in an instant. Following that, the 2 women on the dining table screamed in terror. An extraordinary being shouted, "Feng Dao, what do you want to do?" The reactions of the other extraordinary beings varied. Some picked up iron pipes and rifles. Some grabbed nearby long knives and short swords to attack, while others directly covered their heads and crouched down, fearing being hit by stray bullets. However, all resistance was futile. A few extraordinary beings of that level were no match for Diana and Alice. Ding. Diana killed the quasi-level Air Ma Z. You gained 1 experience point. You killed the quasi-level Du Lao San. Gained 10 experience points. Diana killed the level Zhou 11. You gained 1 experience point. Alice killed the super-level Chu Siwu. You gained 1 experience point. A series of notification sounds rang out. Su Laimeng had only pulled the trigger once and killed 1 person. Just as he aimed at the second person, he realized that all the extraordinary beings in the room had fallen to the ground. He swallowed hard, gaining a deeper understanding of Alice and Diana's strength. In just 4 or 5 seconds, all the extraordinary beings in the Qingtan camp, except for the guards, were wiped out. Who would believe this if it were told? On the dining table, the 2 beautiful women were clearly terrified. They kept kneeling on the table, bowing to Su Laimeng. Big Tiger, please don't kill me. I'm willing to be your servant. One even intentionally lifted her clothing, revealing her assets. Su Laimeng didn't even look, though he did glance a little, firmly rejecting. From now on, you are free. What a joke. With Alice, Diana, and the others at home, did he need to cultivate wildflowers and weeds outside? Su Laimeng was not that kind of person. Freedom? Upon hearing this, the 2 women's faces changed drastically. No, Big Tiger, I don't want freedom. Please, don't abandon us. In the wasteland, freedom meant being expelled from the camp, facing radiation, extreme heat, and other harsh environments, fighting against various mutated beasts. They could die at any moment due to food shortages, beast attacks, lack of water, and bodily illnesses. For the 2 women, this was undoubtedly equivalent to a death sentence. The commotion in the room had already alerted the workers on the production line. Therefore, there had been workers eavesdropping from the beginning. When they heard Su Laimeng say he would set them free, the workers even broke down the door and rushed in, kneeling before Su Laimeng. The workers were weak, without the protection of extraordinary beings, and they wouldn't survive the night. Thus, even though they suffered under Boss Ding's exploitation, living a life of uncertainty, the workers could endure it. Please help us. If you leave, we won't last a few days. Big Tiger, I can lick your feet every day if you take me with you. Big Tiger, I can sing and dance. I can entertain you. Please don't leave me behind. Su Laimeng looked at the kneeling workers, contemplating carefully. Currently, the shelter had just unlocked the first underground level, which could not accommodate so many people. However, if they didn't take them away, relying solely on the small population increase from the broadcasting equipment would not keep up with the shelter's development speed. In the wasteland, population was a precious resource, and over 50 qualified laborers were incredibly valuable. If they didn't take them, they would miss the opportunity. For a moment, Su Laimeng was unsure how to choose. He was torn between the value of the population, while Diana felt sympathy. Administrator, what should we do now? Seeing so many people kneeling, Diana couldn't bear it. Alice, accustomed to partings and deaths, felt it was nothing. Su Laimeng shook his head. There are too many people. Our shelter can't accommodate them all. But the beast tide is coming. We can't just watch them die. Diana's voice grew louder. Su Laimeng fell silent, suddenly thinking of a good plan. We can move the workers to a hidden place near the shelter, set up a satellite city for the shelter, and then absorb the excellent personnel from the satellite city into the shelter. This way, we help them and fulfill our own needs. Good idea. Diana's eyes lit up. I know a place that is just right. Chapter 38. The camp relocation plan. What place? Hurry up and tell me. When Su Laimeng heard that Diana had a suitable location, he quickly asked. Diana said, do you remember the hill we saw when we first entered the forest? Su Laimeng thought for a moment and replied, I remember. It seems there is a large cave there. Diana clapped her hands. That's the cave I'm talking about. It's only 500 meters from the shelter, which is perfect for mutual support. Yuri and I explored it before, and the climate inside is very suitable for living. The cave entrance is narrow, only allowing one person to pass through. As long as we block the entrance with stones, we can perfectly avoid the beast tide. Diana became more and more excited as she spoke, as if she were doing something monumental. Su Laimeng nodded, having finally found some use for Diana after sending her around the wasteland. He turned to the workers and said, everyone get up. Although I can't take you all back to my shelter, I can move you to a safe place to settle down. If you perform well, joining the shelter is not out of the question. When the workers heard this, they immediately began to discuss among themselves. A shelter? Is it that kind built underground? Do we really have a chance to live in the shelter? Thank you, Big Tiger. Thank you, Big Tiger. Big Tiger is mighty. I will follow you for the rest of my life. Suleiman felt a sudden toothache and quickly said, no, I am not Feng Dao. I am Suleiman. And you can also call me the administrator. As you command, my lord administrator. The laborers all stood up, their faces showing a bit more anticipation. Suleiman then instructed. Now I need someone to help me find the level 1 industrial smart chip in the production line. The rest of you pack your things. We leave in 15 minutes. I'll go find the chip. Immediately, one of the laborers stepped forward. Suleiman took a look and saw it was the guy who was stepped on by Zhang Lauer. He was small and thin, clearly not well fed and frail. Suleiman asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Li Yirjing, my lord administrator. I have been working on the canned food production line for a year and know where the industrial smart chips are located." Li Yirjing nodded and bowed, looking very sycophantic. "Since that's the case, then it's you." Suleiman nodded to remember him and instructed Li Yirjing to search carefully. He then turned to Alice and Diana. "Let's gather the supplies in the camp. Take everything useful." "Okay." Alice and Diana responded and walked in different directions. Suleiman then looked at the many corpses in the room. Wow, what a windfall. He carefully counted. There were a total of 10 corpses in the room, 6 of which had guns. Although they were just makeshift iron pipe rifles cobbled together from various materials, better than nothing. Moreover, Suleiman also found 500 rounds of 38 ammunition for the iron pipe rifles in the room. These bullets were also not mass-produced, but assembled in the camp. But no matter what, they were still bullets. Compared to the 2 handguns the shelter had, the Qingtan camp could be considered quite wealthy. Suleiman gathered the iron pipe rifles and bullets together, preparing to take them when he left. After a while, Alice and Diana returned from searching for supplies. Alice spoke first, "Administrator. The speed at which these laborers are looting is too fast. By the time I went out, they had almost emptied the camp." "What?" Suleiman was taken aback. Feeling a pang in his heart, didn't that mean he had missed many good things? Diana shook her head. "Most of what they took are daily supplies. Rather than having them hand them over, it's better to let them keep them since they need to survive too." Suleiman thought carefully. Since he wanted to treat the camp's population as a manpower reserve for the shelter, he couldn't let the laborers go hungry. Thus, he tacitly accepted Diana's suggestion. "So what did you gather?" Alice pulled out a stack of wasteland currency and said, "We mainly collected wasteland currency. These things are of little use to the laborers, but are different for the shelter." Seeing the wasteland currency Alice displayed, Suleiman's eyes lit up. He took it and counted carefully. There were actually 321 wasteland currency. Wow. The wasteland currency collected from the Qingtan camp is almost equal to half of the shelter's stock. Suleiman nodded in satisfaction, feeling this trip was worthwhile. He waited a moment longer, and the thin Li Yirjing returned. "My lord administrator, I found the chip." Li Yirjing waved the level 1 industrial smart chip in his hand, approaching as if seeking praise. "Well done." Suleiman gave some compliments and took the chip Li Yirjing handed over. Level 1 industrial smart chip. Description: a smart chip used for industrial production, obtainable through mass production in the shelter or industrial facilities. After building a research facility for artificial intelligence, Level 1 industrial smart chips can be mass-produced. Great. He was overjoyed. With the chip, the shelter could build a food processing point and start producing canned food. Suleiman had already thought it through. The food processing point couldn't be like the power distribution room, working sporadically. It had to run at full capacity 24 hours a day, putting all excess into the trading space. He walked out of the room and glanced at the long line of canned food production lines. Suleiman really wanted to take them all, but unfortunately, he didn't have the right transportation tools and couldn't waste precious time before the beast tide on moving them. He could only wait until after the beast tide to come back and check. He called out to Li Yirjing, saying, "Time's up. Notify everyone to gather at the camp entrance. We're leaving soon." After saying that, Suleiman took the lead towards the camp's main gate. Alice and Diana followed behind, carrying ammunition boxes and bundles of iron pipe rifles. The 2 guards at the camp's entrance ran away as soon as they heard the commotion. Suleiman didn't care. With the beast tide coming in a day, running away was useless. He waited at the camp entrance for a moment and soon saw groups of laborers coming with large and small bags of junk. They chatted and laughed as they walked, full of hope for their future lives. Suleiman rarely showed a smile. These laborers were the future workforce of the shelter, the talents needed to build Shelter 2333. He stood at the camp's gate with his hands behind his back, feeling as if all the heroes of the world were entering his fold. Suddenly, he heard the roar of an engine near his ear. He looked closely and saw someone driving a car over. Chapter 39. Building the food processing point. A van drove up in front of him, leaving Suleiman dumbfounded. "There's a car?" He immediately pulled Li Yirjing from the driver's seat and asked, Where did this car come from? Li Yijing smiled ingratiatingly. It belongs to Boss Ding. I saw no one was using it, so I brought it over for you. By the way, I loaded all the canned goods from the production line in the back. Suleiman nodded, feeling that Li Yijing was somewhat sensible and could be prioritized for absorption into the shelter. He called Alice and Diana over to load the gathered supplies into the car, then comfortably sat in the second row. He had planned to let Li Yijing drive, but since he was a novice and rarely left the camp, he didn't know the way. Suleiman had no choice but to let Alice drive. Once everyone had gathered, more than 50 people marched towards the cave. Along the way, with Diana leading the way, the mutated beasts they encountered couldn't last even one round. The laborers clapped and cheered at Diana's impressive demeanor. The continuous flattery seemed to energize Diana. Even the hidden mutated beasts were dragged out and eliminated. However, despite this, more than 10 laborers still fell along the way. The reason was simple. They couldn't withstand the excessive radiation in the wasteland, and the accumulated radiation value took their lives. Not to mention the laborers. Even Suleiman, dressed in wasteland gear, felt unwell. Feng Dahe's radiation value had accumulated to 85, and it looked like he wouldn't live much longer. Suleiman fell silent. He needed to find a long-term tool that could help. Ideally, someone who wasn't afraid of radiation. However, besides Alice, even Diana at her level couldn't completely shield against radiation. Where could he find survivors who weren't afraid of radiation? For a moment, Suleiman couldn't think of a solution. The forest had no roads, and the van could only navigate through the rugged mountains, occasionally sliding and emitting a mournful roar. It was uncomfortable to sit, so he got out to walk. After walking for an hour, they finally reached their destination, a cave at the edge of the forest. This is it. Suleiman stood in front of the cave, nodding in satisfaction. Diana was very excited. She had already cleared the mutated beasts around the cave in advance and had entered the cave to scout. Alice stayed by Suleiman's side, continuously asking, "Manager, it's already evening. When are we going back to the shelter? If we delay too long, there won't be any light left." Suleiman gave Alice a reassuring look and said, "You go find a bigger stone to block the door. Once Diana finishes scouting and gets all the laborers inside, we will leave." "Okay." Alice nodded and turned to walk away. After Alice left, Suleiman began to think about how to deal with the old van. He really wanted to drive it back to the shelter directly. Unfortunately, the shelter couldn't accommodate the vehicle and it had to be left on the surface. However, the surface near the shelter was a bare desert. After the beast tide passed, there would likely only be debris left. Therefore, it was better to stay near the cave. Not long after, Diana returned from the cave. "Manager, there's no danger in the cave, and it has good ventilation. It's suitable for habitation. Yay! Long live Brother Tiger. Long live the goddess." Before Suleiman could speak, the laborers had already started celebrating. "In that case, let's hurry inside." Suleiman waved his hand, allowing the laborers to enter one by one, strictly instructing them not to leave for 3 days. After that, he instructed Li Yijing to find someone to move all the canned goods from the van into the cave as reserve food for the laborers and to hide the van in a concealed spot. Once everything was done, Alice returned pushing a large stone. Suleiman directed Diana and Alice to seal the cave entrance as a barrier against the beast tide. With that, all the laborers were settled down. By the time everything was finished, it was already evening. The 3 of them could only carry iron pipe rifles and ammunition boxes back to the shelter on foot. Fortunately, the shelter was only 500 meters away from the cave, which wasn't too far. In the shelter's entrance hall, Suleiman waited there. And when Feng Dahe returned to the shelter, he immediately lifted the mental control he had over him and locked Feng Dahe in a small dark room. This time out, besides the iron pipe rifle, ammunition, and wasteland currency, the most important thing was obtaining a level 1 industrial smart chip, which allowed for the establishment of a food processing point. Suleiman directed Diana and Alice to move all the supplies into room 3 for storage. After that, he signaled the 2 to return to their quarters to rest while he went to the vacant room 4. He was going to build the food processing point here. Taking out the blueprint and the level 1 industrial smart chip, Suleiman immediately issued the construction order. Instantly, 30,000 wasteland currency was deducted from his account, and the blueprint for the catering facility food processing point and the level 1 industrial smart chip disappeared. The room 4 he was in began to change. The walls of the house were painted white, and a mechanized production line appeared out of thin air. Although small in scale, it was fully functional. From cutting to processing to canning, as long as the bodies of the mutated beasts were thrown in one end, finished canned goods would come out the other end. The open space outside the feeding entrance was designated as a temporary storage point for raw materials, which was a refrigerated area occupying 5 square meters. Opposite the refrigerated area was the finished canned goods storage area, which had a row of shelves set up. Ding! Food processing point construction completed, ready for use. The entire food processing point was bright and transparent. On the ceiling, lighting devices were installed every meter. The door of room 4 also underwent significant changes. The original bedroom-like door became a double-opening door. A sign for the food processing point appeared above the door. Now there was no fear of not finding the place. On the right side of the door, a control room appeared, and the computer screen inside the control room displayed the operational status of the food processing point. Catering facility food processing point. Basic output, 48 cans per day. Current output, 0 cans per day. Canned goods storage, 805,000. Canned goods consumption, 24 cans per day. This is the total canned goods consumption of the shelter. Calculated for 2 meals a day. Production raw materials, none. Production energy consumption, 20 power per hour when operational. 0 power per hour when not operational. Staff, none. At least 1 staff member is needed to start production. It's built. Suleiman looked at the food processing point in front of him, confidence soaring. Although the energy consumption of the food processing point reached 20 power per hour, the shelter's power distribution room was still sufficient to supply it. It's decided, let Yuri work at the food processing point. Suleiman was filled with ambition and immediately arranged for Yuri. Chapter 40. The Presidential Suite of the Shelter. After arranging Yuri, Suleiman had Alice and Diana hunt a mutated hyena from the entrance and throw it into the refrigerated area of the food processing point. Then, he instructed Yuri to eat 2 cans before starting work, taking a break at midnight. After all, since Yuri wouldn't be going out, he didn't need to sleep too much. With the food processing point, the canned goods in the shelter no longer needed strict control. Suleiman called everyone back to their quarters for a meal. Currently, there were 5 people in the shelter, consuming 12 cans in 1 meal. Among them, Yuri had the largest appetite, needing 4 cans per meal. Alice finished 2. Diana, the highest level, only ate 2 cans. Suleiman finished 3, barely feeling full. Ali, of course, had the smallest appetite in the entire shelter, eating only 1 can. As for Feng Dahu, who was locked in room 5, Suleiman instinctively ignored him. Don't you guys feel that it's dull to just eat without talking? At the dining table, Suleiman was the first to break the silence. As soon as he said this, Ali immediately responded. Esteemed manager, when can we eat something else? I've been eating canned food for 2 days and I'm sick of it. Suleiman's expression stiffened. You've only had 3 meals in a row, and during the last meal, you were still clamoring for a second can. Now that I've given you 2, you're saying you're tired of it. Ali, it seems I've spoiled you too much, making you unaware of how cruel the wasteland world outside is. In that case, you will go explore the wasteland with Alice tomorrow. Ali was so scared that he lost his composure, hurriedly waving his tail and saying, Esteemed manager, I'm actually more suited to work in the power distribution room. Suleiman snorted and ignored Ali. At this moment, Alice said, Esteemed manager, it seems there aren't enough beds in the shelter. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone except Yuri fell silent. There were 5 people in the shelter, but only 3 rooms in the quarters. It was definitely possible to squeeze in, but thinking about having to sleep with the bald man made Suleiman feel chills all over. However, he couldn't let Yuri sleep with the other residents. After all, the other residents were all women, and Yuri would take advantage of them. This meant that he had to build another living facility for people to stay in. What should be built? Suleiman took out the blueprint for the True Fragrance Suite 2 and the Presidential Suite blueprint from his pocket. He looked at the True Fragrance Suite 2 blueprint, but couldn't help glancing at the Presidential Suite. However, it wasn't time for enjoyment yet. Wake up. He quickly gave himself a slap, then continued to glance at the Presidential Suite blueprint. The floor plan depicted in the blueprint was simply the home of Suleiman's dreams. A huge multi-person bed, an ultra-wide living room, a bathtub comparable to a small swimming pool, a private screening room with a bed, a spacious living room, and a desk that could accommodate a person lying down. This was not just a presidential suite, it was simply paradise on earth. Suck. He gritted his teeth. Forget it. Having already slapped myself, I should at least get some compensation. Moreover, as the esteemed manager of the shelter, how could he and the residents squeeze into a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room space? It was essential to construct a presidential suite to distinguish the manager's special status. Suleiman made up his mind, fearing he might regret it, and immediately said, You all continue eating. I will go to room 9 to build a presidential suite to free up a room. As soon as Diana heard about the presidential suite, she immediately showed interest. Manager, can I come along to take a look? Suleiman nodded, no problem. After saying that, he led Diana towards room 9. I'm also curious about what the presidential suite looks like. Alice, let's go take a look too. Ollie, fearing that Diana would occupy the presidential suite, quickly pulled Alice along and followed. Suleiman showed no hesitation and spent 100,000 wasteland coins to start construction immediately. Inside room 9, it indeed looked exactly like the blueprint. There was a bedroom, a bathroom, a private screening room, a study, and a living room. Although the area was only 100 square meters, the clever design made it appear very spacious. Not to mention that the furniture in the room was all top-notch quality. Ding! Presidential suite construction completed, ready for use. Before Suleiman even stepped into the room, the last to arrive, Ollie, ignored everyone and rushed inside first. I want to live in the presidential suite. I want to live in the presidential suite. You? Suleiman snorted coldly. Where do you think I fit in? Ollie rolled her eyes at Suleiman and flicked her tail, saying, Manager, of course, I have you in my heart. We can live together. Suleiman sneered. Thinking that was a nice thought, he turned to Alice and Diana. I've freed up the master bedroom in the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room place. Who wants to live there? I'll go. Ollie quickly said before Diana and Alice could speak. Suleiman grabbed Ollie by the tail and dragged her in front of him, giving her a hard slap. Shut up, Ollie. Ollie was instantly immobilized, allowing Suleiman to do as he pleased. Alice couldn't stand it any longer and said, I don't want to change rooms anymore. Diana can sleep in the master bedroom. Upon hearing this, Diana showed a sincere smile. Thank you, Alice. Then where will Yuri sleep? Diana asked again. Yuri, who had followed everyone and was just joining in, paused his can-opening action. I can sleep anywhere. I'm not picky. Suleiman nodded appreciatively. That's the kind of resident a shelter should have. He said, Yuri, you work until midnight, then go to the lobby to stand guard. You can rest a bit too. Ding. Please note, residents without a bed will have their happiness decrease by 5 each day. If happiness drops to 50, loyalty will decrease. If loyalty falls below 50, it will trigger resident defection. Ding. Yuri belongs to the celestial beings. Happiness and loyalty are fixed at 100 and cannot decrease. Is there actually a system notification? Suleiman was slightly surprised. However, Yuri's loyalty and happiness were always at 100, and he didn't think much. He was practically a qualified tool. Okay, manager. Yuri saluted while holding a can. He felt sorry for Ollie. Sorry. Suleiman snorted coldly. Ollie, you have to work until midnight too. Huh. Ollie's face turned bitter. And she complained, why should I? Suleiman shot her a glance. The food processing point has to operate until midnight. But the power distribution room you're in charge of has no power reserves. If you say you're not going to generate power, who will? Ollie slyly approached Suleiman and whispered, Asu, let's stop talking about this. Can we discuss something a bit more sensitive? Suleiman's expression changed. He was suddenly very interested. He immediately turned around and asked in a deep voice, what do you think of the current wasteland situation? Ollie was instantly dumbfounded. I sit and watch. Isn't that right? Then how do I watch? Suleiman scanned Ollie from head to toe and pointed towards the power distribution room. You can watch while generating power. Chapter 41. Ninja Hinata appears. Late at night, Suleiman was lying on the huge multi-person bed in the presidential suite, planning the future of the shelter. Suddenly, he heard the doorbell ring. Who would be knocking at the door so late at night? Ollie. After building the presidential suite, the shelter's electricity consumption had reached 52 power units per hour. However, that was when the food processing point was in operation. When it was shut down, it consumed only 32 power units per hour, which was completely manageable. Therefore, he didn't force Ollie to work overnight. He only required her to work until midnight to maintain the power needed for the food processing point. However, it was already half past midnight, and the food processing point had stopped working. Why hadn't Ollie gone to sleep yet? Suleiman reluctantly got up to open the door. Sure enough, he guessed correctly. It was Ollie standing outside. What's the matter? He asked unhappily. Ollie bent slightly, crossing her legs, gritting her teeth, and blushing as she said, Asu, I want to use the bathroom, but the bathroom in the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room place is always occupied. What does that have to do with me? Suleiman snorted coldly and said, just come in and use it. He stepped aside, allowing Ollie to enter. Ollie rushed into the bathroom, afraid someone would snatch it from her. Since there was someone in the suite, Suleiman had to sit in the living room and wait. As he waited, he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable in his stomach. But Ali was still occupying the bathroom and hadn't he come out. Suleiman had no choice but to go to the bathroom in the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room place. He leaned against the wall and walked through the corridor to the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room. He then realized that Diana and Alice had already gone to bed. There was no one in the bathroom. This Ali, all she knows is to be lazy and enjoy herself. She must be coveting the luxurious electric toilet in the presidential suite. After using the bathroom and returning to the presidential suite, he found the entire suite was dark. Where was Ali? Why did she turn off the lights for me? A bad feeling rose in Suleiman's heart. Could it be that an outsider had come in? Suddenly, a graceful shadow sprang out from the suite. Suleiman was startled by the shadow and quickly realized it was Ali. Ali, what are you doing? In the dark. Ali pressed against Suleiman. Asu, do I look good? Suleiman frowned, flared his nostrils, and suddenly turned on the light. Instantly, brightness filled the room, revealing Ali's playful appearance. You. Suleiman's right eyelid twitched, and he fiercely inhaled before loudly scolding. Ali, why are you wearing Diana's clothes? After tidying herself up, Ali fell into a deep sleep until dawn. The next morning, he woke up early, hurriedly ate some canned food, and prepared to head to the lobby to summon new celestial beings. However, to his surprise, Yuri had gotten up even earlier than him. Not only had he woken up early, but Yuri had also entered the food processing point and started producing canned food. Suleiman was in a good mood. He really liked this kind of resident who was diligent, obedient, wouldn't throw tantrums, and took their work seriously. Thus, he decided that once the shelter's economy was a bit more stable and the electricity was slightly more sufficient, he would create a really nice 2-bedroom suite for Yuri to live in. However, the main priority right now was to recruit more capable personnel to deal with tomorrow's beast tide. Suleiman quickly walked to the lobby and pressed the device switch. Immediately, he heard a crash outside the door, as if something had fallen. Suleiman didn't think much of it and was instead very happy. The 5th resident of the shelter had arrived. He eagerly opened the shelter door but found no one outside. Where is everyone? Just as Suleiman was in a daze, a head suddenly poked out from the left side of the door. Excuse me, is this shelter 2333? Suleiman nodded. That's great. Can I apply to join? Ding. Hinata Hyuga from the Multiverse requests to join the shelter. Suleiman nodded. Hinata's panel appeared in his view. Hinata Hyuga, quasi-level extraordinary. Happiness, 100, multiverse character. Happiness permanently at 100. Loyalty, 100, multiverse character, permanently loyal to the administrator. A character from the Naruto series, Hinata, who is undergoing the Chunin exam. Feels your summons and has crossed over. Traits, 1. Hyuga clan, be a Kugin, gentle fist. Although Hinata has not fully mastered the skills of the Hyuga clan, over time, she will gradually learn them all. 2. Genin. Hinata is an excellent genin, and she knows everything a genin should know. Just a genin? I thought it was Hinata who used the 8 trigrams 64 palms in the later part of the series. Suleiman was slightly disappointed, but then he suddenly thought. Ninja's physical skills, illusion techniques, and ninjutsu are systematic. Unlike Alice, Diana, and Yuri's unique traits. This means that everyone in the shelter can learn ninjutsu from Hinata. What a treasure! With this thought, Suleiman was enlightened. This saved him a huge amount of experience points. Not only that, but if everyone learns ninjutsu, the overall combat power of the shelter will increase significantly. Of course, the most important thing right now is to get through the beast tide. Cough, cough. He coughed twice and tilted his head to look at Hinata, who was clinging to the left side of the outer wall. Can you come down and talk? At this moment, Hinata was crouching like a monkey, relying on chakra to stick to the left side of the outer wall. Upon hearing this, she immediately jumped down, blushing. Sorry, I just thought it was too hot outside, and I wanted to find a place to avoid the sun. The more Hinata spoke, the quieter her voice became. Her face turning red, and her head lowering, her 2 index fingers unconsciously fiddling together. Seeing Hinata's shy demeanor, Suleiman couldn't help but chuckle. He finally managed to keep a straight face and said, Welcome to Shelter 2333. I am the shelter administrator, Suleiman. First of all, I must tell you that you have left your original world and entered the wasteland. There are mutated beasts here, and the overall strength is not inferior to that of the ninja world. However, resources are extremely scarce here, and humans harm each other, making the danger level even higher. Suleiman changed the subject. Therefore, we need your help to build the shelter and create the greatest world. Hi. Hinata stood at attention, full of enthusiasm. Very good. Suleiman nodded with his hands behind his back and continued. including you. There are a total of 6 residents in the shelter. The other 5 are me, Alice, Ali, Diana, and Yuri. I will introduce you to each of them shortly. Now, let's go to the first underground level together. Everyone is waiting. Chapter 42, Unlocking the Underground Second Level. Suleiman took Hinata to the underground level's 3 rooms and 2 halls, where everyone was busy eating canned food. Is this the new resident of the shelter? Ali greeted first. Diana smiled and nodded, while only Alice coldly acknowledged her. Suleiman first introduced Hinata, then said, Hinata, now you can introduce yourself. Hinata's face instantly turned red, and she unconsciously lowered her head. I am Hinata, Okay. Suleiman interrupted Hinata's introduction, seeing that she didn't know when she would finish. After all, the beast tide was approaching, and everyone's time in the shelter was very precious. Hinata was interrupted, and not only did she not feel angry, but she kept apologizing. I'm sorry, it's my fault, I let you down. Suleiman nodded. It seemed that Hinata was also a qualified tool. He arranged, Hinata, there is a resident named Yuri at the food processing point. Your task today is to produce canned food with Yuri at the food processing point. By the way, during your leisure time, you can also teach Yuri ninjutsu. Me? Hinata pointed at herself in shock and said, But I am just a genin. Suleiman patted Hinata's shoulder. Don't worry, you know more than they do. Okay. Tears welled up in Hinata's eyes, touched by Suleiman's comfort, and she immediately walked away with determination. After Hinata left, Suleiman turned to look at Ali. Ali, you will continue working in the power distribution room today. The shelter's power consumption has increased significantly, and you need to ensure a stable power supply for the shelter. If there is a power outage, I will definitely deal with you. Ali wagged her head and tail in agreement, eager for Suleiman to come and deal with her. After arranging Ali, Suleiman looked at Alice. Alice, you will continue to explore the wasteland and collect water today, filling all the bathtubs in the shelter. Remember to distinguish between clean water and water for daily use. At the same time, while exploring the wasteland, also collect the corpses of mutated beasts of level and below as materials for canned food production. Okay. Alice nodded and immediately stood up to take action. Suleiman was about to continue arranging tasks when he saw Diana eagerly raise her hand. What about me, Administrator? What should I do today? Suleiman nodded in satisfaction. This is the kind of fighting spirit that would make the shelter better and better. He said, Diana, today you will unlock the underground second level of the shelter with me, aiming to get it done in half a morning. Okay, let's go. Diana tightened her grip on the truth-binding rope, full of enthusiasm, leaving Ali, who was still dawdling. Suleiman took Diana to the elevator door and pressed the button to enter the underground second level. Ding! You pressed the switch to the underground second level elevator. Do you want to spend 20,000 wasteland coins to unlock the underground second level of the shelter? Yes. No, the price has gone up. Suleiman frowned. Unlocking the first underground level only costs 10,000 wasteland coins, but unlocking the second underground level costs 20,000 wasteland coins. Does that mean unlocking the third underground level will cost 30,000 wasteland coins? Does this imply that the cost of unlocking the underground levels will keep increasing and become unaffordable? Suleiman shook his head, thinking of the 9 treasure chests in the second underground level, and still chose yes, with a pained heart. Ding! Congratulations. You have unlocked the second underground level and received a dose of radiation neutralizer. He actually received a dose of radiation neutralizer. Suleiman was overjoyed, not expecting that simply unlocking the second underground level would yield such a valuable reward. Then wouldn't the rooms in the second underground level be able to bring in a windfall? He couldn't wait, waved his hand, and entered the elevator first. Diana, let's go. The elevator reached the second underground level. The second underground level was pitch black, just like when he unlocked the first underground level, with only 2 sources of light. One was the light inside the elevator, which could only illuminate the area in front of room 1. The other was the weak light in the corridor in front of room 5, faint like a lantern in the sky. However, the strength of the shelter now was completely different from when they unlocked the first underground level. Suleiman was a quasi-level extraordinary being, and Diana was even at level. Dealing with the mutated beasts in the second underground level could be said to be effortless. Suleiman did not exit the elevator. He repeated his old trick, holding the elevator door and said, Diana, I will hold the elevator door to illuminate the area. You quickly deal with the mutated beasts inside room 1. Okay, Administrator. Diana flashed a confident smile, her white teeth shining in the dim light. Then, Diana quickly exited the elevator, gripped the truth-binding rope tightly, and directly opened the door to room 1. Bang! Suleiman only heard a crisp sound of the rope swinging. Immediately after, a system notification came to his ear. Ding, Diana has killed a mutated wild boar. You gain 1 experience point. Goodness. It turned out to be a mutated wild boar. Suleiman felt very pleased. The meat of a mutated wild boar is definitely edible. Moreover, whether roasted or cooked in any way, it tastes much better than canned mantis or hyena meat. It seems that the shelter can finally have some meat. He quickly walked over and turned on the light in room 1, saying, Diana, you unlock room 2 first. After I open the treasure chest, I will store the mutated wild boar meat in the cold storage of the food processing point. Okay, manager. Diana, seeing Suleiman so excited, did not disturb him further and turned to unlock room 2. Suleiman first looked at the corpse of the mutated wild boar. Not bad. It's a female boar, no problem. He then shifted his gaze to the treasure chest in room 1, eagerly opening it. Ding! You have opened the treasure chest and obtained the blueprint for a special facility. Watchtower. Special facility. Watchtower. Description. A watchtower built 100 meters above the entrance hall, with an observation room at the top to observe the surrounding environment of the shelter. Accessible by elevator. Construction cost. 80,000 wasteland coins. Construction requirements. 10 curved radiation-proof tempered glass. Workforce. None. A watchtower? Suleiman was slightly taken aback. He had never thought that something could be built above the entrance hall of the shelter. Moreover, it was a watchtower standing 100 meters tall. If calculated as 3 meters per floor, 100 meters equates to 33 floors. It is known that standing on the 33rd floor provides an extremely wide field of vision. Like this, if any mutated beasts or wanderers invade the shelter, he would be able to see everything clearly from the watchtower. Chapter 43. The deal with Lin Tian. The watchtower could definitely play a huge role in combating the beast tide. Suleiman was determined to build the watchtower before the beast tide arrived. However, he did not expect to be stumped at the first step. What is curved radiation-proof tempered glass? And he needed 10 pieces of it. Since entering the wasteland, Suleiman had never heard of curved radiation-proof tempered glass, let alone that he needed 10 pieces to build the watchtower. After a moment of thought, he decided to inquire in the regional channel. Looking to buy curved radiation-proof tempered glass, the more the better, price negotiable. As soon as Suleiman's message was sent out, discussions erupted in the regional channel. The swindler is speaking again. The swindler hasn't sold mutated beast meat lately, and the market has been sluggish. I thought the swindler sold the most expensive, but I didn't expect there to be something even more expensive. Curved radiation-proof tempered glass? What the hell is that? I have 2 pieces of tempered glass. Do you want them? Maybe they can be a substitute. Please, big shot, take me with you. I can barely afford to eat anymore. Swindler, even if I had it, I wouldn't sell it to you. The discussion about curved radiation-proof tempered glass barely made a splash in the regional channel, and instead, Suleiman faced another wave of criticism. It seemed that his image as a swindler had deeply rooted itself in people's minds. On the other side, Lin Tian, who was immersed in the regional channel, also saw Suleiman's message. Curved radiation-proof tempered glass? What is it used for? Lin Tian's curiosity was piqued, and he immediately ordered his aide to call over Li Mao. Captain Li, do you know what curved radiation-proof tempered glass is? Li Mao was suddenly called by Lin Tian and was fuming, but upon hearing Lin Tian's words, he immediately calmed down. I know, but manager, why are you asking about this? Lin Tian smiled and said, Suleiman is looking to buy curved radiation-proof tempered glass in the regional channel. That's why I came to ask you. Suleiman? Li Mao adjusted his hat and said, Isn't he the manager who sold us healing needles and wasteland suits last time? Lin Tian nodded. I see. Li Mao thought for a moment and then said, Manager, please tell Suleiman that we have a lead on curved radiation-proof tempered glass, but we need him to agree to one condition. Okay. Lin Tian nodded eagerly, feeling happy to be able to help a friend. In Lin Tian's mind, he and Suleiman had completed 2 transactions and could be considered friends. After a long while without anyone discussing curved radiation-proof tempered glass, Suleiman felt disappointed. Just as he was about to close the page, he suddenly saw Lin Tian say something. I actually have a lead on curved radiation-proof tempered glass. Someone really knows. Suleiman's heart raced. He remembered that Lin Tian had previously purchased radiation-reducing medicine, healing needles, and wasteland suits from him. The 2 had dealings, so Suleiman got straight to the point and sent Lin Tian a private message. Big Brother Lin, I want to buy the curved radiation-proof tempered glass you have. I wonder if you are willing to quote a price? Lin Tian immediately replied, I don't have curved radiation-proof tempered glass, but I can provide a lead on it, but I need you to agree to one condition. Suleiman's expression brightened. It's good to be willing to negotiate, as he feared Lin Tian might not want to discuss it. So he quickly asked, what condition? Please tell me. Lin Tian said, I have a regiment under my command. You know that, right? Suleiman's eyelids twitched. Is he showing off? But for the glass, he still replied, I know. Everyone in the regional channel knows. Lin Tian continued, before my regiment entered the shelter, we left behind 13 soldiers in a city forest park. These 13 soldiers are carrying 13 pieces of curved radiation-proof tempered glass. As long as you take in these 13 soldiers, or bring them to my shelter, or find them a good place to stay, then those 13 pieces of curved radiation-proof tempered glass will be yours, near a city forest park. Isn't that close to the shelter? Suleiman's mind raced, and he felt this could be a deal. He immediately asked, what is the specific location? Where is it? Lin Tian sent a wry smile emoji. I just asked my captain, but he insists that you agree to the condition before he tells me. Suleiman was left speechless. He analyzed that Lin Tian was definitely being overshadowed by his subordinate's captain. As for whether to agree to Lin Tian's condition, Suleiman thought carefully. He had Alice and Diana stationed, and 12 soldiers wouldn't cause much trouble. They could definitely stay in the shelter for now and be sent to Lin Tian after the beast tide passed. This way, he could also get Lin Tian's shelter coordinates, which would be killing two birds with one stone. Suleiman decided to agree. However, directly agreeing was not possible. He had to make Lin Tian give a little more. So, he said, in other words, you have 13 soldiers waiting for me to rescue, and if I save them, I get the curved radiation-proof tempered glass. But if I can't save them, wouldn't I end up with nothing? Lin Tian blushed at Suleiman's words and hurriedly said to Li Mao beside him, Captain Li, this seems a bit unfair. Suleiman is helping us rescue people. But if he can't save them, wouldn't he be losing both his wife and soldiers? Li Mao, seeing Lin Tian like this, felt exasperated but didn't dare to explode. Advising, Manager, the value of curved radiation-proof tempered glass is enough for Suleiman to take this risk. No. Lin Tian shouted, I can't do that. Li Mao gritted his teeth and said, in that case, ask him what he wants. What do you want? Suleiman looked at the message sent by Lin Tian and pondered for a moment before saying, since you want me to help you rescue 13 people, then give me 13 guns, each with 300 rounds of ammunition. Lin Tian relayed Suleiman's request to Li Mao. Li Mao thought for a moment and said, Manager, we have guns, but ammunition is a bit scarce. How about this? 13 guns with 2,000 rounds of ammunition. And I can also give him a handwritten letter so that he can better connect with our soldiers. At the same time, let him know that if he can properly accommodate our soldiers, there will be additional rewards. Lin Tian conveyed Li Mao's words to Suleiman without any alterations. Suleiman agreed and received the firearms and ammunition from Lin Tian. Learning that the 13 soldiers were located on the island in the middle of the lake in Qing Shui City Park. Chapter 44, Deal. Rest? Li Mao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, unsure of which side Lin Tian was on. Li Mao vowed that once he completely took control of the shelter, he would definitely expel Lin Tian from it. People like Lin Tian were not suitable for survival in the wasteland. However, for now, the shelter still nominally belonged to Lin Tian. As long as Lin Tian said a word, he could strip Li Mao of his resident status. Therefore, Li Mao could only endure and said, Manager, even if it's a rest period, we can't provide that many guns. At most, we can give Suleiman 13 guns. Suleiman was overjoyed to see the message from Lin Tian. From Lin Tian's words, he had basically pinpointed the coordinates of the 13 soldiers, which were on the island in the middle of the lake not far from the shelter. This was because when Alice first went out, she had seen signs of human activity on the island. Besides that, no human activity had been observed around the shelter. This meant that Suleiman had confirmed the presence of arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass on the island. Regardless of whether he could negotiate with Lin Tian, he would still go to the island for a visit. The need for firearms was merely a tryout, hoping to get 1 or 2 guns from the commander behind Lin Tian. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian agreed to give him 13 guns outright. Currently, the total population of the shelter was less than 13. Having 1 gun per person was more than enough. Suleiman quickly asked, I can accept 13 guns, but I need more ammunition. Lin Tian replied, my commander said a total of 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Deal. Lin Tian's eyes lit up as he eagerly agreed. Fearing that Lin Tian might backtrack, He never expected to even get 2,000 rounds of ammunition. It seemed that there must be very important figures among the 13 soldiers on the island. After completing the transaction with Lin Tian, 13 guns and several neatly stacked ammunition boxes suddenly appeared in room 1 on the second basement level. Wolf Hunter Assault Rifle. Description: improved from the 47. This is a fully automatic rifle using 762 ammunition, with a simple structure, solid durability, low failure rate, and reliable performance, but it lacks shooting accuracy and is relatively heavy. This gun has been widely equipped in the shelter's troops. He first checked to confirm that the supplies were all in order before asking Lin Tian. After I find the 13 soldiers, how will I convince them that you sent me? Lin Tian quickly traded a letter and said, I've given you a handwritten letter from the commander. The soldiers will understand when they see the letter. The letter was not sealed. Suleiman glanced at it, and the gist was to inform the soldiers to follow him, with options to either stay in his shelter or have him escort them back to the regiment, or request him to find a place to settle down. It also asked the soldiers to provide 13 pieces of arc-shaped radiation-proof glass. The letter concluded with the signature, Commander Li Mao. Suleiman was not worried that Li Mao would tamper with the letter, with the capable Diana by his side. He was not afraid of any conspiracy. At the same time, Suleiman received a message from Lin Tian. As long as he could properly accommodate the 13 soldiers, there would be additional rewards. It seemed that there were indeed important figures among the 13 soldiers. Suleiman agreed and learned from Lin Tian that the specific location of the 13 soldiers was on the island in the middle of the lake in Qing Shui City Park. Indeed, Suleiman showed a knowing expression. He quickly dragged the corpse of the mutated wild boar from room 1 on the second basement level to the food processing point, instructing Yuri and Hinata not to use it afterwards. He then returned to the second basement level and found Diana, who had unlocked room 6. Diana, you've unlocked room 6? Suleiman felt incredulous. He had only talked with Lin Tian for 5 minutes, and Diana had already unlocked rooms 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Diana brushed her hair back and handed him a stack of wasteland currency, saying, Yes, and I found these in the rooms. Suleiman counted and found a total of 10,000 wasteland currency, which was worth less than the blueprint from room 1. He uploaded all the corpses from the room to the trading space and said, Diana, there's no rush to unlock the remaining rooms. I received a new mission and plan to arrange for you and my puppet to go out for a while. Just the 2 of us? Diana was clearly surprised. The last time on an outing mission, it had been led by Alice. Suleiman nodded and explained, Alice went out to fetch water and hasn't returned yet. We won't wait for her. After saying that, he led Diana towards room 5 on the first basement level. Feng Dahu was locked in room 5 on the first basement level. The moment he opened the door, Suleiman suddenly remembered that since returning to the shelter, Feng Dahu seemed to have not eaten anything. He hurriedly opened the door and turned on the light. Sure enough, Feng Dahu was lying stiffly on the ground. Not good. Suleiman's heart tightened. If Feng Dahu was dead, he would have no puppets left. The mission to the island would have to be entrusted solely to Diana, leaving him in the dark and waiting for news in the shelter. Thinking of this, Suleiman quickly checked for Feng Dahu's breath. Fortunately, he was still breathing. He quickly activated mind control to take control of Feng Dahu. Instantly, a strong sense of hunger, weakness, and dizziness hit Suleiman. He endured the discomfort and controlled Feng Dahu's body to get up. Then he ate and rested, finally feeling better. Half an hour later, Suleiman, controlling Feng Dahu, left the shelter with Diana and headed towards the island in the middle of the lake. Along the way, they encountered a large number of mutated beasts attacking them. But with Diana around, no matter what mutated beast it was, it could be dealt with swiftly. Suleiman treated it as a leisurely trip. He had heard Alice say that if one walked straight for 5 kilometers from the shelter's gate, they would reach the island. Of course, the island referred to the one before the apocalypse. Now, the lake had dried up, exposing the riverbed. The island had become a small hill in the parched wasteland. Is this the place? Diana stood on the barren land that used to be the lake bed, looking up at the small hill in front of her. The small hill was bare, without any vegetation, making it easy to see a large reflective point on top reflecting sunlight. That should be the arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass. Suleiman felt incredibly excited. As long as he could obtain the arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass, the shelter could build a lookout tower. He couldn't wait to say, "This is the spot. Let's hurry over." Suleiman took a step forward but heard a crunch. Looking down, he discovered he had stepped on a mutated cockroach that had emerged from somewhere. Chapter 45. Mutated cockroach tide. Where did this cockroach come from? Suleiman controlled Feng Dahu to kick it hard, sending the basketball-sized mutated cockroach flying 5 meters away. Then he raised his gun and aimed. Bang! After the sound of a gunshot, the mutated cockroach was blown to a pulp. Ding! You have killed a near-level mutated cockroach, earning 30 experience points. Su Laimeng hadn't had time to rejoice yet. The gunfire seemed to have disturbed the mutated cockroaches sleeping underground. The originally dry lake bed cracked open even more, and 5 more mutated cockroaches crawled out. The mutated cockroaches were huge and flat. After mutation, they had lost their wings. Their bodies were glossy and reflective in a dark brown color, with long thread-like antennae and developed compound eyes. The mutated cockroaches were skilled at using the antennae on their heads to attack. The Feng Dahu controlled by Su Laimeng was only at the near level, and if it got entangled by a mutated cockroach, it would be trouble. Moreover, 5 mutated cockroaches suddenly appeared. If it were just 1 or 2, Su Laimeng could handle it alone. But with 5 suddenly popping up, he had to let Diana take the opportunity to protect him. Ahem. Su Laimeng coughed twice and gave Diana a look. Diana, it's up to you. Hearing this, Diana smiled lightly and said, Don't worry, my lord. Then, Diana gently pulled the truth-binding rope, and all 5 mutated cockroaches were cut in half, granting Su Laimeng another 5 experience points. What a great skill. Su Laimeng watched with envy. However, he only had 150 experience points now, which was still a long way from replicating Diana's demigod lineage, 10,000 miles away. He could only shake his head and continue walking toward the small hill. But along the way, mutated cockroaches kept appearing. At first, 3 or 5 would come at a time. As he walked, groups of 10 to 20 swarmed towards them. Diana was impressive in her skills. But facing such a large number of mutated cockroaches, it was inevitable that she would be flustered. Su Laimeng could only supplement with gunfire, killing the ones that slipped through. But the further they went, the more uneasy he felt, because the mutated cockroaches were increasing in number and density, continuously emerging from the ground and rushing down from the small hill. Could it be that they had entered the lair of the mutated cockroaches? A bad premonition rose in Su Laimeng's heart. He looked up. There was still a reflective point on the small hill, but it was not a curved radiation-proof tempered glass. It was clearly a huge ball of mutated cockroaches. If he hadn't gotten closer, he wouldn't have been able to tell. Those mutated cockroaches gathered together, wrapped into a ball, and the mutated cockroaches rushing towards them were coming from within that cockroach ball, crawling from underground and across the surface. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that the cockroach ball was wrapping something. It was as if the mutated cockroaches were collectively hunting. Could it be that the soldiers under Li Mao were trapped by the mutated cockroaches? Su Laimeng frowned, feeling the possibility was very high. Otherwise, how could such a grand cockroach ball not alert nearby people? But now there were no other people appearing, and the warriors who should have been here had also not shown up. This indicated that either the warriors had already been devoured by the mutated cockroach ball, or the 13 warriors under Li Mao were trapped inside the cockroach ball. Thinking of this, Su Laimeng's heart tightened. The curved radiation-proof tempered glass he needed was in the hands of the warriors. If the warriors had encountered misfortune, where would he find the glass? Wouldn't this trip be in vain? So, Su Laimeng quickly said, Diana, let's hurry over and see what's inside the cockroach ball. All right. Diana also knew the situation was severe, quickly charging forward, killing countless mutated cockroaches along the way. Soon, the two arrived in front of the mutated cockroach ball. Some areas of the cockroach ball had gaps, allowing Su Laimeng to see that it was wrapped in pieces of curved glass. It really was the soldiers under Li Mao. Su Laimeng instantly understood. The soldiers under Li Mao had used curved glass to wrap a small area to deal with the mutated cockroach tide. But unexpectedly, the continuous influx of mutated cockroaches had wrapped the ball formed by the curved glass. Administrator, what should we do? Diana asked. Although Diana had the strength of a level 1, her strength was only physical. Faced with such a huge number of mutated cockroaches, she couldn't think of a solution for the moment. Su Laimeng paused in place. He suddenly thought, if only he had a flamethrower, it would be much easier. Just a light spray at the mutated cockroach swarm would annihilate them directly. Fire. Su Laimeng suddenly remembered. He had seen in a survival manual that a gun could create an open flame. I have a way. He looked at Diana and said, we can use fire. Mutated cockroaches must be afraid of fire. Can mutated cockroaches be lit directly? Diana frowned and raised a question. No, Su Laimeng shook his head, unless we use gasoline. But then he continued, however, we can use fire to drive the mutated cockroaches away. Without hesitation, Su Laimeng had Diana temporarily hold off the mutated cockroaches. Then, he took out bullets from the wolf hunting magazine, pulled the bullet heads off, leaving the gunpowder in the shell. Next, he took off his wasteland suit, tore a small piece of suitable sized cloth from his tattered beggar outfit, and stuffed it into the shell. After doing all this, Su Laimeng reloaded the bullet. Then, he aimed at the huge cockroach ball in front of him and pulled the trigger hard. Boom! A huge fireball erupted from the muzzle, directly hitting a mutated cockroach. The mutated cockroach, suddenly engulfed by flames, immediately retreated. Effective. Seeing that he had successfully driven away a mutated cockroach, Su Laimeng quickly prepared to make another fire bullet. However, the surrounding mutated cockroaches were also startled, climbing down the glass and rushing towards Su Laimeng. Suddenly, mutated cockroaches surged towards Su Laimeng and Diana like a tide. Inside the ball composed of curved radiation-proof tempered glass, several uniformed soldiers were exposed. The soldiers were confused and couldn't understand why the fierce mutated cockroaches had all retreated. But Su Laimeng was feeling a headache, as he and Diana were already surrounded by the tide of mutated cockroaches. What to do? Su Laimeng frowned. He was controlling Fengdehu's body, and if it died, it died. But Diana, oh right, mutated cockroaches couldn't bite through Diana's skin. Thinking of this, he instantly let go of his burden and said, Diana, go for it. It's up to you now. Make sure to bring the glass back to the shelter. Su Laimeng issued a death order that as long as Diana could bring the curved radiation-proof tempered glass back to the shelter, this trip would be a profit. Chapter 46. The trapped soldiers. Just leave it to me, my lord. Diana smiled charmingly, giving Su Laimeng a reassuring look. Then, her snowy arm reached to her back and drew the sword of the fire god. Diana seemed to intend to show Su Laimeng her prowess, and her movements were quite eye-catching. However, Su Laimeng didn't pay much attention, because he saw something wonderful. As soon as Diana swung the sword of the fire god, something miraculous happened. Crackle! Lightning swirled around the sword of the fire god, and as Diana swung it, it struck into the tide of cockroaches, instantly killing several mutated cockroaches. Immediately, a burnt smell filled the air. Su Laimeng's eyes widened, and his mouth formed an O. This was different from what he had seen in movies. He had originally thought that Diana was a level extraordinary being because of her demigod lineage, her physical prowess. But he didn't expect that Diana could also summon lightning. For a moment, Su Laimeng was in a good mood. With this, the overall strength of the shelter would be even stronger. Every time Diana swung her weapon, it was as if the god of thunder had returned, accompanied by lightning. In an instant, the small hill was filled with thunder and lightning, and the layers of cockroaches were all electrocuted into a charred mess. A few minutes later, the world became quiet. Diana returned to Sulman's side, playfully flicking her curly hair and asking with a smirk, "How did I do, my dear manager?" Sulman snapped back to reality, suppressing his surprise, took a deep breath, and said with his hands behind his back, "Diana, you did very well. Tonight, I reward you with a can." Diana smiled sweetly, about to speak when Sulman interrupted. "Is that sword in your hand the sword of the fire god?" Upon hearing this, Diana immediately handed the sword to Sulman. Yes, the sword of the fire god was forged by Hephaestus, the god of fire. It is powerful enough to split electrons from atoms. However, when the sword, which originally carried lightning, was in Sulman's hand, it suddenly lost its lightning and appeared ordinary. How strange. Sulman waved it a couple of times, and the sword of the fire god still looked lifeless. Diana pursed her lips and chuckled lightly, playfully scolding, "My dear manager, only those with the bloodline of the fire god can wield the sword of the fire god." "I see," Sulman said, smacking his lips, reluctantly returning the sword to Diana, and looking towards the glass sphere not far away. The glass sphere, made of arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass, had already opened. 9 soldiers dressed in uniforms stepped out. However, contrary to Sulman's expectations, the 9 soldiers not only did not express gratitude but instead raised their weapons against him and Diana. "Who are you, and why are you here?" The leading soldier had a long scar running from his left eyebrow to his right jaw, making him look extremely fierce. Yet, despite his intimidating appearance, there was fear in his eyes when he looked at Diana, and he unconsciously swallowed hard. Seeing the soldiers raise their guns, Diana instinctively stepped in front of Sulman. Sulman pressed down on Diana and walked up to the soldiers, saying, "We are here to help you, sent by Captain Li Miao." "Captain Li?" The scarred soldier clearly showed signs of interest, and the soldiers behind him were even more excited, almost jumping up. "Great. The captain finally sent someone to find us. Long live the captain. The scarred soldier also smiled, about to speak, but was pulled back by one of the soldiers behind him. Captain, he has our gun, but isn't wearing our uniform. I'm afraid. As soon as this was said, not only the scarred soldier, but all 9 soldiers froze. Then raised their guns again, aiming at Solman. What do you want? Diana became tense again, once more blocking Solman. Tell us, who are you really? Where did you get that wolf-hunting gun? What happened to our captain? Although the scarred soldier felt anxious inside, he still forced himself to act tough and fired off 3 questions in a row. Seeing the situation escalate, Diana was about to take action. At that moment, Solman pressed a hand on Diana's shoulder. Wait, let me explain. Anyone encountering unexpected kindness in the wasteland would be on high alert, and even elite soldiers were no exception. Solman understood this well. He was prepared. Holding Diana back, Solman took out a handwritten letter from Li Miao from his pocket and handed it to the scarred soldier. The scarred soldier looked skeptical. What is this? It's a letter from Li Miao. Solman raised an eyebrow provocatively. What? Afraid to take it? Humph. What's there to be afraid of? The scarred soldier bravely took the letter from Solman's hand and began reading it quickly. Behind the scarred soldier, the others shifted their gazes to the letter. However, the soldiers were also wary of a sudden attack from Solman, glancing between the letter and him, fearing any sudden changes. After reading the letter, the scarred soldier's expression changed drastically. Liar. Li Miao is a big liar. Along with him, all the soldiers turned hostile towards Solman. What is going on? Solman frowned, wondering if there was some hidden message in Li Miao's letter. With Diana there, he wasn't too worried. But being pointed at with guns was uncomfortable. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the scarred soldier shout, "Put down your guns." This person was indeed sent by Li Miao. However, Li Miao has betrayed the oath of Free City and moved into someone else's shelter. What? All the soldiers were in an uproar, discussing among themselves. Solman was completely confused. What Free City? What oath? He had no idea. At that moment, the scarred soldier apologized to Solman and then stated, "We will not follow you into the shelter." What is going on? Solman asked. What is this Free City you just mentioned? You don't know? The scarred soldier was surprised. Do I look like I know? Solman shrugged. Even if he did know, he would still say he didn't. After all, it was a good opportunity to learn about the background of the wasteland. Moreover, he indeed did not know. The scarred soldier began to explain, "We were originally a unit under Free City. It turned out the scarred soldier was indeed a soldier under Li Miao. They belonged to a shelter called Free City. During a battle, Free City was breached by enemies, and everyone fled. The scarred soldier and his group of 13 became separated from Li Miao while fleeing and ended up on Lake Heart Island. But there were no caves nearby to escape the radiation. The scarred soldier's group had no choice but to use arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass to form a sphere, trapping themselves there. After staying in the glass sphere for 4 days, their food and water were all consumed. And originally 13 people were reduced to just 9 due to various reasons. Chapter 47. The muscular bull suddenly appears in Free City. Solman's mind raced with thoughts. In his impression, shelters were differentiated by code names. For example, his shelter 2333, Chun Yinxiu's shelter 5649, Zhou Yu's shelter 7777, Lin Tian's shelter 4297. However, Free City had such a unique name. It seemed that Free City should be a powerful shelter, Solman thought. But even a shelter as strong as this, with a name, was broken down in conflict with enemies, and its residents scattered. This incident served as a wake-up call for Solman, making him realize that the wasteland was not as simple as it appeared. The local forces on the wasteland were incredibly strong. The scarred soldier and his group were all extraordinary beings, with the scarred soldier at the advanced level and the other 8 at the intermediate level. If all 9 extraordinary beings could be absorbed into the shelter, that would be great, Solman thought greedily. However, the 9 soldiers' extreme loyalty to Free City made him abandon that idea. After seeing in the letter that Li Miao had joined Lin Tian's shelter, all 9 displayed expressions of righteous indignation, calling Li Miao a liar. No wonder Li Miao wanted to find a refuge for the soldiers. It turned out to be for this reason, Solman suddenly understood. The scarred soldier also learned from the letter that Solman was there to take the arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass. However, since the arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass was used by the scarred soldier's group to form a temporary camp, how could they easily let it go? The scarred soldier firmly refused. Not possible. Solman's eyelids twitched, holding Diana's hand, and said, "I have another plan." What plan? The scarred soldier asked. Diana also turned to look at Sulman. Sulman thought for a moment and said, "If I find you a suitable camp, would you be willing to give up the arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass?" The scarred soldier nodded. "That will make things easier," Sulman smiled. "The cave camp not far from the shelter has just accommodated more than 30 workers, and it can still hold 9 more. This way, it can enhance the strength of the camp, which is a win-win situation." He said, "There happens to be such a camp next to my shelter." Then, Suleiman informed Scar Chun about the general situation of the cave camp. Scar Chun discussed it with 8 warriors for a while and finally decided to follow Suleiman to the cave camp. The warriors moved quickly and in no time dismantled the arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass enclosure. Then, they carried the individual pieces of glass on their backs, ready to set off. "Can we go?" Suleiman was surprised by the warriors' speed. "Yes," Scar Chun nodded. "We have no food, no supplies, no beds, and nothing to pack." The more Suleiman listened, the more heartbroken he felt. He really wanted to pack up all the mutated cockroach corpses on the ground, but with outsiders present. In order to maintain the image of the shelter's manager, he had to give up this idea with great pain. So, he quickly led Scar Chun and the others down the small hill. Along the way, Diana opened the path ahead and did not encounter any mutated beasts. It wasn't until they had walked for half an hour that a loud mooing suddenly came from ahead. "Is there a cow?" Suleiman swallowed hard. Beef was his favorite. However, contrary to Suleiman's reaction, Scar Chun's expression suddenly changed, and he raised his gun. "Not good, it's a muscle cow." "Muscle cow? We clearly walked along the city. Why did we encounter a muscle cow?" The warriors were horrified. Hearing the words muscle cow scared them to death. Suleiman, not understanding, quickly asked, "What kind of mutated beast is a muscle cow?" Scar Chun, with a bitter expression, explained, "Muscle cows are common super mutated beasts in the wasteland, with very thick muscles that even bullets cannot penetrate." "Only super." Suleiman pouted. Super mutated beasts couldn't stir up any waves in front of the level of Diana. They were not even on the same level. He continued to listen to Scar Chun. "Muscle cows usually do not appear in the resource-scarce city ruins. But we have encountered one. It seems we're going to be in trouble today." Scar Chun signaled the warriors to take off the glass on their backs, form a line, and stand ready. Seeing Scar Chun and the others so serious, Suleiman couldn't help but ask, "Is muscle cow meat tasty?" Instantly, the atmosphere grew cold. Scar Chun snorted, saying, "You can deal with cockroach tides, so you must have some skills, but muscle cow meat is super mutated meat, and there's no room for carelessness." The other warriors looked at Suleiman as if he were a fool. "What kind of joke is that? Quickly show your weapons. If you're going to die, die alone. Don't drag us down. Don't mess up." Muscle cows are not just any cat or dog. Their skin and flesh are as hard as iron. We can't handle them at all. Seeing the warriors like this, Suleiman couldn't help but shake his head. "Diana, the muscle cow is up to you. Make sure the flesh is intact. We'll barbecue it later." As soon as he said this, Diana immediately stood in front of everyone. Scar Chun said nothing, but looked at Suleiman with a concerned expression. Just then, a cloud of dust rose ahead. Amid the dust, the silhouette of a giant beast could be vaguely seen. The giant beast was completely snow white, with bulging muscles. It was indeed the muscle cow that Scar Chun had mentioned. The muscle cow charged through the dust like a whirlwind, shaking the ground with every step. Scar Chun and the others felt like they were facing a great enemy, with large beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads. The already hot wasteland felt like a hell on earth in the eyes of Scar Chun and the others. In contrast, Suleiman and Diana stood straight, as if nothing had happened. Suleiman waved his hand, and Diana directly drew the true word lasso. In the moment the muscle cow charged in front of them, she struck hard. Crack! The true word lasso struck the muscle cow, leaving a bloody mark on its head and instantly bruising its brain tissue. The muscle cow let out a mournful cry and then fell straight to the ground, never to make another sound, leaving only the dust in the air to show it had once been there. "Dead, dead?" Scar Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. In Scar Chun's understanding, although muscle cows are only super mutated beasts, they have the strongest defense among mutated beasts. Even the level transcenders he had seen could not kill a muscle cow so effortlessly, unless that woman surpassed level. Scar Chun's gaze towards Diana changed instantly. She could summon lightning and strike down a muscle cow with one whip. She must be a powerful figure from a well-known shelter. The other warriors were also shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. Chapter 48, A Brief Rest. I'm not dreaming, am I? One warrior slapped himself hard. The muscle cow? Dead. Another warrior's mouth dropped open wide. Everyone couldn't believe that such a powerful muscle cow had been easily killed. Suddenly, all the warriors felt a surge of admiration for Diana. I'm sorry, I spoke too much earlier. Scarchin felt his face burning. But at the same time, Scarchin was completely relieved. With such a powerful transcender leading them, he believed the process of moving to the camp would be very smooth. Suleiman was well aware of Diana's strength, so he was not surprised at all. He was the first to walk over to the muscle cow, looking at the incredibly strong giant cow, swallowing hard, and turned to ask, "Is everyone hungry?" Scarchin said nothing, but his stomach growled in protest. The other warriors were even more unbearable, guessing what Suleiman wanted to do. They instantly transformed into hungry wolves, staring at the muscle cow. "We're hungry. We haven't had food since the day before yesterday. But our daggers cannot cut through the muscle cow's skin." Suleiman smiled and called Diana to draw the sword of the fire god. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A burst of sparks with lightning. The van-sized muscle cow was cut into neat meat chunks. This once again shocked Scarchun and the other warriors. While they kept swallowing saliva, they did not dare to speak loudly. Seeing the warriors like this, Suleiman couldn't help but shout, "What are you standing there for? Quickly assemble the radiation-proof tempered glass into a ball, then start a fire to barbecue the meat." As soon as he said this, the warriors were jolted awake. Those assembling the glass assembled it, and those starting the fire started the fire, becoming busy at once. Suleiman watched all this, nodding continuously. It's great to have many people. Unlike the shelter, which only had 5 people in total, all needing to do various tasks, only 1 or 2 could be sent out to carry out missions. He began to urgently want more manpower. However, the shelter couldn't afford to support too many people at the moment, so they could only slowly develop their strength. Once the glass house was completed, Suleiman was the first to dive in. As soon as he entered the glass house, he immediately felt the temperature drop significantly. Once everyone was inside and pulled the moving glass shut, immediately, the glass house made of arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass isolated them from the outside world. The feeling of the sun scorching the wasteland disappeared. The burning sensation from long-term exposure to radiation vanished. The arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass blocked external radiation. The radiation level that had been slowly rising in Feng Dahe's body suddenly halted. This was simply a must-have mobile cabin for the wasteland. Suleiman sighed, taking off his wasteland suit and revealing Feng Dahe's thin body. A bold warrior couldn't help but approach Diana, curiously whispering, "Who is stronger, you or your manager?" Diana instinctively wanted to say herself. However, he soon remembered that Suleiman had learned Yuri's mind control and could control others' bodies at will. Even now, he wasn't showing his true self. Diana suddenly shivered. "The administrator is stronger. I am no match for him." The warrior showed a frightened expression and said with lingering fear, "Goodness, luckily we are wise enough." The muscle beef didn't need Suleiman to handle it personally. He sat down beside Diana and then shifted his attention to the shelter. Inside the shelter, everything was operating very normally. Ahri was still working while goofing off, though not very seriously, but she was ensuring the power supply to the shelter. Alice had not yet returned from fetching water, while Yuri and Hinata were busy at the food processing point. In their spare time, Hinata followed Suleiman's knowledge and began teaching Yuri about ninjutsu. Yuri was indecisive. Whatever others said, he would go along with it, and he learned quite quickly. By the time Suleiman finished his inspection, the smell of barbecue had already wafted out of the glass house. Although there were no seasonings, the primal meat aroma of the muscle beef became very enticing after roasting. The warriors could no longer hold back and started swallowing their saliva. "Is it ready, Captain?" A warrior stared intently at the beef on the fire, not moving his eyes. Another warrior leaned his face close to the fire, afraid he might not get any to eat. After all, the muscle beef was the size of a van. It couldn't all be roasted. They had only roasted a small piece of hind leg meat. Despite being just a small portion of hind leg meat, it was enough for the warriors to fill their stomachs. Scar, the cook, roasted the hind leg meat to a golden brown, with fat continuously dripping down, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. "All right, it's ready to eat." As soon as Scar said this, a warrior reached out to grab it. "What is the hurry?" Scar swatted the warrior's hand away, cutting off 2 large pieces of crispy and tender beef, first delivering them to Suleiman and Diana. "Here you go, the beef is ready. You can eat now." Suleiman accepted it with satisfaction, feeling that Scar was quite adept at handling things. He took a bite of the beef. Instantly, the rich meat flavor filled his mouth, with the chewy beef bursting with oil in his mouth. Awesome. Since arriving in the wasteland, This was Suleiman's first time eating normal meat. Not to mention that muscle beef was inherently delicious. Not bad. The taste is top-notch. Suleiman nodded repeatedly as he ate. And Diana also forgot about her ladylike image. They were like this, not to mention the warriors. Seeing Suleiman and Diana start eating, the warriors immediately rushed around the fire to grab some. This piece is mine. Don't grab it. Give it to me. Hurry up. You bastards. I haven't even gotten any yet. In an instant, the scene turned chaotic. Some warriors, after tasting the roasted meat, were moved to tears, filled with excitement. Damn it. I haven't eaten anything for 2 days. I have to fill up this time. Oh my, I finally don't have to be a starving ghost anymore. Woo 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 woo. After a meal of original flavored roasted meat, all the warriors' attitudes towards Suleiman and Diana made a complete 360-degree turn. Suleiman patted his round belly, looking at the 9 much more lively warriors, and asked, "Is everyone full?" "Full." Scar showed a smile that looked worse than crying and sincerely said, "Thank you. Not only did you help us find the camp, but you also treated us to such precious beef. I don't know how to thank you. How about—" "Stop." Suleiman quickly interrupted and said, "Pack up the remaining meat, and let's move out. This meat will be your rations for living in the camp." Scar was taken aback, incredulously asking, All of it for us?" Chapter 49. Re-entering the camp. Suleiman handing over the beef to Scar was a well-considered decision. There were over 30 laborers in the cave camp. When they were relocating, the laborers didn't carry much food. Having Scar take the beef to the camp would help alleviate the food shortage crisis there. It would also allow Scar and the other 9 extraordinary warriors to better integrate with the laborers. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You see, Suleiman regarded the camp as a backup talent pool. Although Scar and his group were unwilling to join the shelter now, they would eventually be absorbed. After Scar and the others had their fill and rested, everyone continued on their way towards the cave camp. Along the way, aside from the occasional sudden appearance of quasi-level mutated beasts, they did not encounter any formidable mutated beasts. After more than half an hour of trekking, the group arrived at the cave camp, located at the edge of the city forest. The entrance of the cave camp was blocked by a huge rock. If it weren't for Suleiman's vivid memory, they might not have found the place. He pointed at the stone and then looked at Diana. "Diana, move the stone and let them in." No need. Scar quickly said, "This little task doesn't need you to lift a finger. Let us brothers handle it. Everyone is full and has the strength." "In that case, let us see you try," Suleiman said, wanting to test how heavy the boulder really was. If Scar and the others could move it, that would indicate the stone wasn't firmly in place and could collapse under the pressure of a beast tide. If that happened, the camp inside the cave would be in trouble. "Brothers, come on, show your spirit." Seeing Suleiman nod, Scar quickly called his men to the left side of the boulder, straining to try to push the stone to the right and reveal the cave. Heave. The warriors all exerted themselves to the utmost. However, the heavy boulder did not budge an inch. "Damn, is this stone made of iron? It's so heavy. Goodness, this stone must be welded to the ground. Damn it. I refuse to believe this. Brothers, let us try again." The 9 extraordinary warriors exerted their strength together, but they couldn't move the boulder even a bit. This stone was too heavy. Scar was panting heavily, and coupled with the intense radiation, he felt a bit dizzy. The other warriors were also stuck in place. They had just boasted and volunteered to move the boulder, only to be harshly slapped by reality. The warriors could never have imagined that they hadn't even entered the camp yet, and were already stumped by a boulder. Scar turned around to look at Suleiman, his face turning red as he scratched his head, almost pulling his hair out. We. Suleiman could hardly hold back his laughter and gestured to Diana. "Diana, it's your turn." Diana nodded and walked to the left side of the boulder, while the warriors voluntarily made way. With a gentle push from Diana, the boulder, which seemed as heavy as a ton to the warriors, was effortlessly pushed open just enough to create a gap. The stone left deep marks on the ground as it moved. Gulp. The sound of numerous warriors swallowing saliva echoed as they were once again astonished by Diana. "Please, what are you still standing there for?" Diana gestured, opening up the gap. The opening was just wide enough for a person to pass through. Scar bowed to Suleiman and was the first to try to squeeze in. But at that moment, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared behind the gap. Along with a pipe rifle, its muzzle aimed at Scar's forehead. "Freeze." Sweat instantly dripped down Scar's face as he hurriedly raised his hands. For extraordinary beings of super rank and below, firearms could still cause fatal damage. The other warriors, seeing the pipe rifle extending from the cave, instinctively raised their guns and aimed at the cave. Don't move. If you dare to shoot, we'll rush in. Inside and outside the cave, two groups of people faced off with their guns drawn. For a moment, the atmosphere at the cave entrance became tense. Wait, we're all on the same side. Suleiman stepped forward. He took off his wasteland suit, revealing the appearance of Feng Dehu. Brother Dehu. The person behind the gap saw Su Laimeng and couldn't help but call out. Su Laimeng's eyelids twitched. I've already said it. My name is Su Laimeng. The person behind the gap immediately corrected himself, put down his gun, and squeezed through the gap. Brother Su, why are you here? Su Laimeng saw that it was Li Erjin, with whom he had previously spoken. He quickly explained, Erjin, there will be a wave of beasts in the next couple of days. I specially sent 9 extraordinary individuals to protect you, and they will be stationed at the cave camp from now on. Really? Li Erjin saw the soldiers around Su Laimeng and was instantly moved to tears. Last night, there were no extraordinary individuals guarding the camp, and the entire labor force was filled with fear. Many people couldn't sleep at all after hearing the roars outside the cave. Hearing that extraordinary individuals would be stationed at the camp made Li Erjin tremble with excitement. Officers, please come in. Li Erjin quickly pulled Scardshin aside. Scardshin instinctively dodged back, dropping 2 blueprints. Su Laimeng glanced over and found that they were blueprints for the power distribution room. Goodness. His eyelids jumped. Scardshin had hidden goods in his pocket. When he had time, he must get them out. Scardshin picked up the blueprints from the ground, turned to Su Laimeng, and said, Thank you for helping us find a place to rest. The arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass will be up to you. Then, Scardshin gestured for the soldiers to put down the glass and asked, How are you going to carry these glasses back? Su Laimeng smiled and looked at Diana. Scardshin understood the meaning, smiled awkwardly, and thought he had spoken out of turn. Su Laimeng continued, Do you have paper and pen? I need you to write a handwritten letter. This is necessary to report to your commander. Commander? Scardshin frowned. Although he was very reluctant, he was genuinely grateful to Su Laimeng. Therefore, Scardshin had to take out paper and pen from his body, placed it on a boulder, and began to write rapidly. In just a moment, the letter was finished. Su Laimeng took it and saw that it was filled with praises for him, making him feel a bit embarrassed. He happily put the letter away and waved goodbye after all the soldiers entered the cave. Li Erjin was the last to enter the cave and bowed deeply to Su Laimeng before entering. Brother Dehu, Brother Su, aren't you coming in to take a look? Su Laimeng shook his head. The radiation level of Feng Dehu's body had accumulated to 95, making it unsuitable to roam around the wasteland. For now, it was better to return to the shelter and construct the lookout tower. He said, Diana and I won't go in. We'll come back to see you when the beast wave arrives. Chapter 50, Lookout Tower, all right. Li Erjin nodded and retreated back into the cave. Su Laimeng ordered Diana to push the boulder back into place to block the cave entrance, and then packed up the 13 pieces of glass to take with him. Initially, he intended to help carry 1 or 2 pieces. Who knew that Diana directly used her true word binding to tie all the glass together and easily lifted them. Su Laimeng swallowed hard. With Diana's curvy figure, she certainly had strength. The two hurried back to the shelter. Upon arrival, Su Laimeng immediately parked Feng Dehu in room 5 and returned to the lobby of the shelter. Well done. He praised Diana once again. When Diana saw Su Laimeng in person, she flashed a sweet smile and said, Glad to serve you, my lord. Diana was wearing a very revealing armor, and her long, delicate thighs under the skirt armor made it hard for anyone to look away. Not to mention, when Diana leaned closer, Su Laimeng could see an alluring view from top to bottom, making him a bit flustered. However, in less than a second, Su Laimeng quickly regained his composure. Constructing the lookout tower was a priority. He immediately pushed Diana away, signaling her to rest in the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room area. After that, Su Laimeng took out the lookout tower blueprints and chose to construct it. Instantly, 80,000 wasteland coins were deducted from his account, returning him to a state of poverty with only 871 wasteland coins left. At the same time, 10 of the 13 arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass pieces disappeared from the lobby floor. In contrast, changes began to occur in the shelter. The lobby started to tremble violently. Above the lobby, huge steel pipes appeared, rising to a height of 100 meters. Then, at the top of the steel pipes, a hemisphere made of 10 pieces of arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass appeared. The entire lookout tower's design, to put it nicely, resembled the Oriental Pearl. To put it bluntly, it was just a long, tower-like structure with an egg on top. Of course, Su Laimeng couldn't see any of this. At that moment, he stood at the elevator door of the lobby, looking at the excitement on the elevator control panel. In the next second, Su Laimeng pressed the button. Ding! The elevator door opened, and he stepped in without hesitation, selecting the lookout room floor. Immediately, the elevator door closed, and the elevator ascended. After about 30 seconds, Su Laimeng arrived at the lookout room on the top of the lobby, 100 meters high. He stepped out and was almost startled. Glass surrounded him on all sides. Above, below, and beneath his feet. It was as if he were standing on an all-encompassing glass walkway. If someone were afraid of heights, they would probably be scared to death. However, the lookout room had no obstructions on all sides, providing an expansive view with a vast visible range. Using the immense and broad view, Su Laimeng began to survey the environment surrounding the shelter. It was his first time seeing everything around the shelter so intuitively. It felt like he had opened the God perspective. He could see the trees in the city forest and every building in the urban ruins clearly, without obstruction. Standing on the lookout tower, Su Laimeng discovered that the shelter was oriented north to south, with an excellent position. The shelter itself was located in a sandy area the size of a football field. No wonder as soon as he stepped out of the shelter, he saw the sky filled with yellow sand. It turned out they were truly in the desert. He looked towards the edge of the desert. To the east of the shelter was the location of an island in the lake. It should have originally been a lake in the city forest park, but now it had turned into a barren wasteland. To the west of the shelter were vast urban ruins, stretching as far as the eye could see. To the north of the shelter was the city forest where the Qingtan camp used to be, immensely vast, and it was the only green space surrounding the shelter. The forest grew entirely in a massive mountain range. The Qingtan camp was a valley near the sand. It looked close from above, but in reality, it took 1 or 2 hours to walk there. It was indeed a case of seeing the mountain, but not being able to reach it. Su Laimeng felt great, having a sense of pointing out the rivers and mountains. To the south of the shelter, there was a highway running through. On the other side of the road were large abandoned factories. Behind the factories, there were still stretches of urban ruins. It seemed that the place where the shelter was located was the lowest area, surrounded by high terrain. Su Laimeng sighed. There were no towering urban ruins around the shelter, leaving it completely exposed. As a result, the lookout tower would be easily discovered. Sure enough, as soon as Su Laimeng opened the regional channel, he saw people discussing. Everyone, have you seen a tower crane suddenly rise in the south? Su Laimeng looked north, but could see nothing due to the mountains being covered by forests. But at least he could confirm that there was a shelter in the northern forest. If only he had a telescope, Su Laimeng thought. He continued to watch the regional channel, and many managers saw the lookout tower. However, many managers' views were obstructed and could only see the upper half of the lookout tower. I saw it too, but it was in the west. I saw it, but I couldn't tell which side it was. What? Were there tower cranes? Could it be that people are still building houses in the wasteland? Could it be the indigenous people of the wasteland or survivors? Are the natives able to build houses now? It seems that life in the wasteland is not easy. Covering mouth, sobbing, Suleiman observed for a while and found that the managers did not report his specific location, so he felt relieved. Soon, the beast tide would come, and the managers had no time to pay attention to the watchtower. Thinking of this, he confidently closed the regional channel, then took out the handwritten letter from Scarchun and found Lin Tian. Brother Lin, your commission has been completed. Here is the handwritten letter from the warrior I obtained. Please check it. Lin Tian was comfortably lying on the sofa enjoying dessert after a meal when he suddenly received a message from Suleiman, and he was immediately shocked. What speed, completed so quickly. Lin Tian took out the handwritten letter Suleiman traded and replied. Brother Su, wait a moment. I will give the letter to my subordinate captain. Lin Tian received the handwritten letter and called in a messenger, directly summoning Captain Li Mao. Captain Li, Suleiman has completed the task. Here is the letter he passed over. Li Mao was a bit annoyed when suddenly called by Lin Tian, but when he heard that Suleiman had completed the task, his expression immediately changed. Completed this already? Li Mao quickly took the handwritten letter from Lin Tian, opened it, and read it carefully. The letter detailed Suleiman's process of saving people, while also raising doubts about Li Mao's joining the shelter. However, after Li Mao finished reading, he exclaimed, Good, good, good. Manager, asked that Suleiman if he wants any rewards. Chapter 51. Wasteland situation. What reward does he want? Suleiman thought for a moment. Scarch had mentioned Free City, and Lin Tian had talked about the 3 major shelters and the Shelter Association. He had no understanding of these local forces in the wasteland. This was a good opportunity to learn about the situation in the wasteland. So he said, I want to understand the basic situation of the wasteland, what the three major shelters and the shelter association represent. As soon as he said this, Lin Tian immediately replied, Brother Su, I want to know these things too. Wait a moment, I will ask the captain and tell you everything. Suleiman replied with an expression of anticipation. Understanding the major powers in the wasteland would give him a basic understanding of the wasteland situation. This information was no less valuable than some material rewards. Soon, Lin Tian replied, directly explaining the situation in the wasteland. Brother Su, I asked clearly. Currently, there are countless shelters in the wasteland, and all shelters are divided into 4 levels, 1 star to 4 star. Unlocking 10 underground levels can promote to a 2-star shelter. Unlocking 30 underground levels can promote to a 3-star shelter, and unlocking 60 underground levels can promote to a 4-star shelter. However, so far, there are only 3 4-star shelters, thus referred to as the 3 major shelters. They are the Northern Steel Industry Shelter, Kahua Biogene Shelter, and Future United Army Shelter. Suleiman narrowed his eyes and asked, Can you elaborate on the characteristics of each of the 3 major shelters? Sure. Lin Tian quickly provided a lot of information. First is the Northern Steel Industry Shelter, which is an industrial-based shelter established in an iron mine. The Northern Steel Industry possesses the highest level of industrial technology in the wasteland. Lin Tian paused, making Suleiman a bit anxious, asking, And then what? And then? The Northern Steel Industry monopolizes the production of healing needles and radiation-reducing agents, and is also one of the few shelters proficient in the manufacturing of power armor. Monopolizing the production of healing needles and radiation-reducing agents? Suleiman frowned. He could fully imagine how much profit monopolizing the production of healing needles and radiation-reducing agents would bring to the Northern Steel Industry. Coupled with their expertise in manufacturing power armor, the Northern Steel Industry must possess a powerful military strength. With these 2 factors combined, a continuous flow of wealth would naturally make the Northern Steel Industry a giant in the wasteland. If they are considered one of the 3 major shelters, then the other 2 must also be extraordinary. Suleiman quickly asked, What about the other 2? Lin Tian said, The Kahua Biogene Shelter is the 2nd 4-star shelter, specializing in the production of various attribute enhancers that can rapidly cultivate extraordinary individuals. Enhancers, Suleiman nodded. He himself became an extraordinary person by using stamina enhancers, so he had a deep understanding of their effects. At the same time, Kahua Biogene focuses on the manufacturing of aircraft and armored vehicles, possessing the fastest-moving armored forces in the wasteland. What about the last one? Suleiman asked. The Northern Steel Industry and Kahua Biogene have both showcased their unique characteristics as the 3 major shelters. He believed the 3rd one would be no exception. Sure enough, Lin Tian's information confirmed this. The 3rd one is the Future United Army Shelter, the youngest of the 4-star shelters, which is grounded in saving residents from various places and striving to improve the environment for a better life. Hold on, I want to hear the truth. Suleiman interrupted Lin Tian's boasting. Lin Tian sent an awkward expression and said, The Future United Army appeared only after the apocalypse, and not much information has been revealed by the captain. But what is known is that the Future United Army is proficient in colonization technology, allowing ordinary people to possess great strength. After gaining a basic understanding of the 3 major shelters, Suleiman asked again, What about the Shelter Association? Is it an organization on par with the 3 major shelters? No, Lin Tian quickly said. The Shelter Association is led by the 3 major shelters, uniting all the shelters to form an association. The Shelter Association has the power to supervise all shelters, collect membership fees, and recognize managers. They can directly appoint managers for 3-star shelters and below. Suleiman's pupils contracted. No wonder the system had previously hinted. Those recognized as unqualified managers by the shelter would lose their managerial qualifications. It seems this is not just a rumor. He asked again, Since the Shelter Association is an organization like the United Nations, it must have corresponding obligations, right? That's right, Lin Tian replied, while collecting membership fees. The Shelter Association will regularly provide sponsorship to 3-star shelters and below to ensure their stable operation. Many weak shelters rely on the association's sponsorship to survive. Suleiman nodded, having gained a rough understanding of the current situation in the wasteland. He then asked about the geographical locations of the 3 major shelters and the association. But this time, Lin Tian replied with an awkward expression. Brother Su, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but my captain doesn't know either. All right. Suleiman was about to end the conversation with Lin Tian, but Lin Tian sent another message. Brother Su, don't rush to leave. Wait a moment. I will organize all this information, and you help me check it. If there are no problems, I will send it to the regional channel so that everyone can understand the situation in the wasteland. Suleiman's eyelids twitched, seriously doubting that Lin Tian was a fool. How could such important information be freely given to everyone? He was about to stop him, but thinking of Lin Tian's usual persona as a popular science expert, he could only say it differently. Brother Lin, the beast tide is coming soon. If you release this information, it will only increase the psychological pressure on the managers, which is harmful and not beneficial. As soon as Suleiman said this, Lin Tian immediately retorted, Really? Suleiman explained, Right now, everyone is seriously preparing to deal with the beast tide. At this critical moment, such significant news is bound to attract everyone's attention in the regional channel. By then, everyone will be discussing this news, and who will have the energy to prepare for the beast tide? Lin Tian nodded in agreement, persuaded by Su Laimeng. He understood that what Boss Su said made sense. Su Laimeng said, Let's find a suitable time. When the news can be revealed, I will let you know. Okay. Lin Tian replied with a message, It's settled then. Chapter 52. What to do when short on money. After finishing with Lin Tian, Su Laimeng looked at the shelter panel and began to summarize the current situation of the shelter. The wasteland currency was only 800, and there were only 3 healing needles left. The shelter was a bit poor right now. Su Laimeng continued to check. There were over 70 cans left, and they had achieved self-sufficiency, with reserves only increasing, so there was no need to worry. However, the water supply in the shelter was running low. With the increasing population, the consumption of water was growing, but the shelter couldn't produce water. They could only rely on Alice to fetch water daily to ensure supply, which was a serious problem. Su Laimeng furrowed his brows, momentarily at a loss for a solution. Just then, he suddenly heard a faint knocking sound. Alice was back with water. As if summoned, he quickly opened the door and let Alice, who was pushing a cart, inside, while asking, Alice, why did it take you so long this time? Did you encounter any danger on the way? Alice shook her head, pointed to the water buckets on the cart, and then pointed to a larger cart outside the shelter. Manager, didn't you ask me to hunt mutated beasts? I killed a total of 23, and I made a cart to bring them back. Su Laimeng looked outside the main door and indeed saw the bodies of 23 large mutated beasts. However, the cold storage at the food processing point was only 3 square meters, which was far from enough to store that much meat. Suddenly, Su Laimeng had an idea. Alice, you move all the bodies into the lobby, and then you can rest for a while. I want to exchange all this meat for wasteland currency. Okay. Alice had just returned to the shelter and hadn't gotten a moment's rest. After hearing Su Laimeng's arrangement, she immediately got to work again. By the time Alice pushed the cart filled with water buckets away, only a pile of mutated beast corpses remained in the lobby. Su Laimeng wasted no time. He immediately pulled up the regional channel, cleared out the chat logs of the silly netizens, and quickly inputted his message. A large amount of meat is now on the shelves. Hurry up, limited quantities, get your orders in fast. As soon as he posted, people immediately reacted. Scammer, how dare you show your face? Watch out, or I'll get you. Trash scammer, selling fake meat and rotten meat, causing 2 of my residents to get poisoned. Get lost. Scammer, stop bothering us. If my mom asks me who the richest person in the wasteland is, it must be the scammer. Where did the scammer get so much meat? Let's be honest, the scammer's shelter must have a very strong overall strength. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly sell meat every day. I agree. I think the scammer is ahead of many people. At least for now, most shelters don't have the resources of the scammer. The regional channel was filled with praises for Su Laimeng. He read through each one carefully and even saw a message from an old acquaintance, Chen Yanxiu. Scammer Su Laimeng, everyone sees what you are doing. I advise you to think carefully and stop while you still can. A man like you, who is selfish and only cares about personal gain, is trash. Su Laimeng didn't pay much attention to it. He let the regional space criticize him as much as they wanted. He was confident that as soon as the mutated beast meat was on the shelves, it would sell out immediately. 1 minute later, Su Laimeng first listed a mutated rat for sale. The price was set at 20 wasteland coins per pound. As soon as it was listed, the regional space erupted in complaints again. What? You dare to sell dead rats? Damn it. I finally understand how important conscience is. Su Laimeng smiled, eager to throw the thousands of wasteland coins he just earned in the faces of those who were talking nonsense. In that very moment, the mutated rat he listed had already been sold. You have to know, in the wasteland, many people don't even have food to eat. To be able to have rat meat is already quite good. Just as Laimeng was about to list the second mutated beast corpse, the elevator door suddenly opened. He turned around and saw Diana looking aggrieved. "Diana, what's wrong?" Diana bit her lip tightly, twisting and turning as she said, "Didn't you tell me to rest? Why did Alice come in too?" Laimeng raised his head slightly and then nodded. "Diana, you look a bit cute like this. I'm busy right now. You and Alice go unlock all the remaining rooms on the second floor." Upon hearing this, Diana stared in shock. "What? Unlock the second floor?" Laimeng said calmly. Diana gritted her teeth, let out a cold hum in anger, and walked away. Before long, Laimeng heard the prompt for unlocking the rooms. He didn't get distracted and continued selling the mutated beast meat. After listing all the mutated beast meat Alice brought, Laimeng earned a total of 72,713 wasteland coins. Then, he also listed the handcart that Alice made and sold it for 500 wasteland coins. In total, he earned 73,213 wasteland coins, which significantly enriched his wallet. After doing all this, Laimeng felt his stomach growling and was about to sneak into room 3 to snack on a can when he suddenly got attracted by a system prompt. Ding! Diana opened a treasure chest and obtained the blueprint for the water supply facility's water treatment point. Water supply facility water treatment point. Description: a room that produces tap water, generating 2 tons of tap water daily, with a storage capacity of 500 tons. The tap water is connected to all living facilities through pipes, achieving running water into homes, greatly increasing the happiness of shelter residents. But be aware, the tap water contains trace radiation. Long-term consumption may cause harm. Construction price: 50,000 wasteland coins. Construction requirements: 1 empty room. Working population: 12 people. Note: after construction, a set of water diversion equipment will appear in the room. And only by placing the water diversion equipment near a water source can tap water be produced. It's actually tap water. Laimeng nearly jumped up. Among the 3 major resources, water, food, and electricity, the shelter was currently most lacking in water. He had just been saying that it would be great if the shelter could achieve self-sufficiency in water resources. And then Diana immediately provided him with a blueprint for the water treatment point. Diana truly is a love. Laimeng read the blueprint information carefully and was suddenly attracted by a segment of the introduction. "Wait, tap water contains trace radiation. Long-term consumption may cause harm?" He frowned, and then suddenly realized. No wonder Ali has been hiding in the shelter every day. Why would his radiation value still increase? Turns out he was drinking radioactive water. Chapter 53, Water Treatment Point. After receiving the system prompt, Laimeng immediately headed to the second basement floor. At this time, Diana and Alice had already unlocked all the rooms on the second floor. Laimeng took the blueprint from Diana's hands and quickly rushed with the 2 of them to room 5 on the first basement floor. Upon arriving at room 5, he directly started the construction of the water treatment point. The water treatment point cost 50,000 wasteland coins, which immediately emptied the wallet Laimeng had just filled. As the construction began, a water reservoir has appeared in room 5. The reservoir occupies a large area, almost filling the entire room 5, leaving only a small space for an operation room in the corner by the door. Inside the operation room, there is a set of water diversion equipment. It seems that the water diversion equipment needs to be placed around a water source to fill the reservoir and enable the water treatment point to start working. Additionally, the reservoir is equipped with a purification device that can purify the water brought in by the diversion equipment into tap water, which will be delivered to every room through the internal pipes of the shelter. Water supply facility water treatment point. Basic output: 2 tons per day. Current output: 0 tons per day. Water source reserve: 0,500. Tap water consumption: 10 tons per day, calculated at 0.2 tons per person per day. Working power consumption: 20 electricity per hour when operational. 0 electricity per hour when not operational. Staff: none. At least 1 staff member is needed to start working. Note: the water diversion equipment must be placed for it to work. The water diversion equipment must be placed near a water source to start producing tap water. Laimeng immediately called Diana and Alice to prepare to carry the water diversion equipment to the water source for placement. However, Alice frowned and said, "Manager, it's almost dark in the wasteland, and we don't have flashlights or other lighting facilities, so it might not be suitable to go out." Alice didn't dismiss the idea entirely, just said it might not be suitable. Diana, however, thought otherwise and said, on Heaven Island, we always use torches for lighting. We can make 2 torches and still go into the wasteland. Suleiman looked at the arguing duo and said after some thought, Alice is right. The wasteland is extremely dangerous at night, and everyone is very tired. Let us set out tomorrow morning. Seeing Suleiman speak, Diana didn't say anything more. For a moment, the 3 fell silent. Suleiman checked the shelter's electricity reserves, which barely seemed enough to get through the night. Moreover, Yuri and Hinata had worked at the food processing point all day and indeed needed some rest. So, he broke the silence and said, since it's already dark, let us rest. Diana, go to the food processing point and get the thigh meat of the mutated wild boar and call Yuri and Hinata to stop working. Alice, you call Ahri back. We'll eat in the 3-room, 2 hall. Okay. Diana and Alice both started to move. Suleiman went straight back to the 3-room, 2 hall. Ever since the presidential suite was built, he no longer referred to the 3-room, 2 hall as his residence. Before long, all the residents of the shelter arrived at the residence. After a busy day, everyone, except Ahri, had little interest in talking. Diana dragged in the thigh meat of the mutated wild boar and casually tossed it onto the living room floor. Manager, the meat is here. Is this what we're eating today? Suleiman nodded and asked, who knows how to cook? The young lady Ahri shook her head. The demigod Diana looked to the side. Yuri shrugged, I don't know how. Alice cleared her throat and said, I only know a bit about barbecuing. Suleiman was speechless. How could the shelter not have anyone who could cook? Although there was only meat without any seasoning, they could make some sashimi or bone soup. Oh, sashimi. Suleiman looked at Hinata, the only one in the room who hadn't spoken. Soon, everyone's gaze turned to Hinata. When Hinata was looked at, her face flushed instantly. I'm a manager. I can cook a little. Suleiman saw Hinata stuttering and lowered his voice. Hinata, the cooking task is up to you. Hinata was taken aback. Taking 2 steps back, then nodded with a red face. Okay. Ahri chuckled. Little sister, is this your first time away from home? Ah, is it? Hinata retreated 2 steps again, almost backing into the wall. Suleiman frowned and looked at Ahri. Ahri, no mocking others allowed. I haven't forgotten about you slacking off today. Hurry up and help Hinata with the cooking. Ahri stuck out her tongue, reluctantly lifted the thigh of the mutated wild boar along with Hinata. The remaining people in the living room began to rest. Suleiman found Yuri and asked, Yuri, did you learn anything today? He had seen Hinata teaching Yuri about ninjutsu while inspecting the work and wanted to know if Yuri had learned anything. Yuri sat straight on the sofa, hands resting on his thighs, staring intently at Suleiman. Report, manager, today I learned what chakra is. It seemed that it would take a considerable amount of time for Yuri to master ninjutsu. Suleiman pursed his lips and looked at Alice. Alice, did you encounter any danger while you were out today? Alice was taken aback. No? Suleiman's eyelids twitched and asked Diana, after going out today, what insights do you have? Diana smiled playfully. No insights. Just think the wasteland is pretty fun, haha. Great. All conversation enders. Suleiman felt he had no common language with these 3 until he remembered Ahri. Talking to Ahri, who could act cute and playful, would be much more interesting. After sitting awkwardly in the living room for more than 10 minutes, Ahri and Hinata finally walked over with the prepared food. A plate of beef sashimi, a pot of meat soup, and a piece of steak for each person made up the entire dinner. I must say, compared to the canned food of the past few days, this was much more appetizing. After a while, Hinata and Ahri seemed a bit more cheerful and, after bringing the food, sweetly said, sorry to keep everyone waiting. Hinata, you did a great job. Suleiman casually thanked her and was about to dig in. At this moment, Ahri became displeased, squeezed in front of Suleiman, batted her eyelashes, and asked, Manager, what about me? Suleiman chuckled. As for you, I'm afraid you'll have to wait to find out later. For now, let us eat. Chapter 54. Hinata, where do I sleep? After dinner, Suleiman sprawled out on the sofa. He saw that everyone had finished eating and waved his hand, preparing to rest. But at that moment, Alice suddenly leaned in front of him and whispered, Manager, there aren't enough beds in the shelter. Not enough beds? Suleiman was surprised. Alice nodded. There are now 6 people in the shelter, and apart from the presidential suite, there are only 3 beds. Suleiman fell silent. He could let Yuri spend the night in the hall on duty, but it would be difficult for the newly arrived Hinata. He looked at the blueprint for the True Fragrant Suite 2 that he held in his hand. Building the True Fragrant Suite 2 required 50 000 wasteland currency. However, after constructing the water treatment point, the shelter simply couldn't afford that much wasteland currency. Moreover, the shelter's electricity supply was not sufficient. If they built another true fragrant suite too, they might have to cut off power in the middle of the night. It seems that the only option left was to have Hinata share a bed with someone. He sat on the sofa, looking at everyone in the room. Has everyone eaten enough? Enough. Ahri was the first to nod, oil still dripping from the corners of her mouth. Who knows what I've been eating these days? Finally, I get to eat a proper meat dish. Ahri didn't care about her image at all, and boldly wiped the corner of her mouth with her hand. Suleiman was afraid of being interrupted, cleared his throat a couple of times, and said, Ahri, tonight, Hinata will share a bed with you. What? Ahri looked shocked and stood up abruptly. No way. I have a lot of personal belongings in my room. Suleiman was speechless. He had only been in the wasteland for 2 or 3 days, yet he already had a lot of personal belongings. Are you Doraemon? Of course. He didn't say this out loud, but he looked at Ahri with an unhappy expression. Unexpectedly, Ahri burst into tears as if she had suffered a great grievance. This made Hinata, who was beside her, feel extremely uncomfortable, and she kept apologizing. I'm sorry, Sister Ahri, I'm sorry. It's all Hinata's fault for making Sister Ahri feel wronged. I'm sorry. All right, stop crying. Suleiman waved his hand, and everyone's gaze gathered on him, as if he was bullying Ahri. He immediately turned to Diana and Alice and said, Since that's the case, would you be willing to squeeze in with Hinata? I promise it will just be for one night. Alice immediately turned her head to look elsewhere. Diana, on the other hand, shyly declined. Sorry, Administrator. I'm not used to sleeping with others. Huh, what the heck? Suleiman was so angry he almost fainted. Wasn't it supposed to be 100 loyalty? Why did they all dare to disobey his orders? It seemed he had been too lenient. Once Diana said this, Ahri stopped crying. However, Hinata was on the verge of tears. This is bad, no one wants to sleep with me. Hinata lowered her head, her hands nervously picking at each other. Tears welling in her eyes. Don't be afraid. Suleiman stood up and patted Hinata on the shoulder, saying, If they don't want you, I want you. What? Ahri was startled, thinking Suleiman intended to share a bed with Hinata. Diana and Alice both looked over. Only Yuri, who was as stiff as wood, completely didn't understand why Ahri had stopped crying, but Hinata had started crying again. Just when everyone thought Suleiman was going to squeeze in a bed with Hinata, he said, The sofa in the presidential suite's living room is very spacious. I can let you sleep on the sofa. Sleeping on the presidential suite's sofa. Ahri's eyes turned, and suddenly she made a decision. Administrator, I'll sleep on the presidential suite's sofa. Let Hinata sleep in my room. Huh. Suleiman was astonished. When did Ahri learn to be selfless? Could it be that she had other motives? He got excited. No matter what Ahri's motives were, this spirit of selflessness was commendable. Suleiman thought that Ahri, who had a ladylike attribute, had completely integrated into the shelter. He excitedly patted his thigh and said, It's settled then. Ahri, I'll help you move your things. No need. Hinata was taken aback and hurriedly said, I can sleep on the sofa. Ahri quickly covered Hinata's mouth. No way, you just got here. How could I let you sleep on the sofa? Absolutely not. Exactly, let Ahri sleep on the sofa, after all. She sleeps well and can sleep anywhere. Suleiman repeatedly agreed. After saying this, he immediately rushed toward Ahri's room. Wait. Ahri couldn't stop him in time and panically followed Suleiman. Bang. Suleiman violently opened the door and froze in place. The room was tidy, but on the bed lay a set of sexy pajamas that appeared from nowhere. What? He disdainfully reached out and picked up the pajamas. Ahri, do you wear this to sleep? Ahri, blushing, ran in and pinched Suleiman's waist fat hard. You bad man. Luckily, Yuri didn't follow in. Otherwise, Ahri would have wanted to find a hole to hide in. Suleiman gritted his teeth and put the pajamas on Ahri. Then he wrapped Ahri in a blanket and directly carried her to the presidential suite's sofa. Let go, put me down. Ahri's face was red, and she kept struggling. Hinata then packed all of Ahri's things and took them to the presidential suite. Thank you, Sister Ahri, you're really the best to me, Hinata said gratefully, bowing repeatedly to the bundled-up Ahri on the sofa. Ahri poked her head out of the blanket, her face as red as an apple. Hinata, you can go back now. I want to sleep. Okay, Sister Ahri, you rest quickly. After a brief interlude, Suleiman returned to his room and started washing up. The lack of running water was very uncomfortable. He could only make do with the water Alice brought back from the wasteland to wash up. After using it too much, Suleiman found that his skin had deteriorated, let alone the girls in the shelter. After he finished washing, He noticed Ahri had buried herself in the blanket, seemingly afraid of what he would do. TCH, the great shelter administrator would covet a little girl? He licked his lips, shook his head, and went straight back to his room, falling into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Ahri urgently needed to use the bathroom and groggily woke up from her sleep. After using the toilet, for some reason, she directly crawled into the bedroom. Inside, Suleiman was snoring, completely unaware of anything unusual. In her daze, Ahri squeezed onto the bed. "Asu, move over. I have no place to sleep." Suleiman made some annoyed sounds and reluctantly shifted to the side. Ahri burrowed under the blanket, snuggling close, and they both had no idea that anything was wrong. Chapter 55. Ahri, woo-woo, I'm not clean anymore. The next morning, a scream startled Suleiman awake. He opened his eyes and was shocked. What the hell? How did Ahri end up in bed? He was taken aback and immediately kicked the screaming Ahri off the bed. Ahri tumbled to the ground, crying, "Woo-woo, I'm not clean anymore." Her voice was heart-wrenching. Suleiman was afraid Ahri would attract others, so he quickly got up and covered her mouth. "Ahri, don't cry. I didn't mean to. Woo-woo-woo, I'm not clean anymore." Seeing that his comfort was ineffective, Suleiman quickly threatened, "Ahri, if you keep crying, be careful I kick you out." Once these words were out, Ahri sat on the ground hugging her knees, burying her head deep down. "Woo, you heartless one, I just slept with you. And now you want to kick me out, woo." Suleiman instantly felt a headache coming on and gritted his teeth, saying, "Fine, I'll let you be my secretary." "Really?" Ahri's eyes lit up. "I won't have to work in the power room anymore." "Uh-huh." Suleiman nodded. "I won't have to do hard labor?" "Uh-huh." Suleiman nodded. "I can manage others?" "Uh-huh." Suleiman nodded. Ahri shyly lowered her head again. But I'm not prepared at all." "Oh, what preparation do you need?" Suleiman patted Ahri and continued, "Once the shelter has enough manpower, I guarantee you'll be my secretary." "Okay, it's a deal." Ahri broke into a smile, her fox ears drooping down. After calming Ahri down, Suleiman, feeling mentally and physically exhausted, went to the foyer. Administrator. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Yuri, who was lying on the ground, jumped up and saluted. Suleiman, with a stern face, asked, "Yuri, how did you sleep last night?" Yuri stood straight and said, "Hinata brought me 2 sets of blankets, one on the ground and one to cover myself. Just right, but my back hurts a little." "Hinata?" Suleiman felt warmth in his heart. In the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room presidential suite and other living facilities, each room was equipped with multiple sets of bedding. And it was rare for Hinata to think so carefully. He nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Yuri saluted him again and said, "Thank you, Administrator." Suleiman frowned. "What are you thanking me for?" Yuri gratefully said. Hinata said it was the administrator who specifically instructed her to bring the blankets. Suleiman smiled knowingly. Hinata is really a capable assistant. Last night, Yuri had slept on the concrete floor all night. As soon as Hinata arrived, Yuri was still under the covers. However, if Suleiman remembered correctly, there were only 3 beds in a room. In Hinata's room, Ali had taken 1 bed, leaving 2 for Yuri. So what would Hinata sleep on? How touching. Such a virtuous person. Suleiman patted Yuri on the shoulder. "Yuri, thank you for everything you've done for the shelter. You don't have to be on duty tonight. I promise to make sure you have a comfortable room to sleep in." Yuri bowed for the 3rd time, saying, Thank you, Administrator. All right, now go have breakfast and then get to work. Also, take the 2 beds from the floor." As soon as Suleiman finished speaking, Yuri quickly packed the bedding and pressed the elevator button to go down to the basement. The hall instantly fell silent. Finally, they could recruit more personnel. Suleiman couldn't wait and went to the Multiverse Broadcasting equipment. "Do you want to spend 10,000 wasteland coins to activate the Multiverse Broadcasting equipment?" "Yes. No, yes." Ding. "You have spent 10,000 wasteland coins to activate the Multiverse Broadcasting equipment. Multiverse characters have arrived, requesting to join the shelter." After a series of prompts, Suleiman heard a knock at the door. He quickly pressed the door switch and saw a shadow in black standing outside. Black combat leather jacket, black combat leather pants, black combat leather boots. The black outfit tightly wrapped around her curvy figure. Beneath the shoulder-length hair was a high nose and prominent European features. Unlike Alice's slenderness or Diana's sexiness, this person exuded a sharpness, like a thorny rose that drew people in while also instilling fear of being pricked. Black Widow. It was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Suleiman couldn't help but feel happy and looked at the Black Widow's attribute panel. Natasha Romanoff, super extraordinary, happiness, 100. Multiverse character. Happiness is permanently 100. Loyalty. 100. Multiverse character. Permanently loyal to the administrator. A multiverse character from the Marvel Black Widow movie. Trained as a spy from a young age. Her body has been modified to significantly slow down the aging process, enhance her immune system, and increase her resilience. Trait 1. Tactical expert. The Black Widow has the ability to quickly process multiple streams of information and can respond rapidly to changing tactical situations. Trait 2. Martial arts expert. The Black Widow is proficient in karate, judo, aikido, French boxing, and various styles of kung fu. Trait 3. Weapon expert. The Black Widow has undergone extensive weapons training and can use all known weapons in the world. Trait 4. Body modifier. The Black Widow's body has been modified to significantly slow down the aging process and greatly enhance her immune system, resilience, and recovery ability. A super extraordinary. Stronger than Yuri and Hinata, but weaker than demigod Diana and virus carrier Alice. Suleiman began to estimate the Black Widow's strength. Although the Black Widow is very popular in the Marvel series, it must be acknowledged that she is one of the more normal human characters in Marvel. Typical of those who rely on mutations, with individual strength not particularly strong. However, based on her traits, the Black Widow is an almost all-around combat machine. Skilled in various weapons, capable of tactical analysis, and could be trained as a military talent. Suleiman didn't speak for a long time, and the Black Widow, not wanting to wait any longer, smirked and said, "May I join the shelter?" "Yes, you are very welcome." As soon as Suleiman finished speaking, the shelter's protective shield opened for the Black Widow. She stepped into the shelter and walked directly to Suleiman. Suleiman couldn't help but take a deep breath, looked down at the Black Widow, and said, "Welcome to join us. I am Suleiman, the administrator of Shelter 2333. You can call me Administrator." Chapter 56. Black Widow Administrator. The Black Widow respectfully bowed. Suleiman nodded and continued. "Now it is 100 years after the apocalypse, and the world you once lived in is vastly different. You must familiarize yourself with the wasteland situation as soon as possible, integrate into the shelter, and work tirelessly to make the shelter the best in the world." As Suleiman spoke, the system implanted relevant memories into the Black Widow. She smiled, seemingly having found a new home. After all, just before entering the wasteland, the Black Widow had just learned a significant secret about her original family. It turned out that her parents were two red spies who pretended to be a couple to infiltrate and gave birth to the Black Widow and her sister. Upon learning this news, the Black Widow felt as if the sky had fallen, and she instantly lost her emotional support. After the system implanted the memories, the Black Widow regarded the shelter as her second family and immediately asked, "What do you want me to do now?" Suleiman was very satisfied with the Black Widow's attitude and thought for a moment before saying, "Now you come with me to the basement to meet the other residents of the shelter, and then we will arrange your work." Upon entering the basement, Suleiman introduced the Black Widow to everyone and began assigning tasks for the new day. "Ali, you continue working at the power distribution station." Originally eager, Ali's enthusiasm instantly wilted upon hearing Suleiman's words. Suleiman continued, "Yuri and Hinata, you will continue working at the food processing point while also conducting ninjutsu training." "Yes, understood, Administrator." Yuri and Hinata quickly responded without complaint. "Diana, today you will unlock the third underground level." "Okay." Diana nodded, without asking why, and turned to leave. Suleiman then looked at Alice and the Black Widow. "Alice, you will lead the team to the water point to install the water diversion device. Natasha, you will go with Alice. I will control Feng Dahu to accompany you, and we will depart in 3 minutes. First, go to the water treatment point to get the diversion device." "Got it." After arranging the day's tasks, Suleiman led Alice and the Black Widow to the water treatment point. The Black Widow took the initiative to try to move the diversion device. However, no matter how hard she tried, the device wouldn't budge. "Ugh, it's so heavy," the Black Widow exclaimed. Suleiman advised, "Alice, bring over the hand truck. This device is very heavy and can only be transported with it. Also, bring 2 sets of wasteland suits. Natasha and I both need to wear them." The diversion device was about the size of a car engine and weighed around 400 pounds. If it were Diana, she could carry it with one hand. Unfortunately, Alice and the Black Widow couldn't do that. Once Alice brought over the hand truck, the 3 of them worked together to finally get the diversion device onto the hand truck. Suleiman pointed at the wasteland suits on the ground and said, "Natasha, this is a special wasteland suit for entering and exiting the wasteland. It It can resist radiation to some extent. You should put it on first. Okay. The Black Widow quickly unzipped and removed her clothes without hesitation, changing quickly. Alice glanced over but awkwardly turned her head away. Suleiman looked and felt a bit excited. Glad he hadn't changed Feng Dao yet, or it would have been troublesome. Once the Black Widow finished changing, Suleiman ordered the two to go to the hall first. Then he controlled Feng Dahu with his mind and manipulated him to the shelter's hall, bringing 6 hunting rifles with him. Everything was ready. Suleiman opened the shelter's main door and led Alice and the Black Widow outside. The scorching sun shone down, making it hard to open their eyes. The Black Widow instinctively squinted. Administrator, is the sun in the wasteland always like this? Black Widow doesn't have Alice's rapid healing. But the traits of a human enhancer give Black Widow a slight resistance to wasteland radiation. Even so, Black Widow still feels uncomfortable all over, as if she is in a stifling sauna, dressed in thick, non-breathable cotton clothing. It's inevitable that she feels a bit disoriented. Suleiman nodded and said, "The environment in the wasteland has always been harsh. You need to adapt quickly." They pushed a cart along the path that Alice had taken, arriving at the water point. Clear pool. However, the ever-changing environment of the wasteland dealt Suleiman another blow. Looking at the dry depression before him, he furrowed his brow deeply. The last time he entered the clear pool camp, there was water in the pool. Why was it dry now? Alice's expression was also grim as she said, "Something must have changed here. There was water in the clear pool when I fetched it yesterday." Suleiman pondered for a moment and said, "No matter what has happened to the clear pool, we don't have time to investigate. Our priority is to find a suitable water source and set up the water diversion device. After all, we have to face the beast tide tonight." He looked at the forest ahead and continued, "It seems the only way to find a water source is to go deeper into the forest." Suleiman had surveyed the northern forest from the observation point. The forest was an endless mountain range, and there must be a water source. However, searching for a water source deep in the forest would definitely take some time. Yet tonight the beast tide was approaching, and what Suleiman and the others lacked was time. At this moment, Black Widow stepped forward eagerly. "I'll go. I've had extensive training and experience in finding water sources." Alice also said, "Let me go. I've been in and out a few times and am more familiar with the forest." Suleiman thought for a moment and said, "Let's split up and search for water sources in 3 directions. Regardless of whether we find anything, we regroup here in half an hour." "What about the water diversion device?" Alice asked. Suleiman gritted his teeth and said, "The water diversion device is exceptionally heavy. It won't be easily lost if we leave it here." Before he finished speaking, they heard a loud howl from ahead. "There's a mutated beast." Alice raised her gun alertly. Black Widow listened and said, "From the sound, it seems like a bear." "A bear?" Suleiman's mind raced. Bears also rely on water sources for survival and make nests near them. They could simply follow the bear to easily find a water source. With this thought, he immediately said, "Natasha, quickly find out which direction the sound is coming from. As long as we follow the bear, we can find the water source." "Good idea." Black Widow immediately understood Suleiman's meaning and quickly walked towards the direction of the roar. Suleiman and Alice pushed the drinking water device, trailing behind Black Widow at a distance. Chapter 57. Let's get to work. 3 minutes later, Black Widow found the source of the sound, which was indeed a massive mutated black bear. The mutated black bear had level strength. Alone, Black Widow definitely couldn't handle it. However, with her extensive experience as an agent, she followed the bear into a canyon. Suleiman and Alice also tracked them and arrived at the canyon. In the canyon, there was indeed a stream the thickness of an arm flowing downwards. Alice admired, "Manager, you're amazing." Suleiman smiled. "It's Natasha who's amazing." She followed the bear without it noticing. Black Widow raised an eyebrow and pointed at the stream in the canyon. "Manager, this water is too little. Moreover, this is a canyon, which is not suitable for placing the water diversion device." Suleiman observed and confirmed that Black Widow was correct. The surrounding geographical environment did not meet the conditions for placing the water diversion device. He said, "Let's continue following the bear upstream." So the 3 continued to follow the bear, and before long, they saw a cave. The bear went into the cave, its figure disappearing. Suleiman leaned in to take a look, and there was indeed a spring inside the cave, about the size of half a football field. At that moment, the bear was lying by the spring, resting. It seemed this was the bear's lair. At this time, Alice said, "Manager, it looks like the bear won't leave. Let me kill it, and then set up the water diversion device." "I can go too," Black Widow said. "Let me give it a try." Suleiman squinted, weighing the strength between the 3 of them and the bear. Once a mutated beast's level surpasses the super level, its fur becomes much tougher, greatly increasing its resistance to firearms and other hot weapons. Among the three, although Alice was also at level, fighting the mutated black bear would inevitably take some time. If they could win with intelligence, that would be best, Suleiman thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him. You all have narrowed the path. Who says we must be enemies with the bear? Alice looked over, puzzled, and asked, then what should we do? Are we supposed to go up and reason with the bear? Black Widow was also confused, saying, Manager, the bear isn't an intelligent creature, I'm afraid. Although the two spoke rather subtly, Suleiman still understood the implication. They had to kill the bear to set up the water diversion device. He smiled and said, It's precisely because the bear lacks intelligence that we can take a different approach. Black Widow blinked, suddenly realizing that the manager had already made arrangements. Suleiman continued, Since the bear isn't intelligent, we can lead it away and then set up the water diversion device. This way, we can avoid a direct conflict with the bear and let it guard the water diversion device to prevent it from being damaged by others. Hearing Suleiman's plan, Alice clapped her hands in approval and added, In that case, I'll lure the bear away, and you two can set up the water diversion device. Suleiman thought for a moment. Alice was the strongest among the three. It was most suitable for her to draw the bear away. So he said, Wait a moment. Natasha and I will hide first. After you lure the bear away, we'll regroup at the clear pool. Okay. Alice nodded. After arranging everything, Suleiman took Black Widow and hid behind the cave. Before long, he heard a roar from inside the cave. Following that, there was a commotion inside the cave. Human provocation and the bear's roar mixed together and quickly faded into the distance. The bear had been lured away. Suleiman noticed the sounds were getting fainter and quickly signaled Black Widow to push the cart into the cave. In the center of the cave, a clear spring was flowing gently. Black Widow, with her rich experience, immediately recognized that the spring was gushing from an underground river. Manager, the spring water is very cool. Much better than the water in the shelter. Suleiman looked around. On the left side of the spring, there was a mountain wall, and on the right side was a passage leading into the cave. He immediately said, We can hollow out the mountain wall and then place the water diversion device inside. That way, we won't have to worry about the bear damaging it. Upon hearing this, Black Widow immediately pulled out her gun and fired at the mountain wall. Under her precise marksmanship, a large hole was created in the wall that could accommodate the water diversion device. The two worked together to place the water diversion device inside the hole. After doing all this, Suleiman had Black Widow fill the hole. He then shifted his focus back to the shelter. Inside the shelter, Suleiman's main body emerged from the presidential suite and happened to catch Ahri, who was slacking off in the corridor. He shouted, Ahri, you're slacking off again. No, I'm not. Ahri was startled and jumped up in place, her heart racing. Her two pure white jade legs beneath her skirt feeling numb. Suleiman didn't pursue the matter further and directly pulled Ahri to the water treatment point. Is it here? Ahri shyly covered herself, her face turning bright red. Where else could it be? Hurry up, Suleiman urged. But Ahri clutched her skirt, shyly turning her back, instinctively looking for something to lean against. Suleiman slapped Ahri's perky bottom. What are you thinking? I told you to get the water treatment point running quickly. Huh? Oh. Ahri turned around, feeling wronged and wanting to cry, but seeing Suleiman's fierce gaze. She held it in and had no choice but to follow the guide on the wall and operate the equipment. Before long, the water treatment point started up. Seeing the current output become 21 tons a day, Suleiman finally felt relieved. The shelter finally had running water. He laughed with joy, thinking that they would finally have the freedom to relieve themselves and take baths. Oh yeah, the shelter has water. Ahri excitedly shook, her chest bouncing with joy. I'm going to take a shower, no one stop me. A shower? Suleiman snorted coldly. Even when the shelter was most short on water, Ahri insisted on taking 2 showers a day. He looked at Ahri with ill intentions and said, Since you love showering so much, starting today, you'll work at the water treatment point. Huh? Why? Ahri pouted immediately. Wasn't it agreed that I would be your secretary? Suleiman laughed. I did promise you that. But that was when the shelter had enough manpower. Now, get to work quickly. If you don't produce a ton of water today, you can't stop working. Chapter 58. Wanderer Base satisfied. Suleiman lowered his head and came out from the water treatment point, shifting his attention back to the cave. Natasha, the shelter now has water. Let's retreat and push the cart up. The two quickly acted, and after a while, they met Alice at the clear pool. Alice's expression was heavy as she said, Manager, I just saw a human camp. Humans? Suleiman's eyebrows raised in surprise. Can you tell if they are residents of the shelter or wanderers? He guessed that Alice had encountered residents from other shelters. After all, when he was building the lookout tower, he had seen managers from the forest. Therefore, he was sure there were shelters in the northern forest. However, residents of the shelter generally wouldn't build camps. Sure enough, Alice shook her head. I guess they should be wanderers because they looked poor and ugly, gaunt and skinny. Not necessarily, Suleiman denied Alice's speculation, saying, let's head back first. It's almost noon, and there's not much time left before the beast tide arrives. After saying that, he took the lead toward the shelter. But suddenly, a rustling sound came from the jungle. What sound is that? Suleiman instinctively looked in the direction of the noise. Just then, he heard Alice shout behind him, danger, manager. Immediately after, Alice knocked Suleiman to the ground. Then, a gunshot rang out in the forest. The bullet grazed Suleiman's scalp, embedding itself deep into the tree behind him. Suleiman's scalp tingled. Just a second. If it weren't for Alice's quick reaction, he would have been hit. Although he was controlling his avatar, Feng Dahu, the thrilling sensation still made Suleiman furious. He looked up and faintly saw 4 figures in the forest, some hiding behind trees, others behind rocks, all pointing guns at the 3 of them. Suleiman snorted and immediately signaled Black Widow beside him. Daring to use guns in front of a weapons expert? It's simply showing off. The Black Widow rolled on the spot, followed by 4 precise shots. Bang, 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 bang. After the gunfire, all 4 people hiding in the forest fell to the ground, with none surviving. Good shooting. Suleiman sighed. He originally thought it would be a fierce battle without Diana. Who would have thought that Black Widow's marksmanship was so sharp, truly deserving of the title of weapons expert? Alice was not bad either. She had the awareness to tackle him down before danger struck. Suleiman stood up, praised both Alice and Black Widow, and then checked the 4 corpses on the ground. None of the 4 were extraordinary beings. They were dressed in rags and looked gaunt. Alice, did you encounter these 4 guys at the camp? No. Alice shook her head and said, they all have the same tattoo, so they should be accomplices. It seems there are some restless guys nearby. With the beast tide approaching, Suleiman had initially planned to ignore them. However, the forest was very close to the shelter, and these guys were highly aggressive. If they were allowed to set up camp here, they would eventually discover the shelter, and then they'd be in a passive position. Suleiman immediately asked Alice, Alice, do you remember where their camp is? I do. The Black Widow nodded, having understood Suleiman's intention, and began checking her firearms and ammunition. Suleiman picked up a rusty rifle from one of the corpses, ensuring there was nothing useful left behind. He waved his hand and said, it's rude not to reciprocate. Let's raid their lair, go? The 3 quickly moved toward the camp, and after about 20 minutes of walking, they indeed found a temporary camp. The camp was made up of 5 tents of varying sizes. Suleiman observed carefully. There were about 12 or 13 people inside, all looking gaunt and skinny. However, everyone was holding guns, and 5 dried corpses were hanging from the tops of the tents. At a glance, they were clearly not good people. At this moment, 2 people's conversation from outside the camp reached Suleiman's ears. A burly man who looked like a bandit on the left said, where's Dog Chong? Why hasn't he come back? The smaller guy on the right, fearing to offend the burly man, quickly responded, Dog Chong went hunting. He'll be back soon. He'll be back soon. The burly man slapped the smaller guy and cursed, I went through a lot of trouble to find a valuable blueprint. This blueprint can sell for a good sum at 93,000. If your guys delay the trip, I want to let you off. Brother Mang, that won't happen. That won't happen. Dog Chong is always very rule-abiding. The smaller guy retreated a couple of steps, smiling awkwardly and saying, if Dog Chong delays things, I'll personally bring his head over. A blueprint? Hearing the conversation, Suleiman's eyes lit up. How could he not seize this opportunity? He immediately called out, aimed at the burly man, and fired the first shot. Bang! The skull shattered, blood splattering all over the smaller guy's head and face. The smaller guy's eyes widened in terror as he fell to the ground. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In the camp, the others, like startled birds, frantically raised their weapons. Where's the enemy? Where's the enemy? Before the people in the camp could react, Black Widow and Alice had already rushed in first. With their wolf-hunting rifles in hand, they easily took out the entire camp. Suleiman leisurely approached, searched the body of the burly man, and actually found a blueprint. Special Facility Enhanced Shelter Door. Description: a fortified shelter door that can withstand attacks from super-mutated beasts. Construction price: 50,000 Wasteland coins. Construction requirement: Build on the basis of the shelter's entrance hall. Working population, none, good stuff. Suleiman was overjoyed. With the enhanced shelter door, the shelter felt more secure against the beast tide. He immediately tucked the blueprint close to him and instructed Alice and Black Widow. Look for any other loot you can gather. Assemble in 5 minutes. We're going back to the shelter to build the enhanced shelter door. As soon as he said this, Alice and Black Widow sprang into action. Before long, Alice actually brought back 2 captives. Suleiman looked and saw that they were 2 wanderers resting in a tent who had avoided the earlier battle. Manager, how should we deal with these 2? Take them back, Suleiman ordered. Fengde, whose radiation level had accumulated to 99, and he was on the verge of death. He had to prepare for the next puppet. Besides the 2 captives, Alice and Black Widow also found 200 wasteland coins. After gathering the loot, Suleiman, along with Alice and Black Widow, quickly headed back to the shelter. He needed to construct the enhanced shelter door as soon as possible because the beast tide was coming. Chapter 59. Long-term subsidy. With the 2 captives in tow, Suleiman, Alice, and Black Widow hurried back. However, after just a few steps, Suleiman felt dizzy and his vision began to blur. This was bad. He realized that Fengde, whose body was about to give out. So, Suleiman quickly shouted to the 2 beside him. Alice, Natasha, this body can't last much longer. You 2 go back on your own. Remember to strip my clothes off. They're worth several tens of thousands in wasteland gear. After saying this, Suleiman felt his strength fading away and slowly collapsed to the ground. This feeling was very unpleasant, forcing him to quickly sever the connection with Fengde. In the shelter, inside the presidential suite, Suleiman let out a long sigh. He had almost experienced death. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly drank a glass of water from 3 days ago to calm his nerves. As for whether Alice and Black Widow could return safely, Suleiman had never worried about it. Even with 2 captives, Alice and Black Widow were strong enough to return safely to the shelter. What he was more concerned about now was his mind control. With Fengde's death, the difficulty of entering the cave camp again had increased. After all, the people in the cave camp only recognized Fengde. If he suddenly sent someone else to make contact, it would be easy to be rejected. It seemed that next time he entered the camp, he would have to arrange for Diana and Alice to go together. Suleiman furrowed his brow, pondering if there was a permanent solution. Otherwise, after the next puppet died, he would face this problem again. If only he could control a character who was immune to radiation. Ideally, someone from within the shelter. Ensuring that the puppet remained loyal to the shelter even when not under control. He immediately thought of Alice. However, Alice was one of the few high-level combatants in the shelter. Allowing Alice to act on her own would be of greater value to the shelter. Moreover, there was another point. Alice was female. Suleiman couldn't guarantee that using mind control on a woman wouldn't produce any side effects. Given this, the only puppet he could control long-term was Yuri. However, Yuri wasn't immune to radiation and could only rely on radiation treatment to recover. Additionally, Yuri had a characteristic of mental immunity. This meant that Yuri was immune to all mental attacks and, theoretically, was very hard to control mentally. Suleiman gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. I'll just have to try and see. He immediately got up and walked to the food processing point. Inside, Yuri and Hinata were working diligently. Neither of them was chatting. Yuri was wooden and didn't engage in conversation, while Hinata was extremely introverted and wouldn't initiate conversations either. Only during breaks would she follow Suleiman's instructions to teach Yuri some basic ninjutsu knowledge. Suleiman pushed the door open, attracting their attention. Manager. Yuri bowed and turned back to work. Manager, sir. Hinata greeted him with her head down, repeatedly bowing. Suleiman smiled, greeted the 2, and directly pulled Yuri out of the food processing point. Manager, do you have any orders? Yuri asked respectfully. Suleiman examined Yuri's appearance. Bald head, headband, tattoos, goat beard. This image would definitely be viewed as creepy on Blue Star. However, as a representative of the shelter, it could indeed add a bit of deterrence. He said, Yuri, I will experiment with mind control on you. Are you willing to be my vessel? Yuri snapped his legs together and stood straight. I am willing to give everything for the manager. Suleiman nodded and began to attempt to control Yuri's mind. At first, he clearly felt that he couldn't aim the mind control at Yuri, and the system also indicated that Yuri had mental immunity and couldn't be controlled. However, after multiple attempts, Suleiman noticed that he had succeeded. Ding! You used mind control and successfully controlled the shelter resident Yuri. Note: Forcibly intervening in the thoughts of shelter residents will lower their happiness and loyalty. Yuri belongs to a transcendent character. Happiness and loyalty cannot be lowered. In the next moment, he felt as though he had two perspectives. One was from his own view looking at Yuri, and the other was from Yuri's view looking at himself. However, just like looking in a mirror, both perspectives saw themselves, just with different appearances. This feeling was very strange. Suleiman had experienced it when he first controlled Feng Dehu. If it weren't for his strong will, he might have been overwhelmed by this sudden sensation. He had actually controlled Yuri. Suleiman was thrilled. From now on, all tasks that required him to go out could be accomplished using Yuri's body. After sending Yuri back to work in the food processing point, Suleiman went to the entrance hall to wait for Alice and Black Widow to return. However, instead of Alice and Black Widow, Suleiman was met by Diana. Diana came up from the third underground level, smiling at Suleiman. Manager, the third underground level has been fully unlocked. Suleiman raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had indeed received notifications from Diana about unlocking rooms and opening treasure chests, but due to his focus on the cave, he hadn't looked closely. Now that he heard Diana had completed unlocking the third underground level, he quickly said, "Well done. Did you find anything?" Diana shook her head, then nodded, handing Suleiman a small stack of wasteland coins. "I only found 3,000 wasteland coins in total. None of the 9 treasure chests contained anything else." "I see." Suleiman took the wasteland coins from Diana's hand, putting them away without counting. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed and said to Diana, "Diana, go to the power distribution room to generate electricity. Ali has gone to produce water, with the beast tide coming soon. The shelter must reserve some electrical resources to ensure there won't be a power outage during the beast tide." After arranging things for Diana, Alice and Black Widow returned with a full haul, along with the 2 captives. The beast tide is imminent, and it is urgent to build the reinforced shelter entrance. There is no time to interrogate the captives. Thus, Suleiman instructed Alice to tie up the 2 captives. He decided that in the face of the beast tide, he and Yuri could each control one, allowing the 2 captives to maximize their value during the beast tide. Chapter 60. Everyone, don't buy from the swindler's canned goods. After advising Alice to let the 2 rest, Suleiman took the blueprint for the reinforced shelter entrance, feeling a bit excited. Only by building the reinforced shelter entrance could the shelter's defense power increase dramatically. Build the reinforced shelter entrance. He issued the order without hesitation. Ding. Insufficient wasteland currency. Unable to construct. Huh? Suleiman furrowed his brow and looked at his savings. He only had over 30,000 wasteland currency, which was still a significant distance from the 50,000 wasteland currency needed to build the reinforced shelter entrance. Damn it. He should have had Alice hunt a few mutated beasts along the way to sell for money. But now it's too late. Frustrated, Suleiman had no choice but to turn his attention to his own warehouse. Besides the canned goods, the shelter had 3 healing needles, 2 blueprints, and 13 automatic rifles. Now that the shelter was self-sufficient in food, the surplus canned goods could be sold to alleviate the urgent situation. With this in mind, Suleiman quickly sent a message in the regional channel. 1 minute later, auctioning off 50 cans, one-time auction, 50 cans. Starting price, 60,000 wasteland currency. Get ready. What is going on with the swindler? The beast tide is coming, and instead of preparing more food, he is thinking of auctioning to make wasteland currency? Don't they understand? The swindler is specifically choosing this timing to auction. Everyone is hoarding supplies now, and there will definitely be a market. Swindlers are truly despicable. Damn the swindler. Starting bid of 60,000 wasteland currency for 50 cans. That's 1,200 per can? Why don't you go rob it? Everyone, don't buy it. Let the swindler's cans fail to sell, and let the swindler earn no money. Are you crazy? A starting bid of 1,200 per can. Doesn't the swindler know what he is doing? This is not the first day anymore. Everyone is stocked up on cans. I wonder who would buy from the swindler. As the beast tide approached, the once quiet regional channel exploded with messages from Suleiman. He read through them, most of which were insults directed at him. Many people believed his starting price was too high and far exceeded the value of the cans. However, Suleiman himself had bought cans for 13 each. He thought that setting the starting price at 60,000 was completely reasonable. After all, this was a bundle auction of 50 cans. Buying 50 cans at once could save a lot of time. Otherwise, the managers would have to wait in the trading space, only getting the chance to buy 1 or 2 when someone occasionally listed a can. However, not many people thought like Suleiman. Among them, Chen Yinxiu was a typical example. Chen Yinxiu, swindler, Hurry up and take a look at yourself in the mirror. The beast tide is coming, and everyone is in a difficult time. How can you bear to fleece your fellow countrymen? I just took out 10 cans to help some struggling managers. Suleiman, as a well-known shelter manager, should contribute more cans to give back and help his fellow countrymen. In my opinion, this batch of 50 cans should be distributed for free. Once Chen Yinxiu's words were out, many people in the regional channel began to echo. Yes, the goddess is right. I support the swindler giving away cans for free. How can a swindler compare to the goddess? If it were up to me, men like the swindler should give up their shelter and die to atone. Suleiman looked at the messages and almost laughed out loud. Since when did he become the rat everyone wanted to hit? As for the free distribution of cans, Suleiman could only say sorry. Each shelter was in competition with one another. He couldn't even take care of himself, let alone spend his limited food on charity? That would be overly saintly. It's worth noting that the 50 cans he planned to auction were also bought from Lin Tian. Why didn't the wealthier Lin Tian do charity? Suleiman ignored the comments and decisively listed the cans for auction, setting the starting price at 60,000 wasteland currency and a minimum bid increment of 5,000 wasteland currency. He was confident in the popularity of the cans and firmly believed they would fetch a good price. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to buy 50 cans. The regional channel immediately exploded. Chen Yinxiu, swindler, shameful. Suleiman Zhou, go die, I will never buy. Chen Xiao, damn it, if I had an Italian cannon, I would be the first to blow the swindler away. A series of anti-Suleiman comments quickly flooded the channel, and it didn't take long for the count to reach 99. Just when everyone thought no one would buy the cans, someone suddenly said, wait, everyone stop cursing. Someone in the trading space next door is really bidding. Zhou Yu, I bid 65,000 wasteland currency. Lu Jinin, the person above is really stingy. How dare you raise the bid by 5,000 wasteland currency? I bid 70,000 wasteland currency. He Yin, 80,000, can't raise it anymore. Or I'll really be eating dirt. Li Feng, sorry, everyone, I bid 90,000, still happy to buy 50 cans for 90,000. Rin Xiaogao, I bid 95,000. Damn it, the shelter is about to run out of food. With such a good opportunity, how can I not try it? Qin Haidong, sorry, everyone, I bid 100,000, I must have those cans. In the end, the 50 cans were sold for 100,000 wasteland currency. The regional channel was once again in an uproar. Damn it, someone really bought from the swindler. Isn't this slapping us in the face? I feel hot on my face. Whoever bought the cans come out. I need an explanation. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have been so impulsive. I need cans too. Who the hell bought the cans? I swear I'll beat him up. At this crucial moment, Chen Yinxiu fell silent instead. The crowd gathered around Qin Haidong, who purchased the cans. Qin Haidong, I'm innocent. I specifically bought the swindler's goods to make him lose the capital to face the beast tide and give him a thorough lesson. Suleiman held the 100,000 wasteland currency in his hand, smiling so broadly that his eyes were almost squinted. Selling 50 cans for 100,000 wasteland currency meant each can was 2,000 wasteland currency. This was already far beyond the market price. He was so happy that he was almost in a daze. Even with Chen Yinxiu and others causing trouble, the cans still fetched a high price. It seemed that there were indeed more discerning people in the wasteland. Suleiman couldn't help but reply to Chen Yinxiu. Sorry, I just saw your message. The cans have already been sold out. Shelter 5,649. Chen Yinxiu was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices, her face flushed red, and her usually dignified image was instantly shattered. What kind of sick joke is this? Where did the maggot come from to defecate everywhere here? Chapter 61, Construction, Reinforced Entrance. Ding. Would you like to construct the special facility reinforced shelter entrance? Does this need to be said? With the wasteland currency in hand, I naturally have to build the reinforced shelter entrance. Suleiman chose yes. In an instant, the 13,584 wasteland currency in the shelter account was deducted by 50,000. The next second, the shelter entrance before Suleiman vanished into thin air, revealing the swirling yellow sand outside the shelter. At the same time, several mutated beasts surrounding the area were also revealed. The mutated beasts were startled and rushed to the door, frantically banging on the protective shield. Suleiman was also taken aback. If it weren't for the novice protection shield, the mutated beasts would have definitely rushed in. His current strength is at the quasi level, and without a gun in hand, he couldn't handle several mutated beasts. He must be more careful when the upgrade door opens next time. Su Laimeng wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and looked at the two large doors that rose again at the entrance of the shelter. Compared to the original shelter door, the newly appeared doors were clearly better crafted. Not to say they were significantly better, but at least the gap between the doors was much smaller, unlike before when there were gaps as wide as a thumb. The upgraded shelter doors had turned to cement gray. Su Laimeng knocked on them, and they made a solid sound, indicating their sturdiness. He pressed the door switch, and amidst the beeping alarm, the doors slowly opened without any creaking noises. Goodness, even the sliding tracks have been upgraded. Su Laimeng was surprised to find that the thickness of the doors had also increased significantly. The sound of the doors opening attracted the attention of the mutated beasts at the entrance again. The mutated beasts roared and kept pounding against the protection shield. Su Laimeng noticed that there were already 7 or 8 mutated beasts at the entrance compared to just a moment ago. He frowned, feeling uneasy. Could it be that the beast tide is coming? Just as he thought this, he received a system notification. Ding! Announcement. Attention all managers. The beast tide will begin in 3 hours. There will be a total of 3 waves of beast tide, during which the shelter's protection shield will disappear. And everything will depend on yourselves. So the beast tide is really coming? Su Laimeng looked at the mutated beasts gathering outside the shelter, his curiosity outweighing his fear. There were more than a dozen guns and thousands of rounds of ammunition in the shelter. There were even powerful extraordinary beings like Diana. If they couldn't withstand this, then other shelters would probably last less than a second. He looked at the regional channel, where many managers were already starting to worry. Damn it, the beast tide is coming, and I'm not prepared yet. Seriously, there are already several mutated beasts gathered at the entrance of my shelter. Is this trying to push me into suicide? Boo-hoo, I haven't even recruited a single resident, and I don't want to die? For the upstairs. Let's have a moment of silence. Some managers were still active, but more were already preparing for battle. Just to be safe, I should prepare a bit too. With this in mind, Su Laimeng closed the shelter doors and returned to the first underground floor. Shelter 4297. Lin Tian was in the shelter's monitoring room. Through the computer screen, he saw the increasing number of mutated beasts outside and shivered in fear. Captain Li, can we handle so many mutated beasts? Next to him, Li Mao grinned and said, Manager, not only do we have to handle them, but we also need to take the initiative and show those beasts our power. Shelter 5649. Chen Yinxiu stood atop the shelter's hall, gazing at the surrounding environment. Surrounding Chen Yinxiu were more than 10 dashing female residents. Some held dual guns, some wielded giant swords, some carried double blades, and some had rocket launchers. But without exception, all the residents were female because Chen Yinxiu's shelter did not accept any male survivors. Chen Yinxiu was flipping through the records on the regional channel, still brooding over the fact that Su Laimeng had slapped her in the face. She was also gnashing her teeth over Su Laimeng adding her to the blacklist. Chen Yinxiu vowed that if she ever encountered Su Laimeng, she would make sure he knew the consequences of offending her. Just as Chen Yinxiu was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a tremor under her feet. What is going on? Is there an earthquake? Chen Yinxiu looked up. At the end of the road ahead, a black line seemed to appear level with the horizon. What is that? Chen Yinxiu was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. The beast tide is coming. At this moment, the system notification rang out timely. Chen Yinxiu jumped down from the hall and shouted, Prepare for battle. Su Laimeng gathered everyone in the presidential suite on the first underground floor. Everyone, the beast tide will arrive in 3 hours. Let us redistribute the tasks for dealing with the beast tide. Upon hearing that the beast tide was coming, everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Ahri was so scared she hugged herself tightly, accentuating her impressive curves. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Su Laimeng quickly said, There's no need to worry. This time the beast tide shouldn't have 2 powerful mutated beasts. As soon as he said this, Ahri felt relieved and gently patted her trembling chest. Su, you almost scared me to death. Su Laimeng shot her a cold glare and said, However, we mustn't let our guard down. From now on, halt the operations of the water treatment and food processing points. Everyone must focus on dealing with the beast tide. All right, manager. Upon hearing that the water treatment point was going to be halted, Ahri jumped up in joy. Yuri and Hinata behaved properly. Su Laimeng shot a fierce glare at Ahri and said, Ahri, you're getting too ahead of yourself. During the beast tide, you will return to the power distribution room to ensure the shelter's power supply. Huh. Ahri's ears drooped as she lowered her head. Assigning such an important task to Ahri was, of course, a well-considered decision by Su Laimeng. 3 hours later, it would be night. The wasteland would be pitch black. The shelter's power supply would be crucial, and it must not go out during the beast tide. Otherwise, the shelter would be in complete darkness. However, the other residents would be the combat force facing the beast tide. Only the singer Ali had weaker strength and couldn't face the beast tide directly. But thinking of Ali's lazy nature, Su Laimeng felt a headache coming on and could only repeatedly remind her with threats and incentives. He continued, Ali, I remember the promise I made to you. If you perform well, my door will always be open for you. Ugh, Ali pouted, not knowing where her thoughts wandered. Chapter 62, Beast Tide Rankings, Final Preparations. Just as Su Laimeng was about to arrange tasks for the others, he suddenly received a system notification. Beast Tide Ranking System activated. The Beast Tide is divided into 3 waves. The first wave is quasi-level, the second wave is level, and the third wave is super level. For each mutated beast killed, the shelter will earn corresponding points. After 3 waves of Beast Tide, the top 100 in points will receive rewards. Beast Tide Ranking? Su Laimeng frowned, surprised by the sudden system notification. During the Beast Tide, killing a mutated beast would earn points. The system would rank based on points for rewards, and only the top 100 would receive rewards. Doesn't that mean that to earn rewards, we can't just hold the shelter and must take the initiative? He began to weigh the pros and cons. System rewards are generally very valuable. If we can get them, it would certainly help a lot with the shelter's development. The overall strength of the shelter is quite good at the moment. We can try to push for the system rewards. He turned to Diana and said, Diana, you are the strongest in the shelter. This time for the Beast Tide. You will take the lead, and we will take the initiative. Take the initiative? Not only Diana, but everyone was shocked by Su Laimeng's words. Manager, if we take the initiative, we will face a large number of mutated beasts. Alice said cautiously. Even Hinata, who usually didn't speak, chimed in. If we take the initiative, can we handle so many mutated beasts? Hinata looked worried, fearing that the shelter wouldn't be able to withstand so many mutated beasts. Don't worry. Suleiman raised his hand and pressed it down, saying, the entrance to the shelter has been upgraded to withstand the impact of super mutated beasts. As long as we are fully prepared, we can retreat at any time when we can no longer hold on. After saying this, Suleiman arranged. Yuri, you control 1 prisoner. I'll control 1 prisoner. And with you, the 3 of us will guard the entrance of the shelter, the last line of defense. Yes. Yuri bowed and immediately got ready to act. Suleiman hurriedly shouted, wait. There are 3 pieces of arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass inside the shelter, which can be made into 3 shields. You manipulate the prisoner to make them. And I'll be right there. Okay. Yuri, who had already turned around, turned back and bowed again. After arranging Yuri, Suleiman turned to the others. Ali is responsible for generating electricity, Yuri and the prisoners are guarding the door, and there are 4 people left in the shelter, Alice, Diana, Black Widow, and Hinata. Among the 4, Hinata is a ninja with her own unique attack methods. Diana is a demigod with a series of equipment such as the True Word Whip and the Fire God Sword, and her strength is formidable. So there is no need to worry. On the contrary, Suleiman was most worried about the gun-wielding Black Widow and Alice. He said, Alice, Natasha, there are more than 10 wolf-hunting rifles and thousands of bullets left in the shelter. Leave 1 for me, and take the rest. Diana, Hinata, you and Alice and Natasha will guard outside the shelter, kill as many mutated beasts as possible, but make sure to ensure your own safety. The 4 nodded, their expressions slightly serious. All right, everyone, let's get moving. After Suleiman finished speaking, he went to the place where the prisoners were held. Using mental control to control 1 prisoner and working with Yuri to make shields. As for his main body, he took a wolf-hunting rifle and took the elevator to the observation deck. The observation deck had shooting ports, allowing Suleiman to attack mutated beasts from above while overseeing the situation. He arrived at the observation deck and observed the surroundings of the shelter. Below the observation deck, at the entrance of the shelter, more than 10 mutated beasts had already gathered. The mutated beasts were roaring and howling, seemingly wanting to rush into the shelter to feast, and also seemed to want to attract more of their kind. In the northern forest of the shelter, the trees were swaying continuously, as if a large troop was marching quickly, disturbing the trees. In the eastern wasteland of the shelter, dust was rising and the ground was shaking, as if countless mutated beasts were running, stirring up so much dust that even the island in the lake was not visible. On the southern highway of the shelter, many mutated beasts were gathered, seemingly waiting for a command, and once a signal was given, they would rush towards the shelter in droves. The western city ruins were the same. Although the ruins blocked most of the view, Suleiman still saw quite a few mutated beasts. He furrowed his brow tightly. It seems there is trouble. Although the mutated beasts he saw were all quasi-level, their numbers were endless, covering the mountains and plains. Alice and the others had already exited the shelter and were killing the mutated beasts gathered at the entrance. Yuri and the two tool men were already in position, standing obediently at the door. However, the sun was about to set. Once the sun went down, the wasteland would fall into darkness, and the shelter had no lighting facilities. So the only option was to keep the door open and rely on the headlights in the hall to illuminate the area in front of the shelter. This would severely affect the performance of Alice and the others. Suleiman thought for a moment and adjusted the brightness of the lights on the observation deck to the maximum. However, the observation deck was 100 meters high, and the lights from the upper levels could not penetrate downwards, failing to illuminate the ground around the shelter. Suleiman had a flash of inspiration and manipulated the toolmen to bring over a hand truck, jamming the elevator so that the lights inside the elevator could also shine out. This made the entrance of the shelter much brighter. However, the further away from the shelter, the darker it became. Suleiman stood on the observation deck, subconsciously opening the regional channel. The regional channel was unusually lively, as if all the managers had gathered together. Comrades, how is everyone preparing? Are you confident you can withstand the beast tide? Brothers, I'm taking the lead here, currently hiding in a pit outside. Hey, no problem at all. I dug a 2-meter deep trench at the entrance of the shelter. As long as it's not an overwhelming beast tide, I can bury as many as come. The idea upstairs is good. I built a circle of walls at the entrance of the shelter, and my residents can shoot the mutated beasts from the walls. You guys are all big shots. My shelter is by the sea, and I've diverted seawater to create a moat. I'll drown as many as come. Suleiman found it increasingly amusing as he read the ideas of these quirky netizens. However, the beast tide was endless. The moat and trenches would probably be filled up quickly, and the walls would soon be pushed down. Thinking of this, Suleiman manipulated the toolmen to give orders to Alice and the others. Everyone, move a little further forward. Try not to let the bodies of the beast tide pile up at the entrance of the shelter, blocking the door. Chapter 63, The First Wave. The sun had completely set. The wasteland was hidden in darkness. Suleiman's field of vision was limited, and he could only see a small area at the entrance of the shelter. In other places, there were countless flickering points of light. Those were the eyeballs of the mutated beasts, densely packed like fireflies, filling the entire ground. A howl that pierced the heavens and the earth echoed in the small desert outside the shelter. Immediately, all the firefly-like points of light began to move, swiftly heading towards the shelter. Various sounds of howling, roaring, and shrieking reverberated throughout the wasteland. The first wave of the beast tide has come. Suleiman opened the shooting port on the observation deck, aimed at a mutated beast at the entrance, and fiercely pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames erupted from the muzzle, particularly dazzling in the darkness. Outside the shelter's entrance, the mutated beast fell in response. This shot sounded the attack signal, and Alice shouted to open fire, then immediately began shooting. Diana charged ahead, deeply penetrating the tide of mutated beasts. With the fire god's sword in her right hand, Diana swung it, unleashing a series of sparks and lightning that struck the mutated beasts. In an instant, the tide of mutated beasts that covered the ground was cleared out in a fan-shaped gap by Diana. Moreover, with the true word whip in her left hand, she could always strike 1 or 2 mutated beasts, severing them in half. Ding! Diana killed a quasi-level mutated rat. You gain 1 experience point. Diana killed a quasi-level mutated mantis. You gain 1 experience point. Diana killed a quasi-level mutated cricket. You gain 1 experience point. Diana killed a quasi-level mutated cockroach. You gain 1 experience point. A series of kill notifications came through, and Suleiman couldn't help but smile broadly. With Diana around, the first wave of the quasi-beast tide posed no threat at all. He counted, just moments ago, in a mere 2 seconds. Diana had already killed nearly 100 mutated beasts. Most of them were eliminated by the area of effect attacks caused by the sparks and lightning from the fire god's sword. Suleiman's lips curled into a peculiar arc. After the beast tide ended, the experience points should surge, and he would be able to replicate a trait again. Currently, what he coveted most was Diana's demigod bloodline. If he could replicate the demigod bloodline, the overall strength of the shelter would rise to another level. If that didn't work, Alice's virus enhancement would do. Suleiman raised the rifle in his hand and took down another mutated beast. He was on the observation deck, enjoying a natural advantage in visibility, allowing him to output freely. Lowering his gaze, Suleiman discovered that Alice had also made a move, as if unwilling to let Diana steal the spotlight alone. Alice stepped out of the group and stood in front. Alice was seen with 4 guns slung on her back, holding one in each hand, and charged directly into the tide of mutated beasts, firing wildly. Due to the limited capacity of the wolf-hunting rifle, Alice didn't spray bullets, but aimed for the heads of the mutated beasts, taking them down one by one. Gunshots rang out continuously, flames burst forth, illuminating the small area outside the shelter's gate. In the flickering light, Suleiman saw the ground littered with the corpses of mutated beasts and the valiant figures of Alice and Diana. With the combined efforts of Alice and Diana, the mutated beasts were gradually cleared out. Over time, the number of onlooking mutated beasts increased while the number charging forward decreased. Suleiman realized that the first wave of the beast tide was about to end. So soon, he felt a bit surprised, but glancing at the system time, an hour had already passed. During this time, Suleiman had been standing on the observation deck, continuously shooting with his rifle. Although his aim was not great, the sheer number of mutated beasts ensured that he hit at least one. As a result, he had accumulated over 9,000 experience points just from killing mutated beasts himself. The experience points gained from Alice and Diana exceeded 10,000. Killing a mutated beast himself earned him 30 experience points, while the kills by Diana and Alice only netted him 1 experience point each. It seemed he needed to speed up his shooting. Suleiman's toes curled tightly, fearing he wouldn't earn enough experience points. As the number of onlooking mutated beasts increased and the attacking beasts dwindled to none, he realized the beast tide had ended. Throughout the ordeal, Hinata and Black Widow had not had a chance to act, let alone the gatekeeper Yuri and the tool guy. The 2 sisters were indeed too impressive. Hinata's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Diana and Alice. Black Widow nodded in agreement, showing her approval. Well done. There are still mutated beasts around. Let's clear the battlefield first. Suleiman praised the 2 through the tool guy and then issued new orders. He himself remained on the observation deck, keeping an eye on the movements of the mutated beasts. As the beast tide ended, a ranking list appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, he found that Shelter 2333 was actually in 2nd place. The list only displayed the shelter codes, without indicating who the managers were. However, Lin Tian's Shelter 4297 and Chun Yinxiu's Shelter 5649 were well known to everyone. Shelter 4297 was unsurprisingly in 1st place, while Shelter 5649 was in 3rd. Immediately, the regional channel began to buzz with discussion. Is there anyone alive? If so, come out. No way, did everyone die? I'm ranked 32nd in the beast tide. Linda is amazing, really in 1st place. Linda is awesome. Lin Tian, stay low-key. It's all thanks to the brothers under me. After all, we're all part of the same team. Damn, I'm envious. Did anyone notice that Goddess Chen's shelter is in 3rd place? Who is in 2nd? I don't know. I've never heard of Shelter 2333. Could it be an undiscovered hidden boss? It could also be someone who has appeared in the group before, but everyone has forgotten. No matter whose it is, to be in 2nd place, pressing Goddess Chen's shelter below, is truly impressive. Chun Yinxiu was quite furious upon seeing the beast tide ranking. She had originally planned to compete for 1st place, but now that she couldn't outmatch the cheating Lin Tian, how did a Shelter 2333 suddenly come and surpass her? Chun Yinxiu, unwilling to accept this, asked in the regional channel, who is Shelter 2333? With such strong power, don't hide like a turtle. Come out and show yourself so we can see who you are. Lin Tian, I know the answer. Shelter 2333 belongs to the shady businessman Suleiman. Chun Yinxiu spat blood in anger and immediately muted her microphone. Chapter 64. Yuri, I've learned ninjutsu. After discussing the rankings, many managers in the regional channel lamented their fate. Oh my god, the gate of my shelter has been breached. I'm afraid I can't hold off the 2nd wave of the beast tide. Don't mention it. My trench has already been filled with the corpses of mutated beasts. The next wave will directly pierce through my lair. Is there anyone who can spare me some ammunition? I'm almost out of bullets. What a coincidence. I'm out of bullets too. Let us all just embrace destruction. Chun Yinxiu, I've established a mutual aid association near Construction Avenue in the Qingshui district. Please contact me as soon as possible if any nearby managers receive this message. Let's deal with the beast tide together. Goddess 666. Goddess, I'm coming. Upon seeing this, Suleiman furrowed his brows tightly. A mutual aid association? What kind of trick is Chun Yinxiu up to now? Is she really trying to unite the surrounding managers to fight against the beast tide? But the shelters are very far apart. This would inevitably require some managers to leave their own shelters. Perhaps some deserters would show up as well. Suleiman thought to himself as he shifted his gaze back to the shelter. The sky had completely darkened. He could only rely on the countless flickering lights in the wasteland to discern whether there were any mutated beasts. Suddenly, he saw those flickering lights rapidly moving towards the shelter and immediately understood that the second wave of the beast tide had arrived. Thus, Suleiman hurriedly commanded the ground tools. Everyone, get ready quickly. The second wave of the beast tide is coming. At this moment, a considerable number of mutated beast corpses had already piled up outside the shelter's gate. However, after the previous cleanup, there was now some fighting space available. As the tide of mutated beasts approached, Suleiman quickly manipulated the tools to shout, "Everyone pay attention. The second wave of the beast tide consists entirely of advanced mutated beasts. Stay focused." Advanced. Hearing Suleiman's words, Hinata was greatly shocked. It should be known that Hinata only had the strength of a standard level. And facing the vast tide of advanced mutated beasts, it would be a lie to say she wasn't scared. Therefore, Hinata instinctively lowered her head. However, seeing Diana and Alice standing tall in front, she regained her confidence and lifted her small head. In the distance, although it was completely dark, the sounds made by the rushing mutated beasts formed a rhythm that made people's hearts pound, shaking even the observation deck. Suleiman, standing in the observation room, felt it most acutely. It felt as if there was an earthquake, with the entire observation room shaking up and down, left and right. This commotion was comparable to passing by a reinforced group. Suleiman picked up his rifle, and without a moment's hesitation, he fired. Ding! You have killed an advanced mutated spider, gaining 30 experience points. The sound of gunfire echoed far and wide. Even the deafening roars couldn't drown it out. With the sound of a gunshot, Alice and Diana also sprang into action, diving once again into the tide of beasts. However, the second wave of the beast tide consisted entirely of advanced mutated beasts. Diana and Alice's attacks were not as effective as before. Some mutated beasts could still move after being shot by Alice, while others took a few steps forward after being struck by Diana's lightning. The relentless waves of mutated beasts surged forward until they buried Alice and Diana. Not good. Black Widow and Hinata quickly joined the battle. However, with Hinata's standard level strength, facing such a large number of equally leveled mutated beasts, she found herself somewhat overwhelmed. Hinata, being very young, quickly showed signs of fatigue after only a few exchanges, and her moves became chaotic. At this moment, it was the silent Black Widow who played a significant role, single-handedly stopping the mutated beasts that had bypassed Diana and Alice from entering the shelter, exuding a formidable presence as if she could hold back thousands of foes. Suddenly, a mutated hyena charged at Hinata, opening its large mouth to reveal its fangs, ready to bite down. At this time, Black Widow was focused on the front, and neither Diana nor Alice noticed. Hinata was momentarily flustered and forgot how to respond. The only ones aware of Hinata's crisis were Suleiman and Yuri. Yuri instinctively raised his gun. However, just as the mutated hyena was about to bite Hinata, a bullet flew in from the air and directly killed the mutated hyena. That was close. Suleiman wiped the sweat from his forehead. If he hadn't noticed in time and decisively fired, Hinata might have been bitten. Hinata instinctively looked up, but could only see a light on the observation platform. So she bowed towards it. "Thank you, Administrator." At that moment, a mutated spider jumped up, leaping over the shield and pouncing towards Yuri. Suleiman controlled the tool man. Watching the scene unfold, he silently cursed. It was careless to not have the tool man positioned in front of Yuri. After all, Yuri was a near-class extraordinary being. If he got bitten by a mutated spider of that level, he would likely die on the spot. "Yuri," Suleiman shouted, quickly controlling the tool man to try to block in front of Yuri. However, the tool man was just an ordinary person, not even an extraordinary being. And not only was his reaction slow, but his movements were even slower. How could he catch up to the sudden mutated spider? "This is bad." Suleiman cursed silently. But just as the mutated spider was about to land on Yuri, suddenly a puff of white smoke flashed by, and where Yuri had been standing, a mutated beast's corpse appeared. Yuri had already reappeared next to Black Widow. Suleiman, controlling the tool man, watched everything with wide eyes. Yuri had actually used a substitution technique. He was astonished. He didn't expect Yuri to have truly learned ninjutsu. At the same time that Suleiman was surprised, Hinata rushed over and ended the life of the mutated beast with the kunai in her hand. I'm sorry, it was my oversight. Hinata bowed repeatedly to the tool man controlled by Suleiman. Suleiman waved his hand. Hinata, although the mutated spider came from your side, it can't be entirely blamed on you. Quickly return to continue fighting. Hi. Hinata turned and re-entered the battlefield. Only then did Suleiman recall Yuri to his original position and continue guarding the shelter's entrance. As time passed second by second, the number of mutated beasts grew, and Diana and Alice had completely delved into the beast tide. Other than the high-up Suleiman, the others could no longer see the two. This undoubtedly caused some anxiety. However, Suleiman was not worried at all. No matter how many mutated beasts there were, they could not harm Diana, who had demigod blood, or Alice, who had rapid healing. Chapter 65. New traits. The mutated beasts charged wildly. The shelter seemed like a small boat swaying in a storm, easily facing the possibility of destruction. The mutated beasts had come dangerously close to the entrance of the shelter where Yuri was. However, with the efforts of the residents in the shelter, the tide of mutated beasts was kept at bay outside the door, not advancing an inch. Gradually, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The mutated beasts outside the shelter had become sparse. Was the second wave of the beast tide coming to an end? Suleiman frowned. He felt numb. Besides the sounds of gunfire and the roars of mutated beasts, there were constant system prompts. Finally, as the last mutated beast fell, the entrance to the shelter became quiet. The air was filled with the lingering smell of gunpowder and blood. Suleiman stood on the observation platform, looking down at everything around. The mutated beasts surrounding the shelter had decreased significantly. He observed carefully and noticed that the light spots on the ground had become sparse, indicating that most of the gathered mutated beasts had already been dispatched during the second wave. Of course, there was more than one shelter nearby. The surrounding mutated beasts were also attacking other shelters. Suleiman had a clear view from his high vantage point. The mutated beasts gathered around were not all charging towards shelter 2333. Nevertheless, even so, the entrance of the shelter was still piled high with the corpses of mutated beasts. Suleiman controlled the tool man and, along with Yuri and Yuri's tool man, approached Alice and the others. Alice, you all take a break. The three of us will clean up the battlefield. Alice tiredly nodded, not trying to be strong, and immediately rushed into the shelter to grab some canned food. Next to Alice, Diana, Black Widow, and Hinata were also struggling. The intense battle had left all of them mentally and physically exhausted. Among them, Diana, with her demigod blood, looked relatively composed despite being covered in blood. Black Widow, relying on her body modification attribute, was still able to hold on. However, Hinata was in a difficult position. Being the youngest, with the poorest physical fitness and the weakest strength among the group, she was barely holding on through sheer willpower during the battle. Upon hearing Suleiman's command to rest, she immediately collapsed to the ground. Suleiman watched all this with a slight pang in his heart. However, if they did not confront the mutated beast tide head-on, they would not earn any points, and thus, rewards would be out of the question. Speaking of rewards, Suleiman sat down on the observation platform and quickly looked at the beast tide rankings. He was surprised to find that he had the same score as the first-place Lin Tian. In other words, they were tied for first. Just as Suleiman was checking the rankings, Lin Tian sent a message. Wow, I was just eating fruit and watching TV, and you actually caught up to me. Wow. Suleiman frowned. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be so carefree. But looking at it from another angle, Lin Tian couldn't even participate in such a large-scale event as the Beast Tide and was just lying in the shelter daydreaming, which meant he had been completely sidelined. Perhaps, as soon as the opportunity arose, Lin Tian would be directly replaced. He thought viciously in his heart, while also asking Lin Tian, "How is the situation on your side?" "Lin Tian, we have already decided to withdraw." "Withdraw?" Suleiman was puzzled and didn't understand what Lin Tian meant. Lin Tian explained, "My captain said that my points have already widened the gap with the third place, so we will only hold back half of the third wave before retreating to the shelter. After all, we have lost quite a few personnel in my team." After saying this, Lin Tian immediately asked, "What about you? Has your shelter's door been reinforced? Is there a final guarantee if you can't withstand the beast tide?" Suleiman felt a pang of bitterness. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was standing on the observation platform, feeling the cold wind, while Lin Tian was lying in the presidential suite, enjoying life. Who could he complain to? Therefore, Suleiman directly ended the chat and called up his panel. Tied for first place, he didn't know how much experience he had accumulated. He eagerly looked at his panel. To his surprise, his experience had actually accumulated to 100. 324. He could copy a new trait. Suleiman was excited and immediately rushed down from the observation platform to find Diana, who was resting outside. Diana, how are you? Are you tired? While speaking, Suleiman casually helped Diana massage her shoulders. Ding, detected characteristic demigod bloodline. Insufficient experience points. Unable to replicate. Unable to replicate? Suleiman felt like he had been splashed with a bucket of cold water. After accumulating 100,000 experience points, he still couldn't replicate Diana's demigod bloodline? This was simply too frustrating. He wasn't ready to give up and turned his gaze to Alice. Alice, let me help you massage your legs. Ding, detected characteristic virus enhancement rapid healing. Would you like to spend experience points to replicate? Virus enhancement, 100,000 experience points. Rapid healing, 100,000 experience points. He could replicate virus enhancement and rapid healing. Suleiman suppressed his excitement, pretended to give Alice a couple of leg massages, and quickly stepped aside. Which one should he replicate? He began weighing the pros and cons. Rapid healing could allow a person to ignore wasteland radiation and heal injuries quickly. But for Suleiman, who had no plans to leave the shelter, it wasn't very useful. Virus enhancement could improve an individual's overall strength, which would be more useful in facing danger. Replicate virus enhancement. Whoosh. In an instant, 100,000 experience points disappeared. Suleiman felt something enter his body. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain surged through him, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Manager. The closest Hinata rushed over and helped Suleiman up. I'm fine. Suleiman quickly waved his hand, signaling Hinata to continue resting. At that moment, he felt like a balloon being inflated, his skin stretched tight, as if it would burst at any moment. Simultaneously, Suleiman saw his attribute panel with all values rapidly increasing. Ding, congratulations. All attributes have broken 30, leveling up. In less than 2 seconds, he had directly leveled up. However, Suleiman didn't have time to celebrate. The sharp pain was still there, and the attribute increases continued. He heard a series of system prompts in his ear. Ding, congratulations. All attributes have broken 60, promoting to super. Ding, congratulations. All attributes have broken 100, promoting to quasi-level. Ding, congratulations. All attributes have broken 300, leveling up. 3 minutes later, Suleiman finally regained his composure and slowly stood up. Although the feeling just now was unbearable, he would still be willing to endure it if it happened again, because he was now like Alice, a level superhuman. Chapter 66. The third wave of beast tide. Suleiman opened his attribute panel. Suleiman, identity, shelter manager no. 2333. Level, experience points, 3,245. Strength, 599. Perception, 508. Endurance, 586. Charm, 500. Intelligence, 551. Agility, 531. Luck, 1. Traits, 1. Mind control. You have the ability to control others. Can control all living beings, but can only control 1 unit at a time. 2. Virus enhancement, strength, speed, and reflexes are highly enhanced. Note, if a single attribute breaks 600, you will enter the ranks of superhumans. Compared to before, all attributes had increased by dozens of times, except for luck. It seemed that the virus wouldn't enhance a person's luck, but Suleiman was still very happy. He noticed changes in his body. His skin felt firmer, and his energy was more abundant. Everything felt lighter, as if gravity had suddenly decreased. Suleiman was confident that in his current state, he could crush his former self with 1 punch. Those level and super mutant beasts in the beast tide were no match for him. Moreover, as long as his strength increased by 2 more points, he could promote to super. At that point, his individual strength would be even greater. Suleiman's confidence soared, and he felt he could fight in the third wave of the beast tide. In a great mood, he looked at the regional channel. There were noticeably fewer people speaking in the regional channel. He didn't know if they hadn't survived the beast tide or were preparing to face the third wave. In any case, there were very few speakers. Even when they did speak, it was mostly to seek supplies in the regional channel. Seeing this news, Suleiman's excitement cooled down. He suddenly realized that there weren't many strategic supplies left in his shelter. So, he looked at Alice and Black Widow, who were resting, and quickly asked, "How much ammunition and firearms do you have?" Alice shrugged, revealing a large knife she had picked up from somewhere, and said, "We already ran out of ammo, and all the guns are damaged. In the next wave of the beast tide, we'll have to fight hand to hand." Black Widow echoed, "Manager, we should stock up on more firearms and ammunition for emergencies." "Do you think I don't want to?" Solomon thought to himself. The 13 Wolf hunting rifles that were all the shelter had were bought from Lin Tian. As for the pipe rifles confiscated at the Clearpool camp, they had already been scrapped in the first wave of the beast tide. Since Lin Tian was unwilling to sell guns, they could only rely on themselves. Solomon gritted his teeth and said, "In the next wave of the beast tide, I will fight hand to hand with you." "No way." Alice, Diana, Black Widow, and Hinata immediately refused, fearing that Solomon might get hurt. Solomon smiled and casually picked up a kunai that Hinata had thrown on the ground. "What's wrong? I am now a level superhuman." When he broke through just now, he had made quite a commotion. However, since everyone was very tired, no one, except Hinata, had noticed. Solomon revealed his strength, immediately causing a stir. Alice even handed over the large knife in her hand to Solomon. "Manager, we can finally fight side by side." Solomon took the large knife from Alice and swung it around effortlessly. Although he had never used a knife before, it now felt incredibly easy, as if he had learned it instinctively. Solomon smiled and looked at everyone who had rested for a while. Although the rest time wasn't long, everyone still showed signs of fatigue on their faces. However, the third wave of the beast tide was about to come. He straightened his back and said, "Everyone, get ready. The beast tide is here." Roar! A chilling howl echoed across the wasteland. Immediately after, the ground trembled, as if thousands of troops were charging. However, the wasteland was pitch dark, and one couldn't see their hand in front of them. Solomon stepped forward to the front row, standing shoulder to shoulder with Alice and Diana. He calmed himself, and, using the faint light coming from the door behind him, saw pairs of eerie green eyes. There were mutated jackals, mutated bears, and countless mutant beasts charging towards the shelter. The mutant beasts were coming. Solomon was the first to strike, swinging his knife and chopping down a mutated wolf. Ding! Killed a super mutated wolf, gained 30 experience points. Following that, Alice and Diana fought on both sides, continuously battling the mutant beasts while also protecting Solomon's safety from the side. However, the wave of mutant beasts seemed endless, continuously rushing towards the shelter. When he was at the lookout tower, Solomon didn't feel the pressure. However, when facing the beast tide directly, he found it nearly impossible to withstand the relentless onslaught. If it weren't for the lightning triggered by Diana, they might have been completely overwhelmed by the beast tide. Solomon felt himself continuously retreating. He didn't know when he had already fallen back to 3 meters outside the shelter's main gate. "Manager." Alice casually cleaved a mutated beast and said, "Manager, you should retreat quickly. There are just too many mutated beasts, and we can't hold them off." "What?" Laimeng suddenly woke up. He was covered in blood, having already killed madly in the beast tide, and it was only when Alice pulled him that he suddenly reacted. At the entrance of the shelter, the beast tide had surrounded the place, leaving only a small spot the size of a palm. Hinata and Black Widow had already retreated to the hall, while Yuri and the Tool men were still guarding the main gate. Outside, it was just him, Alice, and Diana struggling to hold on. Diana advised, "Manager, the shelter's main gate has been reinforced, and it can withstand super mutated beasts. Let's retreat inside." Laimeng glanced at the beast tide rankings. He and Lin Tian were far ahead. However, the two were neck and neck, seemingly chasing each other, constantly swapping between first and second place. He gritted his teeth. Didn't that guy Lin Tian say he would hold back? Is this holding back? The reward for first place must be better than for second. Laimeng felt he could still push a bit more. Then he suddenly remembered that it was past 12 o'clock, and he could recruit new residents from the realms. As long as he could recruit a resident of a slightly higher level, they could rotate and push the beast tide out of the shelter. But recruitment was random. It wouldn't be that easy to recruit high-level characters. Laimeng gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. For the reward of first place, he would take the gamble. He quickly told Alice and Diana, "You hold on for a bit. I'm going to recruit more manpower. As long as someone can rotate in, we can keep going." Chapter 67. Good Luck Sister arrives. Laimeng, covered in blood, rushed to the broadcasting equipment of the realms. He didn't pause for a moment and immediately turned on the equipment. Whoosh! The next second, a beam of light descended from the sky, landing in front of the shelter's main gate. The light beam was bright, illuminating the surrounding environment. It was Laimeng's first time witnessing the entrance of a character from the realms, so he couldn't help but observe closely. In the light beam, he could vaguely see a curvy figure. A captain's hat, wavy hair, long leather pants, and her entire body was shining white. It was none other than the bounty hunter Miss Fortune Sarah from Bilgewater Bay. Sarah, level, extraordinary, happiness, 100, realm character, happiness permanently at 100. Loyalty, 100, realm character. Permanently loyal to the manager. From the League of Legends universe, Sarah is known for her beauty but is ruthless in her profession. She has shaped a formidable image in the strong criminal group of this port town. Trait 1, Fortune's favor. When Sarah attacks a new target, she deals extra damage. Trait 2, two birds with one stone. Sarah uses her firearm to shoot a bouncing shot at the enemy target, even if there are no bullets in the gun. Trait 3, striding meteor. Sarah's movement speed is slightly faster than it looks. Trait 4, bullet rain. Sarah fires hundreds of bullets into the air, which rain down on the target after 0.5 seconds, even if there are no bullets in the gun. Trait 5, barrage time. Sarah sweeps a powerful barrage in a cone-shaped area for 3 seconds, even if there are no bullets in the gun. It's that mysterious. Wow. Laimeng was overjoyed. He didn't expect to recruit Good Luck Sister. It's worth noting that Good Luck Sister's ultimate move is an area attack that can quickly clear out a large area of minions in front of her. Arriving in the wasteland world, isn't this the perfect weapon to deal with the beast tide? Laimeng quickly walked up to Sarah. At this moment, Good Luck Sister had just been summoned into the wasteland and, not understanding the situation, instinctively drew her twin pistols upon seeing the countless mutated beasts around her. Sarah! Laimeng shouted. I am Laimeng, the manager of Shelter 2333. I now permit you to join the shelter. Let's put introductions aside for now. I need you to unleash your ultimate move on the beast tide. Unleash my ultimate move? Good Luck's sister had an influx of memories and understood the situation before her. She quickly grasped it. No problem. Then, Good Luck's sister turned around, aiming her twin pistols at the endless beast tide. Alice, Diana, stand back. Laimeng quickly reminded them. The next second, flames erupted from the gun muzzles. Ahaha. A manic laughter came from Good Luck's sister. Following that, a series of projectiles shot out from the fire guns in her hands, forming a cone-shaped danger zone. Any mutated beast within that cone was instantly killed. There was no chance to hide. In an instant, a large area was cleared at the entrance of the shelter, and almost all the mutated beasts that charged and were annihilated in Good Luck's sister's barrage time. Laimeng looked at his rapidly rising experience points and couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. At that moment, he finally surpassed Lin Tian, reaching the top of the beast tide rankings. At the entrance of the shelter, upon hearing Laimeng's command, Alice and Diana instinctively began to retreat. They were amazed, their eyes wide, as they saw a series of projectiles shooting from Good Luck Sister's guns. The flames from the barrage illuminated the surroundings. Laimeng observed carefully, and at the entrance of the shelter, there were no mutated beasts left. The beast tide was over. Ding. Beast tide ended. Ranking rewards being calculated. The beast tide rankings appeared in the eyes of all managers in the area. The one in first place was Shelter 2333. The area channel instantly buzzed with discussion. What? The merchant actually surpassed Lin the Great to become first? I don't believe it. The merchant must have had some luck, or he couldn't have such strength. This is impossible. The merchant is unscrupulous. He can't be first. My God, the merchant actually came in first. Good thing I've always been buying things from him, silently supporting. Yes, without our behind-the-scenes contributions, the merchant wouldn't have been able to get first place. But to be fair, the merchant is really strong. The area channel was filled with discussions about the first place. Most were envious of Laimeng's first place, while a small portion offered blessings and flattery. Only a few scattered voices expressed hostility towards Laimeng, which he didn't pay attention to. After the beast tide ended, he collapsed directly onto the ground, exhausted. Phew, it's finally over. Yay, we won. Hinata jumped up excitedly, but immediately fell back down to the ground, feeling weak all over. Alice and Black Widow were even less concerned about their image and directly laid down on the ground. Diana was slightly more ladylike. She first brushed off the ground before sitting down. Looking at the many residents collapsed on the ground, Laimeng felt a sense of relief. If it weren't for recruiting Good Luck's sister at the last moment, they might really have had to retreat into the shelter to avoid the beast tide, let alone have a chance at first place. Thus, the more he looked at Good Luck's sister, the more he liked her, and he couldn't help but tease, Sarah. What do you have in your guns that can provide infinite ammo? Good Luck's sister smirked disdainfully, nothing but gunpowder. Hearing this, Laimeng almost burst out laughing. That was indeed a familiar line. Afterward, he had Good Luck's sister introduce herself to the residents lying around. After getting to know each other, she officially joined the shelter. Then, Laimeng asked Good Luck's sister to take 2 tool men with high radiation levels to start cleaning up the battlefield. After the beast tide, aside from Ahri, who was hiding underground, and Alice, who had rapid healing abilities, everyone else had accumulated radiation to varying degrees. Among them, Diana, with her demigod bloodline, has only 1%, which can be ignored. Black Widow, Yuri, and Hinata, on the other hand, are around 30% each. Hinata is the most ridiculous, already having a 52% radiation level. Laimeng checked the attribute panels one by one and felt overwhelmed. The beast tide has ended, but new troubles have arisen. If the radiation levels are not eliminated, the residents will remain in a state of loss. Just as he was worrying, a system notification came in. Ding! Beast Tide ranking reward settlement completed. Congratulations, you have ranked first in the Beast Tide and received 50 strength enhancers and 50 radiation removal agents. Chapter 68, 2 people level up. Wow! Laimeng was overjoyed. He was just considering where to obtain some radiation removal agents, and the system rewarded him with 50 directly. At that time, a single radiation removal agent was auctioned for a sky-high price of 120,000 wasteland coins. 50 radiation removal agents, worth at least 6 million. Gulp. Laimeng swallowed hard, feeling like he had hit the jackpot. Moreover, in addition to the 50 radiation removal agents, there were also 50 strength enhancers. Strength enhancer. Description: an injection that can enhance strength, permanently increasing the user's strength by 1. Note: the interval between 2 uses must not be less than 1 month. Otherwise, there is a risk of loss of control. After constructing the research facility for Strength Enhancer, it can be mass-produced. This is a potion that can directly increase the attributes of residents, as precious as the radiation removal agents. Back then, he was fortunate enough to obtain 2 endurance enhancers, allowing him and Ahri to level up to extraordinary beings. Now, getting 50 strength enhancers, how could he not be excited? First, solve the radiation problem. Laimeng looked at the bundles of radiation removal agents and strength enhancers in his hands, directly opened the packaging, and handed the radiation removal agents to Yuri, Hinata, and Black Widow. At the same time, he also took one for himself. After injecting a radiation removal agent, Laimeng's radiation level was reset to 0. He felt energized again, and all fatigue disappeared. At the same time, various negative states caused by radiation were all cleared. He then watched as Yuri and the others injected the radiation removal agents, resetting their radiation levels. Among them, Hinata used 2 radiation removal agents before completely clearing her radiation level. "I am sorry, Administrator," Hinata said, looking embarrassed and bowing repeatedly. Laimeng waved his hand, completely unconcerned. "It's just 120,000 wasteland coins. Why feel so pained?" After clearing the radiation levels, Laimeng noticed that Yuri and the others' mental states had also improved significantly. Although they still looked a bit tired, with a little rest, they would be fully revitalized. After the injections, Black Widow kept moving her body, exclaiming, "This stuff is really amazing. It can actually resist radiation." Laimeng finally calmed down from his earlier excitement and replied, "I have something even more amazing here. Would you like to give it a try?" Black Widow glanced at Laimeng, licking her lips with a light laugh. "If the Administrator doesn't mind, I'd be happy to give it a try." Laimeng, completely unaware, pulled out a strength enhancer and handed it to Black Widow. "Try this quickly. It's a treasure that can enhance your strength." "Is that all?" Black Widow scoffed coldly, taking the enhancer and turning to leave. "What is going on?" Laimeng felt confused. He didn't bother with Black Widow, but distributed the strength enhancers one by one. Good Luck's sister received a strength enhancer and curiously asked, "Administrator, what is this?" Laimeng pouted and said, "Something that can make you stronger. This is a strength enhancer that can permanently increase your strength by 1. "I see." Good Luck's sister, having the memories inserted by the system, understood what Laimeng meant. So, without hesitation, she injected it into herself. She felt that her strength had indeed increased a bit, but it was barely noticeable. Laimeng shrugged. Of course, it was barely noticeable, as it only enhanced strength by 1. As he spoke, he handed a strength enhancer to Hinata. After receiving it, Hinata did not ask questions and decisively injected it into her body. Soon after, Laimeng received a system notification. Ding! Shelter resident Hinata used the strength enhancer. Leveled up. I actually leveled up. Hinata exclaimed excitedly and began to bow repeatedly to Suleiman. As usual, Suleiman offered some words of encouragement and presented 3 requirements to Hinata. First, he requested that Hinata work diligently in her position and live up to the shelter's expectations. Second, he asked her to communicate more with her companions and integrate into the shelter's family. Third, he required Hinata to impart her knowledge to Yuri, nurturing a successor for ninjutsu in the shelter. After listening to Suleiman's speech, Hinata was deeply moved and vowed to do her utmost for the shelter, no matter the cost. Following this, Alice, who also received a strength enhancer, injected it as well. Ding. Shelter resident Alice used the strength enhancer, leveled up to super. Alice noticed a slight increase in her strength, though it was minimal. She nodded in satisfaction. Administrator, do you have any more enhancers? Give me a few more. Suleiman's eyelids twitched. Did she think these were wildflowers by the roadside, available in unlimited quantities? The number of strength enhancers is limited, and there's a 1-month adaptation period. They can only inject the second dose after a month. The other residents, including Ahri, received strength enhancers and injected them. However, no one else leveled up. As a result, Suleiman was left with only 42 strength enhancers. After everything was done, the group had rested long enough. Suleiman arranged for everyone to clean up the battlefield in the dark. He saw a message in the regional channel. There might be good things mixed in with the beast tide. Sure enough, moments later, Suleiman indeed found a blueprint. The blueprint was buried deep among the corpses of mutated beasts, and it was unclear from which mutated beast it came. But since Suleiman found it, it was his. Special facility, shelter ceiling light. Description: a street light embedded in the shelter's main entrance that can illuminate the ground in front of the shelter. Construction price: 20,000 wasteland coins. Construction requirements: none. Work population: none. It must be said, if he could have obtained this blueprint before the beast tide arrived, Suleiman would have certainly built the shelter ceiling light in advance. But now, the beast tide has passed, and the shelter temporarily has no need for nighttime lighting. Plus, considering the shelter's meager electricity supply, Suleiman decided to postpone the construction of the shelter ceiling light. He planned to visit the trading space first. With the beast tide over, the surviving administrators had picked up quite a few good items. This time period was just right for picking up bargains. When he opened the trading space, he indeed found a lot of good items inside. There were blueprints for the power distribution room he had used before, blueprints for 3 rooms and 2 halls, powerful large-caliber ammunition, and a large number of mutated beast corpses for sale. There were even some things Suleiman had never seen before, like blueprints for 4 rooms and 2 halls. A 4-room 2 hall is a great thing. Suleiman rubbed his hands together. Chapter 69, a qualified warehouse. Compared to the 3-room 2 hall, the 4-room 2 hall can accommodate 1 more person, making it more cost-effective. Suleiman immediately took action, spending 60,000 wasteland coins to buy both the 4-room 2 hall blueprint and the 3-room 2 hall blueprint. After all, he had promised Yuri that he would get him a bed to sleep in. Moreover, the new resident of the shelter, Sister Luxera, also needs a restroom. Therefore, Suleiman directly bought both blueprints. Living facilities: 4 rooms and 2 halls. Description: a simple suite with 4 rooms, 2 halls, and 2 bathrooms. Construction price: 10,000 waste coins. Construction requirements: 1 empty room. Accommodation capacity: 18 people. 4 rooms can accommodate 8 people. Suleiman's eyes sparkled. Although a 100 square meter 4-room, 2-hall suite would definitely be cramped, he wouldn't have to worry about bed space in the shelter for a long time. After buying what he was satisfied with, he entered the regional channel. The regional channel was much livelier compared to during the beast tide, with many managers discussing how brave they were when facing the beast tide. Suleiman smiled, not bothering to expose these guys. Manager, we have a problem. Just as Suleiman was immersed in the amusing comments of the internet users, Alice walked over. What's the matter? Are the mutated beasts coming again? He quickly asked, fearing that Alice had detected the trace of the 4th wave of mutated beasts. However, it was dark, and visibility was 0 in the wasteland. Even if there were mutated beasts, they couldn't be detected. Alice frowned tightly and said seriously, outside the shelter, the corpses of mutated beasts are piled up like mountains, and they are impossible to clear. However, when dawn breaks, the temperature in the wasteland will rise sharply. At that time, it is likely to breed bacteria and plagues. Moreover, the sheer number of mutated beast corpses has blocked the residents' access to and from the shelter, which will severely affect their daily travel. Alice spoke very tactfully, but Suleiman still sensed the seriousness of the situation. Although the nights in the wasteland were exceptionally cold, he wouldn't be able to withstand it before leveling up. However, the days in the wasteland were extremely hot. If the corpses of the mutated beasts outside the gate were left unattended, it would spell disaster for the shelter. Yet, with the corpses piled up outside the gate, there were thousands, and relying solely on the residents of the shelter, without any tools, it would be impossible to quickly dispose of the corpses in one night. What to do? This was the first major problem the shelter faced after the beast tide. Suddenly, Suleiman had a flash of inspiration. When he unlocked the underground room before, he often put the killed mutated beasts on the trading space. The act of putting them up for sale did not consume any waste coins. As long as the items were touched, they could be put on the trading space. It could serve as a trash bin, and if someone bought them, he could even make a little profit. If he could put all the mutated beast corpses outside the shelter on the trading space, wouldn't that perfectly solve the problem? Moreover, if any managers were willing to buy them, he could recycle them and earn another profit. Thinking of this, Suleiman immediately got to work. He approached the pile of corpses, set the price, and began to put the mutated beast corpses on the trading space one by one. Swish, swish, swish. Every time Suleiman touched one, a mutated beast corpse disappeared. "Manager, what are you doing?" Diana, seeing Suleiman's actions, curiously asked as she approached. Dealing with corpses, Suleiman replied briefly, while addressing the residents. "Everyone has been tired all night. Go back and rest. I'll be back after I finish dealing with the corpses." "Okay, manager." The residents began to leave one by one towards the hall. At this moment, Suleiman said, "Yuri, take both tool men back." Yuri bowed and reminded, "Manager, the tool men have exceeded their radiation limit and are already dead." Suleiman awkwardly laughed and resumed his hard work. In no time, a small area outside the shelter had been cleared, and the trading space was filled with rows of mutated beast corpses. Immediately, the regional channel erupted with complaints. "What the hell is this shady merchant doing? The entrance is piled high with meat. Who would buy it? Why put up so many? This shady merchant is treating the trading space like a garbage dump. What does the upstairs mean? Everyone think about it. A few hours after the sun comes up, the wasteland will heat up to 40 or 50 degrees, even over 60 degrees. By then, the mutated beast corpses outside will definitely stink. This shady merchant is using the trading space as a trash can to clear the corpses at the entrance. I can't believe it. This shady merchant is even capable of doing this. Shady merchant, stop it. There are too many corpses listed. I don't even know where the things I want are. Shady merchant, you are disturbing the market order. I want to report you." "Damn it, the shady merchant is still listing. Is the trading space your warehouse? Enough is enough." Amidst the curses, Suleiman's actions prompted many managers to follow suit. Because aside from listing, they found no other suitable means of disposal. Overnight, countless mutated beast corpses were listed in the trading space. Managers who normally wanted to purchase supplies had to flip through tens of thousands of pages to see other products. 3 hours later, the sky was already getting brighter. Suleiman had cleared all the corpses outside the shelter. Phew, finally feels refreshing. Taking advantage of the weak sunlight, he scanned the surroundings. Aside from some blood and fur, there were no large chunks of mutated beast corpses left on the ground. After cleaning up the entrance, Suleiman was in a great mood. He noticed that many people were calling for him in the regional channel. So he had a clever idea to make another profit and end this topic. 3 minutes later, he put up one blueprint for the truthful second set for auction and one for the storage room. At the same time, Suleiman revealed the attributes of the two blueprints. Compared to the living use truthful second set, the storage room had special functions. Storage facility, storage room, description, an empty room with no planning, used for storing miscellaneous items. Unlike unconstructed rooms, the storage room can be locked and restrict residents' access. Construction price, 1,000 waste coins. Construction requirements, 1 empty room. Working population, none. The storage room can be locked and restrict residents' access. This is simply amazing. Sure enough, as soon as the blueprints were released, the discussions attacking Suleiman were immediately silenced, and the managers had a new topic, the thieving residents. Yes, it's the thieves. I really want the storage room. Residents in the shelter always steal things, and the problem is they still deny it when I catch them. If there is a room that can restrict residents' access, it would completely solve the problem. Yes. I don't want to pile everything in the master bedroom anymore. There's barely any space to step in. Don't even mention it upstairs. To prevent residents from stealing meat, I piled all the mutated beast meat into my room. And the smell, is unbearable. Damn, I'm worse off. I recruited a thief yesterday who stole 3 of my guns and defected. Damn it, I got robbed too. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm left with only my underwear. Don't mention it, my underwear was also stolen. Enough, I must get the storage room. Bow down to the shady merchant. Bow down to the shady merchant. Bow down. Bow down, please. Seeing the manager's comments, Suleiman knew that the storage room would definitely have a market. However, his residents were 100 loyal and would not steal or defect. Therefore, the storage room had no use for Suleiman at all. As for the truthful second set, he felt that having only 2 rooms, which could accommodate only 2 people, for 50,000 waste coins was clearly unreasonable. When did the gasoline in the tank become a passenger, needing such an expensive room to stay? You know, a 3-room suite only costs 5,000 wasteland coins. A 4-room suite is only 10,000 wasteland coins. A luxury like a 2-room suite shouldn't have appeared at the beginning of the shelter construction. Except for the presidential suite, Doge emoji for safety. Suleiman put the storage room and the 2-room suite up for auction, and there were many bidders. In the end, the storage room sold for 50,000 wasteland coins, and the 2-room suite sold for 20,000 wasteland coins. Satisfied with the auction proceeds, Suleiman returned to the shelter's lobby. This was the first time he had stayed outside the shelter for so long. If it weren't for the beast tide, he probably would have retreated to the presidential suite long ago. In the lobby, Suleiman looked at a pile of white on the ground, somewhat surprised. What is this? A blanket? As he walked closer, he realized it was Yuri lying on the floor of the lobby, covered with the blanket given by Hinata. Yuri, what are you doing in the lobby? Yuri replied, I'm resting. Suleiman suddenly recalled that he had indeed let Yuri sleep in the lobby for 2 nights. Yuri not only had no complaints but seemed to enjoy it, which was quite touching. With such residents in the shelter, how could it not develop? At that moment, Yuri's great image stood in stark contrast to the petty residents under other managers. Suleiman was deeply moved and promised, Yuri, tonight I'll get you a room. Although Yuri had no emotions, hearing that he would have a bed to sleep in made him very excited. He immediately crawled out of the blanket and bowed to Suleiman. Suleiman waved his hand and said, Let us go, we're going to choose a room. He took Yuri down to the first underground level. At that moment, Lady Luck, who also had no room, was being entertained by Diana and others, resting on the sofa in a 3-room, 2-hall suite. Lady Luck had just entered the shelter and didn't participate in the prolonged battle, so she was quite energetic and felt bored sitting on the sofa. Hearing someone passing by outside, she immediately asked, Manager, where are you going? Suleiman suddenly remembered that Lady Luck and Black Widow also didn't have a room. So he said, I plan to build 2 more living facilities, come with me to choose a room. Choosing a room? Lady Luck's eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up. I'm coming, Manager. Black Widow, not to be outdone, said, I'm coming too. Wait. Suleiman suddenly remembered that if he redistributed the rooms without calling Ollie, Diana, and Alice, it would definitely cause conflicts. So he quickly said, Sarah, go call Diana and the others over. Yuri, you go get Ollie. Suleiman brought all the shelter residents to the location of room 8, spending a large sum to build a 3-room, 2-hall suite. Then, he also built a 3-room, 2-hall suite in room 7. Once the 2 rooms were completed, Suleiman suddenly saw a miniature map of the shelter appear in his view, almost like a version of Fallout Shelter. He discovered that he could move the constructed rooms to any unlocked rooms. Moreover, each move only cost 500 wasteland coins, which was incredibly cost-effective. This was simply a blessing for the clumsy. Suleiman had been considering what rooms should be built on each level of the shelter. With the moving function, the margin for error increased significantly. As long as he paid some wasteland coins, he could rearrange the shelter. Thus, he unhesitatingly moved all the living facilities to the positions of rooms 6, 7, 8, and 9 on the underground 3rd level. This way, all the living facilities of the shelter were grouped together. Currently, the shelter had 2 3-room, 2-hall suites and 1 4-room, 2-hall suite, each with an area of 100 square meters. Therefore, the 4-room, 2-hall suite was slightly smaller. Suleiman began to allocate the rooms. Room 6, a 3-room, 2-hall suite, was on the far left, planned for male residents. The master bedroom was naturally assigned to Yuri. Upon hearing this news, Yuri was extremely shocked and repeatedly bowed to Suleiman. The other rooms in room 6, a 3-room, 2-hall suite, were temporarily vacant, reserved for future male residents. Although room 7, a 3-room, 2-hall suite, was newly built, Suleiman assigned it to Alice, Diana, and Hinata according to the original specifications. The three immediately rushed in and collapsed onto the beds, completely exhausted. Finally, the four-room. Two-hall suite in room 8 was assigned to Ahri, Black Widow, and Lady Luck, leaving one room vacant for a future resident. The master bedroom was given to Ahri. Ahri cheered, feeling like she was about to rise up. But little did she know, just as she was about to rush into the master bedroom, Suleiman grabbed her pointed ears. Slap. Suleiman gave Ahri's bottom a hard smack, and the bounce of her flesh instantly calmed his anger as he said, Ahri, go back to work in the power room. No slacking off. Ahri, woo, why are you bullying me again? The secondary bedroom was assigned to Black Widow, and the children's room was given to Lady Luck. As for the smallest guest room, it remained vacant. Thus, all the residents had been allocated rooms. Finally, no one in the shelter had to sleep on the floor or the sofa. Except for Lady Luck, everyone else returned to their rooms and fell asleep. Only Lady Luck was still running around in her room. Lady Luck had never seen such a modern room and found everything novel. At first, when she was in the three-room, two-hall suite with Diana and the others, she didn't act rashly due to unfamiliarity. Now that she had her own room, she immediately began to appreciate everything. Wow, manager, this bed can easily fit 2 people. Suleiman chuckled. Don't worry, no one is coming to sleep with you. This room belongs to you alone. Chapter 71. Oh no, the shelter has lost power. All the residents were resting. However, as the shelter manager, Suleiman did not rest. He was busy assessing the shelter's production capacity. Currently, the shelter consumed 102 electricity per hour. However, the power room's basic output was only 50 electricity. Even if 2 extraordinary individuals were assigned, the output would only be 100 electricity, which wouldn't meet even a day as consumption if they worked 24 hours straight. Did it mean that the food processing point and the water treatment point had to stop working? For a while, Suleiman couldn't find a better solution and could only continue to take stock of the shelter's canned goods. After a few days of production, combined with the existing stock, the shelter had stored over 100 cans. Nowadays, they could produce 96 cans a day, consuming only 34, allowing them to save 62 cans daily. Suleiman once had a record of selling 50 cans for 100,000 wasteland coins. But overall, the market price for a can was between 1,000 to 1,002. Therefore, just from canned goods, the shelter's daily output value was around 60 to 70,000 wasteland coins. Regarding tap water, the shelter currently consumed 1.6 tons a day, with a production of 2 tons daily, allowing for a significant surplus. Unfortunately, long-term consumption of tap water would accumulate radiation levels, and besides 10 barrels, the shelter had no extra containers. The excess tap water could only be stored in the water treatment point's pool. Based on the current situation, the shelter's development had already entered a stable phase. As long as they could resolve the electricity crisis, they could achieve self-sufficiency in food and water. With this in mind, Suleiman lay down on the bed in the presidential suite and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, the sun was high in the sky, but the presidential suite was completely dark. What is going on? Suleiman was puzzled. He had clearly slept with the lights on. He reached out and repeatedly pressed the switch. However, there was still no light, and he realized that the shelter was out of power. This is bad. He suddenly realized that even if the food processing point and the water treatment point had not started working, the shelter consumed 62 units of electricity every hour. The limited power storage in the distribution room would not last long. So, Suleiman got up in the dark and entered the 4-room, 2-hall shelter, waking Ahri, who was sleeping in the master bedroom. What is it, ASU? Can't you let me sleep a bit longer? Ahri mumbled, wrapping his legs around Suleiman. Suleiman gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, Ahri, weren't you supposed to store enough electricity? Why is the shelter out of power after just a few hours? Ahri suddenly woke up, looking panicked. Soon, the sound of Suleiman scolding Ahri filled the room. No, please, no. After a round of scolding, Suleiman dragged Ahri to the distribution room and urged him to generate power. The shelter regained its light. At this time, it was already noon, and other residents had also gotten up and started eating on their own. However, Suleiman was unusually worried. The shelter's power supply was insufficient, and Ahri was a sly guy who wouldn't work seriously without supervision. If this continued, the food processing point and water treatment point would have to stop production, leading to severe losses. He absolutely would not allow that. What to do? He had to ensure that the shelter had enough power supply. Suleiman planned to go to the trading space to buy a blueprint for the distribution room and build another one. Suddenly, He remembered that there were 2 blueprints for the distribution room on Scarface Chin-E, who was 500 meters away in the cave camp. Goodness, that would be easy to obtain. He immediately called all the residents to the distribution room and started arranging today's work. Ollie, you need to guarantee a reserve of 200 power for me today. Huh, Ollie cried out. The distribution room's power generation efficiency was 52 units per hour, and combined with the solar panels on the hall ceiling, the shelter's power supply was 62 units per hour. However, the shelter's consumption was also 62 units. It was impossible for him to store 200 units of power, unless he had someone else to work with him. Ollie argued confidently. Oh really? Suleiman was both angry and amused. When it's time to work, you don't work properly, but when it comes to figuring out how to get out of it, your math is suddenly good? Ollie blushed and said, but I also want to see what's outside the shelter. You? Suleiman looked Ollie up and down. Ollie, the temperature outside the shelter is around 40 to 50 degrees, and sometimes it even reaches 60 degrees. It can tan you in minutes, and you still want to go? I want to go. I'm not afraid of getting tanned. Ollie mustered her courage, but her voice got smaller as she spoke. Suleiman stepped forward. Outside the shelter, mutated beasts are rampant. You can't handle even one of them. How are you going to go out? I can go with you. Ollie argued confidently, hands on her hips, showing off her slim waist. Suleiman was both amused and annoyed by Ollie's defiance, and shook his head. I think you just want to slack off. Ollie was left speechless, suddenly quiet. Suleiman snorted coldly and continued with the arrangements. Diana and Alice. You two are responsible for unlocking levels 4 and 5 of the underground today. Half a day is enough. Yes, manager. The two responded and turned to walk towards the shelter's elevator. Suleiman had his reasons for leaving them in the shelter. The cave camp was only 500 meters away from the shelter. He planned to take the other residents there to broaden their horizons. Therefore, he could only leave Diana and Alice to hold down the fort in the shelter. Then Suleiman said, Natasha, Sarah, Hinata, you 3 follow me to the cave camp and take a look outside the shelter. The 3 nodded. Ollie interjected. I want to go too. Suleiman ignored Ollie and looked at Yuri. Yuri, you rest today. I'll control your body. Yes, he planned to control Yuri's body to go outside the shelter. As for himself, he would naturally lie comfortably on the sofa in the presidential suite. As the manager of the shelter, did he really have to go out himself? After the assignments were made, Suleiman used mind control to enter Yuri's body. Currently, Yuri's physical data was normal, his level was only basic, and his radiation value was cleared. Suleiman was confident and had Hinata and Black Widow push the cart filled with canned goods produced by the shelter. Everything was ready. The group arrived at the entrance hall, and Suleiman waved his hand and pressed the door switch. Beep, beep, beep. The door opened quickly amid the alarm. Suleiman declared boldly, let us go. Chapter 72 Ninjutsu. Sunlight streamed in from outside the door. Without the protection of a shield, high temperatures and radiation immediately invaded the shelter. Suleiman, controlling Yuri, stood at the front. Yuri only had basic strength. Facing the high temperatures and radiation of the wasteland, he inevitably felt overwhelmed, and sweat began to pour down. Manager, put on the wasteland suit. Hinata thoughtfully handed her wasteland suit to Suleiman. Suleiman, controlling Yuri, shook his head. You wear it. I can handle it. The shelter only had 2 wasteland suits, which he gave to the lower-level Black Widow and Hinata. The Yuri he controlled and lucky sister Sarah could only wear their own clothes. Therefore, under the onslaught of high temperatures and radiation, Suleiman immediately felt his head getting hot. This was his first direct encounter with the radiation of the wasteland. Lucky sister Sarah had a higher level, so it was much easier for her compared to Suleiman. However, since Suleiman was simultaneously controlling 2 bodies, with his main body comfortably lying in the presidential suite, he felt a bit better overall. He led the way outside. But after taking only a few steps, he saw a huge mutated wild boar outside the door, licking the blood left from last night. Manager, be careful. Black Widow reacted the fastest, stepping in front of Suleiman. Lucky sister Sarah pulled out dual guns, intending to take down the mutated wild boar in one shot. Wait. Suleiman quickly stopped them and looked at Hinata, who was on alert with a shuriken, saying, Hinata, this mutated wild boar is up to you. The reason he let Hinata take action was that he wanted to observe her combat style closely and give her a chance to perform better. Last night, when facing the beast tide, although Hinata was trying hard, she was working silently without drawing much attention. Now, Suleiman's sudden order left Hinata flustered. Aye. She stammered, her face turning red. Suleiman shook his head. Hinata was great in many ways, but her personality needed to be trained. He watched as Hinata, feeling anxious, slowly approached the mutated wild boar and gently threw the shuriken in her hand. Sigh. Suleiman sighed. Hinata, hurry up. Oh, okay. Under the gaze of the three, Hinata felt her whole body tingle, almost on the verge of tears. After exchanging a few moves with the mutated wild boar, she was about to take it down. At that moment, Suleiman suddenly shouted, wait. He planned to personally kill the mutated wild boar that Hinata had subdued to see if the experience points gained had changed. After all, he could gain 30 experience points for personally killing a mutated beast. If a resident killed a mutated beast, he could only gain 1 experience point. If he let the residents beat the mutated beast down to its last breath and then took action, wouldn't he be able to efficiently farm experience points? A sudden thought made Suleiman extremely excited, and he couldn't help but shout out loud. However, his loud shout caused Hinata to shiver all over and turn her head anxiously. I. Hinata instinctively thought that Suleiman was complaining about her slow movements. Realizing that he had caused Hinata to misunderstand, Suleiman quickly waved his hand and said, Hinata, you're doing well. I'll take care of the rest. As he spoke, he walked closer to Hinata, using the damaged wolf-hunting rifle to smash down the mutated wild boar directly. In the next moment, Suleiman was stunned. It seemed he had just thrown the rifle as if it were a shuriken. Ding! You have killed a mutated wild boar and gained 1 experience point. Suleiman pouted. He could earn 30 experience points for killing a mutated beast himself. If he killed it after Hinata had beaten it half to death, he would only get 1 experience point. It seemed that exploiting the system wasn't that easy after all. However, his earlier action led him to discover something even more amazing. Hinata taught Yuri ninjutsu, and it seemed that Yuri had learned it. Moreover, while controlling Yuri's body, he could also use these ninjutsu. Substitution technique, Suleiman thought, and immediately swapped places with the rifle stuck in the wild boar. He was so surprised that he couldn't speak. And only then did he notice a new entry in Yuri's characteristics section, exactly the same as Hinata's entry. Jinin. Gulp. Suleiman swallowed hard and quickly manipulated his own body into shelter, using the experience from just performing the substitution technique to start experimenting wildly. However, due to the lack of chakra, Suleiman's substitution technique was just a form without any substance. But he was not discouraged at all. First, he would start with chakra extraction. With the relevant memories, learning would be much easier. Originally, he didn't know how to use chakra or how to form seals for the substitution technique. But none of that mattered, because when he was manipulating Yuri, all of this had naturally imprinted in his mind. Therefore, he could smoothly transfer it to his own body through his memories. First, he would try to extract chakra and then attempt the substitution technique. This was essentially free. Suleiman's body was hiding in the presidential suite, continuously trying. Meanwhile, Yuri, who was being controlled, was not idle either. He led Hinata and the others to the cave camp in just 10 minutes. Upon seeing that the camp's entrance was still blocked by a giant rock, Suleiman felt completely at ease. Fortunately, the mutated beasts couldn't break through the giant stone, and there was no way to get to the laborers and warriors inside the cave. In a good mood, he commanded, Sarah, push this stone aside. Behind it, there's a small camp where some friends live. Friends? Luck's sister crossed her arms and said, Manager, where did you get so many friends? They're not really friends, right? Black Widow interjected. I heard from Diana that the people living in the cave camp are all wanderers rescued by the manager, with nowhere to return. Luck's sister chuckled, placing her hand on the giant rock. I didn't expect our manager to have such a kind heart. She joked, and then lightly pushed the giant rock. However, the rock didn't budge at all. Feeling embarrassed, Luck's sister took it seriously, placing both hands against the rock and pushing with all her might. Yet, the giant stone still remained unmoved. Suleiman originally thought Luck's sister was a high-level extraordinary being who could easily push the giant rock. But unexpectedly, the rock was so heavy. He quickly called out, and everyone placed their hands on the rock and exerted force together. Boom! The giant rock trembled, revealing a small gap. Success! Just as Suleiman was feeling happy, a gun barrel suddenly extended from the gap, aiming at his head. Chapter 73, Re-entering the camp. Who? Feeling the cold gun barrel pressed against his head, Suleiman suddenly reacted. He quickly grabbed the gun barrel, and before the other party could react, he swiftly pulled the barrel away and aimed it at the ground. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Suleiman felt the gun barrel in his hand become scalding hot. However, he didn't dare to let go. Once he did, the gun would be aimed at him again. Now, he was controlling Yuri's body, not his own high-level body. so he couldn't just ignore the gun. At that moment, more gun barrels extended from the gap, aiming at Suleiman and the others behind him. His eyelids twitched, and he quickly shouted, "Stop! It's me, I'm Suleiman." Humph. Someone in the cave sneered. "If you want to impersonate someone, at least find someone who looks somewhat similar. You two look completely different." Upon hearing this, Suleiman quickly reacted and urged the others behind him to take cover. He also hurriedly hid to the side of the gap, out of the line of sight of the people in the cave. Seeing that the situation was not right, everyone quickly found places to hide, even abandoning the handcart filled with canned goods. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, startling the birds in the forest. Suleiman realized that he looked like Yuri now. The last time he entered the camp and interacted with the soldiers, he used the image of Feng Dao. With two different appearances, naturally, no one would trust him. So, he quickly said, "Scarred Chun, Li Erjin, stop shooting. I really am Suleiman." A voice came from behind the door, sounding incredulous. "Are you really Dago?" Dahu Suleiman remained silent, and said, "Yes, I am Feng Dao. I also know that you moved from the Qingtan camp, and the other soldiers moved from Hushin Island." Upon hearing this, the people in the cave basically believed him. Someone hurriedly squeezed through the gap and came before Suleiman. "Dago, is it really you?" The person was the thin and small Li Erjin, who, upon seeing Suleiman controlling Yuri, asked eagerly, "Dago, where's your hair? Why don't you have any hair?" Seeing Li Erjin more excited than the other extraordinary soldiers and being the first to run out to see him, Suleiman felt warm inside and decided not to pursue Li Erjin's mistake in remembering his name. He held back his anger and said, "All right, Li Erjin, weren't you the one who shot at me just now?" "No." Li Erjin quickly shook his head. "Brother Chun and the others are here. That shot wasn't fired by me." At that moment, Scarred Chun and the others also squeezed out from the gap, and upon seeing Suleiman's bald head and goat beard, they hesitantly asked, "Are you really the manager of Shelter 2333, Suleiman?" Suleiman nodded and said, "That's right. I also brought some supplies for you." "Supplies?" Seeing the cart full of canned goods behind Suleiman, Scarred Chen's eyes widened. During these days, the people in the cave camp had not worried about food because of the muscle beef brought in, but eating the fiery beef every day was not sustainable. Scarred Chen was already suffering from severe heat, and not to mention blood in his stool, he was even urinating blood. Seeing the large number of canned goods brought by Suleiman, he couldn't help but swallow. It's important to note that although these cans were synthetic products, the cans in the wasteland had been modified for single soldier rations. Not only were they tasty, but also nutritious. Just as Scarred Chen was about to speak, a soldier inside the gap blurted out, "These cans wouldn't be poisoned, would they?" Slap. Scarred Chen squeezed back into the gap and gave the soldier a hard knock on the head. "What nonsense are you talking about?" the soldier exclaimed, holding his head. Looking very aggrieved, Scarred Chen turned around, squeezed out of the cave again, and smiled apologetically at Suleiman. "Sorry, it's my poor management. My subordinates just love to talk nonsense. We didn't mean to fire just now. It was really because of the mutant beast wave last night." As he spoke, Scarface Chen's face showed signs of fear. Suleiman waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's fine. Quickly clear the area so we can lift the boulder and transport the supplies in." "Good." Scarface Chun was extremely excited. Since entering the cave camp, Chun-Yi had subtly become the camp's manager. However, the laborers in the camp were not like soldiers. There were all sorts of people who would steal and grab. Moreover, apart from tons of muscle and beef, various supplies in the camp were very scarce. Not to mention the water source and radiation issues. Many people in the camp were already on the brink of death, and some had even lost their lives. This left Chun-Yi overwhelmed. Now that they finally had a bit of supplies, Chun-Yi was naturally very excited. With everyone working together, they finally pushed the huge stone aside, revealing a passage wide enough for a handcart to pass through. Suleiman personally pushed the handcart into the cave. Immediately, he was hit by an indescribable sour and foul smell. It was like entering a prison, with the air filled with the stench of humanity. Sweat, the smell of corpses, and filth mixed together, causing Suleiman's nasal passages to hurt and his head to swell. He quickly held his breath. Not just Suleiman, behind him, the residents of the shelter reacted the same way. Sister Good Luck, Sarah, rolled her eyes and nearly fainted. What kind of poisonous gas is this? Black Widow quickly covered her mouth with her hand, instinctively bending over to gag. Hinata reacted the least because, no matter how foul it was, she wouldn't display any disrespectful behavior in public. The reactions of everyone made Scarface Chun quite embarrassed. He quickly laughed and tried to cover it up, saying, "The cave is not well ventilated, and we can only rely on the sunlight leaking through the gaps for lighting, so the smell might not be pleasant." As Chunyi spoke, he scratched his head, nearly rubbing it bald. Suleiman held his breath and asked, "How are the laborers doing? I smell a stench of corpses." Upon hearing this, Chunyi's face immediately fell. "It's not looking good. We only have 30 people left now." Suleiman's eyelids twitched. "What happened? I remember there were nearly 40 laborers who were moved here, plus your 9. It shouldn't be just this few people, right? Could it be?" Combining the corpse smell he detected, Suleiman realized that many people must have died in the cave camp. Sure enough, Chun-Yi said, "The cave lacks sufficient drinking water. We can only rely on the intermittently flowing underground river for water, and we only dare to use it for drinking. Therefore, everyone's hygiene situation is very poor. Plus, the radiation that is everywhere in the wasteland. Over 10 people have already died in the camp." Chapter 74, Water Purification Device. Suleiman fell silent. Although the radiation in the cave is minimal, the survivors had traveled a long way, and due to previous accumulations, many already had radiation levels of 80 to 90%. Just one step away from death. He wanted to do something to change the situation, but the shelter was not wealthy either. To support such a large population, even if they drained their entire savings, it would not be enough. After all, the shelter could only produce 96 cans and 2 tons of drinking water each day. Considering what they used for themselves and what they sold, Suleiman felt pain just bringing 50 cans to the camp. If they added dozens of half-dead mouths, it wouldn't take a day for the shelter to be emptied out of food and water. "What are you planning to do?" he asked Scarface Chun. "I don't know." Scarface Chun shook his head and continued, "Now that the beast wave is over, I plan to take the soldiers out to sea. No matter what, we have to try to save as many as we can. Even if they are about to die, they should at least die full or die from poisoning from the water." Hearing Scarface Chen's words, Suleiman was deeply shocked. He had moved the survivors here intending for them to be a backup population for the shelter, but unexpectedly, Scarface Chun was even more concerned than he was. "So," he asked, "are you planning to take these survivors and join the shelter? You want to recruit us?" As soon as he spoke, Scarface Chun turned sharply. "Don't say such things again. I am a person from Freedom City in life and a ghost from Freedom City in death. I cannot join another shelter. These survivors chose us, so they naturally chose Freedom City, and they won't join. Of course, if anyone strongly wishes to join your shelter, I won't oppose it, after all. We are friendly neighbors." Suleiman never expected Scarface Chun to be such a stubborn person. On the side of the bed, how can one allow others to snore? Right now, the shelter and the cave camp were like the relationship between an older brother and a younger brother, with a very clear power contrast. But if the younger brother wants to act up, he would definitely strike first. As for now, the Shandong camp still had great value, so it was best to keep it. For a moment, the atmosphere became heavy. Following the narrow cave deeper, the space grew larger and larger, until they turned a corner. Li Yijing, who was leading the way, shouted, "Big Tiger Brother, we have arrived." Suleiman turned the corner, and his vision suddenly opened up. What appeared before him was a huge cavern. The cave was half the size of a football field and over 10 meters high, looking very spacious. However, at this moment, the scene inside the cave was not good. The survivors were sprawled out on the smooth ground, sitting or lying down in disarray. They had food and drink, but nothing to do, so they could only sit there in silence, lost in thought. On the right side of the cave, there were 2 depressions. One was transformed into a temporary toilet, and the other became a pit for corpses. These 2 depressions were the reason for the mixed odors throughout the camp. Now that the boulder outside the cave had been moved, light entered the cave, and the air circulated more. The smell was slowly dissipating. The temperature inside the cave was cool, and many people turned to look at Suleiman with curiosity upon hearing the noise. Suleiman did not say much and went straight to the point. "Scarface Chun, I came this time, on one hand, to bring you supplies, and on the other hand, I want the blueprints for the power distribution room in your hands. My shelter is seriously lacking power." "Is that all?" Scarface Chun looked incredulous and said, "I thought you were here to recruit my manpower." Suleiman smiled and said, "That's it. Just tell me if you are willing to give it." After saying that, he directly placed a cart full of cans and the mutant wild boar they killed on the way in front of Scarface Chun. Of course, how could I not give it? Scarface Chun quickly stepped forward, hid the handcart behind him, and immediately handed 2 blueprints for the power distribution room to Suleiman. Suleiman did not expect things to be so simple. He immediately looked disappointed and said, "Give me back the handcart. That's the only one in my shelter." With the blueprints in hand, Suleiman rested with the residents in the cave, waiting for Scarface Chun to unload the goods. He originally thought the waiting process would be boring. However, unexpectedly, there was a major discovery in the shelter. Alice and Diana had already unlocked the 4th and 5th underground levels. Not only did they find 5 doses of radiation-reducing medicine, 10 healing needles, and 20,000 wasteland coins, but they also discovered a blueprint that had never appeared in the shelter before. Water supply facility water purification point. Description: a room that produces purified water, generating 20 liters of purified water daily, with a storage capacity of 5,000 liters. The purified water is directly drinkable, harmless, and has no side effects. Construction price: 100,000 wasteland coins. Construction requirements: 1 empty room, water purification device. Working population: 12 people. What a great thing. Suleiman was excited. Now there's no need to fear that Ali will drink radioactive water and keep increasing the radiation levels. But what is a water purification device? The blueprint revealed something that Laimeng had never seen before, leaving her puzzled. At this moment, Li Erjin leaned over and asked, "Big Tiger Brother, are you really Big Tiger Brother?" Laimeng, suddenly interrupted, held back her anger and corrected him. "My name is Laimeng. Feng Dahu is just a puppet." "Puppet? What is that?" Li Erjin scratched his neck curiously. Laimeng replied, "Forget it, just call me Big Tiger Brother. Do you have something to say?" Considering that Li Erjin was the first to squeeze out of the cave to welcome him, he decided not to pursue Li Erjin's mistake any further. Li Erjin shamelessly said, "Big Tiger Brother, do you have water to drink? I'm dying of thirst." Laimeng waved his hand. "No, I don't have a container, so how can I carry water? Generally, I wait until I return to the shelter and then immediately drink to relieve my thirst. The other residents of the shelter are the same. They can only drink water after returning to the shelter." Sigh, Li Erjin sighed, frustrated. "If I had known, I would have taken the water purification device from the Clearpool camp." "Wait." Laimeng was suddenly shocked by this statement and grabbed Li Erjin's arm. "What did you just say?" Li Erjin shivered and stammered. Is there water to drink? I'm thirsty." Laimeng's left eye twitched, and he said, "Did you just say that the Clearpool camp has a water purification device?" Seeing Laimeng's fierce expression, Li Erjin nodded repeatedly. Yes. I wanted to take it with me, but I couldn't carry it." A strange smile appeared on Laimeng's lips. "Looks like we must go to the Clearpool camp." Chapter 75. Build a 3-in-1 power distribution room. However, the journey to the Clearpool camp is a bit far. Just relying on Hinata and Black Widow, it might not be enough. He thought for a moment and quickly came up with a plan. The cave camp is not far from the shelter. He could let Black Widow and the others return on their own, and then have Alice and Diana come to the cave camp, regroup, and set off together. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that he and the shelter have mutual communication. Otherwise, how to notify Alice and Diana would be a big problem. However, Laimeng's main body is in the shelter, so communication is completely fine. He immediately manipulated his main body and went to the 5th underground level. After Alice and Diana unlocked the 5th underground level and were cleaning up the battlefield, they asked upon seeing Laimeng's arrival, "Manager, how should we deal with these mutated beast corpses?" There were 9 rooms on one level, each containing a mutated beast. The shelter had already piled up 18 mutated beast corpses. Unfortunately, the food processing point's cold storage was already full and couldn't hold any more. Laimeng thought for a moment and moved all the inedible mutated beasts into the trading space, leaving behind some decent-looking mutated wild boars and mutated goats. Alice quickly reminded, "Manager, our cold storage can't hold any more." "I know." Laimeng nodded and said, "You take this meat and head straight to the cave camp. I need to take you to the Clearpool camp." The Clearpool camp? Both Alice and Diana had been to the Clearpool camp and knew it was uninhabited. So they quickly asked, "Manager, what are we going to the Clearpool camp for?" Laimeng explained, "The Clearpool camp has a set of water purification devices that I need to build a water point for the shelter." However, Diana frowned. "If we leave, only you and Ali will be left in the shelter. What will happen then?" Laimeng smiled and said, "Don't worry. Hinata and the others are already on their way back. I'm controlling Yuri and waiting for you at the cave camp." After saying this, he hurriedly took the elevator to the next underground level. In the shelter, only Ali and he were left, which meant he could focus on supervising Ali's work. After spending 10 minutes alone with Ali, Laimeng welcomed Hinata and the others, along with the 2 blueprints for the power distribution room he had been longing for. As soon as he got the blueprints, he rushed to the first room on the underground level. The first room had already been built as a power distribution room. Therefore, he planned to build the second and third rooms as power distribution rooms as well. Having 3 power distribution rooms next to each other would facilitate later management. First was the second room. Su Laimeng directly spent 1 blueprint and 10,000 wasteland coins to build the second room into a power distribution room. He had already experienced the construction process of the power distribution room once. However, even so, he still found it magical when he saw it again. Using the same method, he built the third room into a power distribution room as well. However, when he completed the construction, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Ding! Detected 3 adjacent similar facilities. Do you want to merge? Note, after merging, the facility's production capacity will double based on the total capacity of the 3 facilities. And the number of workers will be the sum of the workers of the 3 facilities. They can actually merge? Su Laimeng's face lit up. In Fallout Shelter, 3 similar rooms can merge into a larger room, and the room's production capacity will also increase. It seems that the shelter's settings are the same. 3 identical rooms can merge. What are we waiting for? Of course it's yes. Su Laimeng made his choice. In an instant, the 3 rooms in front of him began to change. The walls between the 3 rooms disappeared, and various facilities in the rooms began to merge, forming a power distribution room 3 times longer. The entrance of the power distribution room opened at the original entrance of the first room, while the doors of the second and third rooms were walled up again. The sudden change caused Ali in the power distribution room to scream. There's a ghost. The house is moving. Ali shouted as she ran out of the power distribution room. Upon seeing Su Laimeng at the door, she instinctively jumped onto him and hugged him tightly. Su Laimeng felt the softness on him and couldn't help but squeeze the protruding parts. Then, he immediately realized that Ali might be looking for an excuse to slack off. So, Su Laimeng quickly set Ali down and scolded. What are you making a fuss about? The changes just now were caused by me. Ali, aren't you supposed to be at the water treatment point? Why did you run to the power distribution room? He sent the aggrieved Ali back to the water treatment point and looked at the information panel of the 3-in-1 power distribution room. Power supply facility, power distribution room, base output, 300 power per hour, current output, 400 power per hour, power storage, 456050. This is the overall power storage of the shelter. Power consumption, 62 power per hour. This is the overall power consumption of the shelter. Staff, 1 Yuri, output bonus, 50 power per hour. 2 Hinata, output bonus, 50 power per hour. A number appeared next to the name of the power distribution room, indicating that this was the merged power distribution room. At the same time, the base output of the power distribution room increased to 300. It's worth noting that before the merger, this was something unimaginable. Su Laimeng was filled with excitement. Not only was Su Laimeng surprised, but even Ali, who re-entered the power distribution room, was wide-eyed. Ali looked at the dramatically changed power distribution room with an expression of disbelief and stammered, Su, what happened to you? Why did it become like this? Su Laimeng smiled and said, I just merged the 3 power distribution rooms together, but why did you come over again? As soon as the words were spoken, Ali immediately started to whine. Su, I just want to be your secretary. Do you think being a secretary is easy? Su Laimeng snorted coldly. I think you just want to eat and be lazy. He gave Ali a stern lecture and then began to think about new issues. Nowadays, the shelter has ample electricity, so the top lights of the shelter can also be constructed. This way, the shelter will have nighttime lighting facilities and will no longer fear the beast tide attacking at night. Thinking of this, he immediately rushed to the entrance hall of the shelter, took out the blueprints for the shelter's top lights, and without hesitation chose to construct them. Suddenly, under Su Laimeng's orders, a huge light appeared outside the shelter's gate. The light was embedded above the shelter's entrance, supported by an independent lamp post. Su Laimeng was in a great mood. This way, the residents can also move around the shelter at night. Chapter 76. Water Purification Device. After completing the construction of the shelter's top lights, Su Laimeng refocused his attention on the cave. In the cave, Alice and Diana entered carrying a large amount of meat. The two had been to the Clear Pool camp and to the island in the middle of the lake, and they were both very beautiful and had strong personalities. Everyone in the cave camp recognized the two. Therefore, they encountered no obstacles and smoothly entered the cave, arriving in front of Su Laimeng. Not only that, but the meat they brought also caused a small stir. So much meat. Many laborers gathered around. Pointing at the meat Alice and Diana brought, one laborer shamelessly asked, Goddess, is this for us? Alice frowned and swatted away a hand that reached out. This is a gift from the administrator. Hurry up and thank the administrator. As soon as this was said, all the laborers and warriors turned to look at Su Laimeng. Su Laimeng was taken aback and didn't know how to react. Alice's setup was too effective. He unexpectedly became the focus of attention. Ahem. Su Laimeng quickly covered his mouth and coughed, straightening his expression as he said, "These supplies are for everyone, so that you all can eat better." Scarred Chin stood beside Su Laimeng, grabbed a large chunk of meat, and sniffed it deeply. Delicious. Now that so much meat was available, he was naturally very excited. Plus, with 50 cans, the cave camp wouldn't lack food for a while. Scarred Chin saw a bunch of laborers surrounding the meat and was filled with anger. He shouted, "What are you all staring at? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and thank the administrator." The laborers hurriedly bowed to Su Laimeng. Su Laimeng waved his hands repeatedly. After this display, he let the laborers rest and called over Li Yirjing, asking, "Yirjing, I have an immature idea." Before he finished speaking, Li Yirjing said, "Brother Dahu, whatever you need, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you." Su Laimeng smiled, patted Li Yirjing's shoulder, and said, Feng Dahu. No, Su Laimeng, never take advantage of others. He couldn't control himself and accidentally referred to himself as Feng Dahu. "What I want to ask you is, if I let you join my shelter to work on water purification, would you be willing?" Su Laimeng's recruitment of Li Yirjing was well thought out. Li Yirjing was a native of the wasteland and understood the surrounding situation. Furthermore, the shelter indeed lacked manpower, and everyone had been assigned corresponding tasks. If a water purification point was built without anyone to handle production, the wasteland currency would be wasted. Additionally, Li Yirjing was originally from the Clearpool camp, which would help in finding the water purification device. Considering these factors, Su Laimeng decided to recruit Li Yirjing. As for why it was Li Yirjing and not someone else from the Clearpool camp, it was because Li Yirjing was relatively honest, and Su Laimeng didn't know the others from the Clearpool camp. When Li Yirjing heard Su Laimeng's words, he was instantly stunned. What? Brother Dahu, are you inviting me to join the shelter? Li Yirjing could hardly believe it. He never dreamed that one day he could enter a shelter without radiation pollution. He knew that although he couldn't see how much radiation he had, his increasingly failing health made it clear to him that the wasteland was not a place for humans to stay. Now, Su Laimeng was actually inviting him to join the shelter. In an instant, tears streamed down Li Yirjing's face. I'm willing. Brother Dahu, I'm completely willing." Li Yirjing suddenly knelt down in front of Su Laimeng, hugging his leg, crying and snotting. "Brother Dahu, I don't have long to live, but I'm really happy to see what the shelter is like in the little time I have left. Thank you, Brother Dahu, thank you." The sudden commotion drew the attention of everyone in the cave camp. Li Yirjing continued, "Brother Dahu, aren't you looking for the water purification device? I know where it is in the Clearpool camp. I'll take you there." Li Yirjing kept bowing, afraid that Su Laimeng would change his mind. Su Laimeng silently complained, "Are you afraid we won't come back? Get up first," he said, helping Li Yirjing to his feet. The commotion also attracted Scarred Chin. Scarred Chin directly asked, "You want to take this guy away?" Su Laimeng nodded, remembering that Scarred Chin was unwilling to let the laborers join the shelter. However, he wanted to take Li Yirjing away, and Scarred Chin had no say in the matter. Otherwise, it would be the big stick treatment. "Yes, I'm going to take Li Yirjing back to the shelter," he said decisively. Scarred Chin's eyelids twitched. Gritting his teeth, he waved his hand and said, "I've said before, as long as he is willing, I won't obstruct him in the slightest." After saying this, he looked at Li Yirjing. "Are you willing?" Willing. Li Yirjing was as excited as Sun Wukong hearing he could learn the 72 transformations, completely unaware of the underlying meaning in Scarred Chin's words. Seeing Li Yirjing so clueless, Scarred Chin painfully said, "Then you can go, but once you go, don't come back." "Okay." Li Yirjing decisively stood behind Su Laimeng. The other laborers looked at Li Yirjing with envious eyes. "Yirjing, if you become wealthy in the future, don't forget your brothers." "Exactly. I've always thought Yirjing is the most handsome and promising in our camp. What do you know? Yirjing is a dragon among men, and one day he will soar to the skies. Yirjing, come back often to see us. We all came from the Clearpool camp. Once you have money, make sure to buy me a couple of cans to taste." For a moment, the atmosphere on site was lively. The laborers surrounded Li Yirjing, either praising him or asking him to take them along, making Li Yirjing, who originally didn't speak much, feel overwhelmed. Scarred Chin looked dejected. feeling a bit of a failure as the camp's manager. He preached the ideas of the free city every day. But so many laborers actually took pride in joining someone else's shelter. This left Scarred Chen feeling quite helpless. Su Laimeng patted Scarred Chen on the shoulder, comforting him. Chen, the road of revolution is full of thorns. Just because everyone doesn't like your free city, don't be discouraged. Chapter 77. The sudden enemy. After Li Yijing enjoyed a moment of vanity, Su Laimeng set off with Li Yijing, Alice, and Diana to the Clearpool camp. The Qingtan camp is a bit far from the cave. It takes about an hour to walk there. With Li Yijing, who is a burden, the group's pace isn't fast. Moreover, the journey itself involves walking through the urban forest, which is rugged, so naturally, the speed of progress isn't quick. As they walk, Li Yijing is unusually lively, shouting and seemingly trying to draw attention to himself. These mountain paths haven't been maintained for decades, even centuries, and have long been completely integrated into nature. Otherwise, with my stamina, I could reach Qingtan camp in no time. Hee. Su Laimeng sneered and looked at Li Yijing's attribute panel. Li Yijing, ordinary person, radiation level, 87, happiness, 50, loyalty, 70, a typical wasteland survivor. Traits, to be developed, an ordinary person? He shook his head. With Li Yijing's stamina, he'd die from excessive radiation after just a few trips to Qingtan camp. In the forest, the occasional calls of birds can be heard. Su Laimeng couldn't recognize the birds, but they were definitely some mutated creatures. However, as they moved forward, the environment around them grew quieter. What is going on? Why is it so silent? Su Laimeng instinctively furrowed his brow. At this moment, they had arrived at a dense thicket. The shrubs, having mutated, grew 2 to 3 meters high, completely obscuring the view ahead, making it difficult for Su Laimeng to see the path. Manager, if you clear these shrubs, we'll get to Qingtan camp. Li Yijing said eagerly as he ran in front of Su Laimeng to help clear the obstructing shrubs. Just then, a sudden roar came from ahead, as if a mutated beast was hunting and playing. Immediately, Li Yijing covered his mouth and stood still. Yijing, what's wrong? Su Laimeng asked with a frown. Noticing Li Yijing's trembling legs, pale face, and eyes filled with fear. Manager, it's a mutated beast. It's a mutated beast. Li Yijing tried to lower his voice, trembling as he spoke. That's the sound of mutated rats. I've heard it before. Mutated rats are very powerful. Li Yijing showed immense fear. And if it weren't for Su Laimeng and the others being there and having witnessed Diana's strength, he probably would have run away by now. Su Laimeng. A quasi-level mutated rat is making him this scared? What kind of logic is that? He patted Li Yijing's shoulder to comfort him. Yijing, they are just mutated rats, right? Those rats in the shelter don't even count as rations. After saying that, he planned to push aside the shrubs to catch a couple of mutated rats to bolster Li Yijing's courage. However, suddenly, a gunshot rang out ahead with a bang. Su Laimeng quickly withdrew his hand. What is going on? There's someone. He shouted immediately, becoming alert. Alice also took a defensive stance. Diana drew her truth-seeking whip and stood in front of Su Laimeng. The three of them coordinated seamlessly, ready to part the shrubs to investigate. Only Li Yijing still looked scared. Just as Alice was about to push aside the thicket, Diana said, "It's too late, everyone. The enemy has already detected us." What? Su Laimeng's expression tightened, instinctively preparing to dodge. He bent down and rolled to the side. Right now, he was controlling Yuri's body. It wasn't like when he controlled Feng Dahu, where he could act carelessly. If he died, he died. Because, you see, Yuri was one of the few men in the shelter. If Yuri died, Su Laimeng wouldn't have such a handy tool anymore. Just as Su Laimeng rolled away to avoid the danger, a bullet seemed to have eyes, shooting straight at him. He couldn't react in time and couldn't see the bullet coming. He only heard the bang of the gunshot and felt a tightening in his chest. Sensing something bad was about to happen, the bullet flew toward him, and it looked like it was about to hit Su Laimeng. At this moment, Alice had already pushed aside the thicket, revealing a patch of open green land. The ground was littered with the corpses of mutated beasts. Surrounding it were dilapidated wooden houses. In the middle of the green land stood a group of 6 people, well-equipped, all dressed in wasteland attire, unlike the drifters of the wasteland. The leader of the group was holding a hunting rifle, aiming directly at Su Laimeng. Smoke was rising from the muzzle, clearly indicating who had just fired. However, just when the 6 people thought Su Laimeng was about to meet his end, a miraculous scene unfolded. Diana stepped in front of Su Laimeng in a flash, crossing her arms in front of her chest, creating a semi-arc shield. Clang. The bullet struck the shield, sparking and then ricocheting off in another direction. The shooter displayed a look of disbelief, shouting loudly, "This is impossible." Then, the 6 people on the green land simultaneously turned their guns to aim at the unmoving Diana. Tat 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 tat. The enemies kept firing, concentrating their attack on Diana. But Diana didn't move an inch, allowing the bullets to hit the shield and her body. Not a single bullet could harm Diana or Su Laimeng behind her. After a volley of bullets, Diana remained standing firm. Next to her, Li Erjin felt as if his eardrums had been shattered by the deafening gunfire, buzzing incessantly. In contrast, Diana standing amidst the hail of bullets completely refreshed Li Erjin's worldview. This. Li Erjin's eyes nearly popped out, pointing at Diana and stammering continuously. Alice had long known Diana's true strength. So when she saw the enemy shooting at Diana, she didn't take any further action. As a level 10 extraordinary being, and one whose attributes had surpassed level 10, even in the face of gunfire, Diana would suffer no harm. Not to mention, with the protective silver bracelet on her hand, she could create an indestructible, powerful shield. Ordinary firearms posed no threat to Diana at all. "We need to retreat. This is no ordinary extraordinary being." The 6 people who had fired suddenly realized they had kicked a steel plate. Thus, they began to back away, wanting to quickly leave Qingtin camp. Even if they had no time to collect the corpses of the mutated beasts scattered on the ground. But how could it be so simple to shoot, and then just leave? Su Laimeng wouldn't let them off so easily. Chapter 78. Shun Wudi. Su Laimeng stepped out from behind Diana, looking at the retreating 6 people with a smile, and said, "What's wrong? You finished shooting, and now want to run?" The leader of the 6 trembled and asked, Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear here? What are we?" Su Laimeng sneered. "Of course, we are the ones here to kill you." Just as he was about to act, the leader shouted, "Wait. We are all trying to survive in the wasteland. There's no need to resort to violence immediately." Although the leader was dressed in wasteland attire, she was still a beautiful woman visible through the mask. From her voice, it was evident as well. However, Su Laimeng wasn't buying it at all. Now that they couldn't win, they wanted to plead for mercy? How naive. If it weren't for his quick reflexes and Diana being impervious to blades and bullets, these 6 people would have already consumed him, leaving no time for conversation. "You talk too much." Suleiman waved his hand, pointing at the 6 people in front of him. "Keep the leader, kill the others." As soon as he finished speaking, Alice and Diana, who were waiting nearby, immediately sprang into action. "No." The leader of the enemy instinctively shouted, but it was of no use. Alice dashed in front of the enemy, raised her makeshift steel pipe weapon, and was ready to deliver a fatal blow. Suleiman's eyelids twitched, and he quickly shouted, "Alice, don't pierce the wasteland suit." The 6 people opposite were all wearing wasteland suits, which were valuable treasures. Even damaging one would cause Suleiman heartache for a long time. As soon as Suleiman's words left his mouth, Alice indeed changed her approach. First, she took advantage of her speed to quickly remove the enemy's helmet. Then, Alice ruthlessly drove the steel bar into the enemy's temple, decisively killing them. Ding! Alice killed a quasi-level extraordinary being. You gained 1 experience point. In comparison, Diana's attack seemed much gentler. Diana swung her truth-binding cord, ensnaring one enemy by the neck and tightening it. The enemy emitted some meaningless syllables from their mouth and was strangled to death. Ding! Diana killed a quasi-level extraordinary being. You gained 1 experience point. In just a moment, 2 of the 6 enemies had been dealt with. The remaining 4 showed fear in their eyes, not bothering to collect their fallen comrades, and hurriedly turned to flee. But Diana, who was at a higher level, was there. How could a few quasi-level extraordinary beings have any chance to escape? Diana continuously threw and retrieved the truth-binding cord, working with Alice to kill the 3 fleeing enemies, leaving only the leader. Thud. The leader was captured and, under Diana's control, knelt down facing Suleiman. Suleiman felt very pleased, reached out to lift the leader's helmet, and couldn't help but brighten up. Oh, not bad looking. He touched his face and took away the leader's hunting rifle. Just right. All the weapons in the shelter had been damaged. This time, he had replenished 6 rifles, enough for Alice and the others to use. The female leader, having her weapon taken away and forced to kneel on the ground, couldn't help but have some humiliating images flash through her mind, and a hint of anger appeared in her eyes. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a woman before? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're strong. Put away those dirty and disgusting thoughts in your mind. Sooner or later, I will bring the people from Shelter 913 to flatten your shelter. then I will give you 100-fold, 1,000-fold torment. The female leader's eyes flashed with extreme hatred as she knelt on the ground, raising her head and moving back. Hee. Suleiman chuckled lightly, stored the hunting rifle away, and then took the truth-binding cord from Diana, approaching the female leader. What are you going to do? The female leader exclaimed in panic and fear. What are you going to do? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from Shelter 913? The female leader kept retreating as she knelt, until she was backed against a tree. And only then did she stop. Then, taking a deep breath, her body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes filled with resentment. She fixedly stared at Suleiman, and spoke in a sharp voice, word by word. You better beg me for mercy now, or I will return the favor 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Suleiman's temples throbbed. He never expected that there could be such an unreasonable person in the world, falling into the enemy's hands, not knowing to plead for mercy, but instead continuing to make threats. You talk too much. Using the truth-binding cord, he wrapped the female leader over and over, then squatted down and commanded, from now on, I will ask you questions, and you will answer them. The female leader, bound by the truth-binding cord, immediately showed a change in her expression. From initial unwillingness, humiliation, and anger, she shifted to calmness, obedience, and compliance. This was naturally the effect of the truth-binding cord. As a divine gift, the truth-binding cord had miraculous effects. Once a person was bound by the truth-binding cord, they could only tell the truth and would not lie. Suleiman planned to take advantage of this to interrogate the female leader. After all, she had revealed the existence of Shelter 913. If he didn't interrogate her clearly, Suleiman wouldn't be able to sleep. He approached the female leader and directly asked, Where is Shelter 913? How many people are there? What is their military strength? Hurry up and tell me clearly. A flicker of humiliation crossed the female leader's eyes, but under the pressure of the truth-binding cord, she ultimately lowered her head and said, Shelter 913 is a shelter with nearly 100 people. The specific location is at 31 Construction Avenue in the Clearwater District. The outer disguise is an abandoned large shopping mall, and you can enter Shelter 913 through the shopping mall's elevator. Nearly 100 people. Suleiman's heart sank. Shelter 2333 had not even 10 people so far, while Shelter 913 had nearly 100. What a large scale. Furthermore, Shelter 913 was also located in the Clearwater District. Although there was a certain distance from Shelter 2333, as the shelters developed, the two would definitely encounter each other. This was the first local shelter Suleiman had encountered on the wasteland, and facing such a large-scale shelter head-on, he really had no confidence. He didn't know what level the strongest extraordinary being in Shelter 913 was. Thinking of this, Suleiman continued to ask, Quickly tell me, how many extraordinary beings are there in Shelter 913, and who is the strongest? Under the control of the truth-binding cord, the female leader revealed the truth. Shelter 913 has a total of 25 extraordinary beings, and the strongest is the super shelter manager, Chen Wudi. Chapter 79. Find the water purification device. Suleiman. The strongest is just a super? Did I get the wrong script? He found it hard to believe and repeatedly checked if the truth-binding cord had loosened. However, the truth-binding cord was tightly secured around the female leader's neck, like a dog collar, leaving no possibility of lying. Just as he was about to ask again, he heard the female leader continue. It is rumored that Chen Wudi is about to be promoted to quasi-level, and if you know what's good for you, hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, I will return the favor 100-fold, 1,000-fold. At this point, the female leader proudly raised her head, as if she had a powerful backing. All right, it seems that Shelter 913 has indeed got the wrong script. Suleiman shook his head, putting aside his concerns. Although Shelter 913 had nearly 100 people, the highest level was just super. Even if everyone was extraordinary, they couldn't drown Diana alone. Not to mention, the shelter also had Alice, himself, Sister Good Luck, Black Widow, Yuri, Hinata, and others. Shelter 913 posed no threat to him at the moment. In fact, it was mainly Diana and Alice who supported half of the shelter. Suleiman looked at the two beside him, deciding that once the shelter became prosperous, he would improve their treatment. As for now, he would deal with this so-called woman first. Under the influence of the truth-binding cord, the female leader kept babbling on. The gist was warning Suleiman to quickly let her go, or else he would face consequences. Afterwards, Suleiman inquired about the specific location of Construction Avenue and the distance from here, but did not get any answers. It seemed that the female leader truly did not know. During the questioning, the female leader also kept cursing, demanding Suleiman to let her go. Unfortunately, Suleiman did not have the bad habit of cutting grass, but not removing the roots. He took the truth-seeking collar off the female leader's neck. The female leader had a face full of anger. "Damn it, you ugly freak. What kind of witchcraft did you use to learn what I said?" Suleiman smiled gently. "What you need to know, I already know." The female leader was extremely furious and was about to rush at Suleiman. However, Diana had already held her tightly. Unable to move, Suleiman looked at the female leader and then at Li Erjin, asking, "Erjin, have you ever shot a gun?" Li Erjin was taken aback. "Just recovering from the intense battle. Manager, I've only seen others shoot. I've never shot a gun myself." Upon hearing this, the female leader's face revealed an expression of utmost humiliation. "You'd better kill me after this, or I will definitely kill you." Suleiman smiled and said, "That's exactly what I intend to do." He handed the wolf-hunting rifle in his hand to Li Erjin and then stood behind him, starting to teach him how to shoot. "Raise the muzzle a bit, put the crosshair on the forehead, place your index finger on the trigger, right? Don't move." Under Suleiman's guidance, Li Erjin aimed at the female leader's forehead and pulled the trigger hard. Bang! A good head instantly shattered, blood gushing everywhere. With the powerful pumping ability of the heart, the splattered blood even reached the leaves 3 meters high. The female leader's corpse fell to the ground, kneeling before everyone, never to rise again. Suleiman took 2 steps back, took a deep breath, and said, "Erjin, you should take a shower." After finishing all this, he immediately led the 3 to clean up the aftermath. The ground was covered with the corpses of mutated beasts. Naturally, everything edible had to be taken away. The 6 from Shelter 913 had wasteland suits, wasteland currency, and firearms. Everything useful had to be taken away. Notably, each of the wasteland suits worn by the 6 from Shelter 913 had a triangular emblem on them. While cleaning the battlefield, Li Erjin appeared particularly excited. His first kill had sent his adrenaline soaring, making him work more efficiently. Relying on his experience from the food processing point, he quickly picked out the delicious meat from the mutated beast corpses. "Well done, Erjin," Suleiman praised him. Soon, Diana and Alice also stripped the wasteland currency off the 6 from Shelter 913 and conducted a thorough search. This conflict yielded a total of 6 complete wasteland suits, 200 rounds of ammunition for healing needles, and a large amount of meat. It seemed that Shelter 913 had abundant supplies, as even the team out on a mission carried healing needles. Suleiman's mind began to brew sinister thoughts, feeling an urge to loot Shelter 913. However, he knew that Shelter 913 was located on Construction Avenue. But without a map of the Clearwater Zone, he didn't know which direction Construction Avenue was in, let alone its specific geographical location. Spending several days searching would be a bit of a loss. After careful consideration, he realized that he would inevitably have more contact with Shelter 913 in the future, and it wouldn't be too late to plan then. With this in mind, Suleiman decided to temporarily stop considering matters related to Shelter 913. He called Li Erjin over and asked, "Erjin, do you recognize this place?" Li Erjin nodded foolishly. "I recognize it. This is the Clearwater camp, although it's a bit run down." Cough, cough. Suleiman interrupted Li Erjin's sentiment and scolded, "Since you recognize it, hurry up and find me the water purification device." Li Erjin shrank his neck and nervously ran towards a dilapidated wooden house on his left. Suleiman quickly followed. Upon entering the wooden house with Li Erjin, he saw a machine the size of a double-door refrigerator awkwardly placed inside. "Is this the water purification device?" Suleiman examined it back and forth. If Li Erjin hadn't confirmed it repeatedly, and if there wasn't a system prompt, he would never have guessed that the so-called water purification device looked like an upright black coffin. He reached out, trying to lift the water purification device. Unfortunately, with Yuri's body, he could move it but found it very difficult. Hiss, it must weigh several hundred pounds. It seemed he needed Diana to help. Suleiman shook his head and turned to call Diana, who was still collecting the spoils. "Diana, come lift the water purification device. We'll take care of the other meat and firearms." As soon as he said this, Diana immediately placed her hand on the water purification device. The device, which was so heavy in Suleiman's hands, was effortlessly lifted by Diana with one hand. "Manager, is there anything else? I can carry more." Gulp. Suleiman, seriously looking at Diana, swallowed hard. "No, that's it. We'll handle the rest." Chapter 80. Li Erjin's change with the water purification device in hand. Suleiman led everyone back without stopping. By the time they approached the shelter, nearly an hour had passed. "Diana, why do I feel like there are people on the watchtower?" Suleiman had arrived at the entrance of the shelter. He looked up and saw a blurry figure on the watchtower. Moreover, the moment he spotted it, the figure quickly shrank back inside. Alice, did you see that? He wasn't very sure and asked again. Alice nodded. I saw it too. At that moment, Diana also said, Manager, I saw that it was Ali. Perhaps she is resting. Great. Suleiman took a deep breath. He had instructed Ali to work diligently at the water purification point, but he didn't expect her to be slacking off like this. Immediately, Suleiman released his control over Yuri and angrily rushed into the water purification point. Inside the water purification point, Ali had clearly just come down from the watchtower, looking flustered and hurried. Ali, where did you run off to just now? Ali's little face turned red, her heart racing. I was just resting for a bit. Resting for a bit? Suleiman's face fell as he said, Did I not tell you to work diligently at the water purification point and store electricity? He glanced at the panel information of the water purification point, raising an eyebrow slightly. In the past 4 hours, there had been no water stored. Thinking of this, he scolded Ali harshly. Ali cried, But the shelter has no electricity. How can I work? Suleiman let Ali off, opened the shelter door, and welcomed Diana and the others inside. Diana, Alice, and Yuri placed the water purification device in room 1 on the second underground level and then returned to their rooms to rest. As for Liurjin, the moment he entered the shelter, he became anxious and even dared not look up, just tugging at the hem of his clothes and staring at the ground. Urjin, what are you thinking about? Suleiman patted Liurjin's shoulder suddenly, startling him. Liurjin stuttered, Manager, What? Liurjin suddenly knelt down in front of Suleiman, crying, Manager, thank you for letting me see the inside of the shelter in my lifetime. I feel it was worth it. As Liurjin knelt down, Suleiman also heard the system prompt in his ear. Ding. Liurjin's happiness increased by 10, current happiness 60. Liurjin's loyalty increased by 10, current loyalty 80. He did not expect that simply bringing Liurjin back to the shelter would also increase his happiness and loyalty. Suleiman looked at Liurjin's panel with relief. He suddenly realized that Liurjin's radiation level had accumulated to 88. If not dealt with quickly, it seemed Liurjin might not survive much longer. With this in mind, Suleiman went to room 1 on the 3rd underground level, where supplies were stored, picked up 3 doses of the radiation-reducing medicine, and returned to the hall. In the hall, Liurjin stood obediently in place, not daring to look around or move much, fearing that even a tiny mistake would cost him his qualification to live in the shelter. It wasn't until Suleiman returned to the hall via the elevator that Liurjin weakly greeted him. Manager. At this moment, Liurjin was timid and completely lacked his previous chatty demeanor. Suleiman handed the radiation-reducing medicine to Liurjin and said, Urjin, this is a medicine to combat wasteland radiation. Inject these 3 doses, and you will be able to return to a state without radiation. Okay, thank you, Manager. Liurjin showed no hesitation, removed the needle's protective cover, and unceremoniously jabbed it into his leg. After the first injection, Liurjin's radiation level dropped by 30. At this point, he didn't feel much change, just a surprising lightness in his body. After the second injection, Liurjin's radiation level was still at 28. Now, he sensed a significant change. Not only did he feel much lighter, but he also unexpectedly felt sharper and more alert. After the third injection, Liurjin's radiation level was completely cleared. I never felt that living in the wasteland could be so easy. Liurjin took a deep breath, feeling relaxed, as if even the air was sweet. It's worth noting that previously, when Liurjin's radiation level was maxed out, even taking a breath would feel like fire burning in his lungs. The only reason he was barely surviving was out of fear of death. Liurjin jumped around, never realizing that his strength could be so abundant. Manager, I feel like I've become 20 years younger. Liurjin was incredibly excited. Suleiman smiled and asked, How old are you now? 21. Only 21? Suleiman was taken aback. Liurjin looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. Of course, that was when his radiation level was at its peak. Now, Liurjin appeared to be around 30. With the radiation issue resolved, Suleiman received a heartfelt expression of gratitude from Liurjin. Ahem. Suleiman cleared his throat, discreetly pushed Liurjin away, and said, Urjin, since the radiation problem is solved, let me assign you a room. A room? Liurjin was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Manager, can I have my own room? Suleiman pursed his lips and replied, Of course, everyone in the shelter has their own room. Thud. Liurjin knelt down again. Thank you, Manager. Thank you, manager. I've never had my own room in my life. He knocked his head against the ground until it was blood red. Despite this, he couldn't contain his gratitude. Laimeng finally helped Li Erjin up. Then he took him to room 6 on the 4th underground level, a 3-bedroom, 2-living room space where Yuri lived. As soon as Li Erjin stepped into the 3-bedroom, 2-living room layout, he felt both curious and hesitant, unable to look around freely, constantly looking up and down. Laimeng saw Li Erjin's demeanor and laughed heartily. Erjin, from now on, you will live in the guest room. Treat this place as your own home. There's no need to be so reserved. Li Erjin nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude once more before following Laimeng to the guest room. Inside the guest room, there was a 1.5-meter bed, a wardrobe against the wall, and 2 bedside tables. Other than that, there was nothing else. Yet, even with such a simple room setup, it brought tears to Li Erjin's eyes. I Li Erjin, finally have my own room. Chapter 81. The sensational area channel. Laimeng looked at Li Erjin's expression and smiled with satisfaction, casually pulling out the strength-enhancing agent he had taken from the warehouse. Erjin, inject this as well. What is this? Li Erjin took the strength-enhancing agent from Laimeng's hand and instinctively asked. While asking, Li Erjin had already injected the strength-enhancing agent into his body. The moment the agent entered his system, Li Erjin instinctively shivered. Hiss, manager, I think I've become a bit stronger. Li Erjin showcased his almost non-existent biceps, looking delighted. Since entering the shelter, Li Erjin had been deeply shocked. There were injections that could treat radiation and enhance strength, elevators to the underground, and bedrooms that were spotless. The never-before-seen living room and bathroom, along with a series of modern amenities, made Li Erjin realize that this was true life. Li Erjin swore he would absolutely be loyal to the shelter and the manager, striving to live a meaningful life in the shelter. Ding! Li Erjin's happiness increased by 10. Li Erjin's loyalty increased by 10. A series of system prompts appeared in Laimeng's view. Li Erjin's happiness and loyalty had directly reached 100. Moreover, upon reaching 100, annotations appeared, similar to those of the heavenly beings. Permanent happiness. Permanent loyalty. Good. Laimeng was overjoyed. He recruited Li Erjin primarily due to a shortage of manpower. Now that Li Erjin was permanently loyal, he wouldn't have to worry about the shelter's warehouse being looted. With this thought, Laimeng felt great and let Li Erjin rest for a while he eagerly headed to room 1 on the 2nd underground level. Because he needed to build a water purification point here to produce clean water, Laimeng hurriedly arrived at the 2nd underground level. However, upon reaching room 1, he realized that the shelter was short on wasteland currency. Building a water purification point required 100,000 wasteland currency. However, the shelter currently only had 49,784 wasteland currency. That was quite a significant shortfall. But where could he find that much wasteland currency in a short time? There was no choice but to resort to the old method, auction. He returned to the room 1 on the 3rd underground level, which was being used as a warehouse, and assessed the shelter's current supplies. After the power was restored, the food processing point and the living water treatment point had resumed production. It wouldn't take long for the shelter to quickly accumulate another batch of canned goods. Therefore, the 30 or so canned goods he had on hand could be sold. After careful consideration, he decided to auction off 10 cans and keep 20. This way, he wouldn't make much money, so he needed to have a standout auction item. After some thought, Laimeng decided to auction 1 strength-enhancing agent. After the beast tide ended, many managers were showing off the prizes they had received. But without exception, everyone's prizes were radiation-reducing medicine, just varying in quantity. Only his reward included 50 doses of radiation-reducing medicine and an additional 50 strength-enhancing agents. He decided to put 1 strength-enhancing agent up for auction. At least until now, he had never seen anyone discuss strength-enhancing agents in the area channel. Being able to directly increase attribute values was definitely a rare treasure for managers on the verge of breaking through. It's worth noting that, up to now, most managers were still ordinary people. Thus, Laimeng immediately opened the area channel and edited a message, auctioning 1 strength-enhancing agent and 10 cans. As soon as he spoke, the originally calm regional channel immediately turned into chaos. What is a power enhancer? Is the person upstairs really that ignorant? Although I've never heard of it either. Is there anyone who understands? Please come out and explain. Is it the kind of thing that enhances your abilities when consumed? I know what a power enhancer is. It's the kind of thing that can boost your power. Are there only elementary school students in this regional channel? Is there not one person who understands? Just when everyone in the regional channel was looking confused, Chen Yinxiu stepped forward. Chen Yinxiu, I know what a power enhancer is because I have an agility enhancer in my hand. Immediately, Chen Yinxiu revealed the attributes of the agility enhancer in his hand. Agility enhancer. Description: a syringe that can enhance agility, permanently increasing the user's agility by 1. Note: the interval between 2 uses must not be less than 1 month, otherwise there is a risk of losing control. After constructing a research facility for enhancing agents, agility enhancers can be mass-produced. Once the attributes of the agility enhancer were revealed, many people fell silent. However, more people became restless. What? It can directly increase agility? My power value is already 10 points. If I increase it a bit more, I can break the shackles, reach the quasi-level, and become an extraordinary being. I'm definitely going to get the power enhancer. Oh my, this power enhancer. I also want it. You two upstairs, draw your swords. Everyone, don't fight over it. Let us discuss this. I'll buy it this time, and you can buy it next time. Get lost. No one is going to fight me. I must get my hands on that power enhancer. At this moment, Chen Yinxiu spoke again. Chen Yinxiu, Laimeng, I hope you prioritize the greater good of the wasteland and distribute all your enhancers for free to help the weaker managers and save the endangered shelters, creating a better future for us all. You must know that we are all managers who descended from Blue Star and should work together and form an alliance. Laimeng, as a strong individual, you should contribute all your power enhancers to enhance the strength of other shelters and our alliance. Otherwise, I will call on everyone to absolutely not buy your power enhancers. As soon as Chen Yinxiu said this, countless managers began to echo. Yes, saving humanity is everyone's responsibility, and the strong have a heavier burden. If it's not distributed for free, then I want to buy that power enhancer. I want to buy it either. I'll just wait for it to be distributed for free. No buying, no buying. Let the profiteers go bankrupt. Yes, we will unite and fight against the profiteers. Laimeng was unaware of what Chen Yinxiu had done during this time to gain such high prestige among the managers. Countless managers echoed and strongly expressed that they would not buy. Could it be that they want to take this opportunity to drive down the price? Laimeng felt a bad premonition rise in his heart, while also feeling somewhat amused. When did I form an alliance with you? He immediately confronted Chen Yinxiu. There's only one power enhancer. Who should it be given to for free? Should it be given to you? Why don't you take out your agility enhancer for free distribution? Chapter 82. Chen Yinxiu and Anger You. Shelter 5649. Chen Yinxiu was so angry that her stomach bulged, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. She had an agility enhancer in her hand, originally meant for her own use. But as soon as Laimeng spoke, it was as if she had also been put on the grill. Chen Yinxiu had no choice but to change the topic and said, before the beast tied, I had united with nearby managers to sign the Blue Star Managers Alliance Agreement. All Blue Star managers automatically join our alliance. Otherwise, they will not be considered Blue Star managers and will be targeted by the alliance. As a member of the alliance, especially a strong one, you should make the necessary contributions. Hand over the power enhancer in your hand to the alliance. As the president of the Alliance Council, I have the right to prevent any actions that threaten the alliance. Your auction is obviously a price inflation scheme. Therefore, if you do not hand over the power enhancer for the alliance to distribute, you will face sanctions. All Blue Star managers will not participate in the auction of the power enhancer. Laimeng looked at the series of messages and burst into laughter. This is simply American theory. Good method. He learned something. In the future, he would establish a 2333 alliance nearby, and everything they fancy would be the property of the alliance. Laimeng was too lazy to argue with Chen Yinxiu because he knew that arguing from a distance would yield no results. It was better to directly list the power enhancer for auction and see if anyone would participate. After a wave of publicity from Chen Yinxiu, he believed that more people were now aware of the auction news. The auction for the power enhancer would be even hotter. Thus, Laimeng unceremoniously started the auction for the power enhancer with a starting price of 80,000 wasteland coins. The minimum bid increment was set at 1,000 wasteland coins. However, contrary to Laimeng's expectations of a bustling scene, there was indeed not a single person participating in the auction. What is going on? Could it be that Chen Yinxiu's influence is really that strong? Laimeng frowned, realizing that things were not simple. No, on one hand, it was due to Chen Yinxiu's influence. On the other hand, these people were definitely trying to take this opportunity to lower the price of the power enhancer. A minute passed. Indeed, no one participated in the auction within the trading space. Chun Yinxiu spoke again. Laimeng, you have already been sanctioned by the Alliance. No one will participate in the auction. As soon as she said this, someone immediately echoed. Yes, yes, the profiteer, doesn't he know how much money he has made from us? And now he still wants to exploit us. It's simply a dream. Unless the power enhancer is distributed for free, I will not buy it. I won't buy it either. I absolutely support the Blue Star Managers Alliance and all the decisions made by Goddess Chen. Watching the series of sycophantic remarks, Laimeng smiled. He didn't believe that such a rare power enhancer would really have no buyers. On the other side, Shelter 4297. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the sofa in the presidential suite and called for Captain Li Mao. Li Mao patiently asked, Manager, is there something you need? Lin Tian asked, Captain Li, someone is auctioning a power enhancer. Do we need it? A power enhancer? Li Mao was taken aback and immediately said decisively, we need it. No matter what kind of enhancer it is, we need it. Lin Tian nodded. Since that's the case, then prepare the wasteland coins. Just when everyone thought no one would participate in the auction, a message refreshed. Lin Tian bids 81,000 wasteland coins. Since everyone doesn't want it, then I? Lin Tian, will take it, ha ha ha. Suddenly, the regional channel erupted. Chun Yinxiu, Lin Tian, what have you done? Lin Tian, you have betrayed the Alliance. You beast. We agreed that no one would buy it. This is ridiculous. I wanted to wait until the last second to snag a deal, and now look. I can't afford it. Me too. Same here. Chun Yinxiu, what is wrong with you people? You all said you wouldn't buy. Are you not afraid of facing the Alliance's sanctions? As soon as Lin Tian placed his bid, countless people immediately followed suit, fearing to fall behind. Laimeng nodded. This is the correct way to conduct an auction. Countless people started bidding, directly pushing the price of the power enhancer to 100,000 wasteland coins. Zhou, who had previously bought the deradiation medicine from Laimeng, spoke up. Didn't everyone say they weren't selling? Why are you competing with me? As soon as this was said, a group of people immediately retaliated. Everyone is competing based on strength to bid. Why shouldn't we fight for it? I not only want to compete, but I also want to win it. Seeing these remarks, Chun Yinxiu was completely infuriated. You bunch of stinky men. Is there even one good person among you? At this moment, no one cared about the Blue Star Alliance. No one cared about Chun Yinxiu's feelings. Everyone was busy competing for the power-enhancing agent. People kept shouting out higher prices. Among those shouting bids were not a few who had initially supported Chun Yinxiu in denouncing Su Laimeng. Every time one of these people bid, Su Laimeng would taunt Chun Yinxiu. Chun Yinxiu, look, someone from your team has defected. Chun Yinxiu, look, isn't this your ally? Why are they bidding? Look at this. Your ally is bidding so high. At Shelter 5649, Chun Yinxiu was fuming from Su Laimeng's relentless mockery. However, she had no way to retaliate. After all, everyone who had initially supported her in denouncing Su Laimeng had defected and was participating in the bidding. Chun Yinxiu gritted her teeth, filled with immense rage. The Blue Star Management Alliance she had established with countless efforts and dedication was completely dismantled before a single power-enhancing agent. Thinking of this, Chun Yinxiu looked at the agility-enhancing agent in her hand and injected it into herself fiercely. From now on, there would be no more Blue Star Management Alliance. I will fight alone. After a bout of warming up, the auction for the power-enhancing agent was exceptionally heated. The final transaction price soared to 150,000 wasteland coins, far exceeding Su Laimeng's expectations. He nodded in satisfaction and once again taunted Chun Yinxiu. Thank you for the warm-up. You helped me sell it for a good price. Unfortunately, throughout it all, Su Laimeng received no response from Chun Yinxiu. Seizing the momentum, Su Laimeng listed 10 cans again. This time, he did not use the auction format, but listed them one by one, each priced at 500 wasteland coins. To his surprise, the moment the cans were listed, they were all snatched up. Su Laimeng earned another 15,000 wasteland coins. Chapter 83, Manager Assessment. After a bountiful harvest, Su Laimeng began to tally his gains. So far, the entire shelter had accumulated 214,784 wasteland coins, more than enough to build a clean water point. He was excited and took the blueprint to the second underground level, ready to construct the clean water point. Just then, a private message caught his attention. A message from Lin Tian. Boss Su, do you still have any power-enhancing agents? I didn't win the auction just now, but I can't tell Captain Li for fear of disappointing him. If you have any, I'd like to buy one directly. Su Laimeng's eyes lit up. He realized that Lin Tian must have boasted in front of Li Mao, promising to secure a power-enhancing agent at the auction. However, it seemed the final transaction price exceeded Lin Tian's expectations. He replied directly, "Boss Lin, given our relationship, I'll be straightforward. The price is 150,000 wasteland coins." Lin Tian, "If I had 150,000 wasteland coins, I wouldn't come to you." Lin Tian, 120,000 wasteland coins, plus a piece of information worth 30,000. Su Laimeng smiled and messaged back, "What information is worth 30,000 wasteland coins? I want to hear it." Lin Tian, "Information about the shelter assessment." Shelter assessment? Su Laimeng's eyes narrowed, realizing that Lin Tian had him figured out. Before the beast tide arrived, all managers received notification of the shelter assessment. However, the beast tide had already ended last night. Up until now, Su Laimeng still did not know the details of the assessment and had not heard any news about it on the regional channel. This meant that either the assessment had not started yet, or it was being conducted quietly without anyone noticing. Regardless of which, Su Laimeng was eager to learn about the assessment details to prepare accordingly. With this in mind, he was ready to agree to Lin Tian's terms. However, Lin Tian showed no caution. Before Su Laimeng could respond, he sent a series of messages. "Lin Tian, everyone knows that the Shelter Association will send out a manager evaluation team to assess all shelter managers in the wasteland. The evaluation results are divided into 4 levels: excellent, good, qualified, and unqualified. Managers rated as excellent will receive substantial sponsorship from the Shelter Association. Those rated as good will receive a small amount of sponsorship. Managers rated as qualified will not receive any sponsorship. Managers rated as unqualified will have their management qualifications revoked by the Shelter Association. However, no one except me knows what the assessment criteria are when the assessment starts, or when it ends. Now, I will tell you everything." Lin Tian continued, "The shelters are divided into 4 levels. Unlocking the first underground level is 1 star. Unlocking the 11th underground level is 2 stars. Unlocking the 31st underground level is 3 stars. And unlocking the 61st underground level is 4 stars. The manager assessment uses a tiered evaluation model, with 4-star shelters assessing 3-star shelters within their sphere of influence, and 3-star shelters assessing 2-star shelters. Our 1-star shelter will be evaluated by a nearby 2-star shelter." Su Laimeng instinctively thought of the nearby Shelter 913, which had a population of nearly 100. He wondered what star-level Shelter 913 was, and whether they would be the ones assessing him. He furrowed his brow tightly. It should be noted that earlier today, Su Laimeng had dealt with 6 people from Shelter 913. Then he thought again. The manager of Shelter 913, Shen Wudi, was merely an extraordinary individual. It didn't make sense for him to lead a 2-star shelter. Even if Shelter 913 were to assess him, he wouldn't need to fear. They left no trace at the Clearpool camp, and the deaths of the 6 from Shelter 913 could not be traced back to him. The most important thing now was to understand the assessment criteria and strive to achieve an excellent rating to obtain the association's rewards. Therefore, Su Laimeng immediately asked, "When will the assessment start?" "The assessment has already begun," Lin Tian said, but then suddenly changed the subject. "However, there is only 1 2-star shelter in my area, and only 4 assessment teams were dispatched. The 4 assessment teams set off in different directions, conducting assessments on 1-star shelters along the way, so it hasn't reached me yet. Your Clearwater district is the same." Lin Tian had previously entrusted Su Laimeng with a task to go to Lake Heart Island, so he naturally knew that Su Laimeng's shelter was in the Clearwater district. "I see." Su Laimeng realized that the assessment had already begun. It just hadn't reached him yet. He then asked, "What are the excellent standards for the manager assessment?" Lin Tian had no defenses at all and directly told Su Laimeng all the information he knew. The results of the manager assessment are divided into 4 levels. The standards for being rated as excellent are quite strict, and there are 3 main points. First, the total population of the shelter must reach 70 people. Second, the shelter must have completely unlocked all rooms from the 1st underground level to the 7th underground level. It's important to note that the mutated beasts in the 7th underground level are all super level. If one doesn't have enough strength, they wouldn't dare to unlock them easily. Third, the number of extraordinary individuals within the shelter must reach 21. The more he spoke, the more Su Laimeng felt that Shelter 913 was indeed the only 2-star shelter in the Clearwater district. However, he never expected that the administrator of the 2-star shelter was just a super. Could it be just a disguise? After learning all the information about the administrator's assessment from Lin Tian, a sinister thought that normal people would have emerged in his mind. However, Su Laimeng thought carefully and decided it wasn't worth offending Lin Tian for such trivial gains. So, he traded a strength enhancer to Lin Tian for the price of 120,000 wasteland coins, and then quickly conducted a self-check according to the standards. Currently, the shelter had only unlocked the underground 5th floor, where only level mutated beasts appeared. Even if there were super mutated beasts on the 7th underground level, it would pose no difficulty. However, the requirements for total population and the number of extraordinary beings were indeed a bit challenging. Su Laimeng began to have a headache. So far, there were only 9 people in the shelter. Where could he find 61 more? Even if there were that many people, the shelter's living supplies couldn't support them. Not to mention the extraordinary beings. Although there were powerful level extraordinary beings in the shelter, the number of extraordinary beings was far from meeting the excellent standard. Chapter 84. Constructing the Water Purification Point. The more Su Laimeng thought about it, the more he felt a headache coming on. It seemed that to achieve the excellent standard, he had to put in a lot of effort. After ending the call with Lin Tian, his joy over the water purification point was somewhat dampened. So, he hurried to room 1 on the 2nd underground level to begin the construction of the water purification point. Room 1 on the 2nd underground level was completely empty, with nothing at all. Not only room 1, but the entire 2nd underground level was vacant. Currently, the population activities in the shelter were concentrated in a few facilities on the 1st underground level and a few residential facilities on the 3rd underground level. Except for room 1 on the 3rd underground level, which was used as a warehouse, all other floors were unoccupied. The reason for choosing the 2nd underground level for the water purification point was that he reserved the rooms on the 1st underground level for food processing points and tap water treatment points. This way, once there were extra blueprints, the food processing point and tap water treatment point could be combined into a large facility, increasing the output. Upon entering room 1 on the 2nd underground level, Su Laimeng quickly took out the blueprints and chose to begin construction. The water purification device had already been set up in advance, so the construction process went particularly smoothly. Under Su Laimeng's watch, the entire room 1 was transformed into a huge water purification room. Inside the water purification room, there were large water storage tanks and purification tanks. At the same time, there was a thick pipeline connected to the tap water treatment point on the 1st underground level to obtain water sources. This pipeline connected to the source part of the tap water treatment point and wouldn't affect the output of the tap water treatment point. However, both the tap water treatment point and the water purification point relied on the same water intake device to obtain water sources. If the water intake device were damaged, Su Laimeng didn't dare to think about it. He could only hope that the black bear in the cave would help him guard the water intake device. After the construction, the water purification point also displayed an information panel. Water supply facility, water purification point, basic output, 20 liters per day, current output, 0 liters per day, water source storage, 5,000, water purification consumption, 9 liters per day, calculated at 1 liter per person per day, working energy consumption, 20 electricity per hour, when on. 0 electricity per hour, when off. Staff. None. At least 1 staff member is required to start working. When there was no purified water, the drinking water in the shelter was all utility water. However, the utility water in the wasteland contained trace amounts of radiation, which was harmful to the human body if consumed in large quantities. Therefore, after the water purification point was constructed, everyone's drinking water was converted to purified water. Su Laimeng couldn't wait to call Li Erjin over. When Li Erjin saw the mechanized water purification point, he was momentarily stunned. Administrator, am I going to work here? Su Laimeng nodded. Yes, right here. Li Erjin cautiously walked in and asked, Administrator, how do these big guys work? Su Laimeng pointed to the working guidelines on the wall and said, You just need to follow what's on the wall. But Li Erjin hesitantly replied, But I can't read. Su Laimeng's eyelids twitched. Goodness. He spent 3 doses of radiation detoxifying agent and 1 strength enhancer to save Li Erjin's life and bring him into the shelter to work on water purification. And now Li Erjin can't read? Su Laimeng felt his head buzzing. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed that the working guidelines on the wall had turned into a pictorial version. All right, now it's fine, he said. Erjin, you can just follow the pictures on the wall. You don't need to be able to read to complete the work well. Yes, okay, great administrator. Li Erjin was afraid of being expelled from the shelter, so he immediately worked hard according to the instructions on the wall to get the water purification point running. Su Laimeng looked at the information panel of the water purification point. Basic output, 20 liters per day. Current output, 20 liters per day. Goodness. Li Erjin didn't provide any bonuses to the water purification point at all. He pouted and patted Li Erjin's shoulder. Erjin, you need to put in more effort. Li Erjin shivered, fearing to upset Su Laimeng, and worked hard. Su Laimeng stepped out of the water purification point and pressed the elevator button. Ding! The elevator door opened, and it was packed with residents returning to the third underground level. Great administrator! Great administrator! All the residents greeted him, and he suddenly realized it was mealtime. Su Laimeng stepped into the elevator and instructed, Yuri, you go out and call Li Erjin from the water purification point back to the third underground level for dinner. We'll go down first. All right, Yuri replied and stepped out of the elevator. Now, only Su Laimeng, Ahri, Black Widow, Hinata, and Misfortune Sarah remained in the elevator. As soon as Su Laimeng steadied himself in the elevator, the four girls, who had originally stood in the corners, squeezed to his side. Ahri was the first to speak. ASU, what are we having for dinner tonight? What to eat? Su Laimeng said irritably. Of course, we're eating canned food. Upon hearing this, Ahri immediately wilted. The elevator reached the third underground level. Su Laimeng gathered everyone in room 2 on the third underground level to prepare for a communal meal. He personally believed that this way of eating together could effectively enhance the feelings among the residents of the shelter. Sure enough, after one meal, everyone was cheerful, except for Ahri. Looking at the increasingly large group in the shelter, Su Laimeng felt confident. He was confident that in the upcoming administrator assessment, he would achieve an excellent rating and receive generous rewards from the Shelter Association. After dinner, Su Laimeng returned to his presidential suite to prepare for rest. But just as he was about to lie down, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Su Laimeng frowned tightly. Who would come knock on his door so late at night? Could it be that something happened in the shelter? His heart tightened, and without even time to put on a shirt, he hurriedly got out of bed to open the door. The door lock clicked open, and Su Laimeng saw Ahri standing behind the door, her face flushed. Oh, it's Ahri. Then it's no big deal. He turned to close the door without even looking at the hesitant Ahri. Wait. Ahri quickly reached out to hold the door. In the process, the shoulder of her off-shoulder outfit was pulled out of shape, revealing her fair skin. Su Laimeng frowned and asked sternly, Ahri, why are you coming to find me so late? Is there something going on? Ahri stomped her foot and said with a bounce, I'm here to be your secretary. Su Laimeng's eyelids twitched. He knew Ahri had ulterior motives. Who would need a secretary late at night? So, he quickly pushed aside Ahri's hand and swiftly closed the door to the room. Ahri, the shelter is short on staff right now. Let's talk about the secretary position another day. Ahri, feeling exasperated but helpless, angrily wagged her tail and returned to her room. Chapter 85, Doubling Again. The next morning, Su Laimeng had a rare good sleep. After washing up, he felt refreshed and arrived at the shelter's lobby, ready to start today's recruitment. Ding. Would you like to make a triple bet? Yes. No triple bet? Su Laimeng's spirits lifted. A double bet would surely yield good characters. After all, Diana and Yuri were recruited during his double bets. Although this time it was just a triple bet, he was bound to recruit excellent talents. Rubbed his hands together. He eagerly selected yes. After he made his choice, the shelter's wasteland currency decreased by 30,000. At the same time, some faint hoofbeats suddenly echoed outside the shelter's door. The shelter's door had been upgraded, and the soundproofing had improved significantly. If it had been before, it would have sounded like hooves right in his face. Who would ride a horse over? A strange smile crept across Su Laimeng's lips. If there were horses, transporting goods on the wasteland would be much easier. He couldn't wait to press the shelter's door switch. With a series of alarm sounds, Su Laimeng saw the shelter's new members. A team of centaurs. A full squad of 12. Centaurs, super extraordinary. Happiness. 100. Characters from the multiverse. Happiness permanently at 100. Loyalty. 100. Characters from the multiverse. Permanently loyal to the manager. From the game Heroes of Might and Magic. A troop unit created by the mages of the Seven Cities Alliance. Half human, half horse. They serve as both mounts and riders, capable of shooting deadly arrows while moving. Trait 1, Swift Shooter. Due to good bodily coordination, centaurs move quickly and can shoot while on the move. Trait 2, Top-notch in close combat. With their strong physique, centaurs have excellent close combat abilities. Ignoring their melee skills because they carry bows and arrows would be a huge mistake. The centaurs were tall, with long black hair cascading down their backs, revealing two curved horns. Their skin was comparable to that of a yellow-skinned person, with muscular bodies attached to both human and horse parts, giving off an explosive sense of power. Moreover, the centaurs carried bows and quivers, looking very formidable. Their large hooves could probably kick a person to death with one blow. Gulp. Su Laimeng's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. The moment he saw the centaur squad, his first thought was not that the shelter's population had doubled, but rather that the shelter was about to announce a shortage of supplies. With the horse's appetite combined with a human's upper body, this meant the centaurs would have a huge food intake, likely needing 4 cans per meal. The food required to raise 1 centaur could feed 4 Ahris. The food required for 12 centaurs could allow him to build a harem. Thinking of this, Su Laimeng began to quickly calculate the shelter's current situation. As of now, the shelter had a surplus of over 300 electricity daily. However, other resources were lacking in all aspects. In terms of beds, there was a shortage of 10. The 2 available beds were in a 4-room, 2-hall apartment where Ali and others lived, which wouldn't be suitable for the centaurs. The other was in the 3-room, 2-hall apartment where Yuri and Li Erjin lived. But given the size of the centaurs, only one could fit in the vacant room. What about the remaining 11 centaurs? This was the first dilemma facing the shelter. In terms of food, the shelter's food processing point produced 96 cans per day. However, the daily can consumption reached as high as 134. Just the 12 centaurs alone would consume 96, exactly matching the food processing point's maximum output. This meant that others would have to go without food. In terms of water, there was currently a shortage of 2 tons per day, and the centaurs likely wouldn't be able to bathe for some time. The newly unlocked clean water supply had suddenly shifted from surplus to poverty, lacking 1 liter daily. The presence of 12 centaurs had directly caused a comprehensive shortage of food, water, and drinking water in the shelter. Although the shelter was short on manpower, having 12 centaurs arrive all at once was a bit too much. What to do? For a moment, Su Laimeng fell into deep thought. Manager? The centaurs, having been left waiting for a long time, couldn't help but call out to Su Laimeng. Manager, we request to join Shelter 2333. Do you agree? Agreed. Su Laimeng nodded. Even though a food crisis and a water crisis were looming, he still nodded in agreement with tears in his eyes. After all, increasing the shelter's population by 12 was a huge blessing. After he agreed, 3 centaurs squeezed into the shelter's lobby, pushing Su Laimeng against the wall. The remaining 9 centaurs were still squeezing in, seemingly unwilling to stop until they crushed him. Looking at the centaurs, who averaged 2 meters in height and were increasingly robust, Su Laimeng was left dumbfounded. It seemed the centaurs hadn't bathed in a while, and the smell nearly knocked him out. Su Laimeng quickly held his breath, relying on his extraordinary powers to forcibly push away the centaurs still trying to squeeze in, pressing the elevator button behind him and dodging into the Shelter-S elevator. The closest centaur bent down, ready to enter the elevator. Don't move. Su Laimeng quickly stopped him, realizing that as a troop unit, the centaurs weren't very bright. Fortunately, the centaurs were relatively obedient. After Su Laimeng shouted, all the centaurs froze in place, with the one in front still not having put its hooves down. Su Laimeng quickly began to arrange them, directing the centaurs to squeeze into the elevator one by one. It took 3 trips to transport all the centaurs to the first underground level. Looking at the crowd in the underground corridor, he felt a sense of grandeur as if all the heroes of the world had come under his command. Ali, who had been slacking off at the water treatment point, was startled and curiously poked her head out, only to be pushed back by Su Laimeng. He cleared his throat and stood tall in front of the 12 centaurs. Hello everyone, I am Su Laimeng, the manager of Shelter 2333. From today onwards, we are family. Hello, manager. The 12 centaurs all bowed. Su Laimeng nodded and said, First, welcome everyone to join Shelter 2333. At the same time, I must warn you that the world you are in is a wasteland, which is different from the original world. Here, the surface is filled with radiation, mutated beasts, and various crises. Humans and other living beings have moved underground to survive. After joining Shelter 2333, you will need to follow my unified dispatch and work arrangements to contribute to the shelter's construction. Currently, there are several residents in the shelter, and I will introduce them to you one by one shortly. Now, do you have any other questions? Chapter 86, Centaurs. The first underground level fell silent for a moment. and the centaurs did not answer Laimeng's question. Now, do you have any other questions? He asked again. The centaurs finally shook their heads and hesitantly said, no. Good. Laimeng was somewhat worried about the centaur's lack of intelligence. He nodded and said, now I will introduce you to our partners. Ahri. Suleiman fiercely grabbed Ahri, who was eavesdropping at the water treatment point, and ordered, Ahri, call everyone down to the basement level. I'm going to start reallocating work. Okay. Ahri's eyes lit up at the mention of reallocation, and he quickly ran off. Before long, all the residents of the shelter gathered in the basement corridor. With sufficient power reserves in the shelter, Suleiman was not worried about a sudden power outage during the reallocation process. He first introduced the centaurs to the shelter residents, and then introduced the residents to the centaurs. However, it seemed that the centaurs' intelligence was not very high, as they could only engage in simple communication. It was exceptionally difficult to have them communicate like normal people. Suleiman decided to skip the detailed introductions and began assigning work directly. Laimeng, you take a centaur to work at the water purification point. Yes, manager. Laimeng smiled ingratiatingly, immediately grabbed a centaur beside him, and went back to work at the water purification point. Currently, the water purification point produced 20 liters daily, while the consumption was 21 liters a day. With the addition of the centaur, the production increased to 30 liters a day. The water crisis was suddenly resolved. Not only that, but the shelter also had a surplus of 9 liters of purified water each day. Don't underestimate those 9 liters. In the wasteland, clean water is invaluable. Having resolved the water crisis, Suleiman assigned 2 more centaurs to the power distribution room to replace Hinata and Yuri. As for the freed-up Hinata and Yuri, he did not intend to send them to work elsewhere, but rather have Hinata fully teach Yuri ninjutsu so that Yuri could grow quickly. This way, when he controlled Yuri, he could also indirectly gain insights to benefit himself. After arranging Yuri, Suleiman looked at the remaining people. Ahri, looking impatient, eagerly raised his hand, hoping for a centaur to replace his work at the water treatment point. Suleiman coldly smiled. He had no plans to let centaurs replace the work at the food processing and water treatment points for now, because he was still unsure if the 4-legged, 2-handed centaurs could handle the shelter's tasks. After making these arrangements, Suleiman turned to Alice. Alice, the shelter is running low on water again. Take a centaur and find a new water source. Understood, Alice replied, turning and taking a centaur with her without any further words. Then Suleiman continued, Diana, take the remaining 9 centaurs with me to unlock all of levels 6 and 7. As soon as this arrangement was made, Ahri jumped up again. What about me? What about me? Why isn't there a centaur to replace my work? You? Suleiman sneered and said, Ahri, just stay at the water treatment point. After saying that, he took Diana and the centaurs and left, not giving Ahri any time to react. Ahri stomped his feet in anger, but was helpless. Suleiman and Diana divided the tasks. He took 5 centaurs to level 7. This time, he did not plan to use the previous tactics, but directly had the centaurs push open the door of room 1 and rush in. Inside room 1, the super mutated mantis that originally resided there had not yet reacted and was immediately kicked by the leading centaur. Bang! The mutated mantis crashed into the wall of room 1, making a loud noise. At this moment, all the centaurs had entered the room. Suleiman decided to take on the role of commander. He instructed the 5 centaurs to raise their bows. Aim. Fire. Whoosh. 5 deadly arrows shot towards the fallen mutated mantis. At the same time, the mutated mantis reacted. Instead of dodging to the side, it charged straight at Suleiman. However, the centaur's archery skills were impressive. Just as the mutated mantis charged, 5 arrows pinned it against the wall. Ding. Centaur kills super mutated mantis. You gain 1 experience point. Suleiman felt a toothache. He didn't know if the holes made by the arrows after the room was constructed would auto-repair. If not, it would be a significant loss. Therefore, he decided that after unlocking the subsequent rooms, he would not let the centaurs shoot arrows again. After killing the mutated beast, Suleiman naturally approached the treasure chest. Despite his extensive experience in opening chests, he still felt incredibly excited when opening a new treasure chest. Ding! You opened the treasure chest and obtained the blueprint for the living facilities set 2. Oh, Suleiman raised an eyebrow. He had been worried about not having enough places for the centaurs to sleep, and unexpectedly, he directly opened a blueprint for living facilities. Unfortunately, the cost of the living facilities set 2 was high. If it weren't absolutely necessary, Suleiman wouldn't use it on the centaurs. After unlocking room 1, Suleiman did not linger, but led the centaurs directly to room 2. Lin Tian's information was correct, starting from level 7. The mutated beasts in the rooms had all become super mutated. However, Suleiman himself was level, and with 5 super centaurs leading the way, it was impossible for him not to handle a single super mutated beast. Sure enough, the mutated beast in room 2 did not survive even one round before perishing. With the centaur's assistance, the unlocking of levels 6 and 7 became incredibly easy. Thus, the 6th and 7th levels of the shelter were fully unlocked, marking another excellent achievement. Furthermore, after unlocking levels 6 and 7, Suleiman also gained a substantial amount of wasteland currency through opening treasure chests, accumulating 40,000. Additionally, besides the wasteland currency, he also obtained 8 blueprints. Among them, 3 were 4 living facilities set 2, 3 were 4 rooms and 2 halls, and 2 were 4 water supply facilities water treatment point. Chapter 87. Discovery of Human Villages. It was truly effortless. Just a moment ago, Suleiman was still worried about how to find enough living facilities to arrange for the centaurs. Unexpectedly, while unlocking levels 6 and 7, he obtained 6 blueprints for living facilities. The housing issue for the centaurs was resolved. He decided to build the 4 rooms and 2 halls first. Therefore, after completing the unlock, Suleiman wasted no time and went to meet up with his centaurs and Diana, heading to level 4. He initially planned to have the centaurs call the other 3 centaurs working in the power distribution room and water treatment point, but after some thought, he ultimately sent Diana instead. With the intelligence of the centaur unit, it was unlikely they could handle such a complex task. Once all the centaurs were gathered, Suleiman began constructing the 4 rooms and 2 halls. He started with room 9 on level 4. In the astonished eyes of the centaurs, room 9 began to transform, resulting in a 100 square meter 4 rooms and 2 halls. Although there were no shared areas, dividing 100 square meters into 4 rooms and 2 halls still made each room seem quite small. Suleiman directly assigned the 4 centaurs who had unlocked the lower levels with him to the 4 rooms and 2 halls. Thank you, manager. The 4-headed centaurs galloped into the 4-room, 2-hall house, each choosing a room and then directly frolicking inside the house, looking like they wouldn't stop until they tore the house down. Suleiman felt a slight pang in his heart, but thinking of the husky he used to raise made him feel not so sad anymore. The remaining centaurs without assigned rooms began to get anxious, hopping around restlessly, especially the centaur that had accompanied Suleiman to unlock the underground level, who quickly asked, "Manager, what about me? I need a room too." Goodness. Suleiman shook his head. As soon as it came to dividing rooms, these centaurs seemed to have suddenly woken up. He immediately reassured them, "Don't worry, 1 room at a time. There will definitely be a place for you." Under the centaur's urging, Suleiman decided to simultaneously construct the remaining 2 4-room, 2-hall blueprints. After the construction was completed, the centaurs rushed into the 4-room, 2-hall houses in droves. The 3 4-room, 2-hall houses cost Suleiman 30,000 wasteland coins. With that, the blueprints he just acquired were left with only 3 delicious sets and 2 water treatment points. Just as Suleiman was about to send the 3 mischievous centaurs back to work, the elevator doors suddenly opened, and Ali walked out. Seeing Ali walking over, Suleiman frowned and said, "Ali, are you slacking off again?" "I'm not," Ali hurriedly explained, saying, "Asu, I heard someone knocking at the door in the lobby." "Someone is knocking at the door in the lobby?" Suleiman immediately realized something was off. He glared at Ali and asked, "Ali, aren't you working at the water treatment point? How do you know someone is knocking at the door? Are you the gatekeeper of the shelter?" Aye. Ali retreated repeatedly under Suleiman's aggressive demeanor, directly backing against the elevator door. Suleiman was just about to teach Ali a lesson when he suddenly heard a cough from behind. He jolted awake. Diana was still behind. So, he had to restrain himself and said, "I want to see who is knocking." After saying that, he immediately led Ali and Diana to the shelter's lobby. The door opened. Standing outside was none other than Alice, who had returned from fetching water, riding on a centaur. Suleiman was quite surprised and said, "Alice, how did you come back so quickly?" Alice patted the sitting centaur and pointed to the handcart behind her, saying, "With the centaur acting as a transportation tool, the speed of movement in the wasteland is very fast." Suleiman looked at the handcart behind Alice. The 10 water buckets on the cart were left with only half a bucket of water each. The opening of the bucket was as small as a glass marble, and they were all swaying with only half a bucket of water left. It was evident that Alice had paid a great price in pursuit of super-fast movement. For a moment, the air turned quiet. Alice felt a bit embarrassed and said, "How about I make another trip? It won't take much time." "No need." Suliami quickly asked, "Did you discover anything new on the way?" Originally, he just wanted to change the subject. However, to his surprise, Alice actually had a discovery. Alice pushed the handcard into the door frame and said, "Dear manager, during my search for water points, I discovered a human village." "A human village?" Suleiman's eyes widened, and he hurriedly grabbed Alice, asking, "Where did you find the human village?" To his knowledge, the eastern part of the shelter had already explored the island in the lake, which was now deserted. The north was the city forest, which had a high chance of having people. The south was a highway, and only on that side of the highway were there rows of factories. The west of the shelter was a large area of urban ruins, which surely wouldn't have anyone. Suleiman was about to say there wouldn't be anyone to the west, but Alice pointed directly at the urban ruins in the west and said, "To the west, I found a human settlement in the urban ruins." The shelter was oriented north-south, and the west was to the right. Suleiman quickly climbed up the observation deck, looking to the right, but he could only see a stretch of ruins with no sign of life. Alice also climbed up the observation deck, pointing to a tall building in the ruins, saying, "Near that tall building, there is a well-established human village." Suleiman's eyes narrowed, asking, "Did you investigate carefully? What is the approximate population?" "I did investigate." Alice nodded and said, "From my observations, the population should be over 1,000, with a certain defensive capability, but I did not see any extraordinary beings of a higher level. In other words, the total population is over 1,000, with the highest being only a super extraordinary?" Suleiman repeated. The administrators of Shelter 913 are all just super extraordinary, so Suleiman wasn't surprised. He thought for a moment. Currently, the power crisis, bed crisis, and clean water crisis of the shelter seemed to be resolved. The water crisis would also be easily solved once he acquired the 2 blueprints for the water treatment points. However, the food crisis of the shelter was a major headache. The 12 centaurs would soon eat the shelter out of house and home. To resolve the shelter's food crisis, it seemed he would have to start from the village. With that thought, Suleiman decided to set off immediately for the human village located in the urban ruins. Chapter 88. Encountering the muscular bull again. Having determined to go to the village, the next question was who to take with him. Suleiman found himself in a bit of a dilemma. He must bring the strongest, Diana, from the shelter. Alice, who discovered the village, also needed to lead the way, so she had to come too. But what about the others? It wouldn't make sense for Diana and Alice to go on every mission, right? With that in mind, Suleiman made up his mind. He decided to bring all the extraordinary beings from the shelter, leaving the work at the food processing point and water treatment point to the centaurs. The centaurs had worked in the power distribution room for a while and had become proficient in its operations, right? This indicated that the food processing point and water treatment point could similarly be managed. Moreover, with an extraordinary being overseeing it, the shelter's security would not be an issue. With this thought, Suleiman gathered everyone from the shelter to an empty room on the underground level. The residents had been summoned twice in the morning, and many were somewhat puzzled, not understanding what had happened in the shelter. Suleiman looked at the crowd gathered together and realized that the shelter should have a dedicated conference room or specialized communication equipment to hold online meetings. Otherwise, every time a meeting was called, someone would have to notify everyone individually and halt all work to gather in an empty room. This was not conducive to establishing the shelter's image. After noting this, he scanned the crowd and said, "I believe everyone is curious as to why we just finished a meeting and yet are gathering everyone again." "Yeah, why?" As soon as Suleiman finished speaking, Ali immediately chimed in. With Ali leading, the others began to whisper among themselves. The Black Widow said to Miss Misfortune Sarah, "Could it be that the shelter encountered some danger?" Ali, linking arms with Diana, exclaimed, "Sister, do you think there's another beast tide?" Hinata stood next to the dull Yuri, looking around but finding no one to talk to, so she could only lower her head. Alice stood beside Suleiman, looking cold. The centaurs lagged behind, looking at each other with goofy expressions, with no one speaking up. Suleiman paused for half a minute before raising his hand and pressing down into the air. The room immediately fell silent. Indeed, the corner of his mouth cracked into a strange arc as he coughed and said, "I have some news to share with everyone. We have discovered a human village in the city ruins." "Human village?" Before Suleiman could finish his sentence, Ali was the first to call out. Suleiman frowned. This was a bit out of touch. He shot a glare at Ali and continued, I have decided to let the centaurs fully take over the work of the shelter. All the managers in the shelter will accompany me to the human village. Yay. As soon as Sulman finished speaking, Ahri jumped up excitedly. He felt a twitch in his eyelid and quickly added, Ahri, you can stay behind and guard the shelter. Me? Ahri pointed at himself. Yes, you. Sulman glared at him. How dare he interrupt the leader's speech multiple times? Ahri was clearly pushing his luck. Feeling wronged, Ahri noticed Sulman's unyielding gaze and drooped his tail and ears as he took the elevator up to the lookout tower. As soon as the elevator door closed, Ahri immediately revealed a smile. If I don't go, then I don't go. As long as I don't have to work. It's more enjoyable to watch the scenery from the lookout tower. After Ahri left, Sulman arranged for 4 centaurs to take over the food handling point and the water treatment point. The remaining 5 centaurs transformed into mounts. He then controlled Yuri, leading Diana, Alice, Hinata, Black Widow, and Misfortune Sarah, riding the centaurs towards the human village. The 6 of them galloped on 5 centaurs across the wasteland. This made Sulman once again experience the feeling of being part of the car-driving class. Alice and Hinata rode together, while the others rode individually. As they quickly moved across the wasteland on their centaurs, it didn't take long for them to reach the previously explored area and delve deeper into the western city ruins. Wow, they're so fast. Sulman was secretly amazed. If they had to walk, who knows how long it would take to reach their destination. But riding centaurs only took a little over 10 minutes. Of course, as someone who had never ridden a horse before, Sulman felt a bit uncomfortable. If he hadn't held onto the upper half of the centaur tightly, he might have been thrown off in no time. However, riding a centaur was naturally not as comfortable as being in a car. The jolting motion made Sulman feel a bit uneasy. But then he thought carefully. It was Yuri's body, so what was there to be afraid of? Suddenly, while he was lost in thought, a gigantic mutated beast, the super muscle bull, suddenly dashed out in front of him. A muscle bull. Sulman instantly reacted. He remembered that the meat of the muscle bull was quite delicious. And he had never forgotten about it. Now that he encountered one here, he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. The muscle bull had been searching for food in the city ruins when it was startled by the ground's tremors. It couldn't help but look up and saw the galloping centaur team, scaring it into running away. Although the muscle bull was powerful, it chose to retreat when faced with a group of tall centaurs. However, how could Sulman let such an opportunity slip through his fingers? He immediately shouted, Everyone, let's go. Whoever catches the muscle bull will get its hind leg meat. As soon as he said this, Misfortune Sarah immediately pulled out her twin guns. The Black Widow quickly positioned herself to block Sarah's gun with her body, knowing that Sarah wouldn't dare to fire, and then took out her wolf hunting rifle. Alice and Hinata were at the front of the group. Hinata didn't make a move, but Alice was drawing her gun. However, since Hinata was blocking her, she was naturally a step slower. Just when everyone was finding their angles and preparing to shoot, they discovered that the muscle bull had already fallen to the ground. Who did that so fast? Sarah was astonished. The Black Widow looked ahead and saw that Diana was holding a truth lasso, the other end firmly wrapped around the muscle bull's neck. Damn it! Misfortune Sarah glared at the Black Widow in frustration. The Black Widow responded with a provocative look. Sparks seemed to fly between the two. Seeing that the situation was getting tense, Sulman quickly commanded the centaurs to position themselves between the two. Hey, why are you both staring at each other like that? Sarah pointed at the Black Widow. Manager, she's blocking my shot. The Black Widow crossed her arms and smiled. I was just competing fairly. I was only looking for a better angle to shoot. Sulman didn't want to get involved in a women-esque quarrel. So he waved his hand and said, Stop arguing. There's still one hind leg left, and everyone will have a share. After saying that, he turned to Hinata and said, Hinata, start a fire for the barbecue. We'll eat our fill before heading out. Chapter 89, Confrontation. After a delicious barbecue feast, the conflict between the Black Widow and Misfortune Sarah was resolved. Everyone happily continued on their journey. Not long after delving deeper into the city ruins, they arrived near the tall buildings where Alice discovered the village. Is this the place? Sulman asked. He led the group to a subway entrance and stopped. The subway had long been abandoned. The originally wide subway entrance was now covered in various garbage. In the cracks of the surrounding ground, wild grass was growing stubbornly. If one looked closely, they could even see some remnants of cars among the grass. Unfortunately, since the apocalypse had passed long ago, useful items had already been taken away, leaving nothing of value. Sulman shook his head. Since entering this area, he had noticed that the once scorching sunlight had turned gentle. The radiation levels had nearly stagnated and no longer increased. Taking a deep breath, The air he inhaled was no longer harsh. Looking around, green plants were growing in the ruins, giving off a sense of vitality after desolation. It seemed that this place truly was a paradise. Solomon waved his hand, signaling everyone to start searching for the hidden human village nearby. The residents immediately mounted their centaurs, scattering out from the subway entrance to search along the way. Before long, they really did have a discovery. Manager. The Black Widow galloped back on her centaur and said, "At the intersection up ahead, there's a sign with words on it. I think the human village should be in that direction." Solomon's expression brightened as he said, "I'll go check it out first. Wait for the others to come back before following me." After saying that, he immediately rode his centaur forward and indeed saw a sign at the intersection explored by the Black Widow. The sign was made of rusty metal, cut from who knows where. It had the three big characters Zhangjia Village painted on it. Below the characters, there was a left-pointing arrow. Zhangjia Village. Solomon's mouth twitched. What a down-to-earth name. He looked to the left and saw an open iron gate 100 meters away. A large sign hung above the gate, also reading the three characters Zhangjia Village. Behind the gate was a renovated villa area, with each building being a three-story small Western-style house. However, after so many years of wind and rain, the small Western-style houses inevitably looked dilapidated. Behind the small houses were some low buildings, with clothes hanging out of the windows and balconies, showing signs of habitation. This must be it. Solomon stood waiting, and not long after, everyone rushed over. He immediately counted the number of people and walked into Zhangjia Village. The closer they got, the more they could hear human voices. As soon as they entered the iron gate, two armed villagers immediately stopped Solomon and his group. "Outsiders, where are you from?" The two villagers looked tense, having to raise their heads to see Solomon, who was mounted on a centaur. The villager on the left swallowed nervously, his eyes glued to the centaur, and said anxiously, "Quick, hurry, Zhangjia Village does not welcome outsiders." The centaur was tall and muscular, showcasing immense strength. With such proximity, the villager's fear was magnified. Suleiman commanded the centaur to take a step back before dismounting, smiling at the two villagers. "We are a trading caravan from Shelter 2333, responsible for trading with nearby villages and camps. Don't worry, we mean no harm." He tried to make his voice sound more amiable and approachable to bridge the gap with the villagers. However, upon hearing the word shelter, the villagers' expressions suddenly changed dramatically. "Zhou, they are from the shelter," the villager on the left shouted, panic-stricken. The villager on the right quickly loaded his gun, aiming at Suleiman while pressing the alarm on his waist. Whoa! Suddenly, the alarm blared, echoing throughout the villa area. Immediately, orderly footsteps sounded, and a team of 12 fully armed villagers rushed out. Who dares to intrude in Zhangjia Village? The 12 armed villagers stormed to the entrance, raising their iron pipe rifles. Diana quickly positioned the Yuri controlled by Suleiman behind her. Alice, Black Widow, and Miss Doom all drew their weapons. The tension in the situation escalated. "Wait." Suleiman raised his hand and stepped out from behind Diana. He shouted, "I've already said, we are the trading caravan from Shelter 2333 and mean you no harm." "Bah." Zhou spat angrily, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Suleiman. "There's not a good person among those from the shelter. Don't think I don't know." As soon as he spoke, the other villagers nodded in agreement, all harboring great hostility towards Suleiman and his group. This is going to be troublesome, Suleiman thought, his brows twitching. He realized that the villagers of Zhangjia Village must have had negative experiences with other shelters, leading to the current situation. However, Suleiman intended to enter the village to buy food and solve the shelter's current food crisis. There was no way he could fail at the first hurdle. So, he shouted, "I really am here to trade with you." "Bah." Zhou laughed mockingly. "If you're here to trade, why aren't you carrying any goods?" "Ha ha ha." As soon as he said this, many villagers holding guns laughed, inadvertently pulling back their gun bolts. Suleiman immediately said, "We are here to buy food. Our shelter needs a large amount of food." "Humph." Zhou snorted coldly, clearly not believing Suleiman's words. Chewing on a wooden stick, he said, "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't leave, I'll shoot." With that, he aimed his gun directly at Suleiman. However, with Diana by his side, Suleiman was not afraid at all. But the situation had completely reached a standstill. "Manager, they are too exclusionary. It's probably hard to negotiate." Seeing the situation was not good, Alice whispered to Suleiman, "What if we just invade? Zero-cost purchase?" Suleiman's pupils contracted. He needed neighbors he could cooperate with long-term, ones not too close to form a sustainable trade relationship with the shelter. Zhangjia village had a large population and was at just the right distance from the shelter, perfectly aligning with Suleiman's thoughts. Zero-cost purchases didn't align with the requirements of scientific and sustainable development. Chapter 90. The Crisis of Zhangjia Village. Suleiman thought carefully. Since the other party refused to cooperate, it would be better to. He gestured to Alice, ready to take action. Wait. Suddenly, a loud shout stopped Suleiman in his tracks. He looked forward. An elderly man over 50 stepped out from the villa area. The old man had a full head of white hair slicked back, though it lacked hair oil, making it appear unkempt. He wore a somewhat decent dark blue suit, with finely sewn stitches, and any holes were patched up with matching fabric. It was evident that the old man's living conditions were not very good, but his spirit was not diminished. Suleiman realized this was a person of significance in Zhangjia village. He smiled, collected his thoughts, nodded at the old man, and said, "Hello. We are a trading caravan from Shelter 2333. We have come to purchase a large amount of food." "I know," the old man said kindly, smiling at Suleiman. "I am the village chief, Old Zhang. Your guests, please come in." As soon as he said this, the fully armed villagers changed their expressions. Zhou Gu, in particular, was the most agitated, shouting loudly, "Village chief, they are from the shelter." "Enough." Old Zhang, having dressed in his best suit to meet outsiders, felt his authority undermined by Zhou Ji's outburst. He immediately admonished, "I've told you countless times not to generalize. Not all people from shelters are bad. Otherwise, why would we put up such a large sign?" Zhou Gu, being scolded, stepped back 2 paces, losing his temper. Only then did Old Zhang turn to Suleiman with a smiling face, bowing and saying, "Please come in, please come in. I apologize for the earlier rudeness." Seeing the situation change again, Suleiman followed Old Zhang's lead, signaling his group to dismount, and, with a large contingent, walked into Zhangjia village behind Old Zhang. They faced a 4-lane main road. The white lines on the road were already indistinguishable, and there were many cracks on the surface. However, unlike the ruins of a city, no plants grew on the main road, suggesting it had been carefully managed. On both sides of the main road were row houses. At this moment, countless villagers stood by the roadside, peering out from windows and standing on rooftops, watching Suleiman and his group. Suleiman observed carefully. Most villagers frowned, looking on guard, while only a few pointed and whispered. When the villagers saw the centaur at the end of the line, they all showed shocked expressions. "A mutated beast? No, it's not a mutated beast, it's a hybrid." "What hybrid? Where do you see any sign of them being like metal monsters? What on earth are they? Why do they look so strong, so massive, so terrifying? Don't you think those guys look like centaurs from myth and legend? I bet these guys must have level abilities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-level centaurs. How strong must the leader be to control 5-level centaurs? I just saw all those people riding on the centaurs. You know, the strongest in our village is just the Super Zhou Chuan. This is truly terrifying." The villagers began to murmur, astonished by the strength of Suleiman's group. However, Suleiman had already been welcomed by village chief Old Zhang into a 3-story villa. The two sat down in the study, brewing a pot of tea made from just 2 leaves. Alice and the others waited in the living room. Old Zhang was the first to speak. "Welcome to Zhangjia village. Our villagers are generally very kind, but a recent incident has changed them." Suleiman realized that the villagers of Zhangjia must have had encounters with other shelters, so he quickly asked, "What happened? Is there anything we can help with?" Old Zhang's eyes lit up, having been waiting for this question. He began to recount. "Our Zhangjia village was originally inhabited by the descendants of residents from before the apocalypse. When the apocalypse came, for some unknown reason, there was little radiation nearby, making it suitable for human life. That's why everyone gathered here and began to thrive. Nowadays, the apocalypse has passed for countless years, and our Zhangjia village has also thrived for many generations. Up to now, the entire village has a population of over 1,000 people, all relying on hunting, farming, and trading with nearby shelters for survival." "Over 1,000 people?" Suleiman was taken aback, abruptly interrupting Old Zhang's narrative. He truly did not expect Zhangjia village to be so large. It's worth noting that even the recently encountered Shelter 913 had a population of only nearly 100 people. Yet Zhangjia village has over 1,000. All these people are qualified laborers, a productive force. Suleiman's eyes turned red. If he had over 1,000 people, the development speed of the shelter would likely accelerate rapidly. However, the amount of food and water needed for over 1,000 people is also astronomical. Old Zhang, seeing Suleiman's surprised expression, was already used to it. He continued, although Zhangjia village has over 1,000 people, there have been very few extraordinary individuals throughout history, and the strongest among us is only the super-level Zhou Chuan. This is precisely why our Zhangjia village has become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, attracting the malice of a nearby shelter. Were they finally getting to the main topic? Suleiman's pupils constricted, and he perked up. Old Zhang continued, not long ago, a shelter 5554 suddenly appeared in a field just 500 meters outside our village. That shelter developed rapidly, gathering 20 to 30 people in just one day. And those people are all extraordinary individuals, with the weakest being at least level 2. And the strongest. At this point, Old Zhang couldn't help but lean back, saying, they demanded that our village provide 50 pounds of food, 50 barrels of water, and 5 girls every day. But we simply can't provide that much. The more Old Zhang spoke, the more agitated he became. Suleiman frowned and asked, haven't you fought back? Old Zhang, painfully wiping away his tears, seemed to have witnessed the enemy's strength. We did fight back. The strongest, extraordinary individual in the village, the only level 2, died during the resistance. Apart from the 13 extraordinary people, the others are just honest farmers and cannot resist at all. If you can help us drive away the people from Shelter 5554, we are willing to pay the price. Chapter 91. Chunyang. The more Old Zhang spoke, the more excited he became, even pulling out 2 blueprints from his pocket. When Suleiman saw them, his eyes widened. Good heavens! It was actually a blueprint for a food processing point. The reason he came to Zhangjia village was to find a way to solve the food crisis in the shelter, right? Now that Old Zhang had taken out a blueprint for a food processing point, it directly captured Suleiman's attention. The maximum output of a food processing point is 96 cans per day. As long as he could get the blueprint from Old Zhang, the food crisis in the shelter would be easily resolved. Thinking of this, Suleiman quickly grasped Old Zhang's hand and said, Village chief, don't worry. My father once taught me that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. The difficulties of Zhangjia village are my difficulties, and I will definitely help to the end. While speaking, Suleiman's eyes kept glancing at the blueprint in Old Zhang's hand, giving a very obvious hint. Old Zhang understood and hurriedly expressed his gratitude with tears, saying, if you can help us eliminate Shelter 5554, this blueprint for the food processing point will be yours. Good heavens! Suleiman's eyelids twitched. Old Zhang was raising the stakes. It's worth noting that the blueprint for a food processing point isn't worth much in itself. If it weren't for Suleiman's urgent need, he wouldn't care at all. However, Old Zhang actually intended to raise the stakes with just one blueprint. Initially, they only asked for help in driving away the people from Shelter 5554. Now, it had turned into helping Zhangjia village eliminate Shelter 5554. Suleiman pondered carefully. From Old Zhang's words, he deduced that Shelter 5554 must undoubtedly be a Blue Star shelter. At the same time, this would also be the first Blue Star shelter he would encounter. As long as he agreed to Old Zhang's request, he could extract the coordinates of Shelter 5554 from him. In this way, even if he couldn't obtain the blueprint from Old Zhang, he could still trade for some food from the players. It was a win-win situation, so why not? Thinking of this, Suleiman immediately decided to agree to Old Zhang's request and take on the mission. However, suddenly, a panicked figure barged in without knocking. Not good, village chief. Something terrible has happened. What are you doing bursting in like this? Old Zhang was about to bow and thank Suleiman when he was startled by the sudden intruder and stood up abruptly. What a joke. Old Zhang would never allow anyone to see him bowing and scraping. Otherwise, as the village chief, wouldn't he lose face? Anger surged within Old Zhang, and he raised his hand to slap the intruder. But after holding his hand up for a long time, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Seeing the atmosphere was off, Suleiman quickly said, Village chief, don't be anxious, let him finish speaking. Perhaps there's something important. Old Zhang followed the cue and immediately withdrew his hand, snorting coldly. Speak quickly, you reckless fool. What is it? If you can't explain, you'd better watch out. The intruder quickly apologized, shrinking back a couple of steps to the door of the study. However, the commotion had already attracted Alice and others outside, blocking the door to the study completely. There was no way to retreat. Seeing no way to escape, the intruder could only say, Village chief, it's bad. Those bandits are coming again. What? Old Zhang's face changed in shock, forgetting his own dignity, and quickly looked at Suleiman, pleading, Leader, these are the bandits I mentioned. They are coming to rob us again. Suleiman smiled. He never expected that his first meeting with a Blue Star manager would be in such a situation. However, he was also very curious about what kind of manager and what kind of shelter could force a village of over 1,000 people into such a state. So, Suleiman patted old Zhang's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, village chief, I will definitely fulfill my promise to you." Old Zhang recalled Suleiman's centaurs and seemed to feel a sense of reassurance. Calming down as he hurriedly said, "Leader, I will take you out right now." After speaking, Old Zhang squeezed through the gaps between Alice and the others, coming to the living room and making a gesture of invitation. Suleiman nodded, looking at his team with full confidence. He had level 2 Diana with him, super level Alice, as well as Black Widow, Hinata, Sarah, and 5 centaurs. Among the Blue Star managers, there probably wasn't anyone with the strength to confront him. "Everyone follow me. I want to see how strong the opponent really is." After saying that, Suleiman took the lead and walked outside. However, as soon as he stepped out the door, he saw 2 groups confronting each other in front of the villa. One side was naturally Zhou Chuan and the others, fully armed and holding guns. The other side, it was obvious, were the people from Shelter 5554. There were 9 people from Shelter 5554. Suleiman looked closely. Leading them was a rugged man with a full beard, wearing only a pair of torn jeans. The rugged man carried a machine gun on his back and faced Zhou Chuan and the others without any fear. Even with a gun pointed at him, he remained unfazed. Behind the burly man were 8 similarly dressed men. They seemed to have very similar personalities and preferences. When Old Zhang came out, the burly man directly asked, "Old guy, have you prepared all the supplies for me today?" Old Zhang didn't respond but tugged at Su Laimeng's sleeve and said, "Leader Su, it's this group of guys." Su Laimeng nodded, a killing intent flashing in his eyes. The burly man was surprised and let out a strange cry. "Good. Old man, you actually dare to find someone to deal with me." Old Zhang was startled by the burly man's strange cry and hurriedly hid behind Su Laimeng, forgetting about his own dignity. Su Laimeng said, "Oh?" The burly man let out another strange cry, pointing at Su Laimeng, and said, "Who are you?" "An old bald man, actually trying to confront me. What benefits did that old guy give you?" Su Laimeng's eyelids twitched. The body of Yuri he was controlling indeed looked like a bald man. However, who wouldn't feel uncomfortable being called an old bald man? Su Laimeng stepped forward and asked the burly man, "Are you from the 5554 shelter?" The burly man nodded, stating confidently, "I am Chun Yang, the manager of the 5554 shelter. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way, or my bullets don't have eyes." At this moment, more and more villagers gathered, looking at Chun Yang with hostility. Su Laimeng smiled. It seemed that Chun Yang had done quite a few bad things in Zhangjiao village. Chapter 92. One move to defeat the enemy not good. Someone is making a move at the village chief's door. Villagers in Zhangjiao village were running around, spreading the news. What? Are they going to make a move? Upon hearing the news, the villagers immediately put down their tools and rushed to the village chief's location. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger. The villagers reacted differently. Some stared wide-eyed and began to shout. Others instinctively covered their eyes, fearing they would witness a bloody scene. I think the village chief should listen to Chun Yang's demands. This won't end well for anyone. Why should we listen? Are you willing to sacrifice your daughter? I think Chun Yang and his group are devils, wanting to eat them alive. This group of newcomers is accompanied by centaurs. Their strength is definitely not ordinary. Not necessarily. Chun Yang is an extraordinary person who isn't afraid of bullets. Why boost his momentum while diminishing your own? That guy Chun Yang deserves to die? The villagers debated, all gathering at the village chief's door, surrounding Su Laimeng and Chun Yang's groups. Chun Yang wanted this effect. In front of everyone's eyes, he would defeat the village's support and then continue his tax collection activities. This way, the villagers would have a comparison in their hearts and would obediently hand over their food. As for the village chief Old Zhang, he had already hidden behind Su Laimeng's group, fearing for his safety. Only a man named Zhou Chuan still held his gun aimed at Chun Yang. Although Su Laimeng didn't know why the strongest fighter in Zhangjia village was surnamed Zhou, he still appreciated this courage. Alice leaned closer to Su Laimeng and whispered, "Manager, this guy is a quasi-superior. No wonder he has such confidence facing firearms." Quasi-superior? Su Laimeng was slightly surprised. He had never expected that within just a few days. Other Blue Star managers had also advanced to quasi-level. It was known that he had relied on a massive amount of experience to replicate Alice's virus enhancement, improving his physical attributes and achieving promotion. What kind of adventure had this Chun Yang experienced? Su Laimeng couldn't know. However, He was not afraid at all. With such powerful strength on his side, why would he fear a mere quasi-superior? At this moment, Alice added, the way they hold their guns is wrong. There are no bullets in them. No bullets? Su Laimeng smiled. It turned out to be a paper tiger. With this thought, he completely relaxed. If it came to hand-to-hand combat, he had nothing to fear. He then waved his hand, instructing the centaurs to block Zhou Chuan and the others to avoid accidental injury. They still needed to cooperate with Zhangjia village in the future. If someone got hurt, that wouldn't be good. After doing all this, Su Laimeng finally faced Qinyang, preparing to take action. However, unexpectedly, Qinyang took the initiative. Qinyang didn't use a weapon. Instead, he charged aggressively at Su Laimeng. Su Laimeng narrowed his eyes. He had thought Qinyang would directly open fire and had already positioned Diana by his side. However, he didn't expect Qinyang to engage in hand-to-hand combat directly. What a joke. With Diana around, would he be afraid of hand-to-hand combat? He waved his hand, and Diana immediately charged forward. Diana crossed her arms in front of her chest, forming an invisible shield. Qinyang charged forward and struck Diana's shield. Bang! A muffled sound came, and some villagers were already frightened, retreating several steps. It's over. That girl is definitely going to be knocked back. Mom, I can't bear to watch. Damn it. Qinyang is using this move again. It should have been warned in advance. The villagers whispered, feeling a sense of hindsight. Even old Zhang couldn't bear to keep his eyes open, internally lamenting. However, to everyone's surprise, the expected scene of Diana being knocked back by Qinyang's punch did not occur. Instead, Qinyang's eyes widened in horror as he let out a scream. Ah! Qinyang's face twisted in extreme pain. If looked at closely, one could see that Qinyang's arm was twisted, with white bone protruding from the elbow. The village chief old Zhang, startled by Qinyang's painful cry, stepped back and opened his eyes, only to witness an unimaginable scene. In front of the village chief, Diana had directly grabbed Qinyang by the neck, lifted him up, and then slammed him heavily onto the ground. Bang! After a loud crash, dust flew up. The villagers felt the ground shaking and hurriedly retreated in fear. Not good, not good. It's really turned into a fight. Just as the villagers screamed and sought refuge, the scene suddenly became quiet. Some of the bolder villagers turned to look and found that Qinyang and his group were all lying on the ground, unable to get up. Alice, Black Widow, Hinata, Sarah, and 5 centaurs stood majestically on the corpses. Wait, the battle is over? The villagers who turned back couldn't believe it, their eyes wide open, not even closing despite the wind and sand blowing in. After a while, they finally reacted and shouted loudly, "Everyone stop running! Everyone stop running! The bandits have already been shot dead." The villagers who had been retreating all turned back. They saw Su Laimeng leading the residents of the shelter, cleaning up the battlefield. The once invincible bandits had just died like this. Some villagers couldn't believe it and ran over to poke Qinyang's corpse. However, a corpse is a corpse. It showed no sign of movement. He's dead, really dead. The villagers shouted, jumping up and down in a frenzy. Wow. In an instant, the onlooking villagers were in an uproar. A quasi-superior, just like that, was taken down in one punch? What one punch? I only saw that girl move her finger, and Qinyang just fell down. These people are so powerful. The bandits had several quasi-superiors. Just the subordinates are that strong. How powerful must that bald man who had never moved be? The villagers did not want to believe it, looking at Suleiman with eyes full of admiration for the strong. Thank you, I really appreciate it. The village elder, old Zhang, had not yet recovered from his shock and rushed to Suleiman's side, expressing his gratitude. Suleiman nodded and said, "Village chief, we have completed what we promised you. Where are the blueprints?" Old Zhang immediately nodded and bowed. "I won't forget. I'll bring the blueprints right away." As soon as old Zhang left, the villagers spontaneously gathered around, continuously bowing and nodding to Suleiman and his group, filled with immense gratitude. Some female villagers even kept throwing flirtatious glances at Suleiman. However, Suleiman remained indifferent in the face of the group of lovebirds in the shelter. Would he take a liking to a wasteland villager dressed in ragged clothes? Chapter 93. Destroy? After a while, the bodies of Qinyang and his group were fully searched. Suleiman obtained a total of 93,625 wasteland coins. In addition, he also found a blueprint for a water purification point on Qinyang's body. So many good things. Suleiman smacked his lips and suddenly realized that Qinyang could not possibly carry all the supplies from the shelter on him. This meant that there must be more good stuff in Qinyang's shelter. Thinking of this, He immediately wanted to rush to Chunyang's shelter and loot it extensively. At this moment, village elder Old Zhang also came out with the food processing point blueprint and handed it to Suleiman. Leader Suleiman, you are our great benefactor in Zhangjia village. Old Zhang was tearful and snotty, desperately trying to keep Suleiman from leaving. Leader Suleiman, look. Do you need to rest in our village for a few more days so we can treat you well? No. Suleiman shook his head. There are so many people in the shelter waiting for food to be cooked. We need to find out where Chunyang's shelter is and loot the spoils first. Visiting can happen anytime. The spoils cannot be delayed. If we wait too long, others might get there first. Moreover, since they had already established contact with Zhangjia village, there would be plenty of opportunities to interact in the future. Thinking of this, Suleiman said, we have more important things to do, so we want to stay in the village for now. As soon as he said this, Old Zhang's face turned pale. But, Suleiman noticed Old Zhang's unusual reaction and quickly asked, but what? Old Zhang hurriedly replied, but the bandits' shelter hasn't been completely cleared away. They will definitely come back. If you leave, we won't have a way to survive. The more Old Zhang spoke, the sadder he became, his wrinkled old face scrunching up completely. Suleiman smiled. It turned out he and this old man were on the same page. So, Suleiman quickly said, I was just planning to check out Chunyang's shelter. Since you know the way, then lead me there. Good. Upon hearing Suleiman's words, Old Zhang nodded repeatedly and quickly said, I will lead the way. I will lead the way. The previously dejected Old Zhang, upon hearing Suleiman's words, hurriedly dispersed the surrounding villagers and rushed to guide Suleiman. Suleiman smiled and, under Old Zhang's guidance, followed the road out of Zhangjia village, seeing a field of golden wheat. This was the grain planted by the villagers of Zhangjia village. At this time, it was the harvest season and many villagers were busy in the wheat field, including some who had just been surrounding Suleiman. In the wheat field, there was a very conspicuous building. Suleiman recognized it at a glance. It must be Chunyang's shelter. The exposed part of the shelter above ground was only the size of a shipping container. It also had an entrance hall and an elevator. At this moment, the shelter's main door was tightly closed, and several corpses lay at the entrance. Village chief. Upon seeing Suleiman and the others, a villager immediately rushed over to report. Just now we tried to pry open the shelter's main door, but over a dozen armed men rushed out from inside and opened fire without saying a word, killing many of our people. Now they have hidden inside the shelter, and we have no way to deal with them. Nonsense, Old Zhang said with a pained expression. Who told you to act first without waiting for others? After saying that, Old Zhang pointed at the shelter's main door and turned to Suleiman, saying, Leader Suleiman, their shelter is right here. Without Old Zhang needing to say it, Suleiman already knew. He nodded, realizing that there were over a dozen armed guys behind the shelter's main door. As long as they dared to recklessly open the shelter's main door, they would be met with a hail of bullets. Fortunately, the villagers of Zhangjia village helped them scout the bushes. Otherwise, they might have been caught off guard, Suleiman thought. He immediately looked at the group behind him and said, Diana, raise the shield at the front. Everyone else, prepare for an attack. Yes, the residents responded one after another. Diana immediately moved to the front, crossing her arms in front of her chest and raising a circle of shields. Then, Alice directly charged forward violently and kicked the shelter's main door hard. Bang! The villagers had already hidden far away but were still greatly startled. The door was kicked open a crack, and bullets immediately sprayed out from the gap. In an instant, flames erupted. Da-da-da-da-da. The gunfire struck Diana's shield, but caused no harm whatsoever. What's going on? Inside the shelter, someone shouted in panic. However, no one answered. Bang! Alice kicked the door hard again. Immediately, the shelter's main door flew up, directly knocking the people in the entrance hall back. At this moment, Diana also lowered her shield. However, the attack was not over yet. Miss Misfortune, Sarah, stepped forward. Time for the barrage. Sarah smirked, pulling out her dual pistols from the holster, aiming ahead, and pulling the trigger. Ahahaha. The bullets shot in a cone shape, densely spraying into the entrance hall of the shelter. Instantly, a chorus of screams echoed in the entrance hall. By the time the barrage ended, no one was left alive. What kind of weapon is this? Village elder Old Zhang stood beside Suleiman, his eyes wide open, his lips trembling constantly, filled with extreme fear. If such firepower were directed at Zhangjia village, how could anyone survive? For a moment, Old Zhang looked at Suleiman with a mix of fear and respect. To be able to tame such a terrifying woman, Leader Suleiman's strength must be formidable. Thinking of this, Old Zhang's attitude became even more respectful. Inside the entrance hall, smoke filled the air, and the strong smell of gunpowder stung the nose. Suleiman directly walked in. Inside the entrance hall, he not only saw the bodies of armed men, but also a few female corpses lying on the ground. It seemed they were likely villagers who had been brutally killed nearby. These beasts are inhuman. Diana gritted her teeth in hatred. Suleiman shook his head and punched the broadcasting equipment inside the shelter, smashing it. Unexpectedly, a system prompt popped up. Ding. Congratulations, you have occupied shelter 5554. Would you like to destroy it? Destroy? Suleiman thought for a moment. He had never considered that a shelter could actually be destroyed. So, he clicked on the question mark behind destroy. Note, after destroying the shelter, there is a chance to restore the facilities inside the shelter to blueprint status. It can actually restore facilities to blueprint status. Suleiman's breathing became heavier. Restoring the facilities to the blueprints means that he can obtain all the facility blueprints within Shelter 5554? Wait, it's a certain probability. Chapter 94, 3-in-1 Food Processing Point. Ding. Congratulations, you have destroyed Shelter 5554 and obtained Power Facility Distribution Room 2, Dining Facility Food Processing Point 1, Level 1 Industrial Intelligent Chip 3. Striking it rich. Su Laimeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The notes indicate that there is a certain probability of obtaining blueprints. However, he did not expect to get 3 blueprints at once. Moreover, one of them was the food processing point blueprint he urgently needed. He obtained a food processing point blueprint from Old Zhang and another one from Chunyang's shelter. With these 2 blueprints, along with the existing food processing point in the shelter, it was enough for the 3-in-1. Thinking of this, Su Laimeng couldn't wait to return to the shelter to carry out the 3-in-1 construction. So, he waved his hand and planned to go home. Old Zhang suddenly became anxious. Captain Su, we haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Why are you leaving? Su Laimeng waved his hand and chose not to return to Zhangjia village, but to head straight back to his own shelter. He said, Old village chief, I've already obtained what I wanted on this trip, so I won't stay in Zhangjia village for too long. Old Zhang was flustered. But how will we contact you? If other shelter bandits come to harass us, we won't be able to cope. Su Laimeng smiled. He knew that Old Zhang wasn't genuinely trying to keep him there. He was eyeing his strength, wanting him to act as a protective umbrella for the village, so they would have enough confidence to face other shelters. However, he couldn't stay in the village indefinitely. So, Su Laimeng pointed towards the small desert and reassured him, Don't worry, my shelter is in the small desert. If the village is in danger, you can just send someone to find me. Old Zhang stood on tiptoe to take another look, pointing to the only building in the small desert, uncertainly asking, Is it in that tower crane? Su Laimeng's eyelids twitched. It was rare for him to explain to Old Zhang. Yes, it's that lookout tower. That's where my shelter is. Not far, not far. Old Zhang nodded, feeling satisfied, and waved goodbye to Su Laimeng and his group. Su Laimeng said frankly, Village chief, I believe I will be back before long. Zhangjia village has a relatively large population compared to the shelter and great market potential. More importantly, there is not much combat capability. This is a typical population reserve area near the shelter. He must deepen the connection with Zhangjia village and absorb as many talents for the shelter as possible. Of course, right now, the shelter is tight on food, and it is difficult to even support its own people, let alone have extra job positions to accommodate villagers. It would be better to deepen the relationship with Zhangjia village step by step. When the time is right, the entire Zhangjia village can become a backup base for the shelter. Su Laimeng returned to the shelter with a large group. Since all job positions had been handed over to the centaurs and Li Yirjing, he directly had everyone learn ninjutsu from Hinata. This scared the introverted Hinata. She had never been a teacher before. When she taught Yuri, it was done quietly without everyone knowing. Now, having to teach ninjutsu in front of so many people made Hinata, still a genin, so nervous that she couldn't speak. Su Laimeng did not intervene too much and handed the stage over to Hinata. He directly took 5 centaurs to start the construction of the food processing point. He moved the original food processing point to room 4 on the basement level, right next to the distribution room after the 3-in-1. Then, he directly built 2 new food processing points next to the original one, located in rooms 5 and 6 on the basement level. After the 2 food processing points were completed, the 3-in-1 option indeed appeared. Without thinking, Su Laimeng directly chose the 3-in-1. This frightened the centaurs still working in the food processing point. 2 centaurs stumbled out from the food processing point and almost collided with Su Laimeng. What are you doing? So careless. Su Laimeng quickly dodged. If he hadn't advanced to become a transcendent being, he probably wouldn't have been able to avoid the centaur's charge. Although the centaur wasn't very smart, it knew how to defend itself. One centaur said in a panic, "Manager, the room has changed." Cough, cough. Laimeng covered his mouth and coughed, saying, "What's the rush? The food processing point is just upgrading." After saying that, he arranged the 4 centaurs behind him to enter the food processing point to fill all 6 job positions. Then, Laimeng checked the changed food processing point. After the change, the space inside the food processing point expanded threefold. The food production line also increased by several lines. Moreover, the storage area of the cold storage became larger, allowing for more mutated beast meat to be stored. Not only that, but the most significant change was the output of the food processing point. He looked at the food processing information panel, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Dining facility food processing point. Base output, 288 cans per day. Current output, 576 cans per day. Canned food storage, 265. 000. Canned food consumption, 136 cans per day. This item is the overall canned food consumption of the shelter, based on 2 meals a day. Production material, mutated beast meat. Production energy consumption, 20 electricity per hour, when on. 0 electricity per hour, when off. Staff, 1 centaur, output bonus, 48 cans per day. 2 centaurs, output bonus, 48 cans per day. 3 centaurs, output bonus, 48 cans per day. 4 centaurs, output bonus, 48 cans per day. 5 centaurs, output bonus, 48 cans per day. 6 centaurs, output bonus, 48 cans per day. Suddenly, the canned food output of the shelter skyrocketed. Laimeng was overjoyed. He had long anticipated that after the 3-in-1, the output of the food processing point would significantly increase. However, he never expected it to increase 6-fold. Now, the shelter not only wouldn't lack canned food, but would also have a surplus of 440 cans every day. These cans could be used for trading, bringing more economy to the shelter. With this in mind, Laimeng immediately went to the nearby water treatment point. The water treatment point had already been moved to room 7 on the basement level to build a larger water treatment point together with rooms 8 and 9. Now, it was time to carry out the construction. Chapter 95. Population Anxiety. Laimeng did not hesitate at all, took out 2 blueprints for the water treatment point, and chose to build. Of course, this time, he informed the 2 centaurs in the water treatment point in advance so that they wouldn't be too startled. After the 3-in-1 water treatment point was built, Laimeng assigned the only centaur behind him to work there. Thus, all 12 centaurs were on the job. The attributes of the water treatment point were also completely renewed. Water supply facility tap water treatment point. Basic output, 12 tons per day. Current output, 18 tons per day. Water source reserve, 23. 500. Tap water consumption, 42 tons per day, calculated at 2 tons per person per day. Operational energy consumption, 20 electricity per hour when running. 0 electricity per hour when stopped. Staff, 1 centaur, output bonus, 2 tons per day. 2 centaurs, output bonus, 2 tons per day. 3 centaurs, output bonus, 2 tons per day. Although the shelter has never lacked water from the beginning, currently, the shelter is producing more than 10 tons of water per day. This water is also a precious resource in the wasteland. If used properly, it can create significant economic value. Nowadays, Sulman still has a blueprint for a water purification point, obtained from the Chunyang shelter. After careful consideration, he did not rush to build it. Currently, the shelter's purified water output is already sufficient, and there is no need for construction. At this point, he suddenly remembered that most residents in the shelter had already used power enhancers. However, the later 12 centaurs had not undergone enhancement yet. He wondered if the centaurs could upgrade after enhancement. This thought popped into Sulman's mind, and he immediately took action. He quickly returned to the warehouse on the 3rd underground level, grabbed the power enhancers, and injected them one by one into the centaurs. The first centaur injected with the power enhancer shivered violently and then directly leveled up. Ding! Shelter resident centaur used power enhancer, promoted to super. Manager, I. The centaur stammered excitedly, feeling the power gained after the promotion, unsure of what to do. After a long time, the centaur finally managed to say, "Manager, I leveled up. I leveled up." His words were full of joy. Sulman nodded in satisfaction. After the centaur leveled up, even its communication ability improved slightly. What about me? What about me? I want it too. I want it too. In the tap water treatment point, The other two centaurs jumped up anxiously upon seeing this. Manager, we need what you have. The centaurs did not know what Sulman was holding. However, since the injected centaur gained a promotion, it must be something good. Therefore, the other two centaurs who had not received the power enhancer began to urge for enhancement, fearing they might miss out. Don't worry, everyone will get their turn. Sulman was pleasantly surprised and quickly injected the second centaur with the power enhancer. After one injection, the second centaur also leveled up to super. Sulman was overjoyed and immediately instructed. You two go notify the other centaurs. Everyone needs to be injected with power enhancers to level up. Yes, manager. The two centaurs quickly ran out, and the tap water treatment point suddenly became quiet. However, the quiet did not last long. A minute later, the elevator door on the first underground level opened again, and 12 centaurs rushed out of the elevator like madmen. Manager, we also want to enhance. The centaurs eagerly ran over to Sulman, circling around him nonstop. Sulman was terrified. If it weren't for the spacious tap water treatment point, the various equipment in the room would definitely be trampled into a pile of fragments by the centaurs. He quickly said, everyone stay still, one at a time. Don't damage the equipment in the tap water treatment point. The centaurs finally calmed down. One by one, they looked at Sulman with expectant eyes. Sulman nodded in satisfaction. Although the centaurs were not very bright, they were obedient. Whatever he said went. He distributed the power enhancers. The centaurs injected one by one, and all of them leveled up to super. It should be noted that even the manager of Shelter 913 is only a super. Yet in his shelter, there were already 12 centaurs who were super. After doing all this, Sulman organized everyone for a meal. After finishing the canned food, he did not arrange any night activities for himself, but directly hid in his presidential suite. He needed to conduct an in-depth analysis of the current situation. As of now, the food, drinking water, water use, and electricity in the shelter have all returned to normal. Moreover, the production of the 4 resources is greater than the consumption. Among them, except for electricity, which has no corresponding container and cannot be sold, the other 3 resources are continuously accumulating and can be sold in the future. In the manager's assessment, there are 3 excellent indicators. The indicator for unlocking the 7th underground level has been achieved. Moreover, the shelter has directly unlocked to the 10th underground level. The indicator for 21 extraordinary individuals is also not far off. Currently, there are a total of me, Alice, Ali, Diana, Yuri, Hinata, Black Widow, Misfortune Sarah, and 12 centaurs in the shelter. A total of 20, still one short. But there is no need to rush, it is now night. And he can recruit one more person tomorrow to meet the indicator. The third indicator is that the shelter's population reaches 70. Just thinking about this made Sulman's head ache. Currently, the total population of the shelter is only 21. Where is he supposed to find 49 more people? Is he supposed to absorb the nearby cave camp into the shelter? Sulman thought carefully. The cave camp does not have 49 people in total. Moreover, most of the people in the cave camp have high radiation levels. If absorbed into the shelter, a large number of treatment needles would be needed to heal them. Furthermore, the loyalty and happiness levels of the people in the cave camp cannot be guaranteed. Sulman's shelter does not have a locked warehouse. If workers sneak in and steal something, it could pain him for half a day. Also, raising workers requires consuming a large amount of resources. The shelter currently does not have that capability. It seems he can only rely on the broadcast device. Lost in thought, Sulman fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 96 Auction. The next day, Sulman woke up early. After organizing the residents for breakfast, he slowly walked toward the shelter's hall. As long as he recruits one more extraordinary individual, he can meet the excellent second standard. He was filled with anticipation, wondering what kind of extraordinary person he could recruit today. However, after pressing the switch of the broadcast device, the sudden system prompt left Sulman dumbfounded. Ding detected that the number of extraordinary individuals in the shelter has reached 20. Would you like to spend 100,000 wasteland coins to upgrade the broadcast device? Yes, no upgrade? Sulman cautiously stopped his actions and clicked on the question mark within the circle. Note, the upgraded broadcast device will occupy a separate room, updating one extraordinary individual daily, and can have up to 3 individuals waiting to be recruited simultaneously. The ability to have 3 extraordinary individuals at the same time did not impress Sulman. What impressed him was that the broadcast device would occupy a separate room. It should be noted that when he invaded the Chunyang shelter, breaking the shelter's broadcast device led to the option to destroy the shelter. This indicates that the broadcast device is the core of the shelter. Once the broadcast device is damaged, the enemy can also choose to destroy his shelter. The broadcasting equipment of the heavens is placed in the entrance hall of the shelter, and as long as the shelter door is opened, it can directly threaten the broadcasting equipment. This made Suleiman very worried. However, since the upgraded broadcasting equipment would occupy a separate room, it had to be upgraded no matter what. With this in mind, he quickly reviewed the current funds available in the shelter. Currently, the shelter has more than 160,000 wasteland coins, and after the upgrade, there would be more than 60,000 left, which is somewhat tight. He could take advantage of the fact that everyone was having breakfast to sell something, make some money, and then upgrade the broadcasting equipment. Thinking of this, Suleiman suddenly remembered that he had 3 pieces of arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass in hand. These 3 pieces of tempered glass were of no use to him anymore and could easily be sold for wasteland coins. Later on, when everyone had tempered glass, it would be harder to sell his. So, Suleiman hurriedly sent a message in the regional channel, selling 3 pieces of arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass. As usual, highest bidder wins. As soon as this was said, the originally calm regional channel instantly became lively. The merchant is back again. What a good day. Waking up to see the merchant selling things. Arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass. What a tongue-twisting name. Selling a piece of glass in an auction, the merchant is really too shady. Is there anyone who knows what the merchant is selling to explain it to us, brothers? Seeking an explanation, I also don't know what this ghost glass is. Whenever Suleiman was about to sell something, Chen Yinxiu would always come out to cause trouble. Sure enough, after organizing his residence for breakfast, Chen Yinxiu saw Suleiman's message and immediately spoke up. Everyone, don't buy anything from the merchant. There is definitely nothing good in the merchant's hands. The Blue Star Administrator Alliance established by Chen Yinxiu fell apart without a fight, and naturally, he hated Suleiman. Therefore, no matter what Suleiman did, Chen Yinxiu had to step in. However, ever since Suleiman exposed Chen Yinxiu's secret stash of agility enhancers, Chen Yinxiu's reputation had plummeted. Nowadays, apart from a few die-hard fans, very few administrators would believe what Chen Yinxiu said. As soon as Chen Yinxiu spoke, someone immediately began to expose him. What? The merchant sells nothing good. So the agility enhancer is a good thing? Some people created some alliance, thinking that all the world's administrators should be under her control. Shoo! Watch out for little fists pounding your chest upstairs. Instantly, the regional channel was filled with laughter. Inside Shelter 5649, Chen Yinxiu was so angry that he was about to explode, wishing he could immediately grab a knife and cut off the heads of everyone in the regional channel. Seeing the topic starting to go off track, Suleiman quickly promoted again to bring the topic back on track. After this, Chen Yinxiu no longer caused trouble. However, many administrators in the regional channel were still asking what the arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass was. Where's Boss Lin? No one is explaining. We don't know what this arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass is for. Exactly, seeking an explanation from Boss Lin. In the past, at this time, Lin Tian would always step in to explain. Sure enough, as soon as someone called out, Lin Tian immediately stood up and posted information about the watchtower. When the administrators in the regional channel saw this, they were in an uproar. There is such a terrifying thing. Doesn't that mean it can directly detect the situation in a large area around the shelter? What a good facility. Everything outside the shelter is clear as day. However, the cost is rather high. It still requires 10 pieces of arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass. Upon hearing this, Li Tian immediately said, I believe many administrators have this blueprint in hand. They just haven't spoken up. Everyone is waiting to grab the arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass. I might have offended some people with this statement. Lin Tian is indeed my good brother. Seeing Lin Tian's statement, Suleiman felt relieved. He believed that the arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass in his hand would definitely fetch a good price. So, he directly started the auction for the arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass. And he auctioned all 3 pieces together. He set the starting price at 80,000 wasteland coins, with a minimum bid increment of 5,000 wasteland coins. Zhang Su bids 85,000 wasteland coins. Zhou Rongrong bids 90,000 wasteland coins. Li Chang bids 95,000 wasteland coins. The moment the auction started, people immediately began to place bids. Suleiman nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that many administrators had the blueprint for the watchtower. They were just short of the arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass. Before long, The price of the 3 pieces of arc-shaped radiation-proof glass had already surpassed 100,000. Originally 100,000 wasteland coins was Suleiman's expected price. However, unexpectedly, the price of the arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass kept rising, and the final transaction price actually reached 160,000 wasteland coins. It seemed that many shelter facilities would use arc-shaped radiation-proof tempered glass. Suleiman was overjoyed. For a short period, the shelter would not lack money to spend. Chapter 97, Demigod. With 160,000 wasteland coins in hand, the total amount of wasteland coins in the shelter reached 326,000, which was more than enough to upgrade the broadcasting equipment. Suleiman called up a thumbnail of the shelter. He pondered for a moment and decided to place the broadcasting equipment in the 5th underground floor. Currently, the 1st and 2nd underground floors were production areas, the 3rd and 4th underground floors were residential areas, and the 5th underground floor and beyond were all vacant. Placing the broadcasting equipment in the 5th underground floor would ensure that it would not disturb the production and residential areas. Suleiman chose to build. Immediately, the broadcasting equipment in the entrance hall of the shelter disappeared. Along with it, the shelter's funds decreased by 100,000. The first room on the 5th underground floor of the shelter was transformed into a brand new room. Suleiman couldn't wait to enter the new room, and his eyes widened. Suleiman's eyelids twitched. In front of him, in a room of about 100 square meters, there were 7 or 8 round tables. And around the room, 10 elegant seats were set up. The wall directly opposite the door was transformed into a full-wall wine cabinet. In front of the wine cabinet, there was an unattended bar. Is this a bar? Suleiman found it hard to believe. His eyes widened as he observed carefully. The upgraded broadcasting equipment had indeed turned into a bar. The broadcasting device was placed on the bar, converted into a huge computer. Could it be that residents could drink here? Suleiman tried to pick up the whiskey from the wine cabinet behind him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it. It seemed to be just a decorative bottle. He was greatly disappointed. If the Heavenly Tavern could provide drinks, then the shelter would be a huge financial boon. Not to mention selling it. Even providing it for the residents to drink would boost morale. Suleiman smacked his lips. Accepting the reality, he looked at the computer screen on the bar, which displayed all the information about the room. Congratulations. You have successfully upgraded the broadcasting equipment of the heavens. After the equipment upgrade, every time the broadcasting equipment is turned on, there is a chance to attract characters from the heavens to enter the tavern and take a seat. The administrator can spend wasteland coins to recruit characters from the tavern, and the recruitment price depends on the character. In the lower right corner of the screen, there was also a button to activate the Multiverse Broadcasting device. Laimeng maneuvered the mouse and clicked the button. A prompt popped up on the monitor. Current available character elements: apocalypse characters, sci-fi characters, outstanding characters. Do you wish to activate the Multiverse Broadcast? Yes. No. Was there even a question? If it didn't cost anything, of course, he would choose yes. Laimeng clicked on it. Suddenly, another prompt appeared. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully attracted Biochemical Crisis's Valentine and League of Legends demigod, Ornn, to the tavern. 2 characters came at the same time. Laimeng was overjoyed. He didn't expect to attract 2 characters on the first try. Moreover, one of them was a demigod. Bang! A loud noise came. Next to the original door of the tavern, an archway appeared, and behind the arch was a semi-transparent light screen. At that moment, 2 vague figures emerged behind the light screen. One of them could vaguely be seen as a voluptuous woman, clearly Valentine. The other radiated a sense of explosive power, and it was obvious it was Ornn. The 2 figures squeezed out from the light screen. No, they should be forced out, because Ornn's size was enormous, and he almost couldn't fit through the light screen. Gulp. Laimeng swallowed hard. The moment he saw Ornn, he didn't think about how the shelter had gained a powerful fighter, but rather about Ornn's enormous appetite. Ornn's food consumption could probably match that of 10 Ahri. He weighed the food production capacity of the shelter. Although raising Ornn would definitely consume a lot of food, just based on Ornn's attributes, he was more than enough to attract Laimeng. The Flame of the Mountain, Ornn, level, extraordinary. From the Heroes of Might and Magic universe, Ornn is a demigod who masters forging and craftsmanship. He carved out a magnificent workshop in a cave under a volcano called the Forge, working alone inside. He manipulates the boiling cauldron of lava, refines ores, and forges unparalleled exquisite items, any one of which can incite a frenzy among people. Trait 1, Master Craftsman, Orn can upgrade equipment, enhancing its attributes. Trait 2. Volcanic Chasm. Orn slams the ground, creating a trench that will generate a lava pillar blocking terrain toward the target direction after a 15-second delay. Trait 3. Bellows Flame Breath. Orn breathes fire all over, slowing his movement while dealing damage to enemies. Trait 4. Fiery Charge. Orn charges forward, dealing damage to enemies along the way and destroying terrain. Trait 5. Call of the God of Forging. Orn summons a massive magma element at a specified location. The magma element will move towards Orn, gradually accelerating, and enemies crushed by it will take damage. Laimeng's eyes widened. Orn's traits paired with his level were practically a gigantic battlefield weapon. Orn had a pair of huge demon horns on his head, engraved with mysterious runes. Below the horns was a face covered in white fur, only revealing a pair of large copper bell-like eyes. Orn was as sturdy as an ox, with a dark red complexion, giving off an immense sense of pressure. Valentine, who was originally tall, looked like a primary school student standing next to a bodybuilder. While being astonished by Orn's attributes, Laimeng did not forget to pay attention to Valentine's attributes. Valentine, super extraordinary. The cold and elegant police officer Jill Valentine from the movie Resident Evil 2 was originally a member of the Alpha Team in Raccoon City's Special Police Force. Generally, Jill Valentine would use her customized handgun in combat, but she is also proficient with various weapons. She carries a katana specifically designed for her and a small combat knife. If necessary, she can also use a flamethrower, no matter how difficult the mission is. Valentine never backs down. Trait 1. Weapon Expert. Valentine has undergone extensive weapon training and can use all known weapons in the world. Trait 2. Commendable Courage. Valentine has a tenacious personality and will not easily back down in the face of any difficulty. Valentine wore a neat short outfit that allowed for easy movement. The blue short knitted tube top revealed a deep neckline, and her short dark brown hair accentuated her high nose bridge, paired with knee-high boots and a short skirt. She was both sexy and charming. Not bad, not bad. Laimeng nodded. He was very satisfied with both characters. Chapter 98. Worth a million. Satisfaction was one thing. However, when Laimeng saw the recruitment prices for the two, he almost couldn't catch his breath. What? Orn's recruitment price was actually 100,000 wasteland coins? Laimeng couldn't help but curse. Back then, recruiting the level character Diana only cost 50,000 wasteland coins. Moreover, it was a buy one get one free deal, which included a Yuri. But why did Orn, also a level character, cost 100,000 wasteland coins? This was simply unscientific. Laimeng was furious. For a moment, he didn't know whether he had made a profit or loss by spending 100,000 wasteland coins to upgrade the Multiverse Broadcasting device. Valentine's recruitment price of 30,000 wasteland coins made Laimeng feel a bit better, although it was still 2,000 more than the usual 10,000 wasteland coins. It was somewhat acceptable, but still, Laimeng couldn't find any benefits of the upgraded device. He deeply felt that he had been deceived by the Multiverse Broadcasting device. Bang, bang, bang. Orn's footsteps shook the ground, causing even Valentine beside him to tremble. Orn found a booth in the tavern to sit down, and Valentine chose a position far away from Orn. They both shouted in unison, "Boss, bring us some drinks." As Orn spoke, a prompt sounded in Laimeng's ear. Ding. Timely meeting the needs of multiverse characters can extend their stay time. As the system prompt rang out, he saw text appearing above Orn and Valentine's heads. Valentine, stay time 10 days. Orn, stay time 6 days. This meant that Valentine and Orn would stay in the tavern for 10 days and 6 days, respectively. If he could meet their demands, he could extend their stay time, giving Laimeng ample opportunity to gather money. However, where would he get alcohol in the shelter? Laimeng was puzzled. All the drinks at the bar were just decorations. Where could he possibly get drinks? If he couldn't get any drinks, he wouldn't be able to extend Orn's stay time. Suddenly, just as Laimeng was in a dilemma, a glass filled with beer appeared on the bar. He immediately realized this was the beer for Orn. Quickly, Laimeng picked up the beer and handed it to Orn. Orn held the beer glass as if it were a lipstick. The huge contrast made the beer glass seem exceptionally tiny. Orn downed the beer in one gulp, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Not enough, too little, simply not enough. Laimeng swallowed hard and looked at the bar. Indeed, a brand new glass of beer appeared on the bar. He was about to turn back to grab the beer. But at that moment, Valentine also spoke up. "Boss, I want a drink too." Another glass of beer appeared on the bar. Am I playing a management minigame? Laimeng suddenly didn't know whom to serve first. He thought for a moment and decided to hand the beer to Orn first. Orn downed the beer, then just barely smacked his lips. As Aorn nodded, Suleiman also heard the system prompt by his ear. Ding. Aorn stay time 1. Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction and handed the beer to Valentine. Valentine seemed displeased with Suleiman's attitude and glared at him after taking the beer. Suleiman shrugged helplessly. Faced with a choice, he naturally chose to first satisfy Aorn. After doing this, he was afraid that Aorn and Valentine would make more requests. After all, as the manager, he couldn't be at the tavern 24 hours a day. Thinking of this, Suleiman had a sudden idea. I can find someone to work as a bartender in the tavern, creating a brand new job position. So, he quickly found Ahri, who was learning ninjutsu with Hinata. Before this, in order to enhance the overall strength of the shelter, he had sent all the residents except for the centaur who was working and Li Urjin to room 6 on the 4th underground floor to learn ninjutsu with Hinata. Therefore, room 6 on the 4th underground floor was also referred to as the ninjutsu classroom. Suleiman pulled Ahri out of the ninjutsu classroom. In the eyes of Black Widow, Sarah, and others, the flames of gossip flickered. ASU, what are you going to do? Ahri had a hesitant look, following Suleiman into the elevator, arriving at the entrance of the Tavern of All Heavens. Go in. Suleiman pointed to the tavern. Is it really in there? Ahri blushed and asked. It's right inside. But I have a room. If it doesn't work, I can use the presidential suite. Stop talking nonsense. Suleiman interrupted Ahri, pushed open the tavern door, pointed to the bar, and said, from today onwards, your task is to take care of this bar. Whatever they want, give it to them. Especially pay attention to that big guy with red skin. No matter how many people come in the future, you must first satisfy his requests. Ahri first felt disappointed, but hearing Suleiman's words, she became excited again. Am I changing jobs? Ahri thought happily. She had no talent for learning ninjutsu, let alone standing for long periods, which made her legs ache. Under Hinata's supervision, Ahri could only endure. Now that she was switching to work at the tavern, although it was still work, there was no one supervising her, and she could sit down. Ahri was simply overjoyed. Suleiman nodded. From today, this is your workplace. If you can't handle the bartender position, I'll replace you. I can. Ahri hurriedly said. Then hurry up and serve drinks. Suleiman waved his hand. He had only been out for a few minutes, and 2 more kegs of beer had piled up at the bar. Okay, manager, I promise to complete the task. Ahri stood on her tiptoes, saluted, and then ran off to serve drinks. Her enthusiasm for work is quite high. Suleiman nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Valentine. The shelter had over 226,000 funds. Although it wasn't enough to recruit Aorn, it was more than enough to recruit Valentine. Saying it and doing it, Suleiman walked up to Valentine. Is there something you need? Valentine glared at Suleiman sideways. I hate guys who hit on women in bars, especially a bartender. Suleiman, it seems that the characters from the multiverse have not been transformed by the system before recruitment. He was somewhat choked by Valentine's words, but didn't he take it to heart? After all, she would be his subordinate soon. He could deal with her however he wanted. He selected to recruit her on the pop-up panel. Instantly, 30,000 wasteland coins disappeared. On Valentine's panel, words indicating 100 loyalty and 100 happiness appeared. Chapter 99 New plan in front of Suleiman. Valentine was stunned for a moment, as if she had crashed. Then, she opened her eyes and looked at Suleiman with a completely different gaze. Manager, Valentine felt a bit unaccustomed. Just now, this guy was a bartender. How did he suddenly become a manager? However, with the memories instilled by the system and the 100 loyalty, Valentine had no doubts about Suleiman. Cough, cough. Suleiman adjusted his expression and nodded in satisfaction. He said, Valentine, first of all, welcome to the 2333 shelter. I am the shelter manager, Suleiman. Valentine quickly stood up from her chair, as if she had seen a boss and was caught slacking off. She nodded with a guilty conscience. Hello, manager. Suleiman nodded with his hands behind his back and said, From today, you are a member of the shelter. Shelter? Is this a sanctuary in the apocalypse? Valentine asked eagerly. Living in the world of Resident Evil, Valentine was accustomed to the apocalypse, and suddenly entering a shelter naturally made her a bit excited. Especially after receiving the system's memories and learning that there were no zombies in the wasteland world, Valentine was even more thrilled. She immediately asked, Manager, is it true that there are no zombies in the wasteland world? Suleiman nodded. Alice can testify to this. Alice. Valentine was slightly taken aback, then showed a surprised expression and shouted, Alice is here too? In Resident Evil, Valentine and Alice had a brief teaming experience. Although their relationship wasn't particularly deep, encountering a familiar person in a strange world made Valentine extremely happy. Suleiman nodded and said, "I'll take you to your room first, then introduce you to the shelter's friends. Before long, you will be able to meet Alice." After saying that, he walked out of the tavern first, and Valentine followed closely behind. Suleiman planned to arrange for Valentine, Ahri, Black Widow, and Miss Fortune Sarah to stay in the same room, which was room 4 with 2 living rooms on the 8th floor underground. This way, all the other rooms in the shelter would be fully occupied except for room 6 on the 3rd underground floor, where Yuri and Li Erjin were located in a living room with 2 rooms. However, Suleiman was not worried. He still had 3 blueprints for the real fragrance set. If more people came later, he could just build a few new rooms. As for Valentine's work, Suleiman thought for a moment and decided not to let her learn ninjutsu. He directly arranged for Valentine to work at the water treatment point. This way, the water treatment point could produce 20 tons of running water daily, greatly exceeding the shelter's consumption, and could completely be sold as a commodity. After the 2 left, Ahri sneaked out and found Alice, who was still learning ninjutsu with Hinata. "Sister, I have to tell you, it's incredible. The manager found another beautiful girl." "What?" Alice didn't speak, and Miss Fortune Sarah was the first to become curious. "What kind of girl is she? Is she pretty?" For a moment, the ninjutsu classroom was filled with chattering voices. Can you all be serious?" Hinata said with a blushing face, feeling helpless. As everyone laughed, the door to the ninjutsu classroom was suddenly pushed open, and it was Suleiman who walked in. "Ah, manager." Ahri was startled and quickly hugged Alice. Suleiman glared at Ahri fiercely and said, "Ahri, didn't I tell you to stay at the bar? Why did you run back here?" Ahri shouted in protest. "I already served him a big keg of beer. I'll go back right away, I promise." Ahri ran past Suleiman at the door and hurried back to the Tavern of All Heavens. Only then did Suleiman let Valentine out from behind him. He was ready to explain. However, before anyone could speak, they heard Alice let out a muffled sound. "Valentine." Valentine stepped out from behind Suleiman and saw Alice in a red dress. "Alice." As familiar faces met, there were naturally some pleasantries exchanged. After the 2 finished their small talk, Suleiman introduced, "Everyone, this is the new resident of the shelter, Valentine." Everyone greeted Valentine warmly. Miss Misfortune pulled Black Widow aside and whispered, "Why is it that every time the manager recruits, it's always beautiful women?" Black Widow raised an eyebrow and replied, "Not entirely. After all, there's also a tool." Valentine smiled and introduced herself, exuding confidence and grace, which made Hinata incredibly envious. After the introductions, Suleiman said, "I've arranged for Little Val's room to be in room 8 on the 4th basement level. Natasha, Sarah, please keep an eye on her." "Okay, no problem." Miss Misfortune winked at Suleiman and patted her chest. "Don't worry, manager, we'll take good care of her." Black Widow nodded with a smile. Suleiman was very satisfied with the resident's performance and continued, "Little Val will be working at the water production point, so she won't be learning ninjutsu with everyone. Alice, Diana, Yuri, come with me for a moment. The rest of you continue." With that, he looked at Hinata, signaling her to continue teaching. Hinata's ears turned red, and she jumped as if someone had stepped on her tail. Let's continue." After sending Valentine to the water production point, Suleiman led Diana, Alice, and Yuri to the shelter's warehouse. He said, "I brought you here because I found a good way to make money. We need to go to Zhangjia village." Diana crossed her arms, showcasing her impressive curves, and asked curiously, "What method?" "Selling water." "Selling water?" Alice looked puzzled. "Yes, selling water," Suleiman explained. "Currently, most managers don't lack water anymore, and selling water using the special contacts between managers is no longer feasible. Therefore, I thought of a brand new method, setting up a sales point in Zhangjia village specifically for water. It will not only be convenient for the villagers, but we can also earn wasteland currency, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Alice nodded vigorously. However, Diana said, "But what are we going to use to sell water to the villagers?" "That's simple." Suleiman pointed to a pile of scrap metal on the ground. "We can use this scrap metal to make containers for transporting water to Zhangjia village. As for what containers the villagers use to sell water, that's none of our concern." After saying this, Suleiman looked at Diana and Alice and asked, "Do you 2 have any other opinions?" As for Yuri, he was too clueless to contribute anything and instinctively ignored the question. "Nope," Diana and Alice said in unison. After that, the 2 immediately got to work, using the scrap metal on the ground to make containers. Meanwhile, Suleiman found a hand truck. He then switched his control to Yuri and pulled a centaur from the power distribution room. After losing one centaur, the shelter's power output decreased by 50. However, since electricity couldn't be sold, producing more would just be a waste. Therefore, he specifically pulled a centaur from the power distribution room for the purpose of transporting goods. After all, Yuri, Alice, and Diana's efficiency in transporting goods couldn't match that of a four-legged centaur. Once everything was prepared, Suleiman controlled Yuri and, along with Alice, Diana, and the centaur, entered Zhangjia village once again. This time, he entered Zhangjia village smoothly without any obstruction. Even Zhou Chuan, who had stopped him last time, greeted him with a smile. "Captain Su," Zhou Chuan said with a grin, nodding and stepping aside to let him pass, while asking, "Captain Su, are you here to do business again?" "Yes." Suleiman got off the centaur and handed a can to Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan was taken aback and instinctively waved his hand, saying, "Oh no, you shouldn't. Take it." Suleiman placed the can in Zhou Chuan's pocket and said, "I was in a hurry and didn't bring much with me. Consider this a welcome gift." In fact, he had brought a few cans specifically to build rapport. This was similar to giving someone a cigarette when asking for a favor. I can't accept this," Zhou Chuan said, but he had no intention of returning the can. Suleiman patted Zhou Chuan on the shoulder and said, "You guys stand guard all day, contributing so much to the village. There's nothing to feel bad about. Everyone here today gets a share." With that, he signaled to Alice and Diana to take out more than a dozen cans from the backpack on the centaur and distribute them. "Is this really for us?" The patrolling villagers looked grateful, and their attitude towards Suleiman improved significantly. It was well known that although Zhangjia village had a small amount of arable land, the yield was not high, making it impossible to feed so many people. Therefore, most of the food supply relied on imports, let alone meat. Importing supplies in the wasteland was incredibly difficult, and the small shop in Zhangjia village sold supplies from other nearby shelters. Naturally, the supplies were insufficient, and even with wasteland currency, they couldn't buy enough. Most villagers often faced hunger, with many never having had a full meal. Now that they suddenly had a can in hand, how could the villagers not be happy? Immediately, some villagers led horses while others unloaded goods, helping Suleiman unload everything from the hand truck and the centaur. Suleiman smiled and greeted the patrolling villagers, offering them encouragement before asking Zhou Chuan, "Where's your village chief? Is he home?" "Yes, he is. I'll take you there," Zhou Chuan said before immediately calling to the patrolling villagers, "Brothers, keep an eye on Captain Su's things. If anything goes missing, I'll hold you responsible." "Brother Zhou, you can rest assured." The villagers patted their chests, making promises. Suleiman and his group followed Zhou Chuan to the home of the village chief, Old Zhang. He left the centaur behind, watching over the precious water resources he had brought. The temperature in the wasteland was high, and along the way, a significant amount of water evaporated from the metal cans, causing him considerable distress. Upon arriving at the village chief's house with Zhou Chuan, Suleiman saw Old Zhang reviewing documents. "Captain Su is here. Please come in, please come in." Old Zhang had received news in advance and was prepared to welcome him. Suleiman walked into the villa with a smile. "Village Chief Zhang, I'm here with a request." Upon hearing this, Old Zhang's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Captain Su, whatever you need, just say it. I won't be negligent if I can help." "That makes it easy." Suleiman casually sat down and directly stated his intention. "This time, I want to set up a sales point in Zhangjia village specifically for selling water." "Selling water?" Old Zhang was extremely excited. Resources in Zhangjia village were often priced but hard to sell. Hearing that Suleiman wanted to sell water there, Old Zhang was naturally very enthusiastic. "Captain Su, are you serious?" "Indeed, more real than gold." "That's simply wonderful." Old Zhang slapped his knee, saying, "Captain Su, I can allocate the best villa in the village to you. As long as you keep the small shop open in the village, you can use it indefinitely." Old Zhang was always worried about the villagers' food issues. Zhangjia village only has a small convenience store, which is often out of stock, making life difficult for the villagers. The store hasn't opened for 5 days, and even the owner is not around. In addition, there is a water selling point in the village, set up spontaneously by a villager named Zhang Dafu, thanks to his family's well. The selling point offers well water, but rarely sells anything else. And the price of the well water is not cheap. When he heard that Su Laimeng was coming to the village to sell goods, Old Zhang was naturally very happy, willing to pay a little extra. "Team leader Su, what other supplies do you plan to sell besides water?" Su Laimeng thought for a moment and said, "For now, we will only sell water." The road to the shelter from Zhangjia village is not very smooth, and transporting other supplies is quite troublesome. However, in reality, aside from water and canned goods, there was nothing else to sell in the shelter. Old Zhang's eyes darted around as he nodded eagerly. Selling water is fine. Selling water is fine. We will take it step by step, and later there will be more and more goods. After saying that, Old Zhang stood up and led Su Laimeng to a 3-story villa nearby. Team leader Su, what do you think of this building? Su Laimeng examined it carefully. The 3-story villa is located at a crossroads, surrounded by a row of similar villas, all occupied by villagers. It is an excellent location for a convenience store. Moreover, the first floor of the 3-story villa has a garage. If the garage door is raised and a few shelves are set up, it would be no different from a supermarket. The garage has a door leading to the living room and dining room, which is perfect for storing goods. The rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors can also accommodate people, which is just great. Not bad, not bad, this is the place. Su Laimeng nodded in satisfaction.